The recruiter picked up the resume and announced that he was a welder and that his work experience and academic qualifications were not suitable for his current position, but he was an old friend of Mr. DAC, and the transfer position was suitable. It will help you pay attention. Han Li forced a smile. Is that so? Then the recruiter also quickly stood up. I have something to do. You can do as you please. If there is a suitable opportunity in the future, I will definitely contact you. The female recruiter is so polite. I'm so embarrassed. I'm letting you go on a useless trip. Do you need me to call a car for you? Han Li stood up. No need, thank you. When he went out, the other two recruiters immediately talked bad about him behind his back. I heard that he passed the same high school as him, but ended up going to a not-so-famous university, and I heard that his girlfriend even cheated on him, running out of savings. With such a miserable appearance, why would I have the audacity to ask the president for help? I would only be able to remember our old feelings. If I didn't have the ability, I wouldn't have the face to ask for help. Han Li thought sadly. His last chance was gone. He passed through the ticket gates of the train station. My head still kept thinking pessimistically. Taking care of me and helping me was just a joke, a failed adult. This unfortunate life. Thinking of this, he stood silently looking at the train tracks. At this moment, the train's lights were approaching and the thought of ending it would also cross his mind. The sound of the train braking quickly. And the surroundings suddenly became dark. He was surprised. The power was out. He looked around. Where were the people? At this moment, a beep sounded from afar, startling Han Li. An electric ball with strong energy appeared in front of him and announced, "The waste system would like to inform you. Open the bag for new people, consume all the waste value of the previous savings, will satisfy your wish." Han Li doesn't understand. System, pray. System reminder, please pray. At this moment, Han Li's eyes seemed to flash with a belief. If it's true, I want to return to the past. Then he pressed the start button. His entire space gradually moved with strong hope in him. I wanted to become a winner again. When he opened his eyes, before him was a row of trains. I'm surprised. Is it a train? He touched the train glass and looked at himself in the mirror. He rubbed my face. Why am I younger? He realized, maybe he was time traveler. Then he turned around to ask, that. Then I saw a beautiful girl with juicy lips. He cursed under his breath. Green beans, why, Tranengian Phi. She asked him, why are you talking to me, making you stop? He hesitantly explained, no, I just wanted to ask where we were. He thought to himself, how could our high school goddess sit across from me? He suddenly realized, maybe it was. Suddenly his face turned dark. August 30th, 2013, then he suddenly started talking to the goddess, startling her. Beautiful woman, do you still remember me? Tranengian Phi happily replied, oh, we're in the same high school, right? Then he leaned up and said, yes, you also went to the university to enroll, right? Nguyen Phi replied, yes, but Han Li warned her. Unfortunately she was going the wrong way. These words made Nguyen Phi worried and confused. This was wrong. Isn't this bus going to Jia Hung? He adjusted his glasses and smoothed his hair to look cool. I mean, she has entered my heart. These words made Nguyen Phi, who was carefully examining the train ticket, immediately blush and feel embarrassed. Then he approached her. She asked if it was fate that we met. Tranengian Phi was scared by him and shouted, don't come here. Then she called out, Fan Tio Hang, there is a crazy guy. At that moment, a man standing behind his face darkened. Threatening with a dirty fist, you quickly go away from me. After a while, all three returned to their seats. Han Li raised his hand to cover his face, embarrassed. He really didn't want to remember his shy appearance before. 10 years ago, why did I look like this? Then he took out the food in his bag and thought, eat instant noodles to ease his fear. But when he stood up to get water to cook noodles, Goddess Nguyen Phi's eyes changed a bit. She looked towards him. As for Tio Hang, he laughed, hummed, mixed noodles but was still proud of nothing. He lightly glanced down at him. The Fan family's eldest young master was still the same as before. If it were the same person he was before, he would probably be rude. But I'm no longer the same as before, haha. Then he leisurely took the bowl of noodles to get water. While the noodles were being cooked, the system displayed the prayer function forever shutting down, startling him. The system displays his abilities along with the text. The cost system is officially in use. He secretly thought to himself, green beans, what is this? Could it be that he has given me some magical weapon? He read the words on the display board and was surprised. At 18 years old, he was truly a country boy. Just looking at him, he knew he had been a fag all his life. System Reminder, System Center, through spending to gain experience, can level up any attribute and skill. This announcement makes Han Li happy. This rule is truly too happy. But then after looking at a series of skills, he realized, wait a minute, why does my driver have level driving skills? Then he covered his mouth and exclaimed, ah! Artists with genius hands refer to stellar driving skills. He looked at the system board and secretly made up his mind to earn money and spend the upgrade fee if he could upgrade his attributes to level 5. I will become a top existence, haha. Before that I also had to be like an ordinary employee, but now, I have finally escaped, transcended you, becoming the third type of person. His thoughts were so happy that they flew up to the heavens of illusion and shouted, God, reality. But interrupting his delusion, the train passenger urged him, brother, have you finished cooking the noodles yet? Escaping from the fantasy, holding a bowl of noodles in his hand, his mind was busy thinking, of course spending money is not a problem, the problem now is that there is no money to spend. He has to think about the last box of gold. How can I check this? On the other side of the seat, Teo Hang asked Nguyen Hai, Nguyen, can I take you to lunch in this premium dining car? Nguyen coldly replied, I eat noodles. Teo Hang heard that and immediately reminded her that she does not allow me to take you to eat these things. This caused Nguyen Hai to remind the young master, I am me, you are you, my mother is my mother, you should worry less about money. Amid the tense atmosphere, suddenly Han Lai burst out laughing. It made Teo Hang blush and get angry. He was smiling just now, right? Han Li denied that there was no. Teo Hang still did not let go. I am her childhood friend. No matter what I do, it is not your turn to laugh. Nguyen Phi reminded him, could you let me finish my noodles so I don't have to go to the dining car to buy snacks? Teo Hang actively coaxed in concubine, don't be angry. As for Han Li, he sipped a cup of noodles and listened to the story. Every time the dog-licking behavior goes out of style, it helps his opponent. Fan Teo is afraid that he wants to follow his old path. A few minutes later, when Han Li finished eating, Phi turned back and said sadly, the snacks were also sold out. Hearing that, Han Li kindly gave her a package of cakes. If you haven't noticed, I have a package of duck legs here. Nguyen Phi nodded, reached into her book bag. How much money? I will buy it from you. Han Li immediately set a price, 2,5 yuan. Original price, not expensive. Hearing that, Nguyen Phi was generous. I don't have any change, so I don't need change. Han Li's chubby cheeks are full of food. That's very embarrassing. If you don't mind, I'll invite you to eat this half of a tangerine. Nguyen Phi smiled. That's great. She was happy. She didn't expect him to prepare so carefully. This compliment made Han Li's face turn red. He is a person who likes to eat, hee. His heart was also stirred because oh my god, she looked so beautiful when she smiled. But then Teo Hang came and slammed the stack of money on the table. Trembling with anger, I have money, if you want to eat, I can buy the whole carriage for you, but you accept that the tangerine has been eaten. Nguyen Phi reminded him, don't be so ignorant. He shouted angrily, the poor guy selling cheap propellers was considerate. I took you to the dining car but you refused. Nguyen Phi stood up and reminded Fan Teo again. Then just like that, the two people talked back and forth, leaving Han Lai helpless and pretending not to care. He thought to himself, this girl is truly cruel. Teo Hang asked unjustly and then the two sides continued to answer, have you ever thought about my feelings? Stop worrying about money, we are not compatible, don't bother me. Then Nguyen Phi left, making Teo Hang confused. Where are you going? Nguyen Phi was angry, I went to take out the trash. Unable to resolve the anger, Teo Hang immediately looked towards Han Li with sharp eyes. He grabbed his collar and shouted loudly, standing up. Then throw him away and blame him, it's all your fault, you poor four-eyed guy. Then he kicked him hard and chased me away. Teo Hang's blow made Han Li cry. He gradually stood up, covered his mouth and silently cursed, fuck. I didn't expect my 18-year-old body to be so weak, but still. He sat up and called his name, Fan Teo. The corner of his mouth smiled, seemingly calculating, I was still wondering where the first box of gold came from. You are truly my gentleman. The train continued straight forward. Inside the train car, everyone was worried about Han Li lying on the bed. Nguyen Phi worriedly asked the doctor how he was doing. The doctor, after a moment of consideration, replied that the pupil's light reflex had completely disappeared and had entered a deep coma. It is possible that the brain has been seriously damaged. The situation is extremely not optimistic. Where is the next stop? We must quickly take the baby to the hospital. But right now, in his cold mind, the system displayed injuries and injuries to his body. He secretly thought, this bastard, he is not polite at all, it really hurts me to death. His face was swollen and painful. He tried to sit up, but as soon as he saw that he was in love, Teo Hang loudly cursed, damn boy, if it wasn't you, how could I lose face? Han Li's eyes were cold, his hands covered his mouth, useless, this guy was still like his previous life, only knowing how to use his fists to solve problems. Hearing Han Li's curse, Fan Teo Hang grabbed his collar, damn it, what did you say? His eyes and smile were filled with anger, he emphasized, I said, trash, you seem to have anticipated and played foul, right? When Teo Hang heard these words, his face became angry and cursed him, and the game has just begun because I'm going to show you what true evil is. You continue to provoke Teo Hang, if it weren't for your help, I really don't know how I would have been able to talk to Trengi Phi, thank you very much. When Teo Hang heard this, he was so angry that his veins burst out. He immediately punched Han Li in the face, sending him flying away. This makes everyone inside worry, beat someone, where are the police? Teo Hang pressed on Han Li's body and made him angry, today I will beat you to death, causing everyone around you to stop fighting. At this moment, when his next punch landed, Nguyen Phi came and shouted loudly, Fan Teo Hang. What are you doing? Stop quickly. Teo Hang grabbed the unconscious Han Li's collar and awkwardly explained, concubine, please listen to me. Then he turned to the unconscious Han Li, this guy. Han Li looked at his situation and felt proud, ha ha. Then he roundly pronounced each word, L-O-S-E-R, loser. Nguyen Phi rushed forward, pushed Teo Hang aside, concerned, classmate, are you okay? Then she urgently called out, where is the doctor? Is there a doctor in the car? Someone is injured here. Han Li's hands trembled as he tried to reach up, don't worry, I'm okay. Then lay down unconscious. Nguyen Phi shouted worriedly, doctor. A while later, the police also arrived. Teo Hang tried to explain, uncle, it was he who opened his mouth to mock me first. But the passengers on the train were snitching, talking nonsense, police officer, I witnessed the whole process. The boy hit the other guy and flirted with the other girl argued without agreeing, then the girl went to throw away the trash, he suddenly attacked the guy again. That's right, I can't even pull it, I've seen it too, the brother who was beaten hasn't even fought back yet, it's all because of me being bad, causing you to get involved in this matter. Right now, Nguyen Phi is both worried and guilty and just secretly praying, it's all because I'm not good, it's because you're involved in this, you absolutely mustn't let anything happen to you. Teo Hang still tried to explain, it was all because I acted first but he was intentionally satirizing me. The police officer was serious, that's enough, everything is clear, when you beat someone, why don't you think about the consequences, don't think that if you have a little money in the house, you can bully people at will, if something happens to this child, if something goes wrong, you can't escape responsibility, you're breaking the law, you should go to jail, you know. Just thinking about being handcuffed made Teo Hang's face pale. He ran to beg Nguyen Phi, startling her, Phi, help me say something, you know I'm not that kind of person. But the concubine firmly pushed his hand away, making him disappointed and confused, seeing that the concubine could not save me. He immediately dialed the phone to ask for help from his parents, that's right, call his father, they love him so much, there will definitely be a way. The phone was quickly connected, dear son, where are you and your wife, have you eaten yet? Hearing this, he immediately burst into tears, Dad, hoo, making everyone around him helpless. At this moment, Han Li cried out in pain, it hurt so much. Hearing the cry, Nguyen Phi immediately walked over to her classmate, worried. She held his hand and asked him how he was doing, if there was any pain anywhere else. But her huge speakers made him blush and make his nose bleed. Nguyen Phi saw this and was confused, why was she bleeding, is her classmate still okay? Han Li shook his head, covered his face, coughed, I'm fine. His heart secretly exclaimed, as expected of a goddess, who could bear this? Nguyen Phi frowned, threatened me to death, immediately arrived at the station, got out of the car and we went to the hospital together. Han Li reassured her that I was actually fine. Nguyen Phi pointed at him, but his tooth was missing. Then he silently thought, what's the point of losing a tooth, if it's just a slight scratch on the skin, then I have an even bigger headache. Then he covered his face and said to the concubine, this classmate. I wanted to check the wound, but he suddenly attacked me, violently hitting me. Then he smiled sinisterly and reported the verdict. The ship gradually reaches its destination. Yi and Fi stood outside in the hallway thinking, how could this crazy guy attack a stranger like that? Then she worried, if anything went wrong, herself. At this time, Han Lit stepped outside. He could not stand firmly. Yi and Fi supported him. Be careful, don't fall again. Han Lit hugged her. I'm bothering you, as expected of our middle school goddess, who is both beautiful and kind. Yi and Fi asked him, did he also go to that middle school? No wonder he felt very familiar. He suddenly fell down. Ha ha, the goddess is impressed with me. I feel very honored. Yi and Fi supported him. Really, he had been beaten like that, and he was still talking. Then he fell into thought and said, can you remind me to exercise when I get home? This made her a little confused. Han Lit immediately held out his mouse. Even though I can take a beating myself, at least I have the ability to protect a girl by my side, right? I'm a very strong man. Yi and Fi also encouraged him. The idea of enlightenment is also very high, but with the current situation, he should still protect himself better. Then he said it hurts again. It hurts, you lighten up a bit, now I'm the injured one. When the train arrived at the station, Teo Hang was arrested by the police in tears, creating his own karma. This spoiled child, Teo Hang, was afraid that he would be locked up for a few days this time, hoping to let this become a case. With a criminal case, living in a bad environment, it's inevitable that you'll learn bad habits. I hope this kid will have to change his hot temper in the future. In the hospital room, when he woke up, he was laughing and talking happily. Nurse, am I in heaven? The nurse laughed. This is a special independent hospital room arranged for you. It also provides the best medicine and treatment for you. You can rest assured and recuperate. He happily raised his finger to express his gratitude. It was a waste of time for the nurse. Mr. Fan really wasted his effort. Suddenly I entered the system world. Oh. Is this experience attribute table a bit more than when I started? Even though the car payment and temporary advance money I just spent are not my expenses, they are still listed as my expenses. So won't my hospitalization money these days turn into experience value? He lay on the bed thinking and feeling satisfied. If that's the case, then it would be so happy. Interrupting him was the concubine's call. Please come in. She held a fresh flower in her hand and asked him how he was doing, his welding classmate. Han Lit was confused. Let's change to a different way of addressing him. Han's classmate feels strange when he hears it. Yi and Fi agrees. That's right, then I'll call you good guy. In front of Fian Fi's beauty, Han Lai pampered and teased her. Are you intentionally making fun of me? Brother Lai is very heartbroken. Yi and Fi also complied. Come on brother, I brought your glasses here. Han Lit reached out to take the glasses and thanked her. He looked at Yi and Fi and thought, in his previous life, he had no feelings for this girl in the future. He just heard that her wedding was very big. He kept glancing at Yi and Fi peeling fruit. She was really beautiful and had a very good personality. Thank that shop assistant for giving him such a good opportunity. Yi and Fi informed him that my father will be coming soon. Maybe we should keep in touch. Han Lit was surprised. Huh. She picked up the phone and asked Han Lit. They both said in unison, do you use WeChat? The two hesitated for a while, then Yi and Fi nodded. It seemed like he had used it too. The two of you quickly became friends. I already sent an invitation. At this time, there was a loud noise outside. Mr. Han, we are coming in. Noble and elegant people gradually entered. Nurse, lead the way. Please go this way. At this time, Fian Fi ran to hug the man with joy. Dad, the man also indulged. Honey, you're not hurt. Let me take a look. As for Han Lit, he was still sitting on the bed. Suddenly, Fan Teo Hang's father bent down in front of the hospital bed, causing Han Lit to panic. I'm sorry, my classmate, I'm Fan Teo Hang's father. I don't worry about disciplining my child well. Me and the boy's mother, I'm here to apologize. Uncle Han Lit confusedly explained. Uncle, I am a senior. Just as he was about to tiptoe down, Teo Hang's father flew to the hospital bed to worry about him. Don't move, classmate, you're injured. Don't move around anymore, in case the injury gets more serious. How can that be good? Teo Hang's mother also said, apologizing is a natural thing. Our family's goods have been punished by me. My Korean classmates absolutely don't be afraid of him. We will compensate. Han Lit started acting pitiful. Uncle Fan, Aunt Fan, this is also my fault. He suddenly kicked me and even hit me. I was so angry that I cursed him as trash. This point is truly incorrect. Mr. Fan still nodded, repeatedly defending Han Lit. I know, I've heard it all. It's all that brat's fault, so go ahead, listen to my opinion. All the bonus money will be mine, possible to the highest degree. Think of it as a mediation fee. It's a waste, you see. Is it okay for the compensation to be 80,000? Hearing the large amount of money, Cold Eyes immediately lit up with a fiery aura of 800,000. 80,000 yuan was placed on the table. Han Li looked at it and thought to himself, how many attributes can be upgraded at this level? Fan Qiuhang's father saw that he looked pensive and added, if he felt that there was little that could be added, his wife standing next to him would also chime in. That's right, that's right. Hearing those two say that, he thought to himself, as expected of a rich man, Mr. Fan did not hesitate to spend money on his son. Thinking so, he immediately spoke up. Uncle Fan thanked him. His eyes were watery with emotion as he continued, no wonder Trangian Phi told me just now, I have to believe that Uncle Fan is a moral person, but... Hearing him hesitate like that, the other person quickly asked, but what is that? He pointed to the mark on his face and began to explain, if you use money to solve this matter, this can only prove that you are a responsible father, but I feel like I should let him understand, if these behaviors are not improved, they will likely ruin his life. Although he was a bit reluctant to hear that, he couldn't deny it, right. He could only bow his head and add, I will definitely teach him properly, to avoid him from doing something wrong in the future. Seeing him like that, he slightly scratched his head and said, actually I don't want to die, I also want to let Fan Qiuhang know that his cruel behavior also caused serious damage to his family. His eyes showed a sinister look as he continued, because of your attitude and sincerity, I agreed to reconcile, but if there is a next time, please don't blame me for not mentioning it in advance. Hearing that, he emotionally held my hand tightly. I know, when the detention is over, I will immediately bring that brat to apologize to you. His wife, standing to the side, saw him holding his hand tightly and reminded him, please be gentle, let Tu-Han rest. Hearing his wife say that, he immediately grabbed his wife's hand and said to me, sorry, so Tu-Han rests first, rest well, I won't bother you anymore. Hearing that, he also waved goodbye to the two of them. Tran Gianhai and his father also walked out of his hospital room. The four of them walked down the hospital hallway together. Fan Qiuhang's father held her father's hand tightly and excitedly said, old man, I'm really sorry, my kid has caused more trouble for you. If he bothers Nguyen again in the future, I will send him abroad, but don't let this affect our relationship. Hearing his friend say that, he could only laugh. It's not that bad. In his heart he thought, if this brat dares to bother Nguyen, I will beat him myself. Thinking like that, he still gently told his friend, everyone should come here quickly, they must all be tired, so they should go to work. Hearing that, Fan Qiuhang's parents bowed and replied, then I will go explain, decide first and return to Meng Tan, we will contact you later. After speaking, the four of them said goodbye to each other there. Seeing his daughter's thoughtful expression, he asked, what's wrong? Hearing his father's question, Tran Gianfai replied in a low voice, Fan Qiuhang is really strange and doesn't speak reason. The two of them had now gone to the hospital gate and heard his daughter say that. He replied, it's okay, I'm fine, young Master Fan probably won't bother you anymore, your mother told him before, I have to take care of my children too. Hearing that, she pouted and replied, she must definitely talk to her mother about the child, if Fan Qiuhang was half as mature and rational as Han Li, it wouldn't be this bad. He was surprised to hear his daughter say that and asked again, it seems like you think very highly of that guy, you guys have only known each other for a day, right? Hearing her father ask her like that, she shyly replied, actually, we have a relationship, he also goes to high school number 2, and moreover, he was beaten because of me. Furthermore, I find him very easy to communicate with, don't you think so, Dad? Hearing his daughter's question, he also thought and replied, yes, very maturely. Tran Gianfai heard this helplessly and said, what is the question? It's okay to ask. He remembered his actions and began to comment, girls are good at their age, boys can be this mature, it's usually just created by life circumstances, people like this. Compared to personal feelings, we often pay more attention to success or not. If you want to ask me if it will be successful in the future, my answer is likely to be yes. Steadfast understanding of flexibility, broad heart and decisive work, steadfast in flexible changes, broad vision and decisive work is truly a very excellent boy. Hearing that, she raised her voice, Dad doesn't rate him low, right? As if realizing something he said to his daughter, but I had to remind her. Falling in love with this type of boy would probably be very tiring. He almost cried a river in his heart. Good girls don't fall in love. Tran Gianfai listened to his father and added, right. She turned her head to comfort her father, don't worry, Dad, I'm not interested in love. Here you are looking at the parameters on the system. Looking at it, he thought to himself, it seems that the previous inference was correct. Others spending money on him will also become experience. The checkup fee, hospital stay fee, and the fee for the nurse to come and change the medicine these 2 days all generate experience, already in the bag. Thinking of this, he sighed and continued to lie down on the bed and continue his thoughts. Uncle Fawn said he had paid 200,000 for the treatment in advance, but he had to wait until the end of the process to get the compensation. There is only a little bit of usable experience right now. What can I use this for? Suddenly he remembered something. That's right. He sat up and looked at the system that said, "Don't move your teeth or teeth on the wound on your face. I secretly cured myopia, so no one will know. Look at your myopia parameters." In remembering previous situations he exclaimed, "This is too pathetic. My past life created many jokes because of myopia." Your hand enters the word yes on the system, relying on you and the system. A transformation began to occur in his body. Just a moment later he opened his eyes. His eyes were restored to health. Looking at his hands he exclaimed, "Clearly." He got out of bed and walked to the mirror in the room. He took off his hair glasses and looked at his eyes in the mirror and smirked, "Are these my original eyes?" Hanli looked at the blue eyes with a small wound on the left eye in the mirror and remembered from the time he took off his glasses to the time he took off the bandage on his eyes and then put on glasses again, and then to the present he remembers the saying eyes, also known as the window to the soul. A certain master once said, "For beautiful eyes, the high requirements are the depth of texture, the transparency of nature, and the aesthetic uniformity of color." Unexpectedly, just restoring his eyes would affect the temperament of an adult so much. He swiped to see his status panel. Among the items that could increase points, he chose beauty. The number of beauty points also increased by 3 points. When he increased his points and saw the change, he thought, it seems that the attributes also affect each other. Giving priority, leveling up small items first can maximize all experience. Suddenly, a notification from the WeChat app appeared on his phone. He walked over and took the phone from the small cabinet next to the bed. I opened my phone and saw that Trangian Phi had sent him a photo of a sumptuous table of food as well as a text message. "Thank you for helping me out earlier. I'm at the temple. Do you want to eat anything? We'll bring it to you." He saw the photo and message and immediately texted back, "How cruel. My teeth haven't even been added yet. Why don't you bring me the book?" When Trangian Phi saw Han Li's reply, she happily continued texting, blame me, I forgot your teeth are bad, so I'll bring you a book." Han Li looked at the message she just sent and happily texted back a smiley face with the message, "Moreover, you don't need to thank me, this has nothing to do with you. If I overdo it, if you go up, they will blame you. What will you do if they come to bother you? The city's butt is so small, it's very uncomfortable for people to say bad things behind your back." After reading these messages from Trangian Phi, she puffed her cheeks in anger. She sat back and held the phone up high, causing her father to turn around and think, why does it feel so bad? The next day, at the hospital where Han Li was recuperating, he picked up the book that Trangian Phi brought. His face twitched and he couldn't speak. He pointed at the book and turned to ask her, "But I told you to bring me the book, but isn't it too strange for you to bring this book?" She rubbed her face and shyly asked, "Don't you like it?" He picked up the book and smacked it in anger. His mouth was like screaming fire and said angrily, "I suspect someone is referring to me. I won't say who it is. Go quickly. I'll pay you for the car fare. Take the book with you, even though this book makes me sad." She heard his angry words and covered her mouth with her hand, laughing. She took another book and gave it to him and said, "Just teasing you. This is the novel I bought for you." He reached out his hand to take it and made a sound, still a bit angry. He took the book and smiled at her and said, "I knew right away that she was a loyal knight, but it wouldn't disappoint my expectations." Seeing his actions, she just closed her eyes and smiled. The speed of turning her face was really fast. The female knight didn't dare. She could call me an older sister. She smiled and opened one eye to look at him. She suddenly approached him, startling him. He quickly stepped back, put his hands in front of his face and said shyly, Hey, female knight, sister, petty person sells her talent, not her body." She stared at him with her arms crossed over her chest and said angrily, "Who wants you to sell your body? I think you look much more handsome when you take off your glasses." Hearing that, he stroked his hair proudly and said, "It's nothing, I'll be even more handsome after I've recovered." She covered her mouth and smiled, raising her eyebrows in disbelief and asked, what he meant was that he was actually a handsome guy. It was just that his beauty was hidden by glasses. He gave her a thumbs up and replied firmly and accurately. She took back the book he didn't like and said, "Then try to break the seal." I won't bother you anymore. Tomorrow before I leave, I'll come visit you, I said, then turned around, held the book, smiled brightly, winked, raised my hand and left. He looked sad and told her to stay. Hey, don't you hear me say a few more words? I waved my hand to say goodbye and he replied, tomorrow, just think carefully and talk to my dad tomorrow. He smiled and greeted her, thinking, why is it suddenly related to our father? Then, in the morning, Fan Teo-hang came and bowed down and said sorry. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been angry with you. I was too excited and couldn't control my emotions. I sat on the hospital bed and listened to him say, friend, Han Leet, I officially apologize to you now. I hope you can forgive me. Han Leet's parents cried when they heard their son speak. After listening to him apologize, he crossed his arms over his chest and nodded arrogantly, saying, I forgive you, you have my parents, don't let them worry anymore. The black-shirted bodyguard gave him the file and said, please take a look. When Fan Teo-hang heard him say that, he was angry and secretly said, hateful. He sat on the hospital bed, looked at the documents and signed, thinking, the settlement paper had invited a lawyer to look over it. Mr. Fan worked carefully on this paper with no problems at all. Fan Teo-hang's father took a red envelope and stuffed it into his hand and said, thank you, little Han, rest assured that this will never happen again in the future. He hesitantly accepted and replied, Uncle Fan was polite. He even explained, like, this 80,000 lucky money is taken from that kid's living expenses, as compensation for you. Han Leet silently calculated in his heart, minus 800,000 yuan in compensation, adding 200,000 yuan in hospital fees and other benefits for a total of 1150,000 yuan. He looked at the status board and thought, now that he has the money, the immediate task is to increase all basic attributes to level 69. The system notifies, the consumption in half a month is 500,000 yuan. He rubs his face and thinks, 500,000 yuan is not a lot to upgrade in the future. You will need more money. If you are spending money, then it doesn't make sense. What? He lay down on the bed and pondered whether he should spend all these more than 1,000,000 yuan, or go directly to Meng City to buy a room near the school. He thought while crying and laughing, but if that was the case, he would have to spend a year in college. Suddenly I heard someone calling outside. Tu-han. When he heard that, he sat up and replied, yes. Trangian Phi and her father walked in and laughed, we came to visit you. How is your body recovering? Seeing her father, he reached out to him and said, hello, uncle. He quickly reached out to help and replied, don't, just lie down. He retracted his hand and took something out of his pocket as he said, I and Nguyen will soon be on the plane before leaving and want to visit you. This is a little bit of my heart. He took out a red envelope and gave it to Han Leet, continuing, little Han, you keep this. He looked at him blankly and told him, Uncle Tran, this is it. He placed the red envelope on the small shelf next to the bed and said in his surprised look, he had never had a chance to say it before. After all, this matter was due to research not solving his love problem well. Uncle, I also have to compensate you. He stepped down from the bed and pointed at the red envelope, slightly angry and said to him, Uncle, I can't get this money. Fan Teo-hang's anger has nothing to do with Trangian Phi. As far as I can see, Trangian Phi is also the victim. In my opinion, Trangian Phi is not wrong. Don't blame him. Even if he's dressed as someone else, he still has this attitude. He walked over and patted a few guys with his other hand, making a like symbol, nodding and saying, you are indeed a talented young man. I understand. When you get to rest and dream of success, you must definitely come home to play. He scratched his head and smiled and replied, thank you. He turned to his daughter and said, yes, little Han's performance is not bad. If your school and Nguyen's are close to each other, I will ask you to take care of her more. When I heard that, everyone turned to stone on the spot. Huh. He waved his hand in response to Trangian Phi's radiant gaze. He was studying at Shanghai Foreign Language University. He scratched his face with a sore hand, his voice getting quieter and quieter. It was just the Humanities Academy of Shanghai Foreign Language University. He secretly added, Humanities Academies are usually third-class private schools. Trangian Phi was surprised and asked him again, third place. Han Leet sat on the bed shyly. He said that back then, when he was young, he was arrogant and thought that achievements could not represent anything. He thought he was going a bit wrong. After achieving achievements, he felt regretful. Then it was extremely painful. Take a long time to calm yourself down and adjust your mind. His hand grabbed the glasses. If the achievement couldn't have saved him. He laughed. Then he could only start sprinting at the next stage in college. Father Trangian Phi said it rightly. The past cannot be changed. Grasping the future is the most important thing. He asked. This time you get such a large amount of compensation, you will probably go and start a business, right? Han Li replied. In a short time you will probably think about starting a business, planning to do it first. I have to practice and study. Hearing that, my grandfather laughed loudly. I appreciate you. Just wait a few more years and that will be the world for you young people. Han Li smiled and said, wishing that even after 20 years, he will still be considered a pillar, more than his daughter Tran Gianfei, whom he taught very well. In the future she will definitely inherit his spirit and become even more excellent than. After that, the two sides also said goodbye to each other. Father Tran Gianfei raised his hand to say hello. Thanks to your luck, Tu Han, then you go ahead and recuperate first. Gian and I will catch the plane in time first. This. Before leaving, Tran Gianfei also turned to say goodbye to him with a warm smile and eyes. Goodbye Tu Han. Looking at that, Han Li was happy in her heart, traveling safely. The same sentence rang out in her head, she is truly adorable. He clenched his fists in determination. Next was the real start. After recovering, Han Li also packed his bags to leave the hospital. A female nurse informed him that he was ready to be discharged. Please add a friend, he happily replied. Yes. The country will develop very quickly in the coming years, and in the next few years housing prices will increase. People who take this opportunity basically get rich overnight. Han Li took a bus. He looked out the window. It had been a long time since he sat on a bus like that. At Mungtan, Han Li firmly placed the bank card on the table. The small house was 40 to 60 meters long, and the construction time could not have exceeded 20 years. He said that he had the civil status of the school area, so it was appropriate for him to directly pay in full. Hearing that, everyone around him was surprised. The employee happily continued to advise customers. This time, she might be able to close a good deal. This house's direction is not bad. There is a school next to it, which is also more favorable than other houses. See before. Han Li's eyes lit up. It was this house. He was surprised. He didn't expect the price to be cheaper than in his imagination. I remembered my parents always helped me save some money to buy a house. These two houses are rented at night, waiting for house prices to increase and then sold. As he signed his name, he thought of the two people cheering him on, Li flying bravely, his parents always by his side, but now. He opened the door of the house he had just bought. More importantly, before his eyes this was a luxurious space, exactly like a lavish presidential suite on a big city. He gritted his teeth and cried, such an important matter, a little luxury was not too much. In his previous life he could only live in an ordinary house. Han Li happily stood in front of a mirror bigger than himself, worth more than 100,000 experience. It was time to transform. He raised the corner of his mouth, clearly revealing a gap in his missing tooth. He exploded with power. Change away, my teeth. But funny enough, there hasn't been any change. The system screen appears. Considering that the overall change of teeth consumes experience value beyond the current level, the order cannot be obeyed. The system also clearly shows the conditions for leveling up. 1. All basic attributes and level 2 attributes. All are promoted to the limit of 69 points. 2. Level 3 available. 3. 5 categories available. Skill level 3. 4. Accumulated 1,000,000 cost. Han Li understood. So that's the case. The limit of level 1 is 69, but changing teeth will make the assessment of beauty value exceed this number. See, I have to upgrade to level 2 first. He started to edit. He had to bring up the full knowledge's attributes and skills. Luckily he was able to buy a house, otherwise he would have had a hard time spending this 1,000,000. He felt like this power in his brain had become bright, more clearly, and thinking speed is also faster. The screen began to light up, dazzlingly bright. Han Li also reflexively closed his eyes. His body also glowed. He was surprised to feel a strong source of power. This power. I'm sure, my brain has become clearer and my thinking speed is also faster. Han Li was stunned. Green beans and mutations had already entered his head. But there was something more intense that made him want to use it again. Finally, Han Li slowly fainted. If we knew that early, one by one they would come. Time passed quickly. Han Li woke up dreamily, wondering if he was still alive. You lie on the floor. Isn't there still an interview today? He woke up with his whole body awake. That's right, he was reborn. Han Li rubbed his head. If he had known earlier, he would have upgraded his skills and knowledge a little later. No wonder old people say you can't eat too much at once. He looked at the system screen. It seemed that more than just his thinking speed became faster. It showed high school accounting, high school finance, high school marketing, high school literature. Han Li rubbed his chin. So that's it. The distance between people is not only a way of thinking, there is also a reserve of knowledge. There is some amount of knowledge that, at first glance, is useless, but will become an indispensable circle in the structure of thinking. Two these things affect each other, none of them can be missing. That is to say, as long as I give myself enough time and experience, I can also become an elite at the highest level. While happily dreaming, the phone rang. Han Li picked up the phone. Hello, the voice on the other end asked. Is it Han Li's classmate, right? You previously asked for leave for 15 days. Today is the last day. Do you want to go back to school? Are you planning to come again? Military school is almost over, and the teachers all care about you. Han Li was a little embarrassed. He was busy with buying a house these past few days, completely forgot about the time to go back to school. He replied, No, my wound really hasn't healed yet. It will be completely healed in a few days. I will come and report immediately. After that, the phone also beeped again to end the phone call. The system immediately notified, you have satisfied all promotion conditions. The spending system has upgraded to level Z. Changes as follows, plus elite level attribute points, unlocked functions, can use additional experience points at any time, from 70 to 79, each attribute point requires 200,000 experience value. Han Li lamented, 200,000, the full single item was also 200,000. In addition, the system also rang, Z's highest level of specialized skills and knowledge has opened to level 4, the limit is level 4 experience 9,999,999. Hearing that, Han Li also cursed, green beans, leveling up to level 4 only requires 200,000, but leveling up to level 5 requires 1 million. He chose the X button, let it go, leveling up to level 5 didn't even dare to think about it. But he exclaimed in surprise. Screen changes, new functions open, spending gifts. Every time you spend money, there will be a fairly low rate and you will win a gift related to spending. The gift will be placed directly in the item board. Product. Han Li crossed his arms and looked. This proves that he can do it a little bit. He waved his hand and let it go. Until then he would continue watching. Compared to this. At the magnificent school, the sound of suitcases rang out, attracting everyone's attention. The girls I saw were all sunstroke, really tall. Were they new students? Han Li appeared with the image of a brilliant male god at Neon Van Academy. He had a smile that captured the girl's heart. I'm back. He strode down the street, attracting everyone's attention, thinking to himself, his nose is a little higher, his nostrils are smaller, his eyes are a little lower. It's not in vain that I have so much experience with face repair. This society of looking at faces and fixing faces also requires investment. Han Li knocked on Mr. Lu's office door and asked if Mr. Lu was here. He happily walked in, greeted and introduced, I am Han Li from the Academy's finance class, coming today to report. Teacher Lu sat at his desk and asked, is Han Li right? Teacher Lu stood up and invited him to come over and sit first. Han Li politely replied that he had bothered him. After being hospitalized for a few days, he was almost completely cured. He had a slight headache after the after effects. He gave the hospital slip. This was the hospital admission report. Teacher Lu held the report card in front of his eyes and was surprised. Was he really hospitalized? If he was okay then it would be good. Did he bring the papers with him? He put down the ticket. Let's go through the procedures first. After paying, I'll take you to get acquainted. While Han Li nodded and agreed, yes. He thought, this fatty Lu was not a good person in his previous life, but this guy's mind is simple, his undeveloped limbs are easy to deal with. Han Li said, it's been hard for the teacher, how is the dormitory environment of our class? Teacher Lu replied that the room he was assigned to was also very bustling. Hearing that, he could only laugh, is that so? Then he suddenly gave me an envelope. The doctor specifically told me that I needed to rest and couldn't stand noise. This is a little specialty of my hometown. Just as you thought, this fat teacher Lu will accept it in a despicable way. I will find a way to get you a room for 4 people, but the cost may be a bit expensive. Han Li remembers, in his previous life, being assigned to live with those 5 crazy people, he almost didn't torment him to death. In this life, he can't experience it again. Immediately he pulled out his bank card. Han Li said, it's okay to be a little expensive, it's okay to be quiet. Seeing that, teacher Lu quickly agreed, okay, I'll write you a copy. The phone rang in the room. There was a new message. So it's Tran Fai sitting at the desk. Han Li took a photo of the dorm room and sent it to her. He announced that he had enrolled. She happily texted back, very good. Tran Fai sent, my classmate called me to eat, you should also eat, take care of your health. Han Li read the message and thought to himself, not only take care of your health, but also take care of yourself to be handsome. He sat on the chair and browsed the system. The 2 rooms were already rented. He wondered if it was possible to raise the attribute of beauty value to 79 before the summer vacation. Such a big change, so he should explain. What about my mother? He placed his hands on his head. He had 40,000 yuan left. Today, he went to buy daily necessities first. The cashier's voice rang out. Please take my items. Welcome next time. Thank you. He walked out of the supermarket, searched his pockets. Where was his phone? Han Li took out his phone and spent the next 2 days buying a new phone. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Han Li immediately walked over to ask the bookseller on the side of the road, "How much is this book?" "I know him, little La. I remember his home is in difficult conditions. He has to rely on himself to pay for tuition." Tu La quickly answered, "This number 168 is a life book with 66 ways to change yourself." Han Li squatted down and asked, "Is this second-hand book of yours still sold at original price?" Hearing that, Tu La immediately reduced it to 100, giving you an extra magazine. This is a precious copy. Han Li advises that you should still put away your beauty magazines. Right after that, the system rang. You have purchased a set of life treasures, accessed the gift consumption function, and won the specified gift. A bright gift appeared before Han Li's eyes, leaving him speechless. Han Li is helpless. Is this still hinting at me that I should cultivate my body and calm down? A normal text can be read with the mind to read the entire text. Each level can increase 1 point of the mental attribute, according to the current situation. After upgrading to the natural disaster level, each level leveling 1 attribute point will consume a huge amount of experience. Han Li picked up the scripture. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Truly a good thing. Tu La looked at the game and asked, "What's wrong?" Han Li also returned to reality. In the classroom, students whispered. Was interrupted when the teacher walked in and with him Han Li. The teacher said, "Students, be quiet for a moment." He introduced, "The last student of our class has arrived. Let our new classmate introduce himself to everyone. Everyone please clap." Everyone focused their attention on him, reminding him because he was not confident in his previous life. After introducing himself, the whole class laughed at him, but now, everything is not like that. Han Li stepped up to the podium and began to introduce himself. His tone was full of confidence. "Hello everyone, my name is Han Li, Han of Han Li, Lead of Lead Hoa, from Mengtan. Because I was hospitalized, I couldn't participate in military training with everyone. This is my regret. I hope to have the opportunity to make up for it in the future." Every word he said was very pleasing to the ears of some of my classmates. I am very honored to be able to become classmates with everyone. The reason I study finance is because I want to have a place for myself in this market and become a student, becoming a rich and honest person. I know these things are a bit difficult, but I think it's a goal to strive for, hoping that in the future I can get to know friends with similar personalities and interests, each other. But there are some individuals who speak up when it's usually a guy who likes to show off. Hearing that, Han Li also slowly replied, "Die in the golden dream of a prince, live your life to the fullest while still a teenager." After listening, the girls silently complimented, "This classmate also has literary talent." Han Li pointed his finger, hoping we could live up to our teenage years. Du Van leaned close to Tich Lok Din's ear and whispered, "Din Din, how do you feel about him?" Hearing that question, she immediately sat up straight, looked up at the podium to listen to Han Li's speech. "In the end I have 2 things. At this point he stopped but then quickly continued. "The first thing, who is the class president? Come and find me later. I want to pay for the makeup class fund." After that, Han Li blushed shyly and raised 2 fingers to indicate, "The second thing." Then he asked, "Are there any single fairies in the class who like me? I'm still young, I've never been in a relationship. Nowadays, it's easy to deceive and easy to flirt." Hearing this, Tich Lok Din blushed and looked down, but at that time Han Li continued to speak, if anyone had any idea. After that, Han Li seemed confident. He added, "Pulled me into a private group to talk, not accepting public jokes." Having finished speaking, Han Li walked down. As he walked, he waved his hand and smiled to everyone. Dong Chung saw him avoiding his eyes, so he angrily blew smoke. He hated to say, what was he showing off? Not just being handsome, just a little bit. After that, Dong Chung turned to Lao Chi and said suspiciously, "Doesn't our class have a dormitory room?" Then he confirmed that he wouldn't see this person this afternoon. Lao Chi replied in agreement, "That's right." Seeing the 2 people looking at him with unsympathetic eyes, Han Li looked at them and smiled, thinking, Lao Chi and Dong Chung did not expect that they would not be in the same room in this life but that this group of people would still target them. Then he came to an empty seat near the end and thought, but my target is not you guys. At the same time, Han Li pulled out an empty chair next to a classmate, then he raised his hand and said, disturbing the class president, come find me for a bit. Han Li sat down and saw Tich locked in. He nervously thought, here he is. At that time, the girls standing at Han Li's table were chatting loudly. The short red-haired girl said, Han's classmate, then the long-haired girl. She leaned down on the table near him and asked, to join our group, can I? Then the girl with long moss-green hair raised her phone and asked if she used QQ. Hearing that, Han Li answered with interest, this chatter of the female students made the guy sitting next to Han Li seem don't feel happy. Suddenly Tich locked in walked over and pushed the shoulder of the red-haired girl who was talking there, reminding her to move away. After speaking, she slammed her hand on the table violently and said, Han Li, hello. Tich locked in's lips and sweet voice approached. She introduced, I am the class president of our class. Beautiful like an angel with noble purple eyes and a clear look, she continued to introduce herself. Tich locked in, then she got straight to the point. The first two things, looking for him to collect money for the class fund, the second pulling him inside, group. Seeing that, Han Li looked at her with a satisfied smile and thought, Tich locked in, the leader of the three goddesses of the department, continuously titled the most beautiful goddess of the three departments, although this girl is very beautiful. Meanwhile, Han Li scratched his head shyly in response to Locked In's words. The class president followed what I said. Tich Locked In approached and friendly asked, what's wrong? Even though he answered her, he was still deep in thought, but he had been tricked by her and almost dropped out of school. Images of the past appeared, strange looks from his classmates, but while there, Tich Locked In still asked, you can say two things, I can't. However, Han Li continued to think, but maybe in this life I can make friends. Then he got out of that thought and raised 3 fingers close to her ear and said, but class president, I am those 3 things. At this point, he hesitated for a moment, then quickly continued with steady eyes, entering the class group and looking to see if there was any connection between these 2 things. The unexpected question made Tich Locked In shyly purse her lips. Seeing her shyness, Han Li was suspicious. Class president, you still haven't grasped the point. The words were full of doubt. Although Tich Locked In was a bit confused at first, she straightened up, brushed one side of her hair and smiled lightly. Tich Locked In stood arrogantly stroking his hair and sharply replied to Han Li's slanted words, is there any possibility? Actually, it's not that I grasp the main point, but that I don't care about the second thing at all, yours or not. Han Li saw that her mood was starting to change, so he went down to change the topic. Okay, may I ask how much the class fund is? Tich Locked In looked at her long, slender hand in doubt. Her aura had changed. She was of the same kind, but then she also answered, the class fund was 200 yuan. Han Li held out 2 100 yuan bills and said, yes, if there is an activity, can you announce it in advance? Tich Locked In took the money, turned away and replied, of course, he would at least notify him 3 days in advance. Suddenly from behind her, Du Van ran up and hugged Locked In's waist, causing her to suddenly shyly look back. Du Van smiled brightly and said, Marshall, let's pull you into the class group. Then she ran up to Han Li. He turned on his phone and replied politely, then he was bothering everyone. Du Van sat in the chair next to Han Li, making him stunned. She put her hands on one side and looked at her husband. She introduced herself, my name is Du Van, from Gangnam. Her boldness made Han Li startled. He awkwardly turned around and shyly replied, Du Van, the name is not bad. Du Van's eyes passionately looked at him with affectionate eyes and replied, your name is also very good. I don't know if it is the Lie of Lai Fire or the Lie of Tan Virgin Ku Lai. Han Li just sat scrolling on his phone without bothering to answer the question. This made Du Van uneasy. Maybe I was joking too much. Then she avoided with another topic. Du Van pointed at his phone and asked, Han Li, what brand is your phone? I've never seen it before. He replied faintly, Xiaomi 1. That unpleasant attitude made Du Van feel nervous, but she still tried to ask, this temperament of yours looks like a young master with a good family, right? Is it because of any special feelings? Han Li still dialed the phone and answered her curtly and poorly. The hatred that was clearly visible on her face made Du Van scared. She was sweating, biting her lip and thinking, are you kidding me? After that, Du Van stood up and shouted loudly, you, but Han Li still sat still, focusing on the phone in his hand. Unable to do anything, she turned away with frustration and muttered, if you don't care, then stop. Who cares? Han Li looked at her back and whispered, it's not that I don't want to care about you, it's I don't want to experience the feeling of being forced to eat again. Then he sank into the memories of his past life. He thought that after all, his past life was in her fish tank. The image of Du Van smiling in return, the gift of 400, 500 yuan that he also wanted to give to himself, even though it was fun. But in her heart is contempt, disregard, alas, making him waste his energy. Unforgettable memories are still imprinted in his mind. Han Li told himself, there is only a stupid fish like me. After that, he left the place. The short red-haired girl standing behind Han Li looked admiring and loved him and said, Han Li, don't you like Du Van? She is very beautiful. Another long blonde-haired girl also standing nearby agreed, yes, the class president is also very beautiful. Hearing that, Han Li stood up to the girls and calmly replied, I just met you, so I can't decide whether I like you or not. Of course the class president is beautiful, but that doesn't mean I target beautiful people, isn't that right? Those words made Tich locked in from afar stunned. Han Li on this side continued to talk, moreover, I need to pay attention to the appropriateness and beautiful soul. This sentence of his made locked in even more upset and silently turned back to look. In the evening, the moonlight shines brightly in the clear sky. At the elevator lobby, there are many people waiting for their turn. Seeing that, he immediately turned away. Suddenly, from behind, a classmate looked out and wondered, Han Li, aren't you waiting for the elevator? He pointed towards the stairs and replied, no need, my room is downstairs, going up the stairs is quite fast. The dormitory rooms at night combined with the sparkling lights turned on make this place as beautiful as a painting. In the male lead's dorm room, Huang Wei sat on the table looking at his phone angrily and his feet were on the chair. He cursed, do you guys have any more cigarettes? Give me one. Suddenly Huang Wei looked outside. His eyes saw the figure of Han Li standing in front of him, hands in his pockets. Seeing that, Huang Wei kicked the chair out. Then he pointed his finger at me and cursed, if you don't come in, then get the hell out, why don't you stand there like a door god? The falling chair and the roommate's attitude left Han Li speechless. Han Li's eyes were cold. He looked down at the fallen chair on the ground, angry and speechless. The three roommates were aggressive young men, all of whom looked at him with unsympathetic eyes. Dinvu sat cross-legged on the chair. He picked up a book and said sarcastically, hey. Huang Wei was sitting and preparing to light a cigarette when he suddenly stopped. Han Li's voice carrying discomfort but still polite and elegant said, can I bother you to get off my table, then stand up the chair? Huang Wei didn't listen to those words. He exhaled a deep breath of passionate cigarette smoke. He challenged, what if I say no? Seeing that, Han Li didn't want to argue so he stood up and set up a chair, making Huang Wei speechless. Then he gently asked which bed was his. Finishing the sentence, Han Li took off his shoes. Huang Wei replied, sleeping next to his bed, what's wrong? Hearing that, Han Li replied, that's good, causing Huang Wei, who was smoking, to turn and look suspiciously. Seeing that indifferent attitude, Chi Hung Bak, who was lying on the bed, suddenly praised, this little brother is really interesting. But in contrast to him, Huang Wei looked up contemptuously and said, amused, do you still want to settle the score? The sound of a backpack lock opening. Han Li randomly opened the things and whistled happily, causing Chi Hung Bak to frown and turn around to look. From inside, Han Li took out a hammer. Seeing that strange thing, Din Vu, who was sitting down relaxing, suddenly looked up in surprise. Seeing that strangeness and the murderous aura that Han Li radiated made him gasp in panic and sweat. However, Huang Wei still calmly leaned on the stairs and smoked a cigarette. Han Li radiated murderous aura along with his bright eyes in the dark night, making him even more eccentric to the point of being scary. Din Vu pointed at Han Li's bed, speechless. His strange attitude made Huang Wei look suspicious. He held a cigarette, his face trembling and looking up. At that time, Han Li held a blue book in his hand. He held the hammer gently and held it in front of his face while reciting the prayer to calm the mind. Han Li's eccentricity and unusualness made Huang Wei and Din Vu sweat in fear. Seeing this, Huang Wei started to get angry. He clenched his fist and shouted, you brat. But before he could finish his sentence, Din Vu suddenly walked to Huang Wei's neck and quickly said, wait, bro, making him cry out in annoyance, huh? Din Vu pulled Huang Wei to a corner. He looked up to probe and reminded him, calm down, I saw this person just now take out a hammer from his backpack. How could a normal person carry it in his pocket, this thing? And just now he looked at me. His eyes were like a dead person, holding back for a moment to let the storm calm down. Have you forgotten that there was a certain case that year? At the same time, Chi Hung Bak started to feel nervous. He climbed down and at the same time looked at Han Li's book and doubted life and said, what is this guy reading? Whipping, punishment, no maybe he wants to save us. Seeing that, Han Li closed the book and gently placed it between his feet. However, his eyes were still lifeless and cold as before. Han Li looked towards the door where three familiar figures were secretly asking, wanting to go out. The words made several of their hearts jump. Chi Hung Bak quickly raised his hand to point at Huang Wei and replied, "Cough, that's it, this guy's girlfriend is here, calling us out to gather." This made him look at him with fear and doubt. Hearing that, Han Li's face was cold and his eyes were lifeless. With a creepy smile on his lips, he said, "I have a girlfriend." That sentence made Huang Wei's spine cold. He was extremely scared. After that, the three leopard cubs ran quickly out the door and slammed it hard. Han Li sat on the bed and looked out. What had just happened made him wonder if he had scared these children too much. The system screen appeared with Han Li's appearance from before, making him sitting next to him sigh in boredom. He glanced over and thought, even though it's said to be systematic, you still shouldn't rely on it too much. Knowledge can increase a bit, but thoughts cannot. He looked at his body's stats and fell into contemplation. The mind could be opened, but the intellect could not. After that, Han Li motivated himself. To grow up, he must try harder. After one night, the sky also turned bright. At the school canteen, a piece of bread was given, which was also the opening statement that created the story. "Hey, you guys said." Fooling Fi happily continued asking, "Is Han Li the type of guy from a famous family?" Dong Tune sitting at the next table frowned when he heard her words. He held the water bag sarcastically. "We are all students in the finance class of the Commercial Academy. Others are in the International Exchange Academy room. We have to struggle to squeeze into the elevator. How can we compare?" Du Van sat leaning against Tich locked in and teasingly said, "Doesn't your house have money? How many houses do you have in the house?" Seeing that he was being despised, Dong Tune frowned and turned to look at her. Lao Chi sat opposite and calmly answered for her, "Isn't it just a few houses?" Tich locked in over here listened to that ridiculous story and just sat and drank milk without saying anything. Suddenly her eyes turned to one side. The silhouette of a young man who had just returned from practice was drenched in sweat. Han Li happily held a dumpling and stretched out thinking, "Just ran 5 kilometers early in the morning." Then he exclaimed, "Feeling young is really good." From behind, a loud voice called out, "Classmate Han Li." He turned back to look. It was the group of class presidents. Fooling Fi was among them, waving and smiling, saying good morning. Seeing this, Han Li also raised his hand and smiled, saying good morning. After eating in the cafeteria, it was time for everyone to prepare for the early morning class. Du Van stood next to him and called, "Han Li." She turned to look at Han Li and asked seductively, "I heard you live downstairs. How did you get this spot? It's really powerful." Han Li looked at her with disgust. Then he looked up at the ceiling and replied, "It's just luck, I just had a chance." Suddenly, from behind, a student cursed, "Damn it, is the commercial law teacher sick?" Annoyed footsteps sounded. Huang Wei smoked a cigarette as he walked and at the same time vented all the anger in his heart. He really had a lot of things to say. Then he was overbearing. "Get out of the way for me. Haven't you ever seen the handsome guy, one by one, like being mentally retarded?" Trong Tiat Tru saw this, so he approached Han Li and urged him, "Brother Li, quickly get away. We can't provoke this group of people." Huang Wei still didn't know what was going on, so he still arrogantly shouted, "Who is that guy without eyes?" But before he could finish his sentence, he began to panic at what was before his eyes. Huang Wei was heartbroken and dropped the red cigarette he was smoking in his hand to the ground when he saw Han Li. He said in a panic, "Green beans." The scene here became serious. They divided into two sides. One side was Huang Wei, the other side was Han Li. There were a number of other students standing there with their hands on their chests in fear. Everyone was buzzing, already. A red-haired female student turned around and trembled and said to her friend, "Why this group of people?" The girl was afraid that Han Li might have had bad luck. The stuffy atmosphere here also made Han Li's mood somewhat uneasy. He sweated and turned to look at him. That cold, lifeless look still haunted Huang Wei. His face changed in panic and forced a smile. "Ha ha!" Then a loud call rang out, erasing this gloomy atmosphere. "Big brother!" Din Vu and Tae Hung Bak jostled up to where Huang Wei was standing, smiling and flattering, saying, "Good morning, big brother. Have you had breakfast yet?" Seeing that, Han Li also raised his hand and replied, "Good morning." Then he freely asked them if they were going to sleep today, while Huang Wei turned around in panic and prepared to run away. Hearing that question, he stopped, turned around, smiled awkwardly and trembled as he answered, Today, I'm still outside with my girlfriend." Seeing this, Su Van became suspicious and turned to ask Tich locked in, did they know each other? Huang Wei stretched out his hand, pointed at the two dogs wagging their tails and smilingly said, "I'm so shy, let Tu Dong Bak and Din Din invite me to dinner." The elevator rang and beeped. Han Leet answered him, not in a hurry. Then he pressed the up button to open the elevator, then he turned back to where they were standing and asked gloomily, "Isn't it okay?" But before he could finish his sentence, the female students from outside crowded in. Chi Hung Bak, who was outside, also pushed them in and said, "Big brother and his friend should go first, many of us can wait for the next bus." Then the elevator door closed and beeped. In the elevator cabin, Han Leet was stuck inside, his body was accidentally pinned with Tich locked in. The stuffiness made him cry out, "Ah!" Tich locked in pulled his hair aside and blushed shyly, turning away, making Han Leet exclaim, as expected of the S-class body of the future. He turned his head to look at his full body 3 times and thought, "That's rude." Suddenly the elevator beeped, making Han Leet suspicious. Everyone in the cabin began to scatter in all directions, but Tich locked in and Han Leet still stood shyly in the corner. Suddenly an arm touched Han Leet's shoulder and he exclaimed, "Fierce brother Leet." Trong Tiet Tru stood close to him and said, "Their royal brother seems to be very afraid of you." Then he asked, "Did you two know each other before?" Han Leet held Trong Tiet Tru's hand. He turned around and warned him gloomily, "Please stop spitting on me, I don't like this." Han Leet's words and murderous attitude made Trong Tiet Tru spray glue. He panicked, said trembling in fear, "Lie brother." Before Trong Tiet Tru could do anything more, Han Leet immediately pulled out a wallet from his pocket, startling him. He said, "There's more." Han Leet pushed him away and patted him on the shoulder with a gloomy threat, "It's been hard for you to help me preserve my wallet." The words also implicitly warned Trong Tiet Tru that his hands and feet will be a little cleaner in the future, making him "I was in a hurry, sorry." Then Trong Tiet Tru quickly ran away and at the same time did not forget to turn back and wave to him and said, saying goodbye to brother Leet. That action made Han Leet silently affirm that soft violence is also very effective. From behind a voice called out, "Han Leet." He turned around, put his hands in his pockets and said suspiciously, "What's wrong with the class president?" Tich locked in was no less. She stood with her arms crossed, looking at him judgmentally, glancing at him and answering, "Didn't you say you wanted to make friends with everyone? Why are you so rude to Trong Tiet Tru?" Seeing that attitude, Han Leet turned away and said, "I didn't say I wanted to become friends with everyone, right?" Du Van waved enthusiastically from inside the classroom, "Here, here." Seeing Tich locked in's trust, he quickly squeezed in front of Han Leet. Then she sat down right next to Du Van. When Han Leet walked in, Tich locked in sat with his hands on his hands in sympathy, saying it was true, friends don't need that much. Then she crossed her arms and asked in anticipation, "How do you want to make friends?" Han Leet looked at his finger and replied, "Perhaps, a friend shouldn't ask so many questions." His anti-dame sentence made Du Van laugh out loud, "Ha ha 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 ha," causing Tich locked in to look at her shyly. Du Van wiped away his tears and waved, sorry, Lie brother is really interesting, I can't help it." After that, she quickly stood up, looked at Han Leet and said, "Brother Leet, I rarely ask, can you think about adding WeChat?" Han Leet scratched the corner of his eye with his hand and said, "I'll send it to you later." Then he added, "But I rarely talk normally and always put it on silent mode, so the speed of replying to messages can be quite slow." Tich locked in crossed his arms and reprimanded, "This is the reason why you still haven't replied to my message." Then she asked, "You don't know what's going on with my class representative, right?" Han Leet thought with tears in his eyes. After all, last night he was only worried about talking to the town trot beast. He remembered her happy look. "Town trot beast, I really like this note." But then, Han Leet also returned to reality. He waved his hand and replied, "I'm so embarrassed, there was a lot last night, so I can't pay attention to it all." Hearing that, Tich locked in was furious. She opened the book and hated it. There's nothing so terrible, I don't need face." Then Tich locked in remembered the scene of him surrounded by girls, making her face turn down, even though he was quite handsome. Tich locked in started to convince himself, but his personality was really obnoxious, minus points. She glanced at him and monologued, "If you have such a heart, it's better to keep your distance." Suddenly, Tich locked in panicked. The pages of the book were turned quickly. At the same time, Han Leet quickly wrote on the blank sheets of paper. Seeing him working hard on his homework made Tich locked in feel guilty. Han Leet picked up the book to read, thinking while reading, although accountants have learned skills up to level 3, the limits are very vague. Looking at each word and number appearing on the page made Han Leet think even more. Although these problems are not difficult, if they are clearly groomed, they can be used to make money. He began to think that when he was king, gaining knowledge was one thing, holding knowledge was another. But everything has two sides. Han Leet also thinks about the downside when he cannot absorb it. The more knowledge he crams in, the more difficult it will be to correct. Han Leet felt tired and miserable with each letter A, B, C, D. He panicked. At the critical moment, he couldn't get the exact content. This knowledge would turn into a heavy burden. Then he pulled out another book from his bag and reminded himself that he should take advantage of this knowledge now to avoid trouble later. 3 books are stacked neatly on the table. Han Leet started implementing it, first adjusting the plan, then depending on the priority level to handle it in order. Tich locked in sitting at the other end of the table looked at him thoughtfully and wondered, what is he doing? What is he doing, at such a fast speed? Then she immediately reminded him, Han Leet, the teacher hasn't taught this yet. Hearing that, he asked in doubt, can't I learn it myself? His curt words made Tich locked in angry. She put her hand on her chin and gritted her teeth to answer, okay, but if she really had such self-study ability, how could she take the exam here? Han Leet closed the book and replied that after the summer vacation, he suddenly became clear again. Han Leet confided that before the exam, he fought with someone else and had to be hospitalized, losing the opportunity to take the test. In fact, I am a genius, but I did not progress before, but now I have finally turned around. He attentively took notes and added, there are 3 possibilities, you are willing to believe in any of them. Hearing that, Tich locked in was stunned and frowned in disgust while Du Van looked at him with infatuated eyes. Tich locked in turned to look at Han Leet suspiciously, are you threatening me? Then she said, I don't believe anything. Du Van quickly jumped in and followed, I chose the 3rd one. Hearing that, Han Leet was speechless and didn't know what to say. Du Van gained momentum so she continued to point her finger at him, then she winked with a magical sisterly look and said, Leet's brother is an absolute genius. As soon as I looked at him I knew right away that he was different from other male students. Han Leet looked at her with searching eyes. Du Van turned to hug Tich locked in's hand and playfully teased him, you are a genius, right? You're also a natural. You teased a bunch of senseless teenagers, and in the end you married a rich 2nd generation. Now your goal is different, as close as I thought. Those jokes made her feel like she was insulted and frowned angrily. Seeing that, Han Leet called out to the class president. He raised his hand romantically and said, if you don't believe any of it, just guess for yourself. Tich locked in stood up, she closed her eyes and shouted, guessing then guessing. Locked in pointed at Han Leet and created a story of his own creation. First, he is truly a genius. Images of Han Leet playing around and smoking appeared. She continued, but when he was in high school, he had a rebellious personality and still didn't want to use his time to study, until the night before the university entrance exam. His girlfriend had an affair with Funi Dai, causing him to develop erratically. Even a second-rate school cannot get in. Afterwards, the image of Han Heat humiliated lying on his head while being bullied, Tich Din said, he was so angry that he ran to take revenge on them, but as a result, they called their henchmen to beat him and seriously injured him, then had to be hospitalized. Until some time ago he recovered. Han Leet sobbed and held his hands in determination during Locked In's story. He was not willing, decided to let them pay the price for this, and started trying to study. Han Leet fell into a fierce fighting spirit. Tich Din said that he kept the phone that his ex-girlfriend gave him, just because he wanted to encourage himself to wake up. The image of him avoiding all female students appeared. Locked In continued, he warned himself to leave the beautiful female student for a bit, not wanting to repeat the same mistakes, so he always maintained a distance from her. The story that Tich Locked In created made her very confident and pointed straight at Han Leet, smirking and saying with wisdom. He introduced himself and said he was looking for a girlfriend because he wanted to forget his ex-girlfriend, without any actions. Any reaction or response is because you have been hurt before and are afraid of new feelings. After telling the story, she smugly asked, well, isn't that much more reasonable? Han Leet exhaled and at the same time he gave her a pen. Raising one eyebrow he called, class president. Han Leet doubted, could it be that he was also a novel writer? The unexpected question made Tich Locked In's red face shy and speechless. A voice rang out, ah. Even though Tich Locked In was shy, he still curled his hair with his hand and confidently argued, I needed to study, I needed to manage the class, and I also had to take care of the student council, so where would I find the time to write, novel? Han Leet could read Locked In every word. He silently affirmed that this cover-up reaction had definitely been written before. But then Han Leet returned to his homework. He praised it, it was a bit interesting. However, Han Leet's eyes and old feelings reappeared strongly. He analyzed that in his previous life, he had completely never heard of this happening. The image of her being talented in all aspects appeared. He thought, even though she had been miserably deceived before, Tich Locked In, who was excellent in all aspects, was often suspicious. Then, he thought about Locked-in's personality in his previous life, his strong, self-controlled, and excellent personality that was difficult for ordinary people to get close to. Next is the most important thing for Tich Locked-in or a girl, thinking that after she graduates she will have a good life, but I heard that is not the case. After thinking about it, Han Leet leaned down on the table and glanced secretly, not expecting her to have such a side. Then he was still deep in thought. In his previous life, he had never heard anyone talk about her writing a novel, which showed that she was very careful about this matter, and her security work was also very good. Suddenly, Han Leet suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "That's right." Old memories came rushing back. That year when I went to her office to borrow a printer, even though Tich Locked-in was in a hurry, he still came back and told me, "I have something urgent, do it yourself, don't turn over the documents, it's mine." At that time he only knew, yes. Then Han Leet accidentally saw that news. The notification sounds rang out, buzzing. In a web chat, someone's displayed name is a lonely cucumber teacher, has liked, deposited money, new chapter. Han Leet smiled and raised his hand to his chin to think, if he guessed correctly. The image of the novelist and the figure of Locked-in merged into one made him think that was the nickname she specifically used to write novels. Thinking so, he turned to look at Tich Locked-in with interest and silently exclaimed, "It was interesting." The image of her gently in class right next to him made him interested. Let me see how she hides her secret. The image of Tich Locked-in diligently reading a book appeared among students collapsed and scrolling on their phones. She picked up the pen on the table. But her mind was empty. Tich Locked-in bit her pen and moaned, "Ah." Then she repeatedly banged her head on the table with worry and anxiety. What was wrong with me? Why was she being led around by him? She looked at Han Leet and shyly whispered, "This guy suddenly said that, maybe he had discovered it." Finally, the bell announcing the end of class also rang, ringing. Everyone was exhausted and collapsed. Duvan stood up, stretched out and excitedly invited, coldly, if he wanted to come with us to the restaurant to eat. He turned back and replied, "No, I have something to do, you guys can go ahead." Seeing that, Duvan turned to Tich Locked-in and cried, looking for comfort, Din, Han Leet, this person really doesn't know good or bad, no one has yet refused me." The sister was disappointed. Locked-in said, asked suspiciously, "Don't you want to raise fish?" Then she flicked her love in the middle of Duvan's forehead and said at the same time, "All straight guys are like that, don't pay attention to your heart anymore." A tiring day has gradually ended. Han Leet took the documents and walked on the road. As he walked, he made plans, taking advantage of the fact that there was no afternoon class tomorrow. He first had to buy a computer and, by the way, change his phone and SIM card, always new. Standing in front of the room door, he raised his hand to open the door and said sadly, "The outing fee is so expensive, even though he lacks experience." Han Leet's tears fell. He said sadly, "But now I'm even more short of money." He finally reached out and unlocked it. Electric light from the hallway shone inside. It seemed like Han Leet, the three brothers in the same room, were fast asleep. Seeing the light in his appearance, Huang Wei woke up sleepily and turned back to the door to look. Suddenly he felt scared, shivering like watching a horror movie. Han Lam walked in with a feeling of oppression weighing on his shoulders, making the atmosphere here strangely dark, making Huang Wei afraid that his eyes would bulge and he would sweat like a bath. Han Li put down his backpack, making a loud, banging sound. That sound made Huang Wei lie there, afraid of peeing his pants, so he only dared to turn around to the wall and cry softly. Chi Hung Bak was curious, so he also looked up to see what was going on. As soon as he put down his backpack, Han Li went out to stretch when Huang Wei's calm voice rang out in the room, "Damn it, I have to move out to live, it's really scary, ha 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 ha." Hearing that, he could only laugh and say, "Scaring children is really fun." 2013 is a period of development for the electronic product market. Han Li went to a large electronics store to look at phones. The employee standing next to him enthusiastically asked, "What do you need to buy?" He just stood there with his hands in his pockets, looking at each one, thinking at the same time, "I'm sorry." Such a flower background scene quickly weakened in a few short years, eventually turning into ocean waves that were smashed to death on the sand. Even though he thought so, Han Li still reached out and pointed to his phone and said, "I want this." Then he asked, "That's right, which floor is the iPhone store on?" The image of the iPhone's bitten apple icon appears clearly. At the payment counter, Han Li held out a phone bag. The cashier took it and immediately asked, "Swipe card or cash?" He quickly answered, "Swipe card." Even though he said that, he secretly whispered in his heart, "I think, although the price is a bit expensive, in more than a year, the prices of all 5's devices are the highest." Han Li held his new phone bag in his hand and thought with satisfaction, Apple phones are used for work and daily use. Outside the door, he saw a frustrated uncle lying on a chair, picking his nose. Han Li thought, there are also computers, then he monologued, maybe buy a laptop, there are a few CPU stores that know how to trick people. Not long after, he went to buy a bottle of Coca-Cola. The owner said, if he bought the bottle for 2.5 yuan, he could get 5 dimes back. After buying it, Han Li drank a long, comfortable sip. He breathed out happily after a while of hard work, exclaiming in joy and wonder. Then he reached out and said, accepting 2 yuan. At the same time, he thought, after buying a phone and computer, he only had 10,000 years left. When he returned, he still had to pay tuition, and it would cost several thousand yuan. He couldn't do it, waste any more. But as soon as he got to the door, he saw a series of phone numbers appear. Han Li looked at it and thought, but how can you save money like that? You can't save the phone SIM card. He looked up at the numbers displayed on the glass sign and silently chose the number. After that, he entered the transaction. The seller said, here is my SIM, please check again. Han Li reached out to take the card and replied, okay, thank you. Suddenly, the system next to you beeped. You bought a phone SIM card with the gift consumption function, and won an extra gift. Han Li looked at the SIM card he had just bought and sweated, thinking, before that, I had bought 3 larger ones and still didn't see any gifts, so I made a SIM card that had more gifts. After thinking about it, he pressed the green button on the table, wondering what good thing he would give him this time. Golden letters appeared in front of him, a normal phone SIM, description, don't look anymore, it's a SIM, choose your own phone number, automatically go online and register, automatically get the rights. The system's top limit is that you cannot eavesdrop, you cannot check or enter the opponent's information, you can also get the opponent's information, you can break through all obstacles, and you can call anyone. What phone number? Those words made Han Li suddenly open his eyes and silently curse, green bean. He looked at the thing in his hand in panic and silently exclaimed, is this normal? The value of the last 3 attributes is simply incomparable. Then Han Li inserted the SIM into the phone and thought, as long as I use it, this SIM can definitely provide great help to me. He smiled happily looking at the phone containing the SIM card inside, thinking, this is definitely the owner's card. In the dormitory room in the afternoon, a scream rang out, ah! Du Van lay looking outside and chatted with Tich Locked In. Din Din, he said. Han Li, this person. Locked In asked suspiciously, why did he ask him again? She replied, look at him in the international room, his family conditions are probably not bad, right? They have a small group of artists who have a lot of money, but in terms of temperament, they are not at all comparable to Han Li. Du Van continued to analyze. Except for being a little indifferent to others, Tich Locked In was not very interested. She sat reading a book and replied, maybe his personality is like that. Suddenly, Tich Locked In's phone rang. A message notification from Han Li came with the content, class president, phone number and WeChat number are all this, please don't spread it outside. Reading that message, Tich Locked In wondered silently, what is this phone number? The live auction is still continuing with the MC leading. He is extremely excited by the board filled with 10 digits, spreading his arms wide to invite all distinguished guests, saying, the number rank phone numbers are divided into many types. The highest level phone numbers, usually in the hands of senior managers, can only be officially auctioned or applied for. Then the MC immediately banged his hammer and made a very firm affirmation. In the eyes of those who understand the profession, this phone number does not just represent money. 139 is the first series of mobile numbers released in 1995. In the last 4 digits is 6,666. The value is only after 1,111 and 8,888, plus the area code. Then it sounds like that. Han Li looks innocent, with excitement, and a dangerous, calculating smile on his face. On the other side right at home, Tich Locked In also seemed to be watching the auction remotely via phone, with a nervous and tense mind, squeezing it with both hands while listening to every word of the auctioneer. MC, knowing how to set a phone number will automatically recognize it. Using it to show off is great, then it makes the class monitor mumble something, remember this phone number. Before she could remember anything, a shrill scream, ah, appeared and interrupted her thoughts, causing her to be startled and open her eyes wide to look forward. Seeing his roommate screaming like that, Locked In immediately asked about the situation, what was wrong, but Du Van was lying face down on the bed, wearing a layer of pajamas, turned around and wiped his hands, simply saying, no, what's wrong, let's see what's so scary, then turned to ask, yes, have you become WeChat friends with Han Li? Then she didn't say anything anymore. She had a rather sad face but kept thinking in her mind, this rotten man told me to keep it a secret, but ended up telling it everywhere himself. On the other side, the sky is blue and green, the wind blows away the green leaves. In a super huge apartment building, someone is typing away. And that was Han Leet. He was clearly depressed, too helpless, tired of the notification on the computer, checking there was no signal and exclaimed, "No ha." After that, even though he was a bit humiliated, he still did not give up. He continued searching in the search bar, the joy of a group of cucumbers. It's not very positive, the result is exactly the same as the original, so I have to discard it, not this one either. Then my mind suddenly jumped to a scenario and crossed my arms indifferently guessing, maybe first year Tich Locked In hadn't created this group yet. So he was probably in his second or third year when he wrote a new novel, then formed a fan group, and so he immediately raised his hand and approached the control panel. If it weren't for the fan group, it would prove that she must have had bold works at that time. While rubbing his chin and calculating in his head, the space around him was like a research room, and he thought, soon it will be the golden age of online literature, many good works will be adapted into movies. Look at your skill bar that appears, high school literature, high school writing skills. At that time, Han Leet was quite shy. However, I did not have time or write a novel, but I knew what the future trend would be. With Tich Locked In's talent and his understanding of the future, he is extremely confident, radiant and confident, and can definitely occupy a large space. Determined not to give up easily, he continued to search, tried this one more and typed quickly. Not in vain, the computer screen appeared with information about an account with the same name. Seeing that, Han Leet was extremely happy and surprised. There it was. After that, she rubbed her hands and smiled happily. Luckily her secondary nick was already this name. But if she wanted to live in hiding, it wasn't easy. On the laptop screen, 3 question boxes appeared. Who am I? Who are you? And what happened when you became friends with me? His face darkened. He was so confused that he stiffened and sweated profusely, wondering if this woman was writing a novel or working underground. Then he raised his arms up and hugged her tightly, scratching his head and gritting his teeth in refusal. It seemed like he couldn't make friends directly. But in the midst of difficulty, a creative light bulb appeared in his head. Right. Then without saying anything, he raised his hand and clicked and released dozens of times. He seemed to become a keyboard hero who typed fiercely. When looking at the information on the screen, I realized that Han Leet was looking up Tich Lock's name on the author information page, but nothing happened. From one surprise to another, he was both annoyed but also quite shocked, unable to keep his mouth shut, and finally had to blurt out, "I can't believe it." June 7, 2013, uploaded after the university entrance exam. Before September 1st, there were about 6 works completed or stopped being updated. Not stopping there, he also had to raise his hand to stroke his forehead because he realized something urgent. Based on Tich Locked In's personality, writing 1 or 2 books at a time is normal, but continuously writing 3 or 4 books without words, give up. She doesn't have that mood and ability. Then returning to further research, he typed and had a guess, excluding the reasons. The author fit the conditions. There were only 2 people. Then press enter once. The next day at the university lecture hall, when Han Leet had just entered the door from outside, Du Van immediately jumped up, quickly waved his hands excitedly and shouted, "Brother Leet, come this way." Hearing that makes me feel a bit awkward. Her eyes pretended to look away under her enthusiasm. Then in the class 2 people suddenly started talking to each other. The light brown-haired girl was quite questioning. Du Van wants to pursue Han Leet. She can't. Everyone talk. The green-haired man immediately waved his hand, complaining, and was just an impersonator, while Han Leet just passed by without saying a word. When he got to the place where he was called, he pulled out his chair and felt quite strange in his mind. He didn't expect Du Van to be so interested in him, actively trying to please his son. This is not her style, and he smiled as if he had met a strange crush and gently said, "Sit down quickly." Then she immediately turned to inform her friend, still showing a coy look, "Din Din, Leet is here." It seemed like she didn't care much, just focused on looking at her phone and answering yes, yes, yes. On Han Leet's side, he also expected to receive some reaction in return, but regretfully insisted that he ignore himself and cherish the last moments of arrogance. The bait has been spread, just waiting for the fish to bite. Then looking back at everyone from top to bottom, Han Leet evaluated them as one, but the relationships of these characters were also very interesting. Although Don Tuong is currently close to Trong Phi Phi, he likes Tich Locked In, eventually married Du Van, and after getting married, he was still cuckolded. Trong Phi Phi initially had feelings for Lao Chi, but Lao Chi was the captain following Du Van. Du Van and Fuing Fai Fai both looked at each other uneasily. Tich locked in and Du Van appeared to have a good relationship, but in reality they were just bad sisters. Thinking about this made him feel interesting. He smiled, ready to disappear. His eyes looked to the left and just whispered, "College life has just begun." Then the familiar cry rang out again. "Brother Leet, what are you busy this afternoon? You didn't reply to my message." He just coldly replied, reading a book in the dormitory and not paying attention. Lao Chi, one table below, immediately expressed his feelings, pouting slightly. Then Don Tune next to him immediately approached his friend, put his arm on his shoulder, showing an expression full of reluctance but also laughter. "What the heck?" He looked at Leet, then at us. Hey, there's absolutely no comparison." Seeing that, he didn't want to do anything because he knew too well that he just smirked, as expected of a master of tongue-in-cheek words, not missing any opportunity to make others disgusted. He must have been busy thinking about something, so now Du Van opened his eyes wide as if he understood something. "Yeah. Brother Leet, you don't want to retake the exam at another school, do you?" That statement made Tich locked in a bit apprehensive and he looked quite stunned. From the front, the three people, Fuing Dongqi, the girl with bangs, and Fuing Fai Fai all focused their eyes on Han Leet, but no one said anything, clearly looking quite surprised and a little worried. Seeing that he was being noticed like that, he was quite shaken, his face darkened in panic and he wondered to them why they were all looking at him. The exam will be held in May next year, it's still early. Everything about him in Du Van's eyes was right, there was nothing strange at all. She clasped her hands together and said happily, "It was still early, but I felt that with On Leet's efforts, preparing a little early, definitely doable." Then his mischievous nature was deeply ingrained in his blood. Tune started to speak, pushing Lao Chi's shoulder and asking obliquely, "Do you want to retake the exam?" When he heard that, he immediately followed, "Hey, why not? Just what's the use of wanting it, talking like you can pass the exam?" At that time, Tune still looked back and continued kicking with a super sarcastic voice, "Let's try, there's more than half a year left, just saying that won't cost anything." As a bonus, Lao Chi also raised his arms high and puffed out his chest to continue speaking, boasting very lightly, but at that point, if he didn't pass the exam, he would lose face, so he gloatingly replied, "Hey, that's right." He still turned his face like a male god, proudly boasting that unlike himself, after graduating he didn't need to work, so this wouldn't have any effect. Seeing him say that, Fuing Fai Fai next to him could only laugh and then praise him. "I really admire Tune, how happy I am not having to go to work." Trong Tiat Tru heard that and immediately discussed the issue and wondered, doesn't Tune's house have 4 apartments, and they are all located in the city? It's a gentleman to hear about that huge family name mentioned under his name. He narrowed his eyes and frowned and asked again, "Who told you that our house has 4 apartments?" Hearing this, I knew what he was about to do. What else could I do? Raise my hand and say, "Is it okay to have 4 apartment buildings?" He had just revealed such a great family background, causing almost the entire row of tables down the line to stir. The black-haired girl also asked, "Does Don Tune's family have so much money? Not only is he alone, there is also you." The blonde hair turned around to look up. 4 apartment buildings within the city of Madu. At least he was a millionaire. A pink-haired girl also seemed interested in this real estate column and asked, "What area is your house in?" Not letting him answer each question one by one, Du Van touched his chin with his finger and exclaimed, "Oh my god, just renting it already makes a lot of money." When the time came, Tune was happy but didn't show it clearly on her face. She simply flexed, "Hey yeah, it's not expensive. After working for about 2 years I was able to rent a room in my house." But in Han Leet's eyes, he was very problematic. Don Tune was truly a tramni dai. The mining party compensated their entire family for 4 apartment buildings. Then he revealed a surprising secret, his eyes showing criticism, but this was compensation from the entire village's relatives. Actually, Don Tune's house only has 8 small-sized apartments that fit a store. His parents opened a small supermarket. Normally, when they don't have work, they collect rent. Life is really not bad. However, Don Tune's family's social status is normal, so how can they be as powerful as him? Then suddenly Han Li turned his head to look at Tich locked in. She looked quite beautiful at this moment and secretly thought that, compared to these people, he still attracted her attention more. That innocent and adorable appearance was attentively observing and evaluating his stats. Although Don Tuing's family had money, but combining other aspects, the overall score was still poor. Having money means having everything. She just bowed her head and smiled and calculated in her head. However, she was still considered an incompetent person who could be taken advantage of. After that, it was impossible to ignore that person. His eyes turned towards Han Leet. On the contrary, this guy is very excellent in all aspects and doesn't look like someone his own age. Calm and steady personality adds 0.5 points. Then, seeing that he was also handsome, Titch locked in, who was considering and evaluating him, also blushed, giving him another 0.5 points for his beauty. While everyone was talking, he didn't care, taking advantage of the time to do his homework. Tune must definitely pay attention to his goal and continue calling. Yo, brother Lead is so hardworking. What's wrong? Still paying attention to the supplementary exam. Not bothering to respond, Han Leet just crossed his arms on the table and said, let's talk later, but Fuing Fai Fai still has a question, where is he planning to take the exam? There was no sound here at all, causing everyone in locked in to stay silent and just look at him. Fai Fai froze, her unsightly face reaffirmed her own thoughts. Why do I say he doesn't seem to fit in with the business administration class, isn't interested in his classmates, maybe he's stupid, I don't want to stay in Yanvan for too long. Put your hand on the paper and brush it a little. Han Li just answered, I really haven't finished thinking about it yet, thank you for your concern, but you asked early. Seeing that, Du Van insisted that I had to continue asking, I see you have finished advanced math. If you don't want to take the supplementary exam, then why study math? Your school doesn't need it, no wonder you don't pay attention to other people. The way to increase the drama of her story makes Han Li unable to deny that she is a green tea princess. This is making her the enemy of the class. That's right, it's already there. The other two guys are jealous and angry. But Han Li is not easy to eat, just secretly said, but watching this group of children play is very interesting, maybe he should also act a part. Lao Chi, who had just been eating chili, grimaced and said, I haven't finished thinking about anything yet, is it because I'm afraid to say it? At this time, Tung also took the opportunity to force him into a secret position and used a slightly angry voice, rambling on, maybe our brother Lead has high goals, that's why he didn't want to tell everyone in advance, is that right, Lead? I want to take the Fudan or Transport University exam. Without saying much, he still answered exactly the same as before, specifically he still needed to think more. Fuing Fai Fai seemed like something was wrong at this moment. She looked up and smiled awkwardly and said, Han Li, but her voice was interrupted by Tung's voice. He asked, isn't it just gossip? Then, before seeing the official, Lao Chi skillfully raised his head and pointed at himself. If I can pass the exam, I will eat half a kilo of Du Van's feces. Hearing that, she felt both embarrassed and red as a tomato, not happy at all. She stood up and scolded, Lao Chi, don't you think that's disgusting? Han Li took that point to focus on and said, he thought it was very beautiful, his mouth kept tricking him into eating and drinking. He also didn't ask people if they agreed to let him eat. Even if he lost, Titch locked in next to him just wanted to vomit and vomit. Hearing what the person she liked said like that, she refused to close her eyes but patted his shoulder repeatedly and called out, Han Li. Seeing that, he also felt that he was a bit embarrassed to speak, but he had to make an excuse. Lao Chi said, why are you hitting me? Hearing that, Du Van did not dare to look him straight in the face, but just leaned to one side and replied, are these the same? In short, you must not learn that disgusting thing from others. Everyone around him said that when he smiled, his two buck teeth appeared as if he was acting humorous. That's right, Lao Chi, can you stop being so short? Han Li is indeed very humorous. While throwing a piece, he became the center of criticism. He didn't know if he could bury his head in the ground, so Lao Chi immediately turned his face away and cursed, damn it, opening your mouth is low. Han Li opening his mouth is funny, huh? From Tung's perspective, he began to notice something strange. What was going on? Du Van was suddenly so shy, that's all. But Titch locked in has never laughed so happily. Seeing that his friend's attitudes towards Han Li were very opposite to his own, he gritted his teeth in unwillingness. He couldn't be compared to him, otherwise he wouldn't have a girlfriend. Then, thinking that, he immediately turned himself into a good person, raised his hands and said, my house is not far from Fudan, wait for Li to pass the exam, don't say anything else, I will take care of renting a room outside. Then he pointed his finger at his face and said, when that time Leet comes to my house, I will waive the 3-year room fee for you, but Leet must try, don't dare to register at that time. Hearing that, he didn't change his face, his eyes didn't care, he thought in his head, he was angry at me, so he immediately replied, until then, let's continue talking. Besides, the top 12 schools do not offer majors related to management, business, not interesting at all. Famous for his shocking statements, Han Li did it again. This time the whole class was stunned and silent. Locked In was also quite concerned about him and thought, didn't he hear the malice in Dong Tung's words, then immediately rejected that opinion. No, that's impossible. Why didn't he hear it? He just wasn't paying attention. Then everyone else started to evaluate his intentions. What does Han Leet's exam have to do with Tyung? The curly-haired man also frowned. He really couldn't stand other people being better than him. Then after being silent all this time, Locked-in opened his mouth to call out his name, Han Leet. His eyes were so sharp that he could cut his hand. He smirked and said, with his math level, as long as the goal is not too high, there is probably a great opportunity. Continuing with Locked-in's words, she strongly affirmed that his background was solid, his learning ability was good, with his math level, I found it not difficult. Suddenly, she spoke kindly like that, making Han Leet a little skeptical. His face darkened in doubt and he asked himself a question. Tich Locked-in took the initiative to praise him and even built a ladder for him to go down. Caroline, the little beauty suddenly changed her personality. Hearing the person he cared about say that, he had to turn around to see how he was doing. The class president had praised him like that. How high was Han Leet's math ability? And in his mind he was determined to see. He had to see. How beneficial. Without any further hesitation, he immediately reached over and turned over the paper that Han Leet was writing on. Then he grabbed it and held it in his hand to look at it, but his mouth was quite unstable and said, "Don't you just need to fill in the answer? There's no need to draft it. Don't tell me you just need to do mental math here. Close your eyes and fill it in. If it's messy, I can do it too." But when he looked at the pile, it was all about sine and cosine fractions that were so confusing that he closed his eyes and couldn't solve it, so his hands began to shake. Seeing that, Locked-in clenched his fist and put it in front of his mouth with his all-seeing eyes and asked, "Filled in haphazardly, changed it to you." Even the formula was not filled in correctly. Then he turned away to hide and cry, when suddenly a hand appeared from behind and approached his back. As soon as he reached the stack of paper, he immediately pulled it out. That's what Fuing Fai got, looking up high and looking at the pile of math problems, only asking one question: why is there no calculation process? Immediately, Han Leet simply said, the questions were too easy, he could calculate them in his head, then put those questions back in their original place in Fai's bewilderment. Instinctively, she turned her whole body back in admiration. He was too shy. I didn't understand even the first chapter. Then Du Van continued by asking, Brother Leet must have spent quite a bit of effort. Hearing that, he had to answer because he had been so quiet for a while. It was really a lot of money spent, but it was worth it. High school mathematics is at least equal to the level of a second-year student in the mathematics department of Tsinghua University. Bok Dai, this topic is really too easy. Then here came the explosion of compliments. First was Du Van, as expected of Leet. He tried so hard, I didn't know what else to say. Fuing Fai just emphasized it further. He tried too hard, so he sat still, there. Locked-in only talked about the secret price. It was true that two people were in love with men. Then at this time, two more girls also came to Han Leet to ask permission. The short red-haired girl asked first, Han Leet, can I find you later to ask questions? Hearing that he also took the exam, the blue-haired girl decided together that mine quickly seized the opportunity. I also wanted to take the supplementary exam. Unfortunately my studying ability was not good. I definitely couldn't pass. Then the first girl wondered, how do you study all by yourself? Not willing to lose attention, he clenched his hands in extreme discomfort, looking very frustrated. I was so angry that I was trembling and gritted my teeth and wondered, what is the basis? He is just a poor guy from a foreign area, with a good academic image, that he dares to act here. Then he turned around and criticized the people who were talking to him just now. In this group of people, Han Leet just pretended a little and passed them all. Not forgetting to turn to the person he was paying attention to. Tyung was already jealous. How long had it been? Even Tich Locked-in helped him. After that, he could only feel disappointed, feeling like he couldn't compete with him, so he had to accept it, mentally calculate, you're really good. Tyung still tried to say that he was not being noticed. He shouted while everyone was talking to each other, so I hope you pass the entrance exam to Fudan University and find a good job soon. Just use the rich family's money as a premise, put in more effort, and help from your family. In about 10 years, you will be able to contribute enough for the deposit of a room in your house. However, having just graduated, his salary should be small, so let's not talk about him. He was so helpless that he just silently said, childish. But Tyung didn't know, so he continued to say, handing over the rent for electricity and water probably won't be much, but it's okay. At best you can rent a room in my house. We're all classmates. I'll give you a discount. Okay, no, but with a very complacent attitude, not even looking at Han Leet's face. The pair of friends who went together were real. Lao Chi also came in and pointed. Leet is a resident of a high-end international dormitory, as he still owed money for his rent. Then he acted like he was waving his hands in contempt. 3,500 a year versus more than 100,000 a year, still very far away. All of our buildings are in the city, our salary is not 1 to 20,000, and we may not be able to rent it, but all this time I heard that he kept comparing me about the property and our family's property, so Duvan was a bit worried and wondering what Han Leet's family background is like. Can he be compared to Dong Tyung? Just like his original intention, Tich Locked In gave a hidden smile full of satisfaction, taking the bait. Then he turned to look at Han Leet and chuckled in his heart, haha, it's best to fight, I really want to see how this guy suffers. At that time, I stopped him to see if he was still playing this soft and tight trick. At this time, she openly smiled and looked cheerful, but also with a dangerous look because Tich Locked In was also known as the arrogant master who contributed to the fire, a rotten man, who said he was arrogant towards her. At this point, Han Leet suddenly chuckled, hey. Then asked him back, which room in your house is so expensive? When he heard you ask that, he immediately became angry and protested, harshly emphasizing that every room in my house is that expensive. That made Han Leet laugh out loud even more, ha. Then I started my argument, my friend, don't you think that if the whole village has 4 buildings then it's all your house? It's true that he has a habit of being startled. He was normal and suddenly his whole face turned red, showing a scared look, hiding something, and still in his mind he couldn't believe it when he asked the question. No, he said it right, huh? Then he immediately denied it, stood up nervously and shouted, You said something random. Suddenly, Tyung stood up in the middle of the class and shouted loudly, making everyone stunned and confused. The blue-haired girl asked her friend, what's going on? And that person just said, I don't know. At this time, he counterattacked and read out the location clearly, building number 4 Hanom Giavine, Duongfa area, which I knew. Not stopping there, Han Leet also delivered another fatal blow, describing in detail, high floor, 1 floor with 4 rooms, 1 room 42 square meters, 2 bedrooms 64 square meters. All 3 generations of his family went up to get 8 rooms on the 10th and 11th floors of building number 1, 2 for self-living, 6 for rent. Then he pretended to remember, oh yes, his parents also bought a 48 square meter store on the ground floor, using it to open a small supermarket. He smiled brightly, but he also had to say, how much is the house price this year in the Duongfa area? I don't remember clearly, do you remember? At this point, his face turned pale and he could no longer defend himself, all he could say was, me. Then he immediately turned his hand back and forth on the table with a slightly threatening voice, now, I'll give you a chance to organize your language. One last question Han Leet asked to see if he should expose him or not, is there a room in your house that is so expensive? Dong Tyung was exposed by him. Not only did he not embarrass him, but on the contrary, he picked up a rock and hit his own feet, blushing angrily, stammering speechless, you. Standing in front of the whole class with so many eyes on him, his words left everyone speechless. Especially Tich Locked In. She uneasily dropped 2 drops of sweat and thought to herself, what kind of background does this Han Leet have? Han Leet's face remained calm. He put his hands on his chin and continued to point out that the people were working together to put pressure on the contractor. His eyes were cold and mocking. In the end, it was a collective move, which was truly powerful. However, this matter was not led by his family, nor was his family okay. Dong Tyung was completely stunned by those completely accurate words, his whole body stiffened, unable to refute. Han Leet's words continued to echo, frankly speaking, this has nothing to do with the family, you're gone, at best you'll just follow and reap the benefits. His face was cold and his expression was pressured as he said, Dong Tyung, you are a lucky person who is taken care of by the times, you can show off your wealth to yourself, but you can't bring the capital of showing off your wealth down to your own wealth, your efforts are due to the development of the city bringing this fortune to your door, you should be grateful for it. Hearing these moral words of his, the classmates were completely bewildered and silent. Han Leet did not stop there and continued, first, your family is not as powerful as you say. Next, even if your family has some real money, this money has nothing to do with you. Han Leet raised 2 fingers, his eyes were cold and deep as the ocean, and he taught, you better remember these 2 things, don't come in front of me every day, and say innuendos. You are nothing now, you don't have this qualification, understand? Dong Tyung was completely scared at this point, pointing at him and asking, how do you know this? Han Leet only said one boy made him pale in fear, Dai Ma Du, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Han Leet grinned, closed his eyes and replied, come here to study, my family doesn't want me to cause trouble. He crossed his arms, leaned back a few chairs and said smugly, but he also didn't want to see himself being bullied. There were 64 people in the class, who could be touched and who couldn't, we had to investigate carefully first. The girls on the side table watched him perform. Duvan's cheeks were red, while Tich locked in on the other side looked like he didn't know what to say. As for you, that class of yours, you probably know it yourself. When Dong-Kyung heard this, his face turned pale and sweated. The expression on his handsome face is like that of a CEO in a love story, 3 parts cold, 7 parts sarcastic and coldly laughing. Give you some advice, little friend, don't let something like this happen next time. Han Li clasped his hands and finished one sentence. Was his explanation clear enough? There were more than dozens of people in the class but no one spoke up. The atmosphere was as silent as paper. Dong-Kyung dryly swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva. He was being taught a lesson at this time, obediently gathered his momentum and sat down, knowing. Just then the school bell rang, ending the conversation. The teacher walked into the classroom to start the lesson. Let's go to class. Today we will learn microeconomics. Microeconomics is the study of the economic behavior of an economic unit in society. Tich locked in was completely not focused on the class and looked at Dong-Kyung, who was cowering and thought about Dong-Kyung's reaction. This trash guy was turned upside down just like that. However, she turned to look. On the other side, Han Li was being enthusiastically spoken to by Du Van. Tich locked in thought to himself, although he didn't see this guy get punched, his performance just now was really handsome. Brainless outspoken types like Dong-Kyung, it's true that someone should punish him, but like this, hasn't this young lady already become a bad person once, or should she write another tyrannical book? The President Loves Me, taking Han Li as a model. As she was deep in thought, she was startled, holding her red face to calm herself. Not being able to control her emotions was really not good. She had to calm down first, then think about other problems. Following that thought, someone once said, you have to speak gently, work hard, be both soft and hard to truly be a man. Han Li's performance just now was more perfect than I imagined. When you have to be patient, you have temperament. When you have to be strong and sharp, Tich locked in silently decided in his mind that he must make an effort to get to know someone like this. The class ended and the classmates dispersed one by one. Du Van happily started talking to Han Li. Brother Li, where are we going for lunch? Me and Din Din are going to the canteen. Do you want to go with us? He leisurely waved his hand and refused. The canteen was very expensive. He couldn't afford to eat. The phone on the table beeped, signaling a text message. Looking at his brother's expensive new phone, she spoke up, I don't believe it, I can't even eat in the canteen and yet I'm using the newly released fives. Han Li didn't pay attention to what she said, staring intently at the phone. Smile, it's Nguyen Phi. His eyes glued to the screen answered, yes, the money was spent buying fives, so now he can only eat the land. Du Van was frustrated, squinted his eyes and crossed his arms. She still did not give up, continued to entice, it's okay, I invited you. Only then did he raise his head and reply, really, I don't have the money to invite you back. Du Van's face darkened and he suppressed his anger. What's wrong with this straight guy? Is the old lady's intention for him to invite him back? She angrily turned away and said, she didn't need him to invite her again, her living expenses were enough, she could invite him a few more meals. Han Li didn't hear a word of it, so he glanced over and thought, hey, I'm just worried about answering the housekeeper. What's the situation right now? Looking at Du Van's shy expression, he secretly felt proud. Very good, I was able to fish the opposite way. The corner of his mouth curled up, a bit amused. He pretended to be innocent and said, that's not good. Du Van held his hand. She used her strength to pull him away. Come on, brother Leet, stop pretending. Let's go, let's show off, let's face others. He helplessly agreed. Okay, then I won't be polite anymore. Superficially, eating and drinking, I've never been afraid of anyone. Fooling Phi covered her mouth with her hand and laughed. Seeing this, Diyun's face turned red and he loudly said, what are you guys laughing at? Tich locked in said, hey, you too. She put her hand to her mouth, her beautiful face smiled and continued, it was so funny. Tich locked in burst out laughing. He said, eating and drinking miscellaneously, ha ha ha. When Du Van heard her say that, his cheeks became hot, he was startled, and he ate and drank miscellaneously. She was so embarrassed that she became angry and pinched his arm, which turned red. Du Van angrily questioned him, saying, did you do it on purpose? Han Li wrinkled his face and screamed, it hurt, it hurt. He spoke up to explain, what did I mean? Do you see me as Lao Chi? I just eat normal canteens. She angrily turned away, snorted. On the outside, he acted arrogant but on the inside he was confused. His eyes secretly glanced at him. What the hell was wrong with him? He did that to him. He didn't feel like he was being careless. Fooling Fi also took this opportunity to squeeze in, "Brother Leet, if you go out to eat random things with Van, it will be very nauseating, let me invite you." He replied, "I'm a guy who eats soft rice, as long as it's fragrant and soft enough, I can eat anyone's food, or you and Van should negotiate a bit." Looking at the girls chirping in discussion, Han Leet thought, with this help from Don Tune, they care about me even more, but I just want to make money quickly. However, they are all great beauties, but if you love them properly, you should still leave them. He assessed that one person only had a love interest, the other wanted to marry a rich second generation. I couldn't touch him. Van was talking on the side but still paid attention to him, thinking, Han Leet's reaction, is she not interested in the two of us? She thought about it, it was true, looking at his previous performance, he must have had quite a background, perhaps he had never met a beautiful woman like that. It's normal for a man like him to be difficult to pursue, as long as his family background is good, it's nothing to suffer a temporary disadvantage. My brother Leet, Van was about to speak when Fooling Fi interrupted, Van, didn't you just buy a skincare set? I don't have much money left for living, so I should still invite Leet out this time. Van only looked gloomy and didn't know how to respond. Hey. In her mind, she thought, I didn't buy that skincare set, it was given to me by a suitor. Van frowned and said, I can still invite you to a meal at the canteen, no need for you to worry. Fooling Fi sarcastically said, ha, then please, don't cry poverty when the time comes. The two of them just stood there facing each other, glaring at each other. Han Leet had packed up all his belongings, hugged his bag and spoke up, that's it. He smiled to ease the situation, aren't you guys hungry? In class, all the classmates had left, the classroom was empty. Van followed Han Leet and called, Brother Leet. Why did you suddenly change your phone? He replied that he was afraid that the class president would take advantage of him to write the story. That phone was used for a few more days, maybe the whole school said that he hadn't ended his relationship with his ex-girlfriend, that he was already suffering from love wounds. Hearing his answer, Tich Locked-in's face turned black and was startled. She waved her hand to justify, I don't talk about this everywhere. Fooling Fi leaned over and asked, Brother Leet, have you really never loved anyone? Han Leet honestly replied, really never. High school was not very eye-catching, no one looked at me. Two boys heard it and let out a contemptuous sound. The name Lao Chi is unbelievable, he really knows how to deceive people. Han Leet turned around with a gloomy face and spoke, what did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Don Tune had just been taught by him, not daring to oppose him, so he quickly covered his friend's mouth and laughed, nothing. Lao Chi said that Brother Leet was too modest. Van also followed suit, but Leet is really humble. Fooling Fi smiled seductively and asked in a questioning voice, so what kind of girls does Mr. Leet like? Tell everyone. Tich Locked-in, who had been silent until now, also remained silent, with an uneasy look on his face, listening. Han Leet was sweating while thinking, what kind of girl do you like? He said, let's think about it. His eyes revealed a thoughtful look. In my head I imagined a beautiful girl. But her mouth says the same thing. Basically, you don't have to be too beautiful, but gentle, understanding, compatible, and very comfortable to be with. Van listened and laughed, no wonder why Leet hasn't loved anyone yet, it turns out Leet is so traditional. But it's okay, a good man like Leet definitely deserves the best. Hearing her flattery, he asked again, what would be best? Van gave a distorted smile and reluctantly answered, of course this issue was for Mr. Leet to decide on his own. In his heart, he whispered to boast, this old lady is small, don't all men like to be big? Fooling Fi smiled and agreed, Van was right, Leet's liking is the most important thing, the stomach is the one to think about. Din is so beautiful, Van has such a beautiful body, we have to find another way. Tich Locked-in was also full of confidence, but I didn't mean that to Han Leet, but suddenly becoming a love rival between the two of them was really uncomfortable, no more, if I really wanted to compare, I would don't lose either. She looked at a few people and silently criticized them, they were so childish, they compared them all day long. A hand grabbed his arm, okay, Leet. Van naturally approached him intimately and linked arms, let's go get food, soon all the delicious food will be snatched away. Tich Locked-in stood outside watching and felt a bit uncomfortable. On the table were a few dishes, spicy and sour vermicelli, shrimp and sausage, the heat was still rising. Van held up the black bag in his hand and said happily, I bought some more fruit. Han Leet, we are together. Before she could finish her sentence, she looked back and saw that he was gone. She wondered and asked the two of them, where was he? He didn't run away, did he? Just as I was wondering, a voice called from behind, here. Han Li put a piece of cake in front of her and said, how can you eat your food for free, hey? Holding the bag of cakes in his hand, he asked, not sure about your taste, you probably all like sweets, how many kinds should you buy? You guys choose for yourself. All three girls immediately gathered together with a piece of cake in their hands. I want to eat strawberry cake, don't rush, no one will take it from you. Han Li sat down at the dining table and thought, these children are really easy to coax. Then he turned to ask, why doesn't the class president eat? Tich locked in was leaning on his hands and staring at the cake and was startled. Han Li said, this is animal ice cream, very good for health, don't you like it? If you don't like it then let me eat it, this is very expensive. Hearing this, the girl laughed twice and decisively picked up the piece of cake. Arrogant little mouth, how can he benefit? Han Li looked at this adorable reaction and covered his hands secretly smiling, this trick is still used well, isn't it? Du Van, who was eating a cake, asked, but how did Leet know that I wanted to eat this brand of cake? This brand is not cheap, Leet is expensive. Han Li split his chopsticks, sat in front of a table of food and smiled, politely, this table of yours is not less expensive. Fooling Fi Fi continued, yes, there are also 2 chicken thighs, the standard is also high. Du Van turned away and frowned, saying, of course, I invited you, why would I let brother Leet not eat well? In his heart, he was disgusted, this Fooling Fi Fi had already begun to pick on him. She's no less competitive, don't I have to worry about you being poor yourself? Du Van replied strongly, as long as Leet needs, I can take care of Leet until he gets his living expenses. Han Li picked up a piece of noodles and put it in his mouth and said, that's still not right. He ate and said, according to today's standards, I can eat until you go bankrupt in a week. Du Van looked at this scene and had a black face. He took his half-eaten chopsticks and pointed at Fung Fi Fi and said, to prevent you from eating until you become poor, from tomorrow I will share my food with Fi Fi. The girl who was called for attendance not only did not object, but also patted her chest and affirmed, okay, tomorrow I will invite Lee to eat delicious food. The two of them clapped their hands to close the deal. The female knight was loyal, that was natural. Du Van angrily spoke up, if you invite then you invite, if I don't compete with you, I won't invite again in the future. Fooling Fi Fi doesn't mind teasing, so don't invite him anymore. He laughed inside when he heard it, haha, it's true that the river has its parts and people have their times. Then Han Li leaned back on his hands and smiled, his face pensive, their current appearance was very similar to his previous life. He turned around to grab something from his pocket, and sure enough, he just needed to step over the threshold. Only then can I calmly consider the stupid things I've done. Hold a peeled tangerine in your hand to reveal the fresh orange flesh. Tich locked in sat outside observing this scene, resting his chin on his hand and thinking, Du Van and Fooling Fi Fi were about to fight, why is this guy still not reacting, not interested in this type of girl? Just as he was about to take the last bite, Han Li noticed the class president kept looking at him. He called out, making her blush in panic, class president. Do you want to eat a tangerine, but there's only one piece left? Tich locked in turned away and stubbornly said, who wants to eat, you can keep it and eat it yourself. Oh, if I don't eat it then that's fine. In his mind he silently assessed that compared to Du Van and Fooling Fi Fi, the little cucumber was still more interesting. Put the tangerine piece in your mouth. Han Li's mind flashed with the thought that he cheated on her so miserably before, why didn't he return it? The interesting things are still to come. After eating lunch, he returned to the dormitory, when suddenly someone shouted, Big brother, you're back. Han Li was startled and forcefully turned off the phone. He turned around and said, good afternoon, have you guys eaten yet? Chi Hung Bak bowed obsequiously, not yet, we'll go out to eat in a bit. He turned to remind, what time was it? Chi Hung Bak rubbed his sweaty hands and asked, has Big brother eaten yet, or should we go eat together, just in time to welcome Big brother? He turned his head and refused, no need, I just finished eating. His eyes suddenly turned, that's right. Are you guys going out overnight again today? Listening to his questioning, Tae Hung Bak turned pale, waved his hand and laughed a few times. He rubbed his head and hesitantly answered, this school is a bit large, except to go online, there's really nothing else to do. Han Li glanced at him and smiled twice, thinking in his heart, these second-generation rich people live like this, and I understand it all too well. Thinking about the image of their debauched life later, he said, right now it's just online, wait a while, they will take their school life in a new direction. Half a bathroom in Ma they all had VIP cards. At that time, I was very curious, where did they get so much money? However, now I'm no longer curious. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile, reassuring. Han Li crossed his arms, leaned against the wall and said to himself, I have a lot of work to do in the future, because, soon, I will have more money than them. The bald guy holding a bottle of Coke excitedly introduced, Big brother, my name is Tae Hung Bak, from the northeast, you can call me Tu Bak. Tu Dong Bak is fine, my house is a small district, we make things in the house, wood, if Mr. Leet's family wants to make wooden furniture, just tell me 1 hour. The guy with red hair and sunglasses also brought out a pack of cigarettes and introduced himself, my name is Din Vu, everyone calls me Din Din, I'm from Giang Chiat, my family works in a factory, can Leet have a cigarette? He waved his hand and refused, I don't smoke, you guys can go ahead. Being rejected, Din Vu stiffened his whole body, hey. Chi Hung Bak put his arm around his shoulder to relieve the siege, as expected of our big brother, it's good not to smoke, smoking is very harmful to the body. Din Vu was about to say something, it's me. Chi Hung Bak quickly stopped his mouth, let's just smoke for fun. Han Li looked at their scared reaction and sighed, look at scaring the children, it's really creating karma. It's true that this appearance greatly affects the harmony and friendship of our dormitory. Han Li bowed his head and said, if we were in the same dormitory, I wouldn't have any problems, one to hide from everyone. The two of you stood still and listened to him. My personality, may have some problems. Han Li bowed his head, listed a bunch of illnesses, hypersensitivity, low self-esteem, introversion, unhappy things kept in his heart, liked to think for himself, but did not know how to explain himself. Did I scare you when I read the Buddhist scriptures before? That was my way of digesting the demons. I actually value feelings very much, I just don't know how to express them if I'm living in the same dormitory, is also a fate given by heaven. The two roommates heard him boast and their faces turned blue and they froze. Han Li smiled gently and raised his hand to say, in the future, I hope everyone will pay more attention, I hope we can become good friends. Chi Hung Bak's eyes widened as if they were about to pop out, silently screaming in his heart, oh my god, this guy's explanation is better than not explaining at all. Din Vu opens his mouth, distorts his face, drops his glasses, has low self-esteem, is sensitive, has a demonic mind, he has so many buffs. Looking at the two people's reactions, Han Li innocently asked, what's wrong with you guys? Tae Hung Bak collapsed, crying in pain, Mom, I want to go home. In a cave with 300 suites of rooms, Din Vu complained to his friend, damn it, if it weren't for the recent rooms being difficult to rent, I really wanted to move out right now. Chi Hung Bak walked behind to answer, but somehow I felt that Brother Leet seemed to be joking with us. Din Vu's face was pale and he was sweating like a bathtub. What he said seemed to be true, but I still felt that Leet's body was more or less a little bit evil and scary. Looking at his friend Chi Hung Bak's unsightly face, Din Vu patted him on the back as if he wanted to burst his lungs out. Can you have a little courage? He drew a positive future that comforted him. Think about it, with such a great man protecting us, won't we be able to stand tall in the future? In my head, I imagined a scenario where the two of us would go ahead and show off our martial power. Brother Leet was holding a Buddhist sutra in his left hand, holding a hammer in his right hand, walking behind us to apply the battle formation, in his mouth even reading to himself, Namo Amitabha Buddha, Avalokitesvara of great compassion. Isn't that scene too majestic? Din Vu rubbed his head and sighed, that's enough, I really don't understand Brother Leet. In Chi Hung Bak's mind, he remembered the image of his older sister saying with a longing expression, he couldn't do it, but his sister could definitely do it. Din Hung had taken action, which man wouldn't marry her, okay? Din Vu immediately gave him a punch in the head and scolded him, telling him to go away. His whole body radiated murderous aura, affirming that even if all the men in the world died, I would not let my sister marry that guy. Chi Hung Bak was helpless, I was just joking, why did even that guy say it? Scene change in Class 1, the voice calls, Fuing Phi Phi. Du Van trembled and pointed at her, stammering, guys. Fuing Phi Phi waved her hand, could you please stop showing that expression like we are the ones who are in love? Tich Lok Din sat quietly and glanced behind him. Du Van felt angry, hugged her hand and cried, Din, look at him, yesterday he ate from me, used from me, today. Han Leet interrupted, wait a minute. It's really good to eat, but I won't use yours, don't be rude. He held a bag in front of her and said, I also brought a portion back for you guys, it seems like I was criticized. Seeing this, Du Van quickly grabbed the bag in his hand and said, "That was just a joke. Han Leet also gave up on this girl. Won't win anything. The capital is for you." Looking at the bag in Du Van's hand, he thought to himself, this Han Leet guy, his words are hard to hear, but he's still very thoughtful. If I can pursue him, then this thoughtfulness belongs only to me. Han Leet propped his chin on one side, looking at her bewildered face and thinking, what is this child thinking? Although he doesn't want to have anything to do with the two of them, using it to occasionally stimulate the little cucumber is also a good idea, not bad. Time passed like that, his daily life continued, training, jogging on the field. Day and night try to study. The board is full of plans. I live a 3-point, one-way life. If there's anything interesting, it's that I suddenly became a celebrity at the hospital. His steps stopped slightly, it was them again. He stood in front and looked at the girls in front of him chatting. He guessed who Han Leet would love. He really didn't know how to keep his temper, maybe he still wanted it all. Tired of all the gossip, he complained, how could he not need this level of fame? There was a voice calling from behind, Mr. Leet. Dinvu waved his hand and left. Little Dong Bak and I will go. After resting, I will bring you specialties, okay? Go well. The door closes. Sitting in the room, now he was alone with dark circles around his eyes due to working all night. Han Leet held a pen and poked his face, thinking, that's right, tomorrow is the start of the National Day holiday. I typed on my computer and opened the search page. If I remembered correctly, the people staying at the school were going to hold a party. Open the information in a group of thousands of people, a leisurely shopping life, people inside chat excitedly, discussing where to go. Luke Mung Mung, tomorrow is a day off, will you go to home Lakkok? Don Tung, take a long National Day break to go have some fun, is your brain trapped by the door? Tai Van, the amusement park is great, there are many people, Don Tung. Don Tung, so you really intended I think it's really fun to play. One it's fun to queue up for 3 hours, reading the messages inside, I thought, is this an argument? The discussion continued inside. Lao Chi, that's right, what's in the Pleasure Valley that's worth going to? I went to that place every day when I was little, I'm tired of playing. Buong Gyai Hong sent a question mark. Lao Chi, oh sorry, I forgot, the ticket price of Home Lakkok is several hundred, there are probably a few people who go out once and have to contribute some time. This guy Lao Chi is really provocative. After all, this is the first time there has been a conflict in the class since school started. I'm afraid this is a small cucumber. On the other side, Tich Lock Din had just finished showering, his head still wrapped in a towel, and had to pick up the phone to correct the situation. Everyone, please don't argue, we can vote wherever we go, please, some of you, please don't insinuate, the situation is exactly as you predicted. Are you having a headache because of this? In the group chat of the third class of Business Administration at Shanghai Foreign Language University Institute of Humanities, a group of thousands of people, a leisurely shopping life, Vuong Gyai Hong texted, we don't want to argue, we are idiots, that's what started the fight, it's just that there's a little money in the house, why act like it's where? Lao Chi replied, I'll just act like that, so what's the point? Your house is near the sea, is it so big? What's wrong? No, be careful touching your weak self-esteem, huh? The stranger tagged a locked in. Lao Chi was upset, hey, what are you doing? It won't work if you tag anyone. If you have the skills then let the teacher in. Han Leet read the messages in the group. It was exactly the same as in his previous life. Even the reason for the argument remained the same. The little cucumber was probably busy texting each person to advise. He leaned back. In a class, some people only got a high school diploma, some people got a middle school diploma, some people are society, sometimes they can't tell who is right, wrong. An unintentionally wrong sentence can cause contradictions. He raised his hand to his forehead. De Loc Din managed the class mainly based on personal charm. Everyone respected her. Her words were effective. In a situation where everyone argued loudly like this, basically that no one respects her. The group continued to argue. Tran Bin, it's just Home Lakkok, look how urgent you guys are. Lao Chi, that's right, how about asking me a few questions, I'll cover the tickets for you. Han Leet, arguing with my child. Girls, you guys think it's very powerful. Tag Tran Bin, if you don't like it then just leave, don't talk nonsense here. Tag Lao Chi, tagging anyone has no effect, come on, let's argue with me. First time gathering after school opening, where to go, can discuss, don't argue here, vote directly, give a few places, the minority follows the majority. Du Van, support. Fuing Phi Phi I agree with the opinions of Han Leet, Vuong Gyai Hong, Tai Van, as above, that's right, what's there to argue about, Tran Mung Mung, vote. Han Leet put his hand behind his head, although he didn't want to interfere in this matter, if he could have the courage to help, then help. Han Heat remembers that the prestige level system screen kept going up and up. Since the day he dealt with Don Kyung, the prestige level had increased steadily. Suppressing the low-headed snakes in this class was not a difficult task. However, right now I don't even know which family I am. His phone rang ting ting ting. Locked in's message, what happened earlier, thank you. The schedule is set, tomorrow go to the Wild Park, party in the evening, then go to Tantianjia Stone Gate. I have paid the fee to you, thank you for your help. In Locked In's dorm room, Du Van was changing clothes behind him. Han Leet replied to the message, how much was it? Not much, don't ask any more. Han Leet replied briefly, oh. Locked In looked at the short text and was bewildered. Oh, the first time I spent money on a man, he answered me with one word oh. She raised her fist, man, dog, you wait for your bottom. Locked In sent back a few dots. Han Leet raised the phone high, angry. He was sweating. Why did the conversation suddenly fail like this? He put the phone aside, walked away. She didn't talk to me, I went to talk to Little Cucumber. Last time I decided to spend a lot of money to reward two accounts that seemed to be the owner. I didn't believe it, can't hook her. The computer screen informs you that you have a new message in the station. Han Leet was excited and immediately clicked to see. Online accounts, sausages for cucumbers, comment section, Dai Dai writes so well, the little one has rewarded Dai Dai's hope, don't criticize, it's really too little, first floor, internet users, Melon's arrogant mouse, posting time, 2013 September 30th at 20:02 minutes 49 seconds, thank you for your support, so precious, tears of joy. Han Leet read the comment and thought, finally there is reply already. No, I have to calm down, I still can't determine if this author is her or not. Can you catch the wolf? I'll know when she answers next time. What is Dai Dai's 10-cent code? Is there a group of readers? When do you plan to have a new composition? On the computer screen, it must be please continue to update. I will always support you. From the south, report, do not read this person's comments. Wait until she answers next time and you'll know. The computer clock shows 21:13 on September 30th, 2013. The clock read again, 9:13 a.m., October 1st, 2012. Han Leet happily answered the phone. Hello, Mom, how are you and my dad doing? I'm very good, I eat very well, I'm a few centimeters taller, I know, I still have enough money to last. Mom and me, Dad, take good care of yourself, wait until you have the ability, welcome us over here to the mansion, the sound is better now, hi, isn't that a good thing? No one will bully you, your classmates they are all very good, they all call me Big Brother. I walk through the subway door, I don't have to comfort my parents, my children are grown up now, so parents, go to work, bay. Du Van was already waiting, seeing Han Leet, he happily waved, Brother Leet, come quickly, just waiting for you. Fi asked, don't you want to go home, and is your living expenses enough? Han Leet thought to himself, this question is too fake. Du Van fell towards Han Leet, hugging him, it's so smooth, Leet, no need to worry, my mother has already sent me living expenses. Du Van and Fi looked at each other and emitted electric rays. Du Van thought, I just want to take advantage of the time I'm not here, don't dream. Han Leet pushed Du Van's hand away, let go first, it's this hot. He looked at everyone, Don Kyung and Tran Bin were both bold enough to come, this guy Lao Chi didn't expect to come. Locked In saw that everyone had arrived, raised the flag, okay everyone has arrived, let's go, I'll go buy train tickets for everyone follow me, don't wander around. The male student stood next to Han Leet, mesmerized looking at Locked In's feet. The class president's feet were so beautiful, these were already beautiful. Han Leet replied, her current chopsticks legs are not so beautiful. He imagined her future image. Blushing and thinking, a year later, the Locked In successfully practiced, those legs were called great, not only beautiful, the body was also great, protruding from the front and back. Hey, that queenly demeanor, Locked In called, Han Leet, what are you guys saying? Let's go quickly, I won't care if you get lost. Han Leet quickly replied, okay, come here, class president. Locked In thought to himself, this is the first activity of the class, there is also Han Leet, surely no one will cause trouble. Then she looked back, her face pale. Don Kyung was intentionally causing trouble, he bent down and pretended to be tired, constantly shouting, fuck it, the submarine is too crowded, rolling around for so long, just to see the monkey. Tran Bin replied, isn't that so, he's come here many times since childhood. Anyway, it's cheap, student tickets are only 65, do you think everyone has a house like yours, a house with 8 apartments? Kyung was upset, what do you mean, mocking me, what kind of reason is there for wanting to be cheap, you lack money right, I'll make it up to you. Tranbin is no less competitive. Who makes fun of him? He's already arrived. No one asked him to come. The two of them talked back and forth. Everyone was burning with anger. What? Do you want to fight? What do you mean? Okay, let's fight. Whoever loses is weak. Locked In doesn't understand what's going on. Why are they suddenly arguing? She walked closer and shouted, "What's wrong with you two?" Duvan pretended to be scared, took the opportunity to hug Han Li's hand. Yeah, will they fight? It's so scary. Han Li pushed Duvan's hand away but couldn't. It's okay, he can't fight. He let go. It was hot. Duvan still clung. People were scared. Fei saw it and her face darkened. She couldn't bear to lose. She grabbed his other hand. Mr. Li, I was scared too. Han Li was upset. What are you guys afraid of? Those two people usually quarrel. He pursed his lips tightly. Why were he still moving his hands and feet like that? Looking back at the current situation, both hands were held. The person right now should be scared. Why does he look like me? Han Li made an excuse. Maybe you guys let go and I'll go deal with them. Duvan and Fei both said in unison. They didn't want to. Han Li was so angry that he was shaking. The two of them kept arguing. What if they went crazy and hit him? It was too dangerous. Don't go there. Dogs bite each other. Li doesn't need to care. He closed his eyes and thought, not letting go, right. These are the guys forcing me. The two of them shyly cried out I love you and then let go. Duvan pouted and ran away. Han Li sighed and finally let go. These two girls in their previous life didn't even bother to look at him, but in this life they were competing with each other. It was truly ridiculous. He looked towards Locked In, who was trying to dissuade the other two people. Rarely did they go out to play. The two of them still fought, and some things caused them to get bruised in the face. She suddenly looked at Han Li. He thought, why are you looking at me? Locked In used his eyes to look at him for help, to help him. Han Li immediately walked over. After taking a few steps, he knelt down on the ground. He ran quickly and shouted loudly, I have a stomachache, I'm going to the bathroom for a while. Locked In tried to suppress his anger. This dogman dared to act like himself. She yelled at the other two people, that's enough, you two want to fight, right? Find a place where there are no people to fight. Don't affect the other students' moods. Now everyone disperse, work freely for 2 hours, and gather at the dining area. Locked In angrily left. People around whispered, isn't it a party? Are you disbanding like this? Are these two people having problems? They fought while on a trip, making the class president angry. At the same time on the other side, Duvan sent a text message, Brother Li, what are you doing? I'm in the small forest behind the elephant. Do you want to come see the flowers? Fei also sent a message, it's too hot today. Does Brother Li know where to go? Let's change clothes. I want to change into something thin. Han Li covered his face in embarrassment. Fortunately he wasn't the one pursuing. Who was this? Can't stand it. He thought, I should still refuse. My goal is not them. If I make a mess and the little cucumber hates me, then it will be a big loss. A small cucumber will probably solve the problem, and help her calm down later. At the wildlife park, the penguin area. Locked In held the phone in his hand and approached the bench, constantly scolding him. This dogman unexpectedly ran away on his own. I didn't expect him to relieve me. I won't pay attention to him anymore. Locked In's phone screen lights up. You have won. Han Li sent a message, please save me. Locked In shook his head, angry, I don't care. Then she looked at the message and thought for a moment. I don't want to pay attention to him, I'm just curious. She replied, Han Li, what's wrong? Han Li replied, help me, my stomach hurts, I didn't bring any paper. Locked In laughed loudly. So I have no choice, I can't enter the men's restroom. This little word finally fell into my hands once. The two texted back and forth. He said a few words to the security guard guarding the door. It was very easy. Little Han, when asking someone you have to have an attitude. Sister, please, think more about it. What should you call it? Locked In chuckled. You can call me, the invincible, cute and kind little fairy. It's not like I can't help him. Han Li sent continuously, Mother. Young aunt, you can't even call her young aunt. So, you, my dear. Locked In angrily squeezed the phone. Name, this dogman. Her head was smoking. You ran out of paper, fell into the water, became penguin bait. Is this dogman sent by God to tease me? I still care about him. I'm an idiot and don't even know how to say a few nice words to comfort a girl. That's right, Duvan and Fei pursued him like that, but didn't see any signs from him. Suddenly there was a voice from behind. What are you thinking? She turned her head to look. Han Li gave her the ice cream. Take it, if you don't eat it, it will melt. The ancients said, looking at literature is like looking at a mountain, not liking flat things. Straightforward literature that cannot create emotions in the reader is not good literature. An example image appears, a couple is arguing, love is the same, love that cannot coordinate emotions is not good love, making people angry first. Then create a surprise, thereby creating a big counter scene, with emotional impact. On the contrary, it can easily strengthen the feelings. Han Leet held the ice cream and chasing it was useless. Only by mastering the method of increasing affection and maintaining novelty can you truly attract the other person. Locked In shyly turned away. Han Leet sat down on a nearby bench. Still trying my best to coax, take it quickly, I waited in line for a long time to buy it, it's definitely delicious. Don't procrastinate anymore, I just bought the paper, now I'm holding back and have to rush home. Locked In raised his hand to cover his mouth, it's true, just go to the bathroom, don't be here and make people disgusting. Han Leet chuckled, this girl is usually very arrogant, but the limit for this kind of joke is so low. He pushed the ice cream towards Locked In, but if he didn't take it, he wouldn't even take it and put it in his mouth. Locked In pouted and took it, he hadn't washed his hands yet, so he went to the bathroom and bought food. He shrugged, why wash his hands, I wouldn't wipe them either, he thought, if her laugh point was so different from the general public, then I can only give as I wish. Locked In took it, covered his mouth and laughed, ha ha. Han Leet didn't understand why she laughed so happily, why? You really, hey ha 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 ha, Han Leet asked, what are you laughing at? Locked In patted his shoulder. No, it's so funny I'm dying, wait a minute. Han Leet is a bit embarrassed, you can't even smile anymore, I bought you ice cream in vain. Locked In thought to himself, no wonder Phuong Phi Phi and Du Van hang around in front of Han Leet every day, this dogman is also really interesting. Although there are times when he really hates him, he is truly both excellent and interesting. Although I'm not talking about love, if I say I have good feelings for him, I can't fool myself. She blushed slightly and raised her hand to stroke her hair. If it's like this, it's not impossible to give this man a chance. Locked In's face turned gray, why did the price of this small cucumber suddenly increase? His phone dinged. The system notifies and congratulates the host on their efforts and success in adding a new skill. New skill, poll, current level, 1, unexpectedly received new skill. After all, there are nearly 180,000 experience levels left, let this skill increase to level 3 and then move on. Level 3 cheating, Level 3 acting, Level 3 manipulation. This is not simply used to attract girls, on the one hand it can be hidden for yourself, on the other hand it can spy on others. Han Leet asked, is it delicious? Locked In replied while eating, quite delicious, with a very strong milk flavor. Han Leet waved his hand, really no, there's no other flavor. Locked In didn't understand what he wanted to say, what could there be? She suddenly realized. She shouted loudly, that house ghost, he didn't want to live, did he? Han Leet saw Locked In waving his hands and quickly jumped off the bench, where did you think you were going? I mean, did you feel the taste of love does not stop? Locked In stood up and chased after him, he loved his head and stopped for him. Because it was too sudden, a little girl playing nearby bumped into Locked In. Her pearl slipped. Han Leet shouted carefully, using his hand to support her body. Locked In fell towards him. The two blushed and looked at each other. Han Leet immediately spoke, there are many children here, there's a lot of chaos, be careful not to fall. Locked In gently pushed him away, the children were a little rowdy, but it could be attributed to their young age, some of the people in our class were more rowdy than the children, there were more strange people in this class than any other, when I was in high school I encountered it. She returned to her chair and said that the International Exchange Academy was not easy to manage, but I felt that her class president was much easier than mine. She sat down. She didn't have a single bad incident in a week. What about our class? A lot of things, even when we go out, we get into fights. Han Leet consoled, human strength is limited and cheap, do you understand? Limited strength means we can only do so many things a day, but if we have countless things to do, then all that effort can only be wasted and become very cheap. People at the International Exchange Academy can manage it well, because people have money to have fun, and their energy is not enough. If you use it, you don't have the heart to provoke the opponent. But we are just the opposite. Without that capital, in this school we can only play with phones and computers. We have no place to exert our energy, and we are always rioting. I think back to what happened in the past. Although our class constantly clashed, it didn't cause trouble. On the contrary, at the International Exchange Institute, it was normally peaceful, but if something happened, it would definitely be a disaster. For big things, you have to understand the differences between the two sides to be able to find an appropriate classroom management method. Locked In replied, "It seems true, your observation ability is really strong, so how can I manage the current situation of my class well?" Han Li gave advice, "Suppression is impossible, then conflicts will arise more and more. There are some people you don't need to care about, so let yourself do some useful things." Locked In only replied, "Oh," she thought, what Han Li said was not wrong, just caring about your own business is also a way. Han Li continued, "Dude, you're just too free, you need to put your energy where it's needed." Locked In thought to himself, arrogance without strength will become arrogance, but what if you have strength? Even though I have a good heart, I'm not as caring as him. He has a strong inner spirit and a big perspective. He really has an arrogant personality like this. She grinned, however. "You're right, I will focus on myself in the future and learn from you. But, one day, I will surpass you and become better than you." Han Li gave a thumbs up. Okay, try harder." Locked In was annoyed. "What does this tone of yours mean? Is my younger brother coaxing a child?" Han Li waved his hand, "I don't have any." From far away a voice came, "Yeah." Du Van rushed over. Din Din, finally found you." She gasped, his mood improved. She was startled to see Han Li sitting next to her. "Han Li, why are those two people together?" Du Van wondered if Han Li didn't reply to his messages because he was with Din Din. She approached where Han Li and Locked In were sitting. Din Din's mood was better. "I've been looking for you for a long time." Locked In saw Du Van approaching and said a few words. Locked In's hand tightly grasped the balled-up piece of paper. She took advantage of Du Van not paying attention and threw it into the trash can right next to her. Du Van worriedly put his arm around Locked In to encourage him. "It's okay, I don't want to be angry with them." She smiled happily and hugged Locked In. "I just sent him a text message and got no response, making me so worried." Din Din also reassured me when he saw that. "I'm sorry, I didn't look at my phone just now. Want to go see elephants together?" Han Li sat next to him and raised his hand to stroke his chin, his face looking a bit despicable, thinking, the two of them standing together are both young people. It's true that boys always like 18 years old. Suddenly he remembered, wait a minute, see elephant, is Fuing Fi Fi there? Du Van and Locked In were about to leave when Du Van pulled Locked In's hand, turned around and asked, "Lead, do you want to go see the elephants with us?" Han Li has long since stopped sitting there and disappeared without realizing it. Du Van wondered where he was. Locked In pressed the phone and called to ask. The phone rang a few times. Han Li answered the phone, put the phone to his ear. "Hello." Locked In turned on the speaker so Du Van could hear. She put her hands on her hips. "Han Li, where are you?" He raised his face and looked around, calmly replied, "I have to continue the career I haven't finished yet. What's wrong? You want to come cheer for me?" Locked In shyly shouted through the phone, "Who wants to cheer for you? Go and die for me." Du Van crossed his arms. "What kind of career is that? What were you two doing just now?" Locked In angrily turned off the phone. Two, thinking to himself, this man can joke around in private, I'm on speakerphone. She left in a huff. He had gone to the bathroom. It was intentionally disgusting. It was so childish. Du Van didn't understand what was going on and immediately followed. Oh. Scene changed to outside the airport. Nguyen Phi was waiting inside, busy texting Han Li. He sent her a picture of a monkey at the zoo. Nguyen Phi texted, "So cute, I also want to go to the zoo." Han Li replied right away, "I'll take you there when you're free. If you have more time, you can also go to Tama to play and perform. The aquarium here is just normal." Nguyen Phi typed the message and chuckled, okay, I can go anywhere, looking forward to winter break." Han Li here read the message. He raised his hand to stroke his hair, thinking happily, still a cute housekeeper. "Your phone screen shows 4:47 p.m., more than 4 o'clock already, so go meet them first." Inside the wild zoo. The people who went with Locked In's group argued. The girl in the dress said, "Eating grilled food is bad for your health." The orange-haired girl said, "Well, eating a hamburger won't make you any better. Go to a tea restaurant, or a food restaurant, West, it's very expensive." Locked In doesn't dare to interrupt. "Why are we arguing?" Han Li stood behind and waved, "Or just go to the restaurant, go directly to the street to eat and drink, eat whatever people want, and conveniently walk around the street." Everyone heard that and agreed, heard that the seafood here is not bad, Han Li's recipe is not bad. Du Van also waved back, agreeing, everyone can eat it themselves. In the dining area. So many delicious foods appeared before my eyes, including fried chicken and grilled squid. Du Van asked, Brother Leet, do you want to eat this? This grilled squid doesn't seem bad. You ran into the surrounding stalls. How much money does the owner have? Han Leet stood behind holding a glass of water thinking, is this kid so honest? The seafood just now was at least 300 or 400. Du Van turned around and was already wearing a rabbit mane on his head. She raised 2 fingers at Han Leet. How is it? Is it cute? Do you want to try it? Han Leet is sweating. Cute, but don't wear it for yourself. While drinking Coke, he thought back to Locked In's appearance when he pulled Phi Phi's hand away, saying go away, don't go with him. He asked Du Van, don't you go look for Titch Locked In's people, daughter, you guys walking around together is probably more interesting than walking with me. Du Van replied, if I were to walk around with Din Din, wouldn't Leet still be alone? She thought to herself, but she didn't know what happened when Han Leet and Din Din were together. She grabbed Han Leet's hand and pulled him away, let's go. But I figured I had to grasp the opportunity and act quickly, she said happily, smiling. There were still many places I hadn't gone yet. Busy neighborhood with many famous shops and restaurants with a variety of products. Du Van pressed his face against the glass and looked at something. Han Leet saw the thing that Du Van was glued to, the necklace. He suddenly remembered his past life. When he gave the necklace to Du Van, she disparagingly asked him, give it to me. At that time Han Leet was still naive and shyly pushing his glasses. Don't you like it? He dejectedly walked forward and asked Du Van, do you like it? She turned around and replied, of course I like it. This necklace is so beautiful. Leet and I should come in and see. The two entered the jewelry store. The employee greeted them warmly, took the necklace to show Du Van. Han Leet stood to the side drinking water. He looked at Du Van and thought, in my previous life, I saved money on food and drink, including love, and bought him a necklace, but after giving it to her, I never saw her wear it. He saw Du Van looking at the necklace without blinking. Now I'm no longer interested in her. She likes the necklace that she used to criticize so much. He sighed and did it again. This scene was both wild and funny. You take the card out of your pocket, pack it in, pay, and if that's the case, then let this necklace become a witness to the end of your life pursuing your previous life. Du Van was happy when he heard that. Why don't you buy it for me? I'll almost have to show it off in front of Phi Phi. Han Leet raised his finger and shook it. Stop it. Do you believe I will return the goods right now? The goods are not expensive, but I don't want any more trouble. The system screen immediately appeared and dinged. You just had a meaningful purchase, so you received a bonus. Han Leet looked at the system screen and thought, does this also have a bonus? A black pet strap appears on the screen, an explanation system, a set of pet straps. When you put a leash on a dog or cat, you can rest assured to let them go out. The obedience effect is plus 50, happily add 50. If this set is used to raise huskies, it is a magical weapon. Han Leet was busy thinking when Du Van called out, Brother Leet. She held the string in her hand, shyly, I can't wear it, can you wear it for me? Han Leet took the necklace. I'm not good at this, boys' hands are very clumsy. Du Van replied, it's okay, just take it slow. He finished putting it on for her. Okay, it's done. There was a noise outside the door that caught Han Leet's attention. It turned out that everyone standing outside saw everything that had just happened. Locked In was surprised and clung to the glass to look at the two people. Locked In frowned at them. Han Leet was a little worried. Titch Locked In, why did they come here? Did she misunderstand? He clenched his hand. It wasn't like he was guilty about anything. He was just helping someone wear a necklace. There was nothing to explain. Suddenly he grinned evilly. What I want is a small cucumber. My love must bloom online. He looked at Locked In. As for reality, a smile appeared on his lips. There wasn't much of a difference. How could he get her to open up to him online? Han Leet walked out of the store. He raised his hand to greet everyone. Ya, Din Din, Phi Fu, you guys are here too. Phi Phi crossed her arms and asked sarcastically, yes, we have to gather. What's wrong? Am I bothering you too? Du Van replied but put his hand on his neck as if to show off the gift he had just given by Han Leet. There is no need, we are also preparing to come find you guys. A boy in class shouted loudly, if you've come enough, then let's go home quickly, it's too much of a crowd. Locked In is the class president, seeing everyone say so, he had to agree, so let's disperse, it's not too early for today's activity to end here. Some friends cried out in boredom, you're already home, why don't you go a little longer? Others argued, if you're so bored, why don't you go home? Let's just go home. Han Leet heard two classmates talking to each other. Actually, I thought it was fun to play today. Let's go again next time, there's still a chance. He raised his hand to stroke his hair. No. As he walked, he remembered that there would be no next chance. In my previous life, the business administration class never held a gathering like this until graduation. Life is a trip from solitude to solitude. He looked towards Locked In and Du Van, most of whom were just passers-by in life. Before telling him those words, I actually said them to myself. Han Lit walked alone on a busy street. There was no need for some passers-by to affect him. He couldn't stay with these children forever. He had to quickly develop a career to make money. Returning to the dormitory, Han Lit stretched out and felt comfortable. His phone screen showed a strange message. An arrogant little cucumber. Thank you for your support and encouragement. My QQ number is 256,684. He suddenly thought, this number. Looks like my partner in my novel career has arrived. At the same time, in Locked In's dormitory, she was an arrogant little cucumber. She looked at her phone and saw a friend request. It was a sausage for a cucumber, a message from the other person. I'm a sausage for a cucumber, please be friends with me. Locked In clicked on the word agree. Her face turned red with embarrassment, thinking for a long time, me, what should I say, hello, or should I ask how I should address her? This is the first reader who has agreed to talk to me. Also reward me with a high-priced gift. I was busy thinking when Locked In's phone vibrated 3 times. DDD. Her screen displayed an image of a horse carriage and a glass castle, shiny and full, luxurious. She was startled and threw the phone away. Locked In looked at it for a long time, then picked up the phone to read the message. Sausage message, finally made friends with you. So excited, so excited. Why did your book stop? I really like your style. Are you planning on releasing a new book? Cucumber also immediately replied, thank you for your love. It's not that I want to stop, the numbers are too low. There is a feeling of failure, a feeling of failure, a feeling of failure, a feeling that the content is there are so many problems, I can't write any more. Han Lit sat at the computer desk, stretched his arms behind his back. Well, the little cucumber's writing style is really unique. He put his hands on the table. If this style of writing was written too much, it would turn into an extravagant appearance, but in reality it was just a shell without content. Likewise, she was too focused on her office. Han Lit crossed his arms over his chest and pondered for a long time, ignoring the important script design and basic logic. If he wants to cooperate with her in the future, then just praising her won't do. He typed on the keyboard, agreeing and raising the issue at the same time. This is what she needs the most right now, and there is meaning in talking. Sausage sent 2 messages. No, your condition is very good now, but the design scenario of Yen Vu Puff Du really has some problems, and the technology is also a bit immature. Locked In sat on the bed, attentively reading the message, as expected of his big fan. He really reads the novels he writes carefully. She chuckled and immediately texted back, I'm very excited with your support. Can you tell me specifically about your problem from the reader's perspective, or how to change those problems, this topic? Han Lit read the message without understanding what Locked In was thinking. He said to himself, is this child a little sick? If any random fan can analyze these problems clearly, then why would there be a need for a professional? He grinned wickedly, however. Han Lit put his hand on his chin, thinking to himself, the little cucumber's luck is not bad, he is truly an expert. He continued to text her, in fact, ignoring basic issues such as plot, character design, rhythm. I feel that your most difficult problem is probably your experience and practical knowledge, little. This leads to you not being able to build the story you want to write. The story you want to describe is too big, but if you cannot add details and content, it will appear that the whole story is very empty. Like this emptiness will make the reader feel very tired. Han Lit continued to give advice. Moreover, his instincts were very good. He wrote whatever he thought. A novel like this is not bad. It's just that this style is more demanding for readers than with regular literature. You only need to meet talented and understanding people to realize that it's good. So this is the reason why your novel has low ratings. Am I right? Locked In read it once and thought to himself. He said, completely correct. Her face turned red and she seriously thought, am I meeting my aunt? Cucumber agreed to send a message. You are so great, your analysis is very correct, no matter how you change, I listen to you all. Han Lit seemed to have accomplished his goal, exclaiming, very good. I imagined the image of Locked In my head. Next, we will cooperate happily. That evening, Du Van was hanging clothes and asked Locked In, Din, are you still not sleeping? Locked In looked intently at the phone. You guys go to sleep first, I'll sleep later. She was still texting with her novel fan. A text message appeared on the screen. His biggest problem right now was not accumulating enough experience. Han Lee, as the sausage, sat in the room focusing on communicating with Locked In via text message, but this problem was not resolved in a short time. So my suggestion is to avoid this type of topic, write stories that you can control now, maximize your writing skills, and slowly manage your fans. Suddenly, Sausage asked Locked In which rewrite was most convenient. Seeing this question, Locked In did not hesitate to share. I feel like my forte is to describe a few scenes in detail. Han Lee conveniently took the glass of water next to him, took a sip, and gulped. Locked In continued to text, for example, the type of sensitive tactile changes on a woman's body. After reading this sentence, Han Lee blushed and almost choked on water. He mumbled, "Isn't this a stimulating scene? Is it such an understatement? I can't see it. The little cucumber didn't expect to have this hobby." Sausage sent a text message, "You said it was a stimulating scene. Hey, this kind of content can only be embellished. Annoying." Hearing his fans say that, Locked In was also confused and asked again, "So what? Du Van has been observing her all this time. Din Din still hasn't slept. Who has he been talking to for so long?" The clock on the wall showed 2 o'clock in the morning. Locked In still hadn't taken his eyes off his phone. "You really love writing novels, and are you planning to use it as a career to continue developing yourself?" "Yes, I really like writing novels." Locked In thought sadly, it was actually just a trick. The reality was that I had no choice. Han Lee took another sip of water. This girl Titch Locked In's personality is also too arrogant. He looked thoughtfully at the computer screen for a long time. With a personality like this, she certainly couldn't accept herself as an employee. With this situation, she could either start her own business or not, marry a good person. Han Lee thinks about Locked In's image. I remember that she once joked about wanting to be a model, but because there were hidden rules, she gave up. He smiled, so for her now, continuing to write novels is the best choice. Locked In read the message, "I had an idea. Actually, I still want to write a book about traditional and tyrannical tyrants." The image of Han Lee in Locked In as the female lead appears. The male lead is a truly handsome and arrogant and cruel tycoon, and the female lead President Meng is a high-quality, honest-to-goodness fake wool vase, kind, patient. The male and female owners met each other on the ship. Through a series of events and coincidences, they had feelings for each other, which started off sweetly. However, the company of the female owner's father and the male owner had a business conflict. The male owner's cruelty caused him to not be merciful and send the female owner's father to prison. From then on, a big conflict arose between the male owner and the female owner. And the female owner's sister, in order to protect the female owner, signed an unequal contract with the male owner, taking the position of serving her. Finally, after the female lead knew the truth, she began to turn black. She went from being a mere flower to nothing, quickly becoming a cold and cruel boss lady. She then returned to the male owner's side, disguised herself as submissive, and began her revenge plan. Han Lee asked, "How do you feel about this story?" Locked In thought about it and finally did not answer. The next day at the library, Han Lee took the basic management application book from the bookshelf. He looked at it for a long time and then muttered, "Is it such a thick book? You have to unlock the ability to look at it without forgetting it." Suddenly I saw someone familiar. Titch Locked In and Han Lee saw her trying to pick up a book on the high shelf, put her hands in her pockets, and nonchalantly approached to say hello, "Good morning" to the class president. Han Lee was a head taller than Locked In. He easily took the book down. "Do you want to take this book? I'll help you." Lo Din looked at him angrily. He gave her the book so she could ask more. "Do you really want to write a novel?" Locked In bowed his head and avoided him. "Didn't you say you have to focus on yourself? I don't think it's okay to develop many interests." "Bad." Han Lee added, "Well-written novels can really make money, but unfortunately it's not my forte, otherwise I'd still want to try it." Locked In quickly left, not forgetting to wave thank you. "Thank you for helping me get the book. I have something to do first." Han Lee happily waved goodbye. "So come on, class president, have a nice holiday." Locked In found an empty seat and pulled out a chair to sit. Putting the book on the table, she took out her phone and texted the sausage. "This story is not bad, very creative, it feels very good." The sausage smiled and replied, "Hee, I'm relieved if you say so. Maybe we should cooperate." Cucumber asked back, "Cooperate?" Sausage immediately answered, "Yes, however I can think of the plot but the writing style is not good. Moreover, this type of women's novel, I as a man cannot write that feeling. But the idea, if I don't write this idea down, I feel like it's a waste, or maybe I can hire you to revise my first draft." Locked In propped his chin up and looked thoughtfully at the text message. As for wages, there are two options. For employees and famous writers, sausages are divided into two types. The first type, the repair fee is 20 yuan per 1,000 words, calculated monthly. Regardless of data, I will transfer the money to you on time. The second type, split results. If you are confident in our cooperation, then you can take 1/3 of the total income from subscriptions, gifts, copies, rights and more. Locked In didn't make a decision right away. It was a bit sudden. I thought about it a bit. Sausage also understood that this was important, so he reassured Locked In, "It's okay. I will prepare 3 main chapters in the plot in advance. I'll let you see it first. You'll see it and then decide." Locked In put his chin in his hand and thought seriously. The repair fee was 20 yuan. It didn't sound like much, but if it was extra work, it wouldn't be bad. She pushed herself back, rocking her chair. If she did it, she would have to give it a try. If the quality of the plot and the 3 main chapters of the sausage are good, it's okay to bet once. She puffed her cheeks and clenched her fists. Moreover, everyone went to a third-class school, so why was that Han Leet so much stronger than me? I didn't want to be compared to him. Han Leet was on this side holding a book in his hand, both hands in his pockets, thinking as he walked. Although the little cucumber was a bit stubborn, his brain was still working well. In addition to what I unintentionally hinted at just now, I'm probably even more concerned about this matter. The plot that I have to give to the little cucumber is a type of writing that follows the scenes of chasing away the wife of the hot female boss of later generations. He turned to the right. This was just a test. Now he must seize all opportunities to make money, then upgrade the system. He looked up at the blue sky outside. There were still many things to do later. While sitting in the room, Titch Locked In's phone rang with a text message. "It's because the sausages for cucumbers were sent. The plot and the 3 main chapters are here. You've been waiting for a long time." She read the message, excitement clearly shown on her face, and thought to herself, "It's finally arrived. It's been 3 days. I think he made me climb a tree." Next to her, Du Van was looking in the mirror and preparing to eat, then called her, "Din Din, we'll go here and bring you some food." She turned to look at her friend and smiled. "Yes, you guys go tomorrow." After speaking, returned to the table. She turned on her computer and opened Word. Going into the plot, the remaining life without brothers must be lived well. The related keyword is abusive love, turning the blood of the eldest female lead into a black dog. The female lead is Titch Mong and the male lead is Uong Viam. Narration: One time by chance, Titch Mong and Uong Viam met on the train. She was bullied by someone. He helped Titch Mong, thinking that she would meet the white horse prince in her life, but she did not expect that person, pushed himself to the abyss again. The style of the story is that the boss is crazy and the queen's revenge is first sweet and then salty. Reading through the plot, Titch Locked In put his hand to his chin and suddenly, this female lead's name had the same last name as him. Pressing the mouse button to scroll down and continue reading, she thought, it was just a coincidence. This plot is more unique than I thought. Visualizing the previous story scenes, she thought that, although there were old details like the hero saving the beauty, the character conflicts in the plot were all excellent, especially this male protagonist who only needed to go through the details. Details such as clothing, watches, and speaking can also analyze the other person's context. Taking a quick look at the male protagonist, she immediately had a more impressive view of him. His sharp and harsh language faced an agitated opponent and calmly revealed his cards, directly building his opponent's confidence. Collapse. However, there are a few places where the description is too masculine and the female lead's reaction is also not very good, but this is just a small problem. After reading the plot, she immediately texted the sausage and cucumber side. After watching it, the content was very unique and I wanted to try it. However, I didn't want to receive a repair fee. I wanted to receive 1/3 of the profit. Han Leet's side also received a message and he immediately replied, "Okay, but if you want profits, I will ask you very strictly." She received the message and then texted back, "So naturally I can try writing first." He texted her back, then propped his chin up and smiled. "Then try your forte and write a dramatic scene of male and female protagonists. Try to see the reasons, background, details, special thoughts all written clearly. From a woman's perspective, develop your imagination without limit to any number of words." After reading the message, she grimaced and replied, "Writing this kind of story for a boy to see." After speaking, she began to calm down and reassure herself, calm down, this is because art is all about ideals." After thinking about it, Titch Locked In texted back, "It was written and sent to me, but can the female lead's name be changed? Is this name too common?" When Han Leet read it, he smiled cunningly and texted back, "Secondly, change it to Titch Mong Din, which sounds a bit more artistic." On the other end, when she received the news, she frowned angrily because this name was indeed very similar to her name. She just wanted to change it, but the angle of similarity was even closer than she initially thought. Why is it even closer than that? Titch Locked In replied, I want to say how about changing to another surname to be more artistic. Hanlit smirked and replied to the message, well, that family name has a special meaning that cannot be changed, but the right to name the male protagonist and other characters is left to you. I actually don't have much of a knack for naming. The negotiation seemed unsuccessful, so she sadly texted him back, okay then I'll try to figure out the name so I can write it down and then move on. Sitting all this time, his back was tired. Titch Locked In leaned back and pushed his chair away from the table and thought, what special meaning does a surname have? Without thinking about this anymore, she started trying to write a story. Sitting for a long time, writing 43 lines, she saved it and sent it to the sausages to exchange for cucumbers. After receiving the message, he replied to her after reading it, it was very well written and very effective. Titch Locked In happily put his feet on his lap and thought, really, I have cleared customs. Before I could text back, the other end of the line sent another message, surpassing my imagination, 1/3 of this profit is yours and someone else wants it and I still won't give it. Feeling happy, she asked him again, so starting today we are already partners. Han Li turned back and replied, yes, but since it's a cooperation, do you think we need to sign a contract? After reading the message, Titch Locked In raised his hand and bit his nail. Then I pondered and thought, if I signed an official contract, wouldn't my identity and face information be revealed? But if this book does very well, 1/3 of the profits would be a lot. If there was no contract, I would also not sure. Seeing the message for a long time but she still didn't reply, Han Li continued to send the message, I don't know what you think. Seeing that, she quickly replied to his message, aren't you worried about your personal information being leaked? He replied, well, I'm more or less a little worried in this aspect, so how about I open author access for you so it's convenient for you to check the data and then send me your account number every month. I will immediately transfer your portion of the fee over there until we are a little more familiar and you can feel secure about yourself before we can make up the contract. How do you feel about this plan? Reading the message he sent, she saw that it was exactly the solution she wanted. Titch Locked In smiled happily and sent the message to him. I felt hope that we could cooperate happily, Mr. Sausage. Han Li also agreed with her and sent the message, so let's do that and wish us a happy cooperation, Cucumber. After finishing the message, he stood up from the table and thought, next he would write a story, write about a few thousand words and then upload it. Bending down to look at the trash can next to his feet, he felt bored and thought, he's been home for several days without cleaning up and taking out the trash first. Just bent down to pick up the trash and stood up. Han Li heard behind him the sound of a door opening and someone entering. It turned out that Din Vu and Tae Hung Bak, his roommates carrying a bunch of suitcases and handbags, walked in and said loudly, our big brother is home. Din Vu looked around and whistled to find someone. Chi Hung Bak also walked around but saw that the room was dark and saw no one. Big brother wasn't here. Going into the room, he saw a figure bending down to do something. Suddenly Han Li turned around and the yellow light on his desk shone on his face, making it scary. Causing Din Vu and Tae Hung Bak to turn pale and run to each other, hugging each other and screaming, oh my god, are you still being bagged? Han Li didn't understand what was going on, so he stood bewildered and looked at them clinging to each other and screaming loudly. The sight of two people screaming loudly made Han Li freeze for a moment, then he continued to bend down, gather trash into a bag, looked at them, and asked, I'm home, can you please turn on the light? Din Vu and Chi Hung Bak were still scared. I fumbled in the dark to find the light switch to turn it on. The room was brightly lit, but the two of them still hadn't regained their composure and stood still in place. Han Li saw this and wondered why he didn't come in. Chi Hung Bak looked at the black garbage bag and asked, what are you doing? Why don't you turn on the light? What's in the bag? Isn't that royal power? Han Li helplessly frowned and put the trash bag in front of the two of them and said, Huanghui is so big, can this small bag hold him? Why are you busy cleaning up the trash here and there? After hearing what he said, both of them smiled foolishly, then relaxed their bodies, picked up their suitcases and bags, and went inside. Din Vu hesitated, oh so that's it. Chi Hung Bak also bent down to pick up the things and said, why don't big brother do this? Just wait until we come and clean up. Din Vu climbed onto his bed and opened his bag, then reached into his pocket and took out something. That's right, my brother Li brought you some specialties. He took out packages of chicken feet and chicken thighs. Then I threw it up to Han Li. This is my own factory. My sister and I have always eaten it since we were little. It's absolutely safe and hygienic. Brother Li, try it and eat with peace of mind. Grabbing Din Vu's food packages, he tore open a bag of chicken thighs. Then I bit into my mouth and enjoyed the snack factory. Since I was young, I have admired my friends who have snack factories, chewing on the meat, he thought to himself, but after growing up, he didn't like snacking anymore. After eating, he said, not bad, delicious. Din Vu smiled proudly and said, hey Leet likes to eat, so I told the family to send some more so you can eat it too. Chi Hung Bak ran under his bed and excitedly said, my big brother also brought specialties. He pulled out a box of regional food from his bag. This is a specialty in the Northeast Forest. We didn't know what Big Brother liked to eat, so we brought a little bit of everything. After saying that, he threw all that food on Han Leet's bed and said, if you can't eat it, give it to someone else. Han Leet picked up this pile of snacks and didn't dare to refuse for fear that he would be sad. There are too many of them. I'll try them and you guys can keep them and eat them. Din Vu waved his hand at him and said, hey, we've been eating this since we were kids, but now we don't want to eat it at all. Chi Hung Bak also did the same and smiled generously and said, I brought it especially for you, don't be polite to us. In Han Leet's heart, he felt quite warm when he heard what you guys said. After he finished speaking, he politely but shyly said, okay, thank you, you guys are very nice. After giving him the food, Din Vu and Tae Hung Bak started chatting. Han Leet looked at the two people and shook his head in frustration. These two idiots weren't scared like that by him. However, if I don't threaten them, then I will be the one being bullied. Having been pampered from childhood to adulthood, these children follow the trend, so they do everything. Chi Hung Bak gossiped about the sky, then looked at Din Vu and said, Tu Jia can stand him, so I argued directly. After both of them finished speaking, they burst out laughing. Han Leet, sitting on top, could also vaguely hear their story and thought to himself, there is a type of person like Huang Wei who is the leader of bullying others, and it's just convenient for them, only. Seeing Han Leet just sitting still and looking at him, Chi Hung Bak turned around and looked at him, pointing at his face and asking, Big brother, why do you keep looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Han Leet lay down on the bed, pulled up the blanket, and casually replied, if you don't want to ask, where is Tu Huang? Are you moving out? Hearing him mention Huang Wei, both of their faces fell in fear. Chi Hung Bak looked at him sweating and replied, it doesn't matter if he transfers or not, after all he doesn't dare to be overbearing in front of Big Brother anymore. Din Vu heard Han Leet mention little Huang and secretly thought, Big Brother really still wants to put that Huang Wei in his pocket. Remembering the image of him looming in the dark holding a black bag with a dangerous appearance, Din Vu couldn't help but shiver and panic, immediately ran over to the bed to get his phone and reminded Huang Wei not to come back here. Seeing the expressions on the two boys' faces, Han Leet also said lightly, okay, it's really nothing. He thought to himself, these two idiots could be together without doing something stupid. Lying down on the bed, he pulled the blanket over his head and said, it won't be long before you clean up and go to sleep. You two brought me so many specialties. I'm also nauseous. Tomorrow, I'll invite you to dinner. Let's reciprocate. Chi Hung Bak raised his hand and waved back, then said, so no more being polite to Big Brother. Din Vu was still holding the phone and texting Huang Wei, telling him that Big Brother should go to sleep first. The next day, Han Leet kept his promise and invited everyone to dinner. They sat at a table outside the restaurant. Chi Hung Bak sat down and said, Brother Leet spent a lot of money and this family's grilled meat is not bad. Hearing his praise, he smiled and said, if it's not delicious, can I bring you guys here? Picking up the menu, he looked at them and said, if you can't eat enough, ordering more fried rice here isn't bad. Having said that, he remembered the other meals and thought to himself, another day. He also invited Fai's group to eat, no matter how long it took them to eat. While flipping through the menu looking for dishes, he heard Din Vu and Tae Hung Bak call out, Fan Xie tofu. Fan Xie looked and walked over to them and smiled and said, what a coincidence. Following her was Fa Dao Dao. Seeing Din Vu, she was also surprised. Din Den. She immediately ran towards him and asked, when did you come back? When Din Vu saw her, he ran over and shook her face, smiling happily and saying, I just arrived last night, so why have you guys eaten yet? Fa Dao Dao also smiled and said, we just came back last night and haven't eaten yet and just went out for a while. Din Vu ran back to talk to the two girls while Tae Hung Bak and Han Leet were still sitting at the dining table. Chi Hung Bak looked in the direction where everyone was talking and then asked Han Leet, is our classmate, the beauty queen of the International Exchange Academy, pretty? Han Leet nodded, very pretty. On the other side, Din Vu was still talking to two girls. We were having dinner with our roommates. He pointed towards the dining table and asked if he wanted to sit together and get acquainted. Fa Dao Dao clasped his hands and looked at Fan Xie, pleading, can we go? With Fan Xie's consent, she nodded and the three of them went to Han Leet's table, so why bother bothering him? Chi Hung Bak opened the can of cocoa. Then invite everyone. If fate has come to meet you, let me introduce everyone to each other. Chi Hung Bak looked at Fu Dao Dao and began to introduce to Han Leet. This cute and lively girl is our class representative. Fu Dao Dao's nickname is To. She smiled at him and said, you can call me Do To or Do Dao. Pointing towards Fan Xie, he introduced, this person was the beauty of his class and also the beauty queen of the International Beauty Exchange Institute. The whole school welcomed Fan Xie. Listening to Chi Hung Bei's flattering introduction, he took a sip of water and thought to himself, this little Northeast kid is really from the Northeast and his illness of being afraid to replace others is about to kick in. After Chi Hung Bak introduced the two girls, he turned to introduce Han Li to them, and this person was the wise man Than Vu. To avoid him from flattering him to the sky, he raised his hand to stop him and introduced himself, my name is Han Li. The business administration class at the Institute of Commerce is pleased to meet you. After speaking, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he couldn't let him cause trouble. When Fu Dao Dao heard this name, his eyes widened. Han Li from the business administration class at the Institute of Commerce sounded very familiar. Even Fan Xie, when he heard her say that, didn't recognize who it was. Remembering a moment when Dao Dao was surprised and said, aren't you the one being pursued by two great beauties from the Commercial Institute who are always fighting over invitations to dinner? After hearing Fu Dao Dao know the story of being chased by a beauty queen, Han Li's face turned pale and he thought, how did this story spread so quickly? Chi Hung Bak and Din Vu also didn't know about this but turned to look at him and looked at him with admiring eyes. Wow, Big Brother is so real. Both of them sat next to Mr. Din Vu and said, why wouldn't we share such a special story with you guys? Han Li pushed his shoulder away and said, there's nothing to share. Fan Xie didn't seem to want to bring up this topic so she coughed a few times and then talked about something else. Cough cough, let's order first. Do you want to order more food? Chi Hung Bak waved his hand and told the two of them, Hei's brother Li invited me to eat whatever he wanted today, just feel free to call. Dao Dao happily but politely replied, this isn't good, why are you asking me to invite you as soon as I get to know you? Han Li took the menu and gave it to the two girls to choose what to eat. He said normally, there's no way I can invite and then we're destined to meet, there's no need to be so strict just for a meal. Everyone doesn't lack money to eat a barbecue, I and you guys are also considered half of the classmate and then also considered as friends, just meeting each other and having fun is enough. When Fu Dao Dao and Fan Xie heard him say that, they looked at each other shyly and took the menu. Dao Dao smiled brightly and looked at the menu and said, thank you, Leet. Han Leet also looked at her and said, that's polite, but why do they keep calling me Brother Leet? She nodded and said, just for convenience, she couldn't call him Leet Leet directly. What she said was somewhat reasonable, so he suddenly said, what you said also made sense. Din Vu excitedly ran towards her and enthusiastically pointed at the menu, this is delicious, you should try it. Sitting next to Fan Xie did not order a menu but just sat and looked at everyone. Paying attention to M's, Han Leet, he thought to himself, Fan Xie had only seen the Northeast District once from afar and they didn't expect that they were classmates. Besides, isn't he the type of little princess from a wealthy family who is always arrogant? Seeing her smile, laugh and talk freely with everyone, he thought that maybe because of her classmates, she agreed to sit with strangers and help others while being shy to act properly. This personality is completely different from the rumors, but... He opened the can of wine and took a sip. As expected, hearing was better than seeing. While talking to himself, Fan Xie also opened a can of wine and started talking to his brother, Han Leet. I can't drink alcohol, but I can drink a glass with everyone today. Please let me invite you first. He happily clinked his can with her. Drink as much as you can, we don't need those bad habits on the wine table, we really can't order any fruit juice, it's also not safe for girls to drink too much outside. She brought it up and took a sip, then smiled and said again, you're right as long as you don't mind. Fan Xie frowned and smiled, then finished drinking water and saw Han Leet staring at him in the eyes. Suddenly he spoke for a while, his eyes seemed very special, she was also startled by this statement, huh? But a moment later she also pointed at my eyes and explained, my mother is an ethnic minority, isn't it strange that my eye color is inherited from her? He smiled and gave a like sign saying, no, it's very beautiful. She smiled and nodded and asked him, where are you from? Han Li put the can of wine on the table and answered, have you heard of Mungtan? She nodded and said, a newly developed city with rich mineral resources, what is the landscape like there? He responded enthusiastically, there are quite a few mountains but there are no beautiful scenery. She hummed and understood what he meant, damage caused by mineral exploitation, exactly what he wanted to mention, so he nodded and answered, well, the price of development. While sitting and talking to her, Dinvu ran over and poked his shoulder and asked, big brother, looking over there. He pointed at the black-haired girl wearing a white t-shirt with a crop top jacket combined with pink shorts, looking very dynamic. Dinvu asked him if that beautiful woman was from your class. Dinvu had just finished asking him when he saw Tae-hung Bak grilling meat and suddenly turned to call the other girl, hello class president, turning around towards the sound of someone calling. Tich Locked-in looked over at everyone, Han Leet. Fa Dao Dao also looked at her and then turned to ask Fan Xie, isn't he the class president of the business administration class at the Institute of Commerce? Fan Xie didn't say anything but he thought of a name in his mind, Tich Locked-in. Tich Locked-in stood next to her and was surprised to see her, Fan Xie. Tich Locked-in and Fan Xie were originally praised as the great couple of the Humanities Academy. Tich Locked-in, the class president, joined the student union with a very clear goal, to use his job as an officer as a stepping stone to gradually improve his own abilities. Fan Xie is a student in the business administration class of the International Exchange Institute. He is not interested in anything in school, does not participate in anything, and feels secure waiting to go abroad to study. That said, these two people should not have had any communication at all. Tich Locked-in saw her and thought to himself, haha, no communication is new. I'm dead tired from working at the student union until the president promises that next semester he'll let me be vice captain of the arts department. Before I was happy for a few days, I heard that this deputy minister position was specially reserved for new students. The student union invited this position several times but he did not want to come. Even so, he still kept the position of deputy minister for him until it was determined that the other person was not interested in this position before it was his turn, me. Sighing, she thought, the old lady worked no matter how tiring, but in the end, she only picked up a piece of food that people didn't want, and the person the student union couldn't invite was Fan Xie Fan, the eldest lady of the business administration class, International Exchange Institute. Why is Han Leet sitting with her when this man is a communication expert? Is Du Van Phi Phi still not arrogant enough for him? Thinking of this, she started to go to the dining table to ask him, Han Leet, how are you? Du Van is still in the dorm waiting to hear from you. When Han Leet saw her mention it, he was startled and turned to look at her and thought, just coming here made it difficult for us. Haven't we just become partners? Haven't offended him in these past few days. Calming down, he scratched his head and answered, I came to invite my dorm mates to dinner just in time to meet some international exchange students, so I sat with them. Is your class representative going out to eat later? Can you help me bring some later, return items? Consider that if I invite you guys to eat grilled food in the dorm, everyone will help you wait at the table. When Tich Locked-in heard him say that, he glanced sideways. Haha, what does this man mean by not welcoming him? Fa Dao Dao looked at the situation between the two people talking like that and thought with interest that it smelled like drama. But Chi-hung Bak couldn't smell the smell of gunfire in the story. He casually stood up and called Tich Locked-in, since we've met, let's eat together. Now if we wait in line, we'll have to wait a long time to finish eating and then order it to take home separately. Finished, he looked towards the waiter and called. The staff gave him an extra chair. When Dinvu and Han Leet saw him calling Tich Locked-in back, their faces turned pale and they did not think about this case. Even so, Chi-hung Bak pushed Han Leet and said, hurry up and give your seat to the class president. Han Leet also asked questions without expecting it. After seeing Chi-hung Bak inviting Tich Locked-in to sit with Han Leet, he was also helpless and stiff. Chi-hung Bak still carelessly said to him, Ha Leet, move, don't move at all. When Dinvu saw this situation, he felt sorry for his friend. He raised his hands to cover his face and thought, it's over, Big brother is obviously dealing with this girl. This time, Tu-dong Bak will also be punished. In the bag. Han Leet's face was dark and scary. He turned to look at Chi-hung Bak and smiled like he didn't smile. Thank you, I taught you to chant the sutra tonight. You don't understand what's going on but you're looking at the two of them in bewilderment. Looking at Han Leet's unsightly face, he sweated and thought, what did he do wrong after dying? Tich Locked-in also understood that Han Leet didn't seem to welcome her, but wanting to make him angry, she held the notebook tightly in her hand and said, if that's the case, I'd be more respectful than obeying orders. And then Han Leet adding me, it won't affect you guys. Han Leet looked at her without answering and thought, that's not right, it's really not right. Although Little Cucumber is usually a bit rude, he absolutely cannot do this. He has long heard that the great Song Q of the Humanities Academy has some conflicts, but let these two people sit at the same table to eat, is it still peaceful? Tich Locked-in was about to pull out a chair and sit at the table when he raised his hand to stop us. Our class leader had been eating for a while and saw that there was leftover rice and soup on the table. I'm afraid it's really inconvenient this time. What do you want to eat? I'll order some food and bring it back. I'll solemnly invite you again next time I have a chance. If you want to get to know each other, you can have another meal. When Locked-in heard that, he got angry and restrained himself, clenched his hand into a fist and said, "Okay, I know I don't need to order takeout anymore. I suddenly want to eat something else." She struggled away and said angrily, "So you guys just eat slowly and I won't bother you anymore." It was only now that Chi Hung Bak saw his aunt's unsightly face and leaned towards Han Lead and said, her big brother seemed angry. He frowned, looked at you and said, "No need for you to tell me I'm not blind." Han Lead exhaled and looked at her back and thought, he was really angry and had to calm him down a bit. Locked-in walked away from everyone's sight, then she stopped and stomped her feet in frustration, thinking, this man is this man. In my life, no one has dared to refuse me like this. I just saw them sitting together before I could think and rushed forward. She felt so angry that tears welled up in her eyes. He didn't expect that he wouldn't give her any face. Seeing her hand wipe the tears from her face, she silently cursed, "This dog man, dog man, dog, man dog." Returning to the dining table, Tae Hung Bak looked at Han Lead and asked him, "Brother Lead, I didn't have time to react. You and the tall girl were in the same class." Fa Dao Dao also followed suit and said, "For every 2 business administration classes, the 2 class leaders, Mr. Lead, are not in the same class as Din Din, but are they in the same class as you? Even though you guys aren't in the same dorm, you don't know about this." Din Vu smiled foolishly and scratched his head and said, "Isn't there so many things that I've forgotten?" Having said that, in his heart he thought, it can't be said that Big Brother is putting too much pressure on us, so we don't dare to ask at all. Fan Xie is not a bad person. She also recognized Locked-in's feelings. She must have felt very uncomfortable if she left like that. Chi Hung Bak was still thinking indifferently, if Big Brother didn't pick her up, then she could just go, but he didn't expect that someone who knew her personally came to talk to him. "I thought he was an acquaintance of Big Brother." Fa Dao Dao put his chin on his hand and said, "Din Din and I are both in the student union. Although we don't see each other much, we feel that her personality is not bad and she is also very serious in her work." Chi Hung Bak put down the can of wine and looked at her and said, "Sometimes you don't just look at appearances." Fan Xie looked down at the table and said, "I've also heard about Locked-in. Although she works seriously, there are times when her personality is too strong. Her personality is too two-sided, and her personality like this can easily offend others. Many people are upset with her, that." Chi Hung Bak took a sip of wine and said, "After all, I think her temperament is great and I don't know who can handle that type of girl." Han Leet listened to everyone discuss, took a piece of grilled meat and said, "In fact, without being so exaggerated, Fan Xie said it right, such a personality is really easy to offend others. But she's just a child and hasn't matured or said she's never suffered a loss. I really don't mean to be upset with her, it's just that she and I both have our own temperaments and are not people who can give in, enemy. People will grow up but their personality also needs to be gradually trained without over-comparing." Hearing these words from Han Leet, everyone admired and applauded for the maturity of his words. Looking at Mr. Fa Dao Dao speaking frankly, "Brother Leet, being able to say these words really makes people look at him with different eyes." Fan Xie crossed his arms in front of his chest, smiled and said, "His speaking style is exactly like his father's, but he is right that people have many sides and being too one-sided is not good." Han Leet stood up and took meat skewers for everyone. He said, "What do you mean? You're old. Hurry up and eat the meat, the skewers are already cold." Pulling out the chair he said, "I'm going to the bathroom, help me order another portion of fried rice to take home." "Go into the bathroom." He took out his phone and saw that the little cucumber was also Locked-in texting him, "Are you there sausage? I'm about to die of anger, you don't know what I encountered just now." Han Leet knew that Locked-in was a small cucumber and she didn't know that the sausage was Han Leet, so she didn't hesitate to confide in this unknown friend. Han Leet read the message and then replied, "What happened, little cucumber?" Locked-in sent a message to express to him, to tell him that there is a friend in my class who might be the type of young master from a rich family with his usual style like a domineering president, so I am planning to refer to him to write. In the novel, he's not a tyrannical president, he's really like a tyrant. Reading the message, he wasn't angry but smiled and thought, "So you intend to use me as a role model?" Han Lee texted back, "There's a tyrannical CEO next to you, why don't you grab it for reference? But what did he do to you to make your little sister so angry?" Locked-in composed a message to send to you. "I've always secretly used him for reference, but this time he's too much. I feel like he's intentionally trying to upset my mood. One moment he's very nice to me, then he turns cold on me. That's faster than he can flip through books." Han Li read the message and frowned, thinking, this girl suddenly rushed in. Then again, I didn't mean to be cold. Pressing the bounce button, he thought about quitting and coaxing people first and then arguing about right and wrong later. Moreover, the sausage is just an online friend. According to her, it's fine. After walking for a while, Tich Locked In also arrived at the restaurant. She went in to order, and the owner took a portion of fried rice and brought it home. The person at the counter heard the customer ordering and responded, yes, immediately. After finishing the call, Tich Locked In continued to take out his phone to read the message that Han Leet sent. There are good times and bad times. This is not a soft string that is tied tightly, so why don't we get hit by this trick? After reading it, she immediately replied to him, of course. I immediately turned my head away, afraid that now that he was regretting it, I wouldn't pay attention to him anymore. Going out to the bathroom, he kept his eyes glued to reading the message and thought, it's not okay if you don't pay attention. He texted her back that if he was an online friend, I would definitely stand by your side and support you unconditionally. Really no, we have to write him the weakest character and write him to death. Han Li walked to the table, waved his hand and smiled politely at everyone. I have some urgent business to go out for a while, so you guys can eat. Picking up his pocket, taking out his wallet, placing it on the table, he said, I won't be back in Dongbok until a little later. Please help me pay so I don't lose it. If you have anything to do, text me. Chi Hung Bok took his wallet and said, guaranteeing to complete the task, but Mr. Leet doesn't seem to have added any contact method. Before he finished speaking, he looked up and saw Han Leet leaving. Fa Dao Dao looked at the direction he was going and asked, where is Big Brother going? Fan Xie and Din Vu answered in unison, I don't know. When he accidentally made Tich Locked In angry, he read the message and saw that she was planning to ignore him, so he stopped eating and stood up to go home. At the Tich Locked In restaurant, while ordering food, the waiter asked her, sister, if there was anything to add to the fried rice while making the rice. Adding eggs would cost 2 yuan and adding sausage would cost 3 yuan. She looked up and answered, more eggs. After speaking, she took out her phone and read the message he sent. How about we use him as a model so that he can act as a villain who won't last more than 10 chapters? She replied back, that's not very good, right? Han Li followed her opinion and said, what's wrong with this method? I think this method is very anger-inducing. Of course we shouldn't let him bully our little cucumber, right? No matter what, I can't help myself but I'm definitely on your side. But in real life you still need to pay attention. I see you're a bit impulsive in this matter, but that's not why I'm on your side. Think I'm right. After reading the message, she thought to herself, he was right. After talking to him, I felt much calmer. She texted back to him, saying that we both thought it was because he was much cuter than that man. The message was finished just in time for the waiter to bring out the rice for her. Her sister finished the fried rice and gave her 10 yuan. Tich Locked In rummaged through his bag to look for his wallet. Well, if I have it right here, where is my wallet? It's not like I didn't bring it. Suddenly, someone from behind offered money and told my boss to pay for her. This voice was so familiar that she turned around to see that it was Han Li. After giving the money, he took his own bag of rice and bought it for her. She showed it in front of her and said, I told you to bring back a portion for you. Then give me your portion. Let's exchange the fried rice from the restaurant just now. Is it the taste? It's bad. You should try it. Lu, seeing her just standing still looking at him, he frowned and said, why don't you change your wallet? I gave it to them. Then I took the last bill on me to pay for the fried rice at this restaurant. I ate it with a lot of oil and salt. It's also expensive. Are you afraid of getting acne after eating it? You're so straightforward and yet you say it in front of the person who made this dish and criticize it for being bad. She angrily gritted her teeth and replied, haha, thank you for your concern. I don't know if eating fried rice will cause acne or not, but being angry with dogs will definitely cause acne. As she spoke, she walked past him without even looking at him. If he bought it, he would eat it himself and never see him again. Han Li turned his head to look and his face fell. It looked like he was really angry and even said it. There must be a problem with something unusual. The little cucumber suddenly changed his personality today, which is very unusual. Du Van and Fuing Fai Fai have been clinging to me every day, but I haven't seen the little cucumber have any special reaction. Opening the restaurant door and going out, he thought to himself, if I could say the only strange thing was the taste of explosives between her and Fan Xie. I took out my phone and saw an incoming text message. He opened it and read a message from Tich Locked In. This man's sausage actually had a sausage. He just ran to bring me a portion of fried rice but I didn't pay attention and he just left. Han Li texted her to comfort her. Even if he had a little conscience and was in a better mood, he still went out alone. Please take care of your safety. She texted him back, in a better mood and now on her way back to the dorm. Anger easily grew and she didn't have anything to do with him. The system displays a notification, stating experience level plus 2000. Looking at the notice, he thought, oh, there's another surprise harvest. The cucumber girl's personality really changes quickly. She loves others without allowing her to approach her, but she can do it herself, arbitrarily breaking other people's limits. A rude personality like this will sooner or later suffer losses. Only by realizing this problem can we change it. Dinvu saw Han Leet coming back and stood up to say hello. Big brother, are you back? Will Leet eat again? We are negotiating to disperse. Han Leet nodded and said, pay up, don't waste the food, I'll bring it back here. Seeing him leave, he brought a box of fried rice. When he returned, the box of fried rice was still holding 2 boxes of rice. Chi Hung Bak curiously asked, Big brother, where did you take the fried rice just now? So why did you come back with 2? When Dinvu saw him finish asking, Han Leet's face immediately turned dark, then he turned to cover his mouth and said, Tu Dong Bak, being curious about anything is not a good thing. Let's not worry about big brother's business. Fan Xie and Fa Dao Dao also got up from the table to pack their things. Fan Xie stretched his body and told everyone, then let's go home. Next time I have a chance, I'll invite you again. Dao Dao also smiled happily, waved his hand and said goodbye Din Din, goodbye Tu Bak and brother Leet. Han Li politely waved his hand. There was a certain chance we would see each other again. Tu Bak also smiled and waved to the 2 girls, saying goodbye. Return to the far dormitory. Chi Hung Bak asked him, my brother Leet and Din Din have to go out soon. Do you want to go with us? He packed his things and asked, where are you going out? Dinvu looked proud as he stroked his hair and said, his classmate asked the girls from the performance department of Shanghai Drama Academy to go sing karaoke together in the evening. Han Leet seemed to hear the problem and turned around to ask, are you going to sing karaoke together? Are you sure you didn't call you guys to pay? Dinvu was dizzy and then smiled foolishly. Leet sometimes shouldn't say it so bluntly. Chi Hung Bak stared at Han Leet and said, big brother, how do you know everything? Could it be that you read the scriptures so much that people can predict it? Han Leet looked at the 2 boys and calmly said, no. The main thing is that the 2 of you both have a feeling of being stupid and knowing that stupid people have a lot of money just by looking at them. You guys go, I'm not going to join in the fun anymore. I'm going back to school and I haven't finished reading the book yet. When Tae Hung Bak saw that he was not interested, he waved his hand and left, so he held on. Big brother really didn't go, right? Those girls who knew Tian Yi Hao in our class were all great beauties, so maybe they could see them. While he was talking, Din Vu was busy spraying his hair and grooming himself, looking in the mirror. Han Li turned back and said, if I don't go, I won't be able to find the money to help them, and I'm not interested in beautiful women right now. Chi Hung Bak immediately said again, so why isn't a beauty like the beauty queen of our class interested? Can Din Din and I help you? After speaking, he smelled the smell on his shirt and it was all the smell of grilled meat. Han Li walked back to his desk, pulled out a chair and sat down and replied, the job is great and you want to help. If that's the case, why don't you pursue it yourself? Chi Hung Bak went back to the bed to get a shirt and took it off to change a new one. Are you joking, big brother? I can't keep this kind of girl, I can't support her, and I can't resist her. Even if she just moves close to me, I still have to worry. Din Vu stood with his arms crossed and nodded in agreement. It's true that people should understand themselves. Chi Hung Bak laughed and said, of course, he didn't consider whose younger brother we were. Din Vu ran over and put his arm around his shoulder and said, that's right, I didn't expect to have such enlightenment. When Han Leet saw you guys calling him like that, he was helpless. Little brother, what are you talking about? Both big brother and younger brother didn't know, but they thought this dormitory lived in a society where the 3 guys were gone, so quickly go out and play, don't hinder me from reading. The 2 of them nodded and opened the door to go out. Boss. He lowered his head to find the button to open the computer and thought that after the National Day holiday ended on November 11th, a stock investment contest sponsored by Long Dow Company, Limited, and the stock exchange would begin. The contest has 3 rounds, lasting until the 27th of January, and is open to the entire society. Once you reach the final, you will have the right to control the sponsorship package of 100,000. During the last 2 weeks of the competition period, the participant uses this 100,000 VND to earn all profits, which become the legal income of the participant, not only proving his or her 3rd-level business administration capacity. Maybe you can use this opportunity to earn some money. Open the computer and open the Word file to read. The manuscript of the Tyrant CEO's Goddess of Revenge has already reached 100,000 words and the speed of a small cucumber is very fast. Waiting for the first broadcast next month after signing the contract, you can get profit. Thinking about the girl in the same class as his two roommates, he thought, and about Fonca, I don't know what's wrong with them, but this little problem has nothing to do with me for now. This woman's position is too high. She's the daughter of a rich family who was taught since childhood. I now have no strength or ability. Communication with the other person should still be natural. The next week quickly passed in the blink of an eye. The vacation ended, study time returned, under the gentle warm sunlight shining everywhere. At the familiar lecture hall of the university, Fung Fei waved his hand when he first entered. Mr. Leet, long time no see, was already sitting on the chair, simply replying, "It's only a week, not long." Then she quickly sat next to Han Leet, pulled out her chair and wondered. This was the first vacation after school started, so Leet didn't go out to play either. Then he straightened the book and revealed it. No way, there is too much to do. The time is arranged quite urgently. But I didn't say anything specific directly. I just thought to myself while staring at the book in my hand, I'm about to grasp all the knowledge of the major, then I'll start studying in depth, and in addition every day I have to spending 2 hours writing a novel, only busy people know. Then Han Leet sighed with a rather depressed face and thought, 24 hours a day is completely not enough. Then the boss, who was curious about the story, had a cunning smile on her face and gently reminded her, yes, it's good to be a little busy, but I heard that some people said they didn't have money to live, but secretly invited the beauty of the institute, international exchange besides eating. Seeing that he had been exposed, Han Leet quickly signaled to stop him, his face so panicked that he was sweating and calling out continuously, stop stop stop. Then he asked her, are you infected by Duvan, with such a green tea voice. When hearing that, she just covered her mouth with her hand, smiled lightly, hi, no, this is caring for Brother Leet. Everything was normal until Fei asked, hey, Brother Leet, are you and Din Din angry at each other, causing the brother who was drinking to quickly spit out all the water. Quickly turning around, frowning and asking in return, he asked what this was for. She just gently answered, yesterday when Din Din came back his face was very ugly, we asked him what was wrong. Then her face became serious as she spoke. She gave a cold sentence, when she saw Leet and you guys inviting the beauty queen to dinner at the International Exchange Academy. Duvan's face immediately turned black after hearing that. Both of their expressions were the same, they're both equally bad, so I don't dare ask any more. Hearing that, he was a bit surprised and silently said in his mind, good little cucumbers, look at this unusual tone, and even silently accuse. Seeing Han Leet being silent for a long time, Fei then asked, hey, Brother Leet, what's going on? I didn't want to reveal anything, he simply said, it's nothing, I invited my roommate to dinner. If I met their class president, I would sit with them. Halfway through the meal, I met Din Din, I wouldn't let him, she sat with her and was just angry. Then she suddenly opened her eyes and exclaimed, is this it? Then that's right, he didn't discuss anything further, just replied, like that. Hearing that, she dropped her arms, disappointed because there was no big drama to look forward to and regretful. I didn't think anything big would happen, but Mr. Leet didn't expect that he wouldn't respect Din Din like that. Even though my answer was somewhat indifferent on the outside, I didn't pursue him, so everything had to be according to his wishes, but because Han Leet had his own problems, I did so. If I could respect him, he sat with me, so it was very noisy. Without stopping, Fung Fei continued to ask, Brother Leet, do you really have no feelings for Din Din? She has no right to force him. So Han Leet wondered, whether I have feelings for him or not is irrelevant, whatever happened to him. Just as Duvan and Tich locked in entered the classroom door. Both of them heard Han Leet's voice quite loudly and clearly echoing throughout the room, laughing and laughing, just laughing, hurry up and leave, I have to continue reading. Seeing her walk in, Han Leet's eyes immediately changed and focused on Tich locked in. But she only responded with a cold look and then silently passed by. In just a moment, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Fei stood up and took the initiative to ask, Brother Leet, would you like to have lunch together? I invited you, but he immediately changed to himself, I'll invite you. Yesterday I said that I was looking for an opportunity to invite you guys to have a meal, to eat. It's been such a long time since I invited you guys, I have to invite you again. When I heard the girl's eyes lit up, she brought her face closer to confirm, really no, okay, then I want to eat hot pot. Then he immediately asked Fei to come along and asked Duvan, what do you want to eat? Let's vote, it's so great. She couldn't wait and just replied, The food was the most delicious. Seeing that, she didn't wait for anything and quickly rushed past Yu Din's place, making her eyes widen in bewilderment, while Han Leet's mind was speculating, is the little cucumber embarrassed because of yesterday's incident, after calmly realizing my impulsive behavior? However, with this personality of hers, it is impossible to proactively admit mistakes. While Fi was continuing her work of calling and persuading, Brother Lead asked us to have dinner. What do you guys want to eat? Hearing that, Duvan's attitude was very surprised. There is also this good thing: the more certain he is with his strategy, at times like this he acts more naturally and does not pay attention to his inner activities. Her mind will be even richer. Probably because Fi begged too hard, the scene has now changed to a hot pot restaurant. All three of them were now sitting down on the chairs. Locked In was holding the menu in his hand, glancing up and down. When Duvan mentioned first, "Let's use the pot so everyone can eat," then Fooling Fi immediately asked, "Help me order an extra portion of seasoning." Din wants to order it or not. She has no idea to answer. "I'm fine with it, you guys just order." Just as Han Leet had calculated, she had fallen into a trap, but in her mind she was grimacing in worry. Yesterday's incident was so embarrassing. This guy acted like it was nothing. These two guys really had no will. A fun hot pot meal turned into this. No matter what, I didn't smile or talk to him. I had to let him know. If he offended me there would be serious consequences. Then suddenly from somewhere a man's voice rang out. "Hey, 3 beautiful women came to eat hot pot." Nearby there was a table with a trio in white shirts. The other two kept cheering. The boss was very good. Helped me ask for QQ while the leader, Tundik Trot, was talking to the other side. Our table was happy, very much. Do you want to come and sit together? We invite you. The attitude of those people made Locked In not even look at them, and immediately refused, thanking them. But there was no need, and in his mind, he felt troublesome. Yet another guy started talking. Not just sitting there talking, he also put his hands in his pockets and walked closer to them with a rather masculine voice. "Don't be so arrogant. What school are you guys from?" Then we all saw something bad. Fi was so worried that she was sweating and just wanted to ask for help. Where was Leet? Why wasn't he home yet? Then Duvan thought of a way to point to the phone. He quickly called, phone to ask. Just in a state of panic, her face darkened and she quickly entered, yes, to try calling. Oh no, he came up behind her, looking at the screen and awkwardly asking, "Beautiful lady playing with her phone, please add a way to contact her." Then he couldn't bear it anymore. Locked In stood up, refusing to accept it and angrily shouted loudly, "What do you guys want to do in broad daylight?" Even though she couldn't defeat Tundik Trot in her own strength, she wasn't afraid at all. She used a strong and firm voice to remind him, "If you still want to bother us, we'll call the police." Not only did he sneak in, but he was also brazen. Said, "A beautiful woman with a small temper, how can this be called bothering?" And the hand touched Duvan's shoulder. Then he continued, "You guys were kind enough to invite us to dinner. It was really disrespectful at all." That sentence reached Locked In's breaking point and she clenched her fists extremely indignantly. The target was not Duvan. He immediately rushed forward to grab her hand and excitedly called out, "Come and go, don't be shy. Even if you resist as much as you can, don't touch me." Fortunately, Han Leet's voice rang out, "Hey, you guys do something." The savior had returned. He walked towards them with an expressionless face and wondered, "I just went to withdraw some money and why did this happen? Am I not physically fit to invite others to dinner?" Every time you invite me to dinner something happens." Seeing his appearance, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Fi, who was still scared, now had a brighter face and smiled. "Brother Leet, you're finally here." The two of them probably knew each other, so he was a bit surprised. "You were with them, aren't they blessed brothers?" And Locked In's face was quite panicked, probably afraid that he misunderstood him. Without a bit of respect for the opposite sex, he even asked, "Among them, who is your girlfriend?" The prettiest one, making Fi perhaps a little uncomfortable and go away with Duvan. Not stopping there, Tundik Trot also had a physical impact on Locked In, squeezing her hand tightly, causing her to protest in pain. Let go of her hand, lustful blood rising in every word. "This beautiful beauty, the world, let me introduce myself to you guys." Hearing those insulting words coming out of his mouth, he immediately scolded this kid, making Tundik Trot also feel worried. Truly an omen. Han Leet squeezed his wrist. A strong murderous aura was emitted around his body. Not only did he simply hold him, but he also flexed his arm strongly. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, wanting to cut him at any moment, but his teeth asked, "Where are his hands?" Titch Locked In opened his purple eyes wide, looking blankly forward. Han Lee tightly grasped the wrist of the blonde man who had disturbed Locked In. His face was upset. The man was startled and backed away, his mouth constantly calling, "Let go, let go." Han Lee tightened his grip even more, causing the other man's hand to ache and become full of tendons. He bent down, constantly cursing, "Pain, pain, 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 are you crazy?" Han Lee still held his wrist and refused to let go. The other guy jerked his hand away. "Where did the crazy guy come from? Quickly let him go." Han Li was visibly upset and seriously replied, "Oh, if I grabbed your hand and wouldn't let go, then I'm mentally ill." His face darkened and he looked at the other guy with contemptuous eyes. "So that guy who just held the strange girl's hand and didn't let go, what are you?" The blonde man pointed angrily. Han Li took on a thuggish tone, "What? I want to get to know you, are you uncomfortable?" After finishing speaking, he raised his fist at Han Li, mouthed a threat. If he felt uncomfortable, he would fight. These guys taught him very well. Han Li was not afraid at all, using his right hand to swipe away his fist. His feet moved backwards as if preparing to gain momentum. Han Li's eyes firmly looked straight at him. Then, bang, Han Li grabbed his wrist and threw him hard to the ground. He looked down at him. "This is you who made the first move." He stood up straight, cracking his knuckles. "I just followed his request and let go to defend myself." Tich locked in stood beside him worriedly. Han Li turned to the blonde man's junior. Everyone saw it. He made the first move. The short-haired junior looked at his big brother lying flat on the ground, his face screaming in fear, "Boss!" Everyone in the shop was also curious. Everyone's eyes were focused on this case. Suddenly from outside the door, a man in a white tank top with little hair walked in. "What happened? Who is calling?" "That's me." Han Li turned to look at the door. Locked in didn't know what to do, so he called out, Brother Li." Han Li's face turned red. He quickly left, not forgetting to call Locked In's group. "Why are you still standing there? Go!" Locked In, Du Van, and Phi Phi widened their eyes, seeing Han Li calling. The three still hadn't arrived. I understood what was going on, but I still sat there stupidly. "Hey!" Han Li waved his hand. "Do you want to be seen by those passers-by eating hot pot? They are all waiting to eat melon. Let's go, let's change to another restaurant." Seeing that Phi Phi quickly stood up. Oh, okay," followed by Locked In. Du Van had difficulty carrying 2 melons on his body and quickly ran after him. "Let's go, these people are really hateful." Phi Phi looked worriedly at everyone around. Immediately stopped Du Van. "Just keep quiet, that group of people will come and cause trouble again." Phi Phi smiled happily. "What are you afraid of? Our brother Li's hidden secrets will not be revealed. One punch will kill a scoundrel." Leaving the restaurant, Han Li looked at Locked In and asked, "Are you okay?" Locked In blushed, shyly touching his hands together. "I'm okay." Han Li didn't pay attention anymore. It was okay. Locked In stood behind him and looked at him without saying anything. She pouted and thought to herself, "Just one question and that's it. What does this man mean?" Han Li walked forward, happily turned around and asked, "Did you think I was very handsome when I was fighting?" and was busy thinking about it. Seeing Han Li ask that, Locked In was startled. "Huh?" Han Li then pointed at Locked In and continued. The male protagonist showed off his domineering attitude. Like dealing with those thugs, the female protagonist was bothered by thugs. Think about it, in those novels tyrants are not like that. Like that. She didn't understand what he was saying. What was that? Locked In puffed her cheeks. "Why is there a man like you reading a novel?" She thought to herself. "How does this guy know what I was thinking just now? Is he a worm in my stomach?" Han Li continued, "Aren't the stories in romance novels all like this? I won't hide it from you. Just now there was a time when I wanted to punch each of them." He thought to himself, "Let's test the skill level, system operation." He sighed. "It's just a pity that reality and fiction are different. We can't just do things according to our temperament. After calculating the benefits, just give them a little threat." Han Li said as he walked that if he really fought with them, he couldn't guarantee that he could protect the 3 girls at the same time. His hands were stuffed into his pockets. Moreover, there was a conflict at a hot pot restaurant, which already had many safety issues, and conflicts at a hot pot restaurant using hot water to splash people had never happened before. It was necessary to ensure safety, protect everyone's safety first. He pulled out his phone from his pocket, but those guys were also very dark. I knew the owner of this hot pot restaurant. He was a retired police officer, with a very strong righteous personality. On Han Li's phone screen, a photo of me appeared and it turned out that I was an elder cultivator. Just by looking at the camera, these thugs were definitely forced to be educated, and maybe even called their parents. Locked In stood behind and heard the whole story and immediately burst out laughing. Thugs were even called parents. Han Li remembers when he was a child, the teacher pointed at him and shouted loudly, quickly calling the parents. When he was a child, Han Li had more flesh and skin, chubbier than now. When the teacher yelled at him, his head would sweat and he would tremble. I don't know about this. Anyway, my biggest fear is being called a parent. Locked In followed behind, but it must be said that he called the shop owner. Han Li shook the phone in his hand, happily answered. He called before entering the shop. How is that? Smart. Locked In smiled. Reluctantly and intelligently. Time fast-forwarded to that night. At Han Li's house, he had just finished showering and was drying his head when he saw a message notification on his computer. His computer beeped, sausage, sausage, yes. A series of messages were sent. Didn't I say bad things to you about that classmate before? Wow, I told you, yesterday was so embarrassing. Today he acted like nothing happened, even invited me and my dorm friend to dinner. But this is not the point. The point is that I can't help but admit that he is very handsome today. The computer reads the message. I tell you, Han-Leet doesn't understand anything, secretly thinking. Clearly yesterday he scolded me like a dog. Today I feel handsome again. The speed of changing a girl's attitude is really fast. The screen name of the chat, the image of the sausage answering, asking and marking, great, you like that person again, huh? Locked in the dormitory blushed as she read the text message. Her phone beeped with a text message. This is a betrayal of our great career, she thought. I'm far from liking that guy. Duvan next to him was also curious to see what Locked in did. Locked in replied to the message immediately, asking question and mark, what do you mean you like someone? I don't like him. Han-Leet also enthusiastically agreed. Right. I understand. I agree. Understand. You don't like people, you just like to use them as material. The conversation between sausages and cucumbers continued. Han-Leet and the sausage immediately changed the subject. Don't worry about that classmate of yours anymore. I plan to officially start updating tomorrow. Buddy, please confirm if there are any changes. The sausage continued to text, main character, supporting character, introduction, mainframe, and our account password. Let's check it all. Locked in also replied, oh okay, just wait a minute, I logged in to see. Duvan called her. Din, who have you been talking to on the phone these past few nights? Locked in awkwardly turned back. I'm with a friend, I'm just talking to a friend. Duvan sat on the chair, smiled and asked Locked in, hey, I saw you changed your QQ name a few days ago, aren't you an online friend? Locked in was embarrassed and denied it. What did he think? He was just an old friend. She put on her coat. I'm going to the library, you guys go to sleep first, don't wait for me. Duvan replied, it's almost time to turn off the lights. Fi, who was lying down, also sat up. Locked in closed the door, her 3 dorm friends could only watch. Duvan said, do you guys feel that Din is mysterious around here? You always run to the library there. Fi also nodded in agreement. The next morning at school, the fat, bald teacher wearing glasses stood on the podium and said, I know the long vacation has just ended and your thoughts are still not over, but studying investment is one of the most important subjects in the business management class. Business, I hope everyone quickly stabilizes. Duvan and Locked in study in this class. Below, everyone does their own thing, whatever the teacher says, but theory is theory, the market is the market, and investment ability is not just you can learn by looking at books. Locked in did not pay attention to the teacher, put the phone under his thigh. The teacher still talked non-stop. The focus was more on practicality. On Din's phone screen, a page of the novel The Goddess of Revenge by a tyrannical tycoon appears. The author of this type of literature composes modern romance. The perspective of the work, the female protagonist, belongs to self-composed love language. Literary progress is being updated. The number of full text is 15,230. In the starting reading section there is an introduction to the plot. One time by chance, Tich Mung Kwan and Han-Leet met on the train. She was stricken raped. He helped. Tich Mung thought she had met the white prince in her life, but did not expect that this person would eventually drag herself to the abyss. Labeled first sweet and then cruel, modern, urban, important words, backstabbing love, black transformation, big female lead, romance, dog blood, a simple introduction, a crazy sick tycoon and a story of revenge against the queen's sweetness and saltiness. The series reaches its 3rd chapter and begins its release this year 2013. Locked in happily looked at his phone, thinking to himself, after checking, it seems like the first time I published a novel, I wasn't as excited as this. Locked in remembers that night in the library, the computer screen appeared, changing the male host's name to Han-Leet. What does this name mean? It turned out that she was texting with Han-Leet. Well, it was actually the boy I had talked bad about. His last name was Han. She continued texting. I thought more carefully, although that name is sometimes a bit doggish, but the personality is very similar to the male owner. It also has reference value. The sausage avatar returned. It turns out that's it. So you official more closely. After all, premonitions come from life. Locked in agreed. Back in class, the teacher interrupted the lecture and suddenly called out to his friend sitting behind him. Locked in was startled. Locked in turned back. The teacher called again. I looked. Han-Leet, Han's friend. Han-Leet was confused. Classmate, why are you opening the computer? Han-Leet's face turned pale. Old NGO shouldn't have an encouraging attitude. Why did he suddenly call his name? Mr. NGO reminded me, my classmate Han knows that this investment subject is very dry, but I hope you can be a little more serious. The student sat at the back of the class and spoke loudly to intentionally tease him, as expected of our Han Leet. When he secretly played on his phone, he directly brought the computer over. The two classmates sitting above kept discussing. The guy on the left asked, doesn't he usually put in a lot of effort? Why do he and Mr. NGO confront each other? The guy on the right said, how could I know? After thinking for a long time, he finally remembered the reason for bringing his laptop. Mr. NGO encouraged everyone to bring laptops to school because he wanted to conveniently combine teaching materials and quotes for lectures. This is after teaches up to chapter 14. He stood up and closed the laptop. His tone was calm. My teacher wasn't playing with the computer, I was actually practicing, he thought, only thinking about the familiar operations before the match, but unexpectedly, he accidentally forgot about the timeline. Lao Chi smacked his lips and said, if you play on the computer, why do you have to show off what you're doing on the computer? He asked, how do we practice quoting prices? He was worried. He couldn't say that if he opened an account for just 1 week he would get 30% of the benefits. How scary would that be? It's just a pity that I don't have a lot of money and the capital ratio looks high. He raised his hand. He was a virtual stock. He asked, so do you feel that virtual stocks with absolutely no pressure have practical meaning and help? He explained that he could find a way to trade earlier to get used to the operation. He thinks you're very interesting. This guy also has ambitions. I just like you like that Korean classmate. Please explain to everyone a little bit that a completely mature trading style should be divided into parts, any. If you say well, I will directly give you full attendance points, even if you don't come to my class this semester, it's okay, but if you talk nonsense, I will deduct your attendance points. The two students sitting at the back were whispering loudly. One classmate said, Mr. NGO is the one who takes attendance every class and regularly checks his homework. His attendance is not enough for him to deduct. The friend next to him immediately praised and admired Han Leet so much that I wanted to go up there and say it. Lao Chi cautiously said, there is nothing admirable, so let him speak. Can he explain clearly or not? I see that this point of his diligence will be deducted soon. Phi is worried about whether Leet brother can handle it or not. Du Van leaned closer to Locked In and said, so what is this type of transaction? It sounds very high class. Even though she asked that, she was also worried about herself. Even though her attendance points were deducted, it was okay, but everyone knew that she and Fuang Phi were still pursuing Han Leet. If Han Leet was shamed and laughed at, wouldn't we also lose face? Phi asked, what are you worried about? Although Mr. NGO's face is very strict, he is not the type of teacher who intentionally oppresses students. Even if Han Leet says something bad, Mr. NGO will not make things difficult for him. I'm confident, if you give me this opportunity then I will simply say a few words. He explains, but trading style is not a concept with a precise definition, it is actually a trader's structured summary of his or her investment portfolio. Therefore, I am not in a position to judge whether a trading style is mature and accurate or not. I can only say what I understand is a stable and profitable trading style. He introduced some concepts when trading virtual currencies: a trading cycle, 2 trading techniques, 3 warehouse location management, 4 risk control, 5 trading principles. He stood in front of the class and spoke in front of everyone, saying that the 5 elements can be combined and built into a completely clear and simple trading system based on the flexible market environment. What comes out when expertise in dealing with a certain type of situation is a type of transaction. Everyone focused on listening to his presentation. Mr. NGO also applauded. Very good, this classmate spoke very well. Some people in the class were arrogant because they didn't understand what he was saying. A friend shouted, what did Han Leet Greenbean just say? A guy at the end, I don't understand anything at all. Some people also asked, is it over with just these few sentences? You sit on the table and admit, have you ever seen Mr. NGO so happy? This reaction from him shows that Han Leet said a good job. Teacher NGO said, if you submit a blank piece of paper and write your name on the final exam, he will give you 95 points. I have friends who admire me. Is it real or fake? Leet brother is always the best. Han Leet is humble. This teacher's request is indeed a bit excessive, and I still want to rely on my own strength to get full points. Locked In thought, this man really knows how to flatter. I continued, but if you say something bad, I won't be able to withdraw the previous reward. He was proud. The teacher allowed me to still get it back. Kid, you're really right. Moreover, I believe that my classmates can do it. My classmates can do it too. You're arrogant. This is just a few investment classes. Even if you can explain clearly, they still won't necessarily understand. But the lemmings have also risen and there are many proverbs that teach others, which is also a fair way to learn. Take this opportunity to refine your previous thoughts and summaries, not to mention this is also a good opportunity to attract people. He asked the class, wondering if everyone still remembered that time when I introduced myself to everyone. I once mentioned that the reason I studied finance was because I wanted to be in this prosperous city and have a place of my own to accumulate the first bucket of gold in my life and then do my own entertainment. Eventually becoming a rich and honest person. He stepped up to the board and kept talking to everyone's surprise. This is not an easy task, but I am willing to put in the effort. At the same time, I also said that I look forward to being able to make friends with like-minded people to accompany me. I will prove that I put forth effort for this ideal and extend invitations to like-minded friends again. He put the chalk up and started writing. Now I will demonstrate this trading type topic, a trading type that is both mature and complete in detail as follows. He presented, firstly, the trading cycle is the heart of the trading style. We only need to determine our operating concept and time cycle to gradually fill in the details. Lao Chi was amazed. Could he really say something so naturally? Han Li turned down and thought, although this school is not a good school, the so-called experts in the human world here have several financial masters who will all make a lot of money in the future. He continued writing on the second board the trading techniques. It goes without saying that to confirm the selling and buying points according to the owner's technical requirements, it is very strict depending on the different points of the trading cycle, and the trading techniques will change from time to time. Locked In did not miss a word of what he said. I think now that Ham is online to attract the little cucumber who has a knack for writing books, the progress of this offline thing is also very good, at least now it has completely attracted her attention. Third, warehouse management. He continued to explain, the important point of this is actually very simple, which is to manage your hands well based on the market's emotions and your own grasp of the market. Choosing empty warehouses or light warehouses is a heavy warehouse. The target is redirected to another guy. Next we need to attract two more people. One is Trin Loy, although this guy is usually humble and not arrogant, but a month later he will show his talent in battle, stock auction. Another person is Hea Pong Huyan. If I remember correctly, she and Trin Loy Don Tune were top 3 in the class in the stock match. She and Trin Loy, one is bold and the other is careful. This person is a complementary talent and not bringing him into the group would be a waste. He put down the chalk. When his own trading style is completely formed, no matter what situation we face, we can find a prearranged set of procedures to deal with it. He came back to conclude, the last thing left is the most important thing and also the most difficult to seriously comply with. Step down and talk. Everyone listens attentively. Why can successful people make money? Because they have a disciplined pattern. How can those other vegetables lose money? Because they don't have patterns and discipline or lack strict adherence to such patterns. You don't understand anything. You don't understand anything. Just rush into the market without common knowledge, without determination, without method and without determination. The price of acting recklessly is to completely escape, avoid the loss of control. Explaining the type of transaction here ends. The man next to me listened to everything he said and his face brightened. Thank you, Mr. NGO, for giving me the opportunity to share with everyone. Even though it sounds very difficult, everyone should not be discouraged. I raised my index finger and you said 2 more sentences that were off topic. If we had chosen this major, we would have held more information than others. Because of that, we would have had space to develop our talents and personality. Professional. Actually, this is not as difficult as it seems. Respect the market and respect the trend. Maintain the correct method whether investing in stocks or in everyday life. Just don't listen to the call today. The inside news is that tomorrow we will learn the secret book of the 100 victories or something. Having our own judgment and understanding will give us certain knowledge, and cultivating this way of thinking into a habit will help us surpass others. He grinned when he was shown to everyone. After I finished speaking, my classmates hoped we could try together. Looking down, he froze because no one reacted or cheered at all. Not long after that, someone applauded and praised. Leet CA is always the best. 2 friends at the end of the class even stood up and said very well that Leet brother is so cool. Some people were so excited that they stepped on the table, which was amazing. The friend next to me couldn't even control his emotions. You were so right. The whole classroom was filled with everyone's applause and cheers. Leet brother is strong. Leet brother is always best. He squinted his eyes and thought, so this is what it feels like to be a dominating student. Then loudly said, thanking everyone for their support. Over here, Dao Dao happily asked, Fan Fan, do you still remember Han Leet? Fan Xie replied, didn't we have dinner together 2 days ago? Of course I remember it. She laughed and told her, I was going to find Din Din and they listened a bit. Didn't Huang we suddenly say that he wanted to move out? They said that Dai Huang was depressed those few days. I just asked him and he felt like he was definitely bullied in the dormitory, and combined with Din Din and Tu Bok to have a respectful attitude towards Han Lit, I feel like 80% of this Han Lit did it, something. She asked, this guy Huang Wei is not easy to mess with, plus Din Vu and Tae Hung Bok, the three of them could be bullied by one person. She countered, this cannot be said in advance, I see that Han Lit is humble and not arrogant, even in front of Fan Fan's beauty we can't be moved. She agreed, well this person is quite interesting, but why did you suddenly mention him, so why are you wondering why? She smiled mischievously, isn't Mr. NGO of the finance class next door famous for being strict? She added that Han Lit openly brought his laptop to school and said he was still manipulating virtual stocks. She was surprised that their virtual stocks and finance classes were progressing so quickly. She denied, of course, that their progress was not nearly the same as ours. Dao Dao said, this guy Han Lit not only started playing virtual stocks first, but also was called up to the podium by Mr. NGO to explain something about a certain trading model. The result was that Han Lit not only spoke very well but also stimulated thirst, the learning desires of the students in their class. Fan Fan listened blankly. Originally, there weren't enough people in the class next to him, but now everyone was attracted to his appearance. Not only is he very mature in his dealings with people, he is also a super university tycoon. Kang said that she admires him even more. At first glance, he knew he could become a big deal. No wonder he was so popular, she said. It has nothing to do with us whether it becomes a big deal or not. He likes to go everywhere every day to find out what's going on. Even so, she still listened to her friend praise the guy she was also a little interested in, but Han Lit really had a different temperament than other people. While he was cleaning up his books, someone called him, Han Lit. Heap Hong Huian opened her mouth. What you said yesterday after I returned was based on my own understanding. Writing down this notebook can help me see if there is any problem or not. She gave the notebook to Han Lit and he immediately agreed without complaint. Okay. He commented that there is no problem with the political line of thinking, but there is one point that needs attention. She focused on listening to his explanation. Even though it's best not to fill the warehouse at any time, we must keep space for ourselves. Managing the location of the warehouse well is the first step in defeating humanity. He handed the notebook back to her. Once the greedy nature is overdone, it will be easy to make wrong decisions, she noted. I see. So for this risk control. While speaking, Dong Tune laughed loudly. Han Lit only said a few sentences, but someone actually went up there to ask for advice. She frowned and objected, just saying a few sentences, or maybe you should go up there next time in Mr. NGO's class and say a few sentences to see what you can say. She turned around to face him. I felt that what Han Lit said was very effective for me to ask him what it had to do with him. He also did not stay silent. What Lit brother said was indeed not a problem, but it was all the same things that were repeated over and over again. If you really want to learn, you can go check out the Taguba website and read a few more lessons. Daithan's post there will also be of great help to you. She objected, there is no successful case law of anyone who is a perfect copy without judgment in her own thoughts will sooner or later turn into a bunch of chopped chives. Not to mention old Wu also said and thought about it, Han Lit's thoughts and opinions as a whole are very valuable to learn. He wondered why it was the same before and after. Locked in, sitting here, also sat and watched her and him argue in a closed loop that could be repeated and verified. Although wanting to make money in the market does not require complete style and consistent reasoning, but in the continuous verification of gradually perfecting this system at the same time. Locked in really didn't quite understand what he said in the previous class. Yesterday the dogman was called up by the teacher to give a lecture on the content that he said he somewhat didn't understand, but based on his excited appearance, teacher NGO's actions to speculate on certain content are the same. She remembered his attitude at that time. His expression was extremely confident as he spoke few words but had many clear logical meanings. I suddenly realized that when a person has always been the same in practice after constantly changing and adjusting, he can use this style to gain success from time to time and strong self-confidence. Is the paralysis on the dogman's body coming from here? Arrogance and arrogance are not the same thing as loftiness, wealth, power, and other conditions that parents give a male dog to show his complete independence and belonging. I seem to have confidence with any test. While thinking, she glanced at how proud her table mates were of the boy she was pursuing. The reason everyone felt that Han Lit was handsome was not because of this man's beauty, but because of his charisma. His position is strong enough. What is the basis of the appeal of a domineering CEO's personality is the feeling of confidence in mastering the whole situation. My work in Hanbong's male lead is Han Lit. Maybe he also has something like that. His attractive behavior all comes from this. Tichmong Quan worshipped the strong and wished to conquer her. That's why he fell in love with Han Lit. But Tichmon Kwan's sister developed feelings for Han Lita in the tyranny of running away and the desire to continue to find stimulation in torment. In her mind, she was only thinking about the character in the plot she created. Had she been tamed? She continued to sink deep into her thoughts, even though she didn't want to admit it. She really had feelings of admiration for Han Lit. From the moment she met him, it seemed like she was being led by this dogman. Even though I can act colder and stronger than him, but I know I don't have the same inner feelings as him. Even though he sometimes irritates others a bit, he still has his knowledge and self-confidence. I'm not the one he showed off. He just started school for a long time. He had been able to handle the content of all the specialized subjects and scored high in all the subjects, even earning the praise of Mr. NGO if he wanted to. In May next year, after completing the second grade placement, he can choose any university as he pleases. She sighed. Clearly she had said that she had to try to get over him, but now because of these little things, she got angry and wasted time, while she was still upset and let others get ahead of her. Step. Or should I borrow what happened yesterday to make peace with the dogman? While thinking about it, she was startled when the girls were hanging around him without realizing it. Why did all of these people come here? Someone asked, Brother Leet, you're definitely not just exposed to the stock market. Are you really worth investing in the country? Someone also asked, I also wrote down the content you said yesterday in my notebook, and I very much agree with your overall thinking, but where do I have to go to learn trading techniques? Then another girl added, my brother Leet has always studied with his father, but in the last 2 years, why hasn't it been effective anymore? He gently answered each person one by one. Investing value at any time can be done, but you must be sure that the value you understand is truly consistent with the future economic development trend or not. Trading techniques can be found online, or when in a stock match you have to look at the top performers. A classmate sitting in front also stood and asked, I don't know if I can become a powerful minister like Tu Duong. He was secretly happy, as expected of everyone studying finance. The questions they asked were very informative, but the characteristics of the era of these issues were too intense. After all, after 10 years of time, the market environment of the future is still very different. Nowadays, stock players are both enthusiastic and simple. When cut into bunches, chives are definitely very pleasant. What's the future? Everyone has technical skills. The emotions of the market will change unpredictably. These new students will replace them. The boss shared too many of his favorite techniques and trained too many people to invest personally on par with experts, plus a few black horses killed in the middle. The scene must be said to be very chaotic. He was startled. Han Leet, I kept feeling that there was something wrong with the recent changes in the hot spots of the stock market. One friend agreed. Yes, companies in the market also have market potential that can be manipulated. Others also said, is Hung T still persevering for a long time? I'm overloaded because everyone has so many questions. Wait a minute, let's ask each one individually. Locked In also stepped forward and shyly asked, Han Leet, related to this type of transaction, I also have a problem to ask you. I was surprised, little cucumber. Locked In sat on the bed angry, that hateful dog man. She remembered that at that time Han Leet said, Class President, I will answer their questions first in order. In the text message she sent to her friend she met online, I humbled myself to proactively talk to him, and then he didn't even have the slightest special reaction. As she wrote, she was angry. Those two girls really knew how to destroy things. A few days ago, they were worried that the dogman would embarrass them and implicate them. Today, each one of them is involved with him. He was in the room reading all the messages she wrote. He thought with a dark face, this little cucumber's imaginative power is truly worthy of being used to write a novel. Why did I do such an outrageous thing at that time? He recalled, the class monitor waited a bit for his classmates to come here one by one. I couldn't guarantee that what I said would be correct, but I could share my thoughts with everyone. Du Van took the opportunity to touch his brother from behind and naturally said, Brother Leet is as enthusiastic as next time during recess to teach everyone to make up for it. He blushed and was speechless, not knowing what to say, but luckily Fai spoke up, distracting her. You're very good. Are you sure you just want to make up for it? Now that I think about it, I still don't realize where I went wrong. At that time, it was clear that it was Du Van and Fuang Fai who attacked first. It had nothing to do with me, but when I stopped at the bus, they were already close to my face, already. He thought about it, but little cucumber was so comfortable online because in real life she wanted to maintain her cold goddess image. Is it because of the reason of being suppressed for too long? Even though her online and real-life personalities appear completely different, the arrogance in her bones doesn't disappear. He reflected back and thought, this girl looks easy to fool. In reality her heart is like a transparent mirror. All actions are a book weighing her pros and cons. If not, she sees hope in the work of the domineering goddess of talent. It's impossible to spend so much effort and still be so enthusiastic about Ham. She sat in a corner reading his messages. She and her classmate, the tyrannical genius, had made up, so why was he so popular? She responded, yes, originally there were only 2 of my roommates who clung to him every day, but now half the girls in the class are surrounding him, and there are even men, although he is indeed very outstanding, which I find really unpleasant. He laughed, haha, after all everyone likes to be with elite people. She's unhappy because of something. If she's unhappy, it's because she's superior to him, or she's unhappy because there are too many girlfriends around. Maybe she really likes it. It's him. Why does it sound like he's jealous? She was embarrassed when she read those messages. Immediately corrected himself, who likes him? Don't talk nonsense. I just feel uncomfortable. Clearly not everyone of the same age. Why is he so outstanding? He texted, this is simple, isn't it okay for you to become better than him? Why don't we seriously finish this book and then put our achievements directly on his face? After reading it, she imagined herself as a queen and that Han Li was only enough to carry her sandals. Haha, you're right, just do it like that. He continued, then you have to concentrate all your spirit on writing the details to be a little more realistic. A successful work is based on details and characters from beginning to end. Absolutely don't waste what I've given up, go out. He smirked. As I said, this girl thought more clearly in her heart than anyone else, even though she had played with her before, but she was very strict with herself and her qualities, and I couldn't do it. Accepting how this life of exchanging attack and defense with each other will eventually develop is truly something that makes others look forward to it. And she happily texted back, okay, don't worry, we're 2 leopards of the same mind, let's make money together. He responded, spitting out 2 leopards in unison, this guy seems a bit unstable. On the 15th of October, at night, she was in the toilet screaming, ah. Then let me know, 1 week of signing the contract is too good. Ham, you're right, 2 like-minded leopards, we have to make money together. He texted that the woman she had changed had clearly said a few days ago that that name was very stupid. She had a determined look on her face. Hey, I was just joking, but I bet right away I knew this book would definitely be very hot. His face became more arrogant, waiting for the first phase to start. I will aim for success and progress 1 step further. I remember that man once said he also wanted to write a novel. Unfortunately, he didn't know. Until then, I will bring my book in ham and slap it in his face so he can call me Big Brother. Her phone notified her of a new text message, but the cucumber girl had bad news. Bad news, she thought. She texted back, don't threaten me with bad news, I'm worried here. I will immediately wait for the first recommendation. The introduction time will be 3 to 5 chapters a day. If there is any manuscript that can last a month or 2, but from November to January this time is a stock market, it is impossible to put too much thought on the novel at that time like now. Add continuous chap storms. It is possible that it is very busy but other circumstances to the contrary are easy to rule out. He texted, I tried writing a few intense emotional paragraphs, but I really felt like I didn't have the feeling that I was thinking about it. Should I leave these details to you to write? I'll be in charge of the other details. Of course, divide the extra money for her. The details of this part will be based on the price of 1,000 words and 40 yuan, calculated for the cucumber sister. She has a knack for this. Well-spoken proverbs and academic skills are all research-oriented. Yours. She was so scared that it turned out to be nothing big. I thought it was something big that threatened to kill me. Remember, you threatened to kill me and I thought there was a big problem with our book. 40 is a bit much, just calculate it like before, say 1,000 words and 25 yuan. Anyway, the content is fine, this content doesn't take up much length, but leave the whole thing to me to write, including the captivity part. He responded, well I really can't write based on you and then cucumber just based on 40 and calculate it. You yourself also said the length doesn't take up much of who we are, not to compare these things. She thought, the price of 1,000 words and 40 yuan is already very high. Ham trusts me like that and I can't disappoint him. The Ham boss is generous, so I'll try. He also achieved his goal. After solving this pressure, he will be much less stressed and gain the gratitude of the little cucumber, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. She texted, but hams with intense emotions are usually fine, but being imprisoned, I really don't understand it all. Maybe it's not good writing. He was surprised and thought, let alone a small cucumber, I myself don't know much about whether losing things online is effective. Then he came up with an idea, wait a minute. Previously the system did not also give a star suit. The next morning, Han Li carried locked in, why should the class president of yours, with his small body, carry such a large package, should I help you move it? She quickly walked away, what do you mean by looking down on me? He looks cute, it's just that a girl's strength is inherently weak. The guy behind me kept teasing me, am I not concerned about you? She angrily replied, haha, then I thank you for your concern. She turned back and asked, you stay here and wait for me to find it myself, you, being able to help yourself, have enough food and warm clothes. She went to look for her package and found it. Holding up the package, she thought happily, this ham combined the names I used for the male and female leads. While deep in thought, he looked in and wondered what was so funny. She was startled and said, what does it have to do with you? He laughed, haha. I was extremely excited, of course it had to do with me because I had put a lot of effort into giving this gift. Seeing her leave, he asked where he wanted to go. She coldly replied, do you need a manager? After taking a few steps, she asked, Han Lee, regarding what he said last time in class, do you really think you can make money in the stock market? He asked, why not? Locked In continued, because the domestic market is like a casino and the structure of people is not elegant, there are no relationships or internal affairs, so hasn't it become a mess? Han Lee was surprised, he was a professional person in the future and had such thoughts. You all think like that, so what is the meaning of studying finance? She said, well, what you said seems to make a lot of sense, but what I said isn't the truth. He looked at her and replied, of course not, don't you normally watch related news? First of all, the casino has no logic, only absolute balance of market rates without any trends, but every story of the stock market, every mobile group. There is logic inside. The purpose of learning finance is to master this logic and then follow this trend to make a lot of money. When the trend gets worse, learning how to stop profit and stop loss is the basic rule to make money, then the so-called bookies are actually very few. He laughed bitterly. Article 182 of the Penal Code had specially prepared for the bookies. The era of rampant bookmakers has already ended, and as long as you pay attention to the news inside, you will discover it every year. Hundreds of people were brought to step on sewing machines. She was confused. Was it real or fake? Smirking, and then he continued explaining, of course it's true. Remember that the so-called new way of playing is just getting involved in internal transactions, and sooner or later you will be paid. Absolutely do not speculate and profit from something that turns a bicycle into a motorbike or something, that's just tricking you into a trap. After he explained, her eyes were opened, and it made sense why he understood so much. As soon as she finished asking, his eyes lit up, well, maybe it's because I have a dream. While speaking, he stopped to think, with his knowledge and experience. Even if I come back again, I will just live like a normal person, but if there is a system, why not take a risk and live a unique life? She is curious, dreams. He said, yes, class president, maybe you also have a dream, right? If you want, you can do it. She excitedly asked, really, but I don't seem to understand anything at all. He calmly replied, there's nothing he can teach you about this. She was cautious, did he have such kindness? Being told that they were heartbroken, he could only laugh. He really understood me very well. Accept me as a teacher and then respectfully pay the tuition fee and I will teach you step by step, she replied. Who would accept him as a teacher, and the tuition fee for inviting him to breakfast could not be more than that. While standing, Du-yun appeared from nowhere and interrupted the story. Leet ca din din. She asked, if you're awake, where is Fi? She replied, he hasn't woken up yet, why are you two living together? Locked In turned around and walked away. We met each other while jogging and passed here together. Han Lee teased, that's right, the class president took the initiative to invite this coward and was popular. She was angry, he really talked a lot. She hurriedly left. Let's go quickly to get food, he said, I'm just telling the truth. Seeing the two arguing like that, Du Van thought, what's wrong with Din Din and Han Lee? It was because the incident at the hot pot restaurant made Din Din change his view of Han Lee. Why did she clearly know that a few days ago there was a cold war with Han Lee? After thinking about everything, she finally reached out and put her arm around him, smiling happily. Brother Lee, what are we going to eat today? He immediately pulled his hand away. Today's class president invited her to be the boss. Locked In yelled at him, why do you eat food so oily and salty every morning? He joked, is the class president taking care of me so I'll eat some frugal food? She corrected me, I'm still blaming, not caring. The more he looked at Du Van, the more curious he became about their relationship. Din Din wanted to invite Han Lee to dinner, and why, what happened between them? Seeing him eating healthy food, I asked him, Lee brother, are you really eating frugally with Din Din? She immediately folded her meatballs and gave them to him. The meatballs in the school don't have that much meat inside, so you can eat one. She was worried, Fung Fai Fai should stop, it's okay for her to take the initiative, but Din Din is different from Din Din, if she really takes action, how can it be her and Fung Fai Fai's turn? He picked up enough to eat, and sometimes it was good to eat something bland once in a while, he thought, now I am too familiar with this state of Du Van. Clearly lower your standards to find the right person, but think of higher things in the situation of clearly knowing that there is little hope but still stubbornly licking the other person but never thinking about upgrading self. Someone spoke up, snorting Leap brother, she immediately greeted happily, it's been a long time since I've seen you too, good morning. Hearing Locked In's laughter, he immediately knew who it was. Sure enough, it's Fan Xie and Dao Dao, good morning. Fan Xie and her sitting at the table next to everyone were silent and didn't say a word. Du Van leaned in and asked, Brother Leet, why do I feel the atmosphere is strange? Dao Dao immediately asked, Leet brother, where is another great beauty, is she not here today? He said, I got up early in the morning to go jogging, but she couldn't get up and was still sleeping, but you two also got up early, she spoke up, which is normal. She looked at the clock and said, 7:15 is just enough time if I stay at school every morning and eat breakfast at this time. He asked, afraid of trouble? She answered, yes, afraid of trouble. He replied, quite good, thinking in my mind, the first class of the morning starts at 8 o'clock, breakfast time at home is 7:30 to 7:50 minutes, fourth year doesn't stay at school, third year doesn't go to second year, not having to eat basic breakfast to go to the cafeteria is a freshman, but Fan Xie is such an outstanding freshman. As for Locked In, he was angrily peeling an orange and was not happy, didn't this dog man just have a meal with Fan Xie, why did this well-matched look really make the couples feel unhappy at all? She asked, according to Han Leet's rules, whoever invites him to eat, he will listen to that person and finish eating and continue talking. Hearing that, she also realized that this was an oath of sovereignty, so why did she mean anything to Han Leet? Or is looking for the previous performance? Han Leet happily obeyed, okay, if the class leader invited me, then of course I have to listen to the class leader. Seeing that, Du Van said, Brother Leet, you really don't have a clear stance, I made an appointment with you first. He clearly expressed his opinion, my stance is very steadfast, you make an appointment with the person she invites to pay, stand on that person's side, be fair and don't bully anyone. She said, well, it seems like you have some conscience. Dao Dao said, Big Brother is still a great guy, I have never met anyone as straightforward and shameless as you. You are arrogant, only those without integrity can be champions in the world, do you want to experience VIP level treatment once? If she refused, it wouldn't work for me, and I wouldn't even have enough to eat. She turned to ask Fan Xie, that's right, go find Fan Fan, didn't Fan Fan say he would invite you to dinner next time, why is Fan Fan's allowance for a week enough for us to eat at home for a year? Du Van thought, no matter how good or bad the meat scraps are in the house's pot, there must be a chance to eat the scraps once, if someone else comes and even takes the pot away, then there will be nothing left and must bring up the topic again, keep the initiative. She asked, Din Din, can I see what you bought? She showed the parcel to Du Van, it was quite light. Locked In said, I didn't buy it, it was a friend who sent it to me. She suddenly asked, who are you? We've been best friends for more than 2 months, how come I've never heard you mention it, isn't it the person I talk to every night? She was angry, Du Van had many stories like this. Then he repeatedly corrected himself, what nonsense was he talking about, and moreover, do you know every single one of my friends, she thought, now is the time to dig a hole for yourself. He also participated, what if he was the class president's suitor, why would he take it off in front of so many people and make them embarrassed? She shouted, what nonsense are you talking about, you don't know that I have never received a gift from a suitor. Dao Dao was happy, Din Din's excellence in the student council was also very welcome. As far as I know, all the male students have confessed their love to Din Din, moreover, Fan Fan also often receives gifts, this is the trouble of beautiful girls, right? Locked In said, you guys are just joking with me, I'm not really the one pursuing the gift, this is exactly what I asked you to help me buy, it's just some jewelry. Hey, if you like it like that, just help me carry it, if it's the type you like, you can wear it for a few days. She thought, although the ham didn't say what it was sent, this weight was probably a bracelet or necklace of some kind, the more you covered it up, the more suspicious it would be. Du Van is happy, really Din Din is really good. Locked In asked, I'm satisfied, but if I'm satisfied, I'll continue eating and the rice will already be mushy, if you want to remove it, go back and remove it freely, I'll go out for a walk and don't bring a paper knife, she thought to herself, anyway, right now he doesn't have the tools and can't open it, so I'll have to go back to the dorm later and think of a way to trick him. Just as he finished thinking, he suddenly discovered that Du Van had already opened the parcel. Still happily showing off his treasure, hee I didn't expect it, right, I always carry this small nail knife with me. She took out the gift box and complimented it, the packaging was so beautiful it was like enjoying the joy of unpacking. As for Locked In, her face darkened in worry, why did she even bring a small nail knife with her? Stop worrying about it, and if it's really a bracelet, I'll say it's an earring, if it's a short necklace, it's worn on the top, and if it's long, it's worn on the back. Unexpectedly, Du Van accidentally dropped her gift. Sorry, Din this is. Du Van held the black string and stammered, Din, servant, you. When Titch Locked In saw it, her face was so dark that it was unsightly, her heart was scared, why was it this kind of toy? She had to explain a few words, was this the one who sent this string over here? Interrupting her thoughts, the other person pushed the object into her hand and shyly said, I can't have this, Din, you still take it. She also blushed and hesitated, then quickly passed it to Du Van, weren't you curious before, gave it to you, we are good sisters, no need to be polite to me. Fa Dao witnessed this scene and exclaimed, oh, this isn't it. Fan Xie glanced at the dog and said, isn't this shaped like a strap for our dogs? As if she had discovered something, she exclaimed with a panicked expression, oh my god, her mind appeared in her mind the image of a hot naked body between the two of them. Locked In was wearing a strap around Du Van's neck full of excitement, that alone made her think, even though this world has many strange things, I still have to respect other people's preferences, but Titch Locked In actually likes it like that, and even pays attention to his best friend. It was completely impossible to see that she was such a person, who knew they were normal. Dao stared at the two people pushing things to each other. Du Van said, otherwise give it to Fi. Interrupting that conversation, she shouted, this is a dog leash. You still know how to play, Din's sister, that's cool. Hearing that, she raised her hand to deny, her expression forced, no, I don't have that intention, that's not right, wait a minute, this isn't what I bought, Van, you come here, what are you hiding from? As if she discovered something, her cheeks turned red, her heart was confused, lost, how did it become like this? The previous lies have all been exposed, how should I explain them now? She then turned to her best friend and waved, Van, come here, what are you hiding from? You understand me very well, this is a misunderstanding. When the other person heard it, he immediately covered his face with his hands, looking embarrassed and said, Din, I swear I respect your preferences, but I like men. She was suddenly stunned and helplessly asked again, what does this have to do with the fact that you like men? Fan Xie slammed his hands on the table and raised his voice, unrelated. And walked over and put his hand on her shoulder, saying, just don't hurt others, everyone's preferences are respected. She was really confused, she opened her mouth and continued listening. With this personality of Titch Din, she was afraid there would be a commotion. Din's sister, people who understand you won't blame you, people who don't understand you don't need to explain at all. Does anyone out there appreciate that? To see such a big show, this canteen is truly a waste of time to come to. She still starts a conversation, I admire her from the bottom of my heart, try to be yourself, don't try to explain to others. The listener was also motionless, perhaps shocked at being misunderstood to this extent. Just like that, she finished talking and left, we still have something to do, let's go first, including her, bye everyone. Laughter gushed out from Han Lit, which made her angrily curse, man, what's the point in laughing? He let out a long, refreshing laugh, ha, it just feels so interesting between you girls. Furthermore, I was also surprised by that class rep's hobby. She grabbed his shirt, smacked it with an embarrassed gesture, I told you it was a misunderstanding, don't laugh, don't let him laugh. Before anything, she was already in tears, pursed her lips to hold back. Not only was Fan Xie seeing the joke, but also being made fun of by this guy. Her palms turned red, she felt sorry for herself. She hit your kid, he didn't feel the slightest bit, on the contrary, he hit his hand until it was painful. Lowering her hand and gritting her teeth tiredly, she thought that every time, it felt like hitting cotton. There is also Fan Xie, perhaps he is also secretly mocking himself right now. That thought made her even more sad. She faced down on the table in front of him in surprise, the sound of excitement was pitiful. Du Van quickly worried, Din, why are you crying? Don't cry, many people are watching. Suddenly, she smiled happily because Fan Xie was gone. Din's special habits were exposed on the spot. Her good sister was truly solving a big problem for her. She immediately turned towards him and called, Leet Ca, quickly say a few words, but in my heart, I predicted that I didn't believe that Han Leet could like a woman with such a strange hobby. Something made her eyes widen in surprise. He was looking at the girl slumped on the table with a gentle look and a very affectionate smile. She wondered, what kind of situation was this expression? He came closer, caressed the class president's head and said, yes, Du Van was right. Holding the red box for her, he continued to text, many people were looking, this is just a small thing, no big deal. Give me a piece of paper, please be considerate, I just helped you wrap your things, wipe your tears. I'll go buy you an ice cream, eat some sweets, and then don't cry anymore, you hear me? He pointed to Du Van, I'll go buy her ice cream, you watch her help, she agreed, yeah, I know. Then quickly frowned in confusion, why, isn't Han Leet normally unfamiliar with Din Din's strong personality? But just now he wasn't just tolerant of Din Din's personality, now I'm going to buy ice cream to comfort her. Waiting for him in the distance to buy things, she suddenly remembered, wait a minute, Han Leet always said he didn't like Tich Lok Din's personality, but never said he liked her, that uninteresting thing is just a trick to provoke the general. Du Van thinks more and more, Din Din's strong, stubborn, picky, arrogant and desperate to save face personality can easily hurt people around him. Han Leet loved Din Din without any reason, even took advantage of him in Phi Phi. The goal was to take down Din Din's arrogance, so that all her weaknesses would be exposed, in front of me. She suddenly realized that in love, her act of defeating her rival was actually helping the person she liked to fight beautifully. This dogman, you are too cunning. But, I'm still not willing. Returning to the male protagonist, he was holding an ice cream when there was a system notification, ding. Let someone else play the bad role while you go buy ice cream, doing this much deserves an award, received a consumer gift, a sweet and obedient milk candy. He opened his palm and saw a pair of scissors, it came from a bitter incident but emitted a sweet, seductive scent. After giving it to others to eat, before the sweet taste of the milk candy dissipates, it will increase your affection for you, and will even satisfy some of your requests. This ratio comes from the fact that it is very difficult to decide on requirements. Note, there is no way to create miracles, but after you use it, you will get surprises. After reading it, he put the candy in his pocket, thinking to himself, sigh, this gift came at the right time. At that moment, he waved and called, Du Van, you go to the lecture hall first. I'll stay here with him for a while, his current situation makes it impossible for him to go to class. She raised her hand and left, that's okay, then I'll go and reserve a seat for you guys, don't be late, if there is any problem, Leet Ca remember to call me. He smiled, I know, you should go quickly, then he looked at the class president and thought, looking at this girl's spirit, she was resilient and indomitable, knowing how to bend and stretch. Tich Lok Din still face down on the table and frankly dismissed him, I don't need you to stay, you can go too. He just brought the ice cream closer to her and encouraged her, just now when Du Van left, why didn't he say that, with this current situation, are you still here arrogant, get up quickly, I'll buy you some sweets. She closed her eyes tightly and shouted, take it away, I won't eat it, every time you only know how to bring ice cream to comfort me. He confirmed again, he really didn't eat it, she was angry and didn't eat, he continued, but I already bought it, otherwise. You take a bite, I'll tell you how to solve today's problem. Hearing this sentence, her heart felt relieved. Immediately raised his head, eyes filled with tears and wondered, really? She frowned, took the ice cream to wipe away her tears, you swear, will you really suggest me? He smiled firmly, I swear, I will definitely think of a way for you. The class monitor had to peel off the ice cream and say, I reluctantly believe you for once. Watching her stop crying like a newly comforted child, he was moved, so cute, how could someone cry and be so beautiful? His eyes looked intently, his cheeks were red, but such a beautiful lady. I wouldn't have dared to dream of the goddess from my previous life, and even trapped me. Right now, in front of me, I have removed all my defenses and turned into someone who only belongs to me. The overwhelming feeling of happiness made him turn his head away out of embarrassment. In this world, there is absolutely nothing that makes people feel more refreshed than this. How can one cry and eat at the same time? A moment later, she banged on the table and said loudly, I've eaten, I've finished. With an urgent tone, she wanted to get opinions, quickly say, what should I do now? He let out a sentence, very simple, direct and public. Locked in nodded and continued talking, oh, how public? Then he suddenly blushed and raised his head in bewilderment, oh, publicizing something. Han Leet replied, publicize your preferences, let's just do our job well, let other people like what they like, they really can. She immediately grabbed his wrist. Angrily gnawing on it, he was startled and cried out, "God, let go, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Looking at the red mark on his hand, he frowned. "Why do you bite people? My method is so good." She pouted and said, "It would be better if I bit you to death. I knew right away that nothing good could come out of that dog mouth of yours. I just shouldn't have trusted you." Faced with such a situation, he chose to explain. "No, why did I become a dog's mouth?" He thought. "Do you think people's words are scary? You're afraid people will laugh at you, so you just need to break it." He had already given up on treatment, and at that time he still had that strength. Everyone was at most surprised. No one dared to laugh at him anymore. She listened and shyly confirmed that what he meant was for me to become queen from tomorrow. Han Li covered his mouth and sneered. Even with his normal temperament he had to act. "Holding that rope in your hand, everyone has to call you master." Tich locked in was embarrassed, closed his eyes tightly and shouted. He stopped talking. "Who wants to be queen? He will definitely die in peace." He still continued to talk. "You are the queen. I cannot take advantage of you. You agreed to use that rope. I didn't even agree to take this beating." She was both angry and embarrassed and denied. "Who wanted to use that rope? How could you brat open your mouth to say such things?" Her face was red. "I just wanted to expend a little physical strength, not what the job required." "Ah no." As if she had said something wrong, she crossed her arms and turned away. Walking away, it was true that the more she spoke, the more obscure she became. "I don't like explaining to you anymore, you won't understand anyway." Suddenly he placed his hand on her head. Smiled gently and comforted me. I really didn't understand, but I believed he had his reason. "Whatever you want to do, just do it. Although it is important for others to understand, why should we ignore what we want to do because others do not understand? So you don't need to explain to others, just be yourself." Hearing these things made her feel reassured and brought tears to her eyes. He gave me a piece of candy and said, "Are you in a better mood? Do you want to eat some candy? I remember that an expert said that sugar candy will help you feel better." She quickly snatched it, her face calm, and replied, "I can take things from your devilish hands. Of course I will eat them." At that moment, she threw the candy into her mouth and complimented him for being such a bad boy. He could really be relied on at important times. He closed his eyes and stood up, his heart wavering. Stupid girl, how can you be so easily manipulated?" On the surface, he talks and says it again and again. Just like that, getting close to her face made her freeze. The class representative just now wanted to expend some of his physical strength. That is, he wanted to. At this point, he paused a bit, his heart full of intrigue, so that he could get acquainted with the uses of this milk candy. His eyes contained a mysterious look as he approached her, locked in, blushed and listened blankly as he continued, "Wondering if you wanted me to help you then." She opened her mouth wide in confusion, thinking, talking for half a day. It felt like he wanted to be the one holding the strings. She imagined the scene of Han Li wearing a suit hugging her from behind, only she shed tears of resignation. It urged her, "After all, he is the male lead, I am the female lead. This content was written by myself." Still blushing shyly, she thought about it in her heart, thinking about it for her sister to feel it first. Her mouth blurted out the sentence, "Then bother him." But she suddenly turned pale and realized, wait a minute, my sister is here. That's just a novel, not reality. An embarrassment made her push him hard in his surprised state. She was so embarrassed that she screamed, "But you wanted to comfort me, dogman, you're dreaming." After speaking, she turned around and left quickly. "I had to go to class, goodbye." He shyly asked again, "Oh, can't we really negotiate further?" Looking at her figure, he smiled proudly. I knew right away, wanting to comfort him was not easy. If I could put him in my hands so easily, then he wouldn't be Tichlo Din. Afterwards, he walked in the classroom thinking, that sugar candy seemed very buggy. In fact, there was no strict limit. People's need for breakthrough cannot be satisfied at all. But taking this opportunity, planting a seed in his heart wouldn't be a loss. In her previous life, she could even be called hateful to me. Taking advantage of me, using me as a place to vent her anger, I can see this strong side of her. Everyone will use different attitudes to treat different people. In this world, the truth can only be so cold and cruel. Currently, I am excellent enough, valuable enough, and strong enough to oppress her, so in front of me, she reveals that lovely soft side. He stretched his arms to start a promotion. The stronger the person, the more incentives. Self-improvement is eternal. Go back and continue researching your trading model. In the dormitory, the male lead sat at work thoughtfully. 2014 was probably the best time, not to mention the continuous growth in the first half of the year in major markets, but looking at the current market situation one can understand the greed of human heart. Looking at the computer, he commented, this stock clearly says one buy, one sell. It's just that later on, more and more people shared their techniques, and the more outsiders learned, the more proficient they became. The technological age is increasingly developing and the speed is also faster, making the situation more complicated. Although the charts have been like this for the past few days, they are all old paths. Entering the market now will definitely be crushed. He took a few steps and the account appeared on the screen, but he only had a little money in his hand, so he should still take the opportunity to join the ghost trading system. There was a knocking sound outside the door that caught his attention. Dinvu ran in to announce, "Big brother, why don't you come to class? Something big happened today." Hanlit answered in turn, "I got the special pass, I don't need to go to class for 2 classes this morning. What's going on?" At this moment, he's afraid that something is wrong with Locked In, maybe that idiot's story has been spread. He was surprised by his attitude, so he told him, hadn't he heard that the other teacher Locked In his class was a lesbian? He wondered with amusement, where did this rumor come from? It's so stressful. The other person is still enthusiastic. Really? Today when going to class, she came to our class to look for Fan Xie. He was speechless but tried to listen to it all. This part he revealed, then confessed his love to the other person. Immediately, his eyes opened wide, his mouth gaped open as if he couldn't believe it. Ah, what's going on? The male lead frowned and asked again, "What do you guys say? Who confessed to whom?" Tich Locked In and Fan Xie. Dinvu danced enthusiastically. That's right, that's right. Big brother, you weren't at the scene at that time. That look on your face was indeed true. At that time, we had just finished school and Tich Locked In came to my classroom door. Even though she had a smile on her face, her entire body radiated an uncomfortable feeling. She told the person she needed to meet, "Fan Xie, can you come out here for a moment?" At this time, he continued, saying in front of the class that he came to find Fan Xie. Fan Xie didn't know what was going on at that time, so he went out with Tich Locked In. The other person looked at her in confusion. "Tich Locked In, why are you looking for me? Tell me quickly." Tich Locked In grabbed Fan Xie's hand. She seemed still curious. "What? If nothing happened, I couldn't come look for you." He saw her and hugged her. Her eyes looked at her affectionately with rosy cheeks. "Miss Fan, if you have seen it," telling the story to this point, he said that we couldn't hear clearly what they were saying to each other. It was seeing Fan Xie suddenly blushing and escaping from Tich Locked In. After being pushed out, Tich Locked In was not angry at all, just smiled and said a word to Fan Xie. "Are you shy? Don't be shy, that gift is prepared for you, don't you want to try it?" After saying this, Tich Locked In immediately turned around and left. Fan Xie was stunned for half a day. The person next to her asked her what was going on. Chi Hung Bak also agreed. "That's right, big brother, what kind of gift did you say that made Fan Xie blush like that?" He turned away and said, "Ah, how would I know? I guess it's a good thing." Even so, I was quite surprised. Even though I suggested it to him publicly, I didn't tell him to use this method publicly. As expected of the little emperor, he dealt with it decisively and ruthlessly, not forgetting to make the benefits the greatest. Standing in the middle of public opinion, he also successfully dragged his enemy into the water, making the opponent become a passive person. Surely Fan Xie did not expect things to turn out like this. Hanlit looked thoughtful. Dinvu leaned on his shoulder to encourage him. "Hey, big brother, you and Tich Locked In are classmates, let's hear some information." He frowned as if he didn't want to. "Why are you old guys still listening to the gossip of little girls?" He laughed it off. "Oh well, I'm just curious." He stood up and pushed the chair in and said, "I want to go out to eat, how about you two?" He raised his hand as if in agreement. "We had eaten, stayed up late last night, and wanted to get enough sleep in the afternoon." Chi Hung Bak also quickly waved his hand to express, "Yes, big brother, you should go eat, there is no need to line up in the cafeteria now." He had to go eat alone, not forgetting to say hello. "Well, then I'll go to class this afternoon, don't bother everyone to rest, let's go, bye-bye." The two of them also happily replied, Oh, okay, thank you sir is really dedicated." School place. Fuling Fai ran to him in panic. He didn't go to class in the morning, there was something big going on. He frankly said. Tich Locked In expressed to Fan Xie. What was he excited about? She insisted that of course she was excited. "You don't know how handsome Din Din's sister was at that time. She showed her card directly, didn't act anymore, she was a pervert." He silently looked at her expression. He thought, Sister Din Din and Fan Xie, two great beauties, if they were. In her mind, a scene appeared of the class president giving him a loving look with his hand on Fan Xie's face. She was also immersed in that scene. Imagine and then conclude, how beautiful is that scene? He crossed his arms and thought to himself, it didn't seem that bad. Reaching out his hand, he wondered again, but why was Fu Fei suddenly so close to her? Even Sister Din Din called. She grabbed his hand so that the other hand lifted her chin. With a shy expression, she spoke, "Li Xie, you see it like this." He squeezed her chin harder, making her startled. The scene made him think, oh my god, why did he suddenly want to show off like this? To show off, to kill, what did that look in his eyes mean? He was stunned, his face darkened in surprise. That's not right, that's not right. This girl was facing him before, there was no such shyness in her eyes. She lifted his hand, staring at it with interest. Li Xie, if you also like what Din Din bought me, I agree to try with you, but you are not allowed to interfere in my affairs with Sister Din Din. He expressed disgust, gritted his teeth and thought, oh my god, she really gave that outfit to Fu Fei. Outsiders looked at the intimate action between the two and exclaimed, "Ya, Han Li, Fei, you two are together." When she heard it, she awkwardly pushed him away in front of his confusion and denied, "Oh my, you misunderstood." She glanced at him and explained, "Li Xie and I are just good friends. Li Xie is like a brother or best friend," but in his heart, he reflected her mischievousness. This kid, I too, will one day be turned into a close friend by someone else. He shyly bowed his head. Okay, now she is my true love and I have reluctantly become good sisters. This was not in my prediction. Interrupting that thought was when she pulled his hand and invited him. Li Xie, let's go eat together. After eating, I still have to go find Sister Din Din. Han Li moved his mouth but said nothing. He clearly understood that this girl was a goddess in her previous life, but still a love brain, now it has turned into a blessing. He pursed his lips, thoughtfully thinking, now with his special image, she has advanced to the humanitarian arena, not only beheading men but also killing women. The good thing is that Fu Fei used to worship her, but now she has also turned her attention to her. He looked at her whistling again and thought to himself, even if there is no Fu Fei, there is still one Du Van left. She and Tu Huang Kui are in trouble, but Fu Fei doesn't deal with it. Thinking about Tich Lock Din's figure, I see that girl is also very tough, not giving up so easily. With the current situation, I'm afraid she will tie me up even tighter, so what should I do? He closed his eyes and rested his head tiredly, which made her pay attention. Li Xie, what's wrong with you? He replied briefly, okay, my heart is worried again, the current situation is too chaotic, too chaotic. Suddenly he opened his eyes as if he had an idea. Wait a minute. He raised his head and smiled because he discovered that he didn't still have the nickname oligarch. At the library right now, his presence is appearing. He sat in front of the computer. Just move the mouse to read the message. A profile picture of a vegetable appeared with a few messages. What are you doing? Do you know what happened to me today? Do you know how many people your dog leash brings trouble to? Do you know how much I wanted to use that rope to strangle myself in the cafeteria? That canteen. That's that canteen. He still attentively looked at each message sent. I'm really sorry, really, it's all because of Du Van. Why would someone bring an eyebrow razor? Can you imagine what the scene was like at that time? I can imagine how my classmates looked at me in fear. He hesitantly put his hand to his mouth, sweating beads, feeling that an angry girl was scary. The screen still displayed the other person's conversation. I was stupid at that time. Dai Nai's luck was not good at all. She did it on purpose. Not only did I intentionally open my package, but I also wanted to label it bad in front of my male god. He rested his chin in thought. Male god, who? It's still the same profile picture. She's still there adding salt and salt, saying you and I talk every day. I was really stupid. I couldn't react in time. I directly told her that this was a gift sent by a girl I met online. She even pretends to be stupid. It's ridiculous. She takes advantage of the male god every day she gets a chance, and wants to pull down her collar every time she's around him. She thinks I don't see it, but luckily my male god there is a pure and righteous type. Basically, don't look right at her, otherwise they would have already cooked rice. He covered his face, hiding his shame, and guessed that he felt like that male god was him. When did he become a male god? Thinking about all the hypotheses about the tool, perhaps it was due to the effect of milk candy. Even though she's tough on the outside, her insides are still somewhat affected. Although in front of Han Li he did not dare to admit it, here he did not hesitate. To find out more, he went back to investigating the computer, but she was able to detect that Du Van had evil intentions, that Du Van is the top level of T. It's a waste of time. How could he be turned around like this? Performing is Du Van's specialty. Being in battle is even her strong point. Tu Huang Kui was not upset this time when she was trapped. In later notes, she saw that Hoa Chan was not online for a long time, and decided to go find Fan Xie to confess her love. His fingers tapped on the table and concluded, looking at the way she spoke, it was certainly intentional, wanting to push her and Fan Xie up to hot search as well. He texted back with a surprised face and a question asking why so many things happened. Waiting for a long time without seeing a response, he guessed that without answering, he had gone out to eat. Holding the phone in his hand, he scratched his nose and thought that the message was sent in the morning, so everyone was probably discussing it now. The words appear on the screen, the love, hatred, and hatred of the great couple. He understood immediately, it was indeed a big event. Han Li turned off the computer and recalled that, according to Tu Huangqui's words, Fan Xie started hanging out with girls only in high school, and there were soon rumors that she was a lesbian. If Tu Huangqui continues to turn black, then she really has to put this hat on Fan Xie. A seductive image of Fan Xie wearing a chain around his neck, covered in no-touching signs. Just thinking about this, he blushed, looking excited, too excited. At university. Han Li opened the door and entered the lecture hall. From afar, Du Van stood up and waved to him, "Li Xie, this place is empty." As he approached, passing by Tich locked in, she raised her head. Then turned to him and said, "Han Li, come here, I have something to tell you." He frowned, his mouth twisted in fear. This kid, as soon as he arrived, he bumped into the scene on both sides. He stopped and looked at her wondering, "Class president, what's going on?" She pursed her lips tightly, glanced at him angrily, then snorted, inwardly praising him, considering he was sensible and didn't go to Du Van's place. Han Li sat next to Tich locked in, she said, "Lu Wan just came to talk to me." He was a little surprised and asked again, "Lu Wan was looking for you, was he talking about you coming to see Fan Xie this morning?" She frowned and looked at him. "Yes, otherwise what would happen? According to his intention, he wanted me to hand over the position of class president, perhaps I would have to receive a notice of criticism." He laughed out loud when he heard it. He was just talking nonsense. This little thing, does it need to be reported for criticism? She was a little surprised and turned his attention. He glared at her, let the corners of his lips curl up and spoke, normally not paying attention to anything. When it comes to matters related to the state, the speed of appearing on behalf of others is also fast. She squared her shoulders and closed her eyes to express that these days, how many people don't look at the immediate benefits? The problem now is, how should this be handled? He also blankly pretended to think, and immediately suggested a way. Lu Wan is that kind of person, when there is no work, they want to attract others to make a profit, by the way, to prove his power. But solving this problem is very simple. You listen to me. After school, he went to do 2 light Chinese lessons, wrapped it in a black plastic bag, and threw it directly under his desk, then talked to him privately and write a small review for him. She suddenly opened her mouth and exclaimed, it was just a small matter that needed 2 ways. He was helpless and had to give cases. If you believe me, you should do it my way, or do you have a better way, or say you want to experience the feeling of being watched by Mr. Lu every day. She narrowed her eyes and reluctantly accepted, okay, then listen to him. Early tomorrow morning I will go to work. Feeling pleased with this answer, his expression became happy, a bit teasing. He knew from the bottom of his heart that it was so certain. It seemed like the sugar candy was effective. On the surface he said, "Class president, actually I still like your stubborn rebellious appearance from before." Locked in blushed, raised his hands as if about to attack. Don't be so proud of me anymore. Now I'm not the same person I was before. Be careful, I'll erase your meal ticket later. He sighed and expressed how pitiful he was. Sigh, why does your woman turn around and not be kind to others, then throw her away after using her? Then he crossed his arms and looked at her angrily. I took so much effort to suggest to you, it's really not ethical. She glanced at him, then waved her hand in denial, snorted, and said it like he was very moral. Han Li could only stop. Okay, we don't differentiate between uncles and uncles. Then he took the book. While turning the page, he reminded, so you can do whatever you like. If you encounter a problem, don't come to me for advice. As for him now, all he can think about is that if Tu Huang can succeed, it seems to have a big connection with her sense of morality. When you don't have the ability, you should honestly declare it. If you have the ability, you absolutely won't be able to get used to the cattle. Now, she faced him with frowning eyes, hiding a complicated note. Is there something more serious than me? Anyway, I won't care about it anymore. He still listened attentively to her concerns. You saw it too. Fan Xie and I don't like each other, or if we don't show our attitude, I will have to lose to Fan Xie for the rest of my life. He then turned to her and encouraged her. Okay, then try your best. I don't understand the hatred between you girls. Wishing you success soon. If you can't win against Fan Xie, go find someone else. As a human being, in a situation that does not violate the laws of heaven and humanity, you can do whatever you want. Why manage so many things? Suddenly the system displayed a notification, congratulating him on mastering the new skill, instigating. Level 1, good things I do, used simultaneously with deception, can increase effectiveness, used simultaneously with manipulation, the effectiveness increases even more. Pay attention, learn some real things, you seem to have all of these throwaway items. Our male lead looks at the blue screen clearly angry. Who is the dog man? Who has those things in mind? I'm just giving my honest opinion, not inciting others, okay? He was irritated as he pressed his finger on the X sign. What kind of garbage skill is that? I just wasted a lot of experience leveling up the player. He looked up in surprise. The goddess's stats had improved now. Next, you will probably see the benefits. Wait until this money arrives, then what should you use it for? Sometime later, October 17th, the system said again, inciting promotion, level 2. He looked at it confused. Why is it like that? His face was surprised, his mouth opened wide. Why did this game promote me? When did I instigate others? Still the vegetable profile picture sent by Tich locked in. Chan Jiao, I saw backstage that our ranking list was successful. Chan Jiao, you predicted it like magic. From today I will be your female fan. He was typing messages on the answering machine, modestly, aren't you a female fan of the male god? The lady on the other side leaning against the wall replied, these are two different things. Smiling and texting, in terms of writing, I'm your fan, in terms of dealing with people, I'm his fan, each person is different and cannot be compared. Her phone showed him saying, okay, you're happy, but I feel like you've been a bit distracted while writing these past 2 days, your other story, what is the situation? She expressed her anger, and he was shameless and asked more. Of course it's been resolved. Having said that, this matter is still my male god helping me. He also seemed satisfied and said, okay, in 8 of 10 sentences you mentioned the male god. They're already calling people male gods. Why don't you still pursue them? Is it okay to see you muttering like that every day? In him, joy sparked into a happy smile, and at the same time, the system also continuously added, experience inciting up. As for Tich Din, after reading the message, she opened her eyes wide and wondered if she was pursuing Han Leet. She bit her lip, frowned and concentrated on sending the text. He was currently closed during the day setting up trading models, and at night he liked to collect data, basically not even seeing people. Furthermore, I am currently playing the role of a female couple, a lesbian, how can I pursue him? She clicked forward and then closed her eyes and realized, what a sin, knowing this early had left a way out. The phone rang with the news of Chan Jiao. That's right, I completely forgot about you pretending to be a lesbian. He usually doesn't have time, so he waited until the weekend to try it out. If it's too long, he'll misunderstand that you're really a lesbian. What should I do if I wish him and that girl 100 years of harmony? She thought carefully and made sense. It's okay if others believe it, but if Han Leet considers this to be true, it can't be helped. She immediately typed a few sentences and pressed send. What he said made sense, so I tried waiting until the weekend to see if I could make an appointment with him. At the running practice spot, Han Leet was tired of running and panting. Suddenly there was a voice calling him, Han Leet, good morning. He turned his head, his face was sweaty, and said tiredly, Class President, good morning, you have makeup like this. Faced with Tich locked in's gorgeous, well-groomed appearance, he continued asking, did he want to go on a date with Fan Ca? She blushed shyly, a little annoyed and said, what are you thinking? Fan is home, not at school today. She glanced sideways, as if avoiding his eyes. She asked him, you have finished reviewing? Recently there was a new secret room opened. Are you interested in the secret room? He raised his hand to massage his shoulder, glanced at it and said, there's no need to review, but, you want me to go there with you. Why don't you call Fuing Fai? She will definitely go with you. She shyly responded to him, Fuing Fai is stupid and cowardly, I don't want to go with him. Why not go? Just when I have some things I don't understand, we can still take advantage of the opportunity, discuss a bit. Han Leet smiled and replied, okay, let's go, but I will charge a fee for the lesson now. How much tuition does the class president bring? Hearing that, Tich locked in was a bit surprised, then she frowned and asked him again, is it okay for a ticket to the secret room and a lunch? Hearing that, he agreed. Enough reluctance, you wait for me, I'll go back and change clothes. She urged him. Hurry up, I've already booked it, he said. Okay girl, soon are you ready? On the road, Han Leet is walking. I'm ready. Tich locked in looked shy and looked down. Han Leet also noticed. He spoke, "Class president, you suddenly invited me out here. Besides going to the secret room and discussing, there must be another reason, right?" When she heard that, she was stunned, as if his words had hit her in the heart. She thought he had already guessed. She frowned, worry clearly showing on her face. She thought to herself, what should I do? Chan Jiao didn't tell me how to respond in this situation. Should I directly confess my love? But I'm not really sure, liking him to this extent. Seeing that she didn't answer, he thought of something and immediately asked, is there a problem in his and Fan Xia's relationship? She looked back at him in bewilderment, full of question. He smiled and continued to say, there's nothing wrong with Tu Din Din. If there's anything, just ask me directly. I can give my opinion. I'm a good friend of that girl. Do you hear that? Think, this little dog man. She fumed angrily. Just as she was about to physically impact him, she shouted loudly, what's in your brain? I'm not familiar with anyone who plays this game, so I called you out. If I don't find you, then I'll find someone else. When he saw that, he was extremely scared. He stepped back, put his hand in front of his face and said, why are you so used to hitting people? Doesn't your hand hurt? He pointed to the shop behind Tich Locked In, making her a bit surprised. He said, is the secret room you mentioned is that shop? The secret room of the real person. The new shop opened. I was a little surprised. A man dressed as a ghost shouted loudly, passing by, please don't miss it. Tich Locked In looked at Han Li bewilderedly. He immediately asked her if she could come in. Everything in there was dark. A small flashlight was on. Tich Locked In shrinks away, thinking about the text message with a worried look on his face. He thinks of a way to invite him to the haunted house. Have you heard of the suspension bridge effect? Until then, just pretend that you're scared. Immediately jumped into his arms. Isn't this what happened? An arm reached out to her shoulder, followed by a voice, the class president. She was startled and screamed in fear. Han Li saw that. He smiled and said, I'm sorry, did I scare you? I'm just curious, do you have any information to ask me? She didn't care much about what you said, just shouted loudly in fear, brother, you must ask about this bit of knowledge at this time. We are playing the terrifying secret room. He smiled and said, I don't want to stir up the atmosphere. You seem very nervous. What if now suddenly a demon appeared and asked you, tell me the stock trend this past 2 months. How can you judge whether you feel this question is more scary to people or the devil? She sighed and replied, both intimidating. She shyly shook her head. She told him, I have recently begun to understand the content in class. I don't know why Mr. NGO suddenly started making progress. I have no idea about those numbers at all. I'm very sensitive, or I'm really not suitable for studying finance. He smiled and said, well, learning this stuff really requires talent. People with talent can achieve double the results in the learning process. People without talent must try twice as hard. It may even take many times to achieve. He told her, as for speeding up the process, don't you care? There's a match on the stock exchange in November. In 2 days, you'll probably start registering. Hard work makes up for talent. No, how do I know if I can or not? Tich Locked In's whole body seemed to have lost its vitality. She mumbled and replied, I didn't hear about the stock trading contest at all. Right at this moment, the flashlight in her hand went out. She wondered, the power was gone. Suddenly, something hit her. Looking at the flashlight, she raised her head and turned slightly. Her eyes clearly showed panic. A man with bloodshot eyes holding a saw looked at her and smiled. Get out of the secret room. Tich Locked In held the glass of water tightly, continuously sipping. His son was still trembling, stammering, hateful, scared to death. Han Li heard that and immediately said, he was cowardly, also said Fung Fai Fai's house won. She heard him say that, slammed the glass of water on the table and angrily argued, I didn't know the NPC would show up, and the sound of that electric saw was too scary. She leaned on her hands, supporting her tilted head, and asked Han Li, but you just said there was a stock investment contest in November, why have I never heard of it? He held up a glass of water and replied to her, Teacher NGO had just told me secretly, but I remembered that Lao Chi and the others also mentioned this contest. He thought and asked her, the class president is the leader, why doesn't he see news like this? When she heard that, her face showed concern. She thought to herself, is this feeling wrong? Why do I feel like his attitude is suddenly so cold? Then she spoke, what did they say? Maybe it's because I don't see it. Picking up a glass of water to drink, he told her, before you said you wanted to work hard to surpass me, I thought you would be more interested in news in this aspect. Putting down the cup, he wanted to ask, heard that the gang of dogs near you have been making a lot of noise because of what happened between you and Fan Xia. He stood up and continued, not that I wanted to guess, but your class rep suddenly pulled me here. Didn't he want to use me to transfer hatred? Tich Locked In was extremely panicked when he heard that, mumbled, me. He wanted to leave, but he still turned around and smiled and told her, still saying the same thing as before, your class president can play around as much as he wants, but I don't want to be dragged in. I just want to put my energy into studying, practice and start a career. There is no time to deal with these things. After saying that, he turned to the waiter next to him and called out, hello, please pay. He turned around, turned his head slightly, waved his hand and said, I'll go home first, class representative, you just eat slowly. When she saw that, she was extremely panicked. Only then did she have time to react and jumped up and shouted, wait, Han Leet, I didn't mean that. She reached out her hand to chase after him, her face showing sadness and regret. She thought to herself, although I am indeed having a bit of trouble in this area right now, I don't want to use you as a job, shield. She was gloomy, lowered her face, thinking in her heart, it was my mistake, but I forgot about this matter, and I don't blame Han Leet for misunderstanding. This matter changed to everyone thinking like that. Thinking about her current situation, she felt that right now at this bottleneck, anyone standing in front of her and Fan Xie would be angered by those pursuers. Thinking about it, she was angry, tightening her grip. She thought to herself, but that guy didn't even give me a chance to explain. If I didn't look for him, I wouldn't look for him. She thought, I'm going to find Fan Xie. At home, Fan Xie was lying on the bed reading a book. When her phone vibrated, she glanced over curiously. Picking up the phone to look, she wondered, who was that? Then a message from Tich Locked In appeared. Little Fan, what are you doing? Tich Locked In kept texting her phone, I haven't seen you in a day, I miss you, do you want to go out to eat together? I'm being talked about, going to the restaurant alone is very boring. After reading it, Fan Xie was extremely angry and speechless. She thought to herself, I'll stop clinging to you at school, and when I return home I won't let you go. But then she laughed and thought, every day you pick me up to bully you, right? Don't blame me for mixing up truth and falsehood. Right now, while Han Leet was walking on the street, his phone suddenly vibrated. Opening the phone, a message from Fan Xie appeared asking Han Leet to confirm or cancel the friend request from her. Seeing this, Han Lai wondered, Fan Xie, where does she have her chat? He saw Fan Xie secretly thinking, this time she came to look for me again. Maybe Tu Huang went there to look for her again, right? Thinking about it, he texted and asked a question. Fan Xie replied, the contact method is tofu. Do you have time today? I read this and wondered, she wants to drag me into the water and take advantage of me, to force Tu Huang to pass. Fan Xie continued to text, I want to go eat Japanese food. I made a reservation, but my friend let me climb a tree. Didn't I say before that I had a chance to invite you to dinner? Do you want to eat Japanese food? I really like it. With that sincerity, the first person to think of is you. Han Leet replied, noon. Fan Xie continued to text, well, it will be just in time to leave half an hour later. She thought to herself, even though they only contacted twice, she could clearly see that Tich Locked In was firmly in Han Leet's grasp, already. She put the phone close to her chin, smiling and thinking, if I just drag Han Leet into the water, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch that crazy girl Tich Locked In. Tich Locked In, you wait for me. But contrary to her expectations, Han Leet replied, I'm sorry, I'm afraid it won't work today. Fan Xie finished reading and looked at the phone screen in bewilderment. Han Leet kept texting, in the morning I went to the secret room with my classmates, originally wanted to have lunch together, but suddenly something urgent happened. I was afraid I would be busy. By evening, I couldn't eat any more. Fan Xie's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it and asked himself, he rejected me. If I changed to someone else, even if he was busy, he would still spend time with me. Thinking about it, she replied, okay, then just keep busy, we'll see you next time. I sent a message. Fan Xie thought to himself, secret room, are you with a female student? Early in the morning, Tich Locked In suddenly asked me to have dinner, and said he was gossiped about. Thinking of this, Fan Xie suddenly realized something. She wondered if the person whispering about her was probably not Han Leet. She thought, she wanted to pull Han Leet into the water. Why? To divert the attention of those pursuers. I still found it strange that Han Leet even deliberately added a sentence in the middle. She thought to herself, he obviously guessed the reason why I added him. She texted Tich Locked In, asking me out for dinner. I'm too lazy to go out. Then she thought about it again. He suddenly disappeared. Having an appointment like that, not having a meal with Tich Locked In, is it because he saw Tich Locked In's purpose? She looked at the phone screen. Tich Locked In had texted back, come, I found a not bad secret room, very stimulating. Fan Xie did not react. Then suddenly she laughed. She thought, how interesting. Fan Xie's mouth curled up into a smile, interesting. Han Leet, walking on the street, suddenly shivered. Walking alone on a quiet road, he hugged his body and trembled as he thought, why did he suddenly feel so cold behind him? It must have been little Huang Kui scolding him. He had hinted at her just now. Surely you can guess what I mean. Walking in the middle of the night, he pondered that although seeing a beautiful woman by his side every day was indeed interesting, if because of that she did not focus on her studies or neglected her writing career, then it was no good. Okay. Returning to the dormitory, I sat down to look at the computer. Sir, the manuscript fee has already been sent. Remember to sign and send back the contract. Han Lead is texting with editor Tu Ky Lan. How many manuscripts do you still have in your hand? Before the next time, let's make a big deal, Leg replied, including the updated edits later. Enough until the end of the year. Don't worry, the other person is happy. Oh, so good. Lord Pork Leg, I will add you to the group of ministers of this group. Inside are all giants. Many manuscripts have been published to make money. I feel that this book The Goddess of God can be sold. That's a few million. Reading the information, Han Leet was a bit surprised. A few million, is that much? He sat on the chair with his chin in his hands, thinking. The full text of Total Goddess is expected to be about 550,000 to 800,000 words long, belonging to modern romance. Although the current registration rate is at the top on this page, the version dramas are not easy to sell. Anyway, currently the market is very popular with this type of old-fashioned comedy. His eyes glanced to the side of the system board. He thought, although stock trading skills are only level 3 now, this is not urgent. Current experience in the current situation is enough. He pressed his finger on the promotion button and calculated. As soon as he received the royalties, he had to pay them and exchange them for experience, plus the previous balance. There was still 170,000. Tu Huang Kui's writing skills are easily at level 3, but if it was just a normal thesis, it would still reach level 4 or 4,5. Not to mention, her progress rate would be very high. Hurry, it won't take long to catch up. The Goddess of Tyranny is likely to be popular, because it is a revenge novel that is ahead of its time. If it eats too much of the benefits of the era, if it is not elaborated by Tu Huang Kui, the achievement of this book is not even 1/10. Han Li clicked on the button, agreeing to upgrade. In short, upgrade to level 4 first and then continue. The phone next to the table rang. When she opened it, she saw that it was Fan Xie's profile picture. She sent a lovely sticker asking if it was there. Scene changed to a Vuong Bao Hop restaurant. Fan Xie was sitting inside ordering with the waiter, one part of silver skin crab, one part of Australian crab noodles, and 2 sides of yellow shrimp and crab. 4 eggplants, a type of freshwater crab. That's right, I want a male crab of more than half a kilo. She looked at the person across from her and kindly asked, can you drink wine? Their Huang Tu goes very well with eggplant. Do you want to eat anything else? Han Li waved his hand and replied, that's fine, whatever the host offers the guests. Miss Fan can choose the dish, ordering too much and not eating it all. The two of them sat together and he said, if it's not enough, order more later. Fan Xie also smiled and sighed. It's not easy until you have time. Why don't you eat until you're full? She crossed her arms across her chest and said, making an appointment from the end of October to the beginning of December, it was considered that she invited him out. Han Li pretended to be awkward, scratched his head. There was no other way. I didn't want to either. I was just really busy. My mouth was polite but my mind had other thoughts. Even though I didn't want to be dragged in, she's still keeping that attitude. If you refuse once or twice, you'll like it. But if you pretend and refuse the 3rd time, you'll be afraid that even your friends won't be able to play. The two of them were like little lovers going out to eat together. Fan Xie held his chin and smiled. His class schedule was very busy. Or was it because of the stock trading thing? He replied, it was a contest. This was a rare opportunity. He wanted to try his best, forced to take. She smiled faintly and changed the subject. It was really hard for you, not talking about such a serious problem anymore. How do you feel about this restaurant? Each plate was brought up one by one. Han Li praised. The restaurant that Miss Fan arranged was definitely not bad. And happily clasped his hands together teasingly. Not to mention, with her here, this place is already lit up. Yo, your mouth is so sweet. I thought you would criticize this place for being too poorly decorated. Han Li chuckled. My professional ethics also lie in my catchphrase. Always especially respect the owner. Inviting me to eat well like this, it can be seen that you are a kind-hearted person. You must definitely compliment me. Fan Xie answered with interest. No wonder Du Van and the others keep sticking to you. What you say is so interesting. Taste. Hearing what she said, I panicked a bit. Han Li covered his mouth with his hand and turned away to respond. Interacting with others, providing emotional value is natural. In his heart he whispered in confusion, it's broken. Fan Xie and Tu Huan Kui, Du Van and the others, it's not the same level. It's completely impossible to guess her thoughts, not sure what she's thinking. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of him, he tried to analyze in his mind. Her words, tone, charisma, and high school psychology were not enough, but it was okay. As long as she had enough contact, the analysis would be easy. Analyzing the general situation of psychological activity is no longer a problem. The waiter brought up a plate of crab and respectfully said, "The dishes you ordered have arrived. Please serve. If you need anything else, just call me." Han Li looked at the plate of orange-red crabs in front of him, excitedly raised his hands and exclaimed, "Wow, it's so fragrant. It's worthy of being the restaurant that great beauty Fan chose." In his heart he thought, if you say it out loud, Fan Xie is truly worthy. She is known as a true golden lady. Each crab on the plate is big, round, and beautifully colored. Female crabs are eaten in October, male crabs are eaten in November. This is just a little anecdote I heard when listening to others boast. There are a lot of female crabs in October. The eggs are plump and plump, but at 11 when the weather starts to get cold, the male crab eggs are the freshest. Holding a pair of chopsticks, Han Li felt, no wonder everyone said it was difficult to make friends in social circles. The differences were shown in details like this, not simply eating and drinking. There will be differences between everyday words, gestures and attitudes towards the world. But those circles are not the same. There's no need to force them to join. It's good to be a normal, happy person. Thinking like that, he was about to use his two hands to eat when Fan Xie's words startled him. Please wait a moment, don't rush to eat. She held the phone and said, I'll take a photo and post it to my friend's circle. The girl happily looked at the photo she had just taken. This angle was not bad. Han Li looked at it and silently evaluated. People with money are no exception to the habit of using this phone. Suddenly a light flashed through his head. He realized in panic. He saw her circle of friends. Was the food at Tianbao Hop good enough for her to take a photo to check in? Looking at Fan Xie smiling innocently in front of him, Han Li shed a drop of sweat, confirming in his stomach, a conspiracy. There must be a conspiracy. Fan Xie happily raised his finger and said, okay, let's eat. Remember to like for me. On the outside, Li also nodded and agreed, okay, but normally I don't look at my friend's circle. On the inside I thought, she wouldn't include me in it, right? Opened his phone and looked at her post in the friends bar with the title, First Weekend of November, coming to Tianbao Hop to eat with friends. Looking at the photo below, he silently lamented, it was indeed taken, I'm in too. Looking at Fan Xie's style of behavior, his face turned black. Not only did he reveal his photo, but he also intentionally showed a table for two people. That's too careless. I clearly knew her purpose for meeting me. He must have gone out to deal with Tu Huan Kui, but he was still hit by her moves. While Han Li was lost in thought, Fan Xie gave him a chopstick of food and said, come on, try this. This is the top dish of this restaurant. Just as the two of them were eating and talking, a middle-aged voice rang out, oh, Neep Neep and his friends are going out to eat, startling Han Li. Fan Xie was equally surprised, stood up and shouted, Dad! Dad, Uncle Bang, Uncle Trong, what a coincidence. Fan Xie's father also responded to his daughter's words, what a coincidence. Listening to the two people talking, Han Li also realized the identity of the newcomer, quickly stood up. According to Fan Xie's father is an older man, with a rather chubby body. His watch and belt are all gold. Just looking at him is enough to understand that he is a rich man. He raised his hand and smiled and explained, your Uncle Pang is working. I will forever remember the taste of this shop. We just agreed to come here to drink together. We haven't told your mother about this drinking. Remember to help Dad keep it a secret. Standing behind him are two people dressed in black, one wearing a scarf. The glasses on the left have a relatively good build and youthful temperament, elegant. The one on the right is tall, has a scar over his eye, looks a bit more scary. Fan Xie also happily smiled, leaned over and replied, I know, I will keep the secret for Dad, secretly go out to drink. If Mom knew, she would definitely scold me. He smiled gently, haha, I believe my little cotton shirt won't sell me out. At this time, he noticed Han Li sitting next to him and asked, that's right, you haven't introduced this classmate of yours yet. Being noticed made him turn to you in shock. Han Li boldly stood up, opened his arms and introduced himself. Uncle Fan greeted him, I'm Han Li, a schoolmate of Fan Xie. Fan Xie's father immediately enthusiastically grabbed his hand and said, are you in the same school? Not bad, not bad. My family's Neepni has never gone out to eat with any male friends before. You are the first person I know. Hearing his thoughtful words, he awkwardly replied, is this still the case? This is really embarrassing. I wonder what's going on. He is like a relaxed, open-minded father who advises. When it comes to making friends, he also encourages her a lot. Little Han, you don't need to worry too much. As long as your personalities are compatible, everything else doesn't matter. Important. Fan Xie's father still didn't stop, asking a bunch of questions like going to an interview. Not bad. Healthy body. Does he usually exercise right? A bit skinny. Is it the food in the canteen? Delicious. Fan Xie looked at his father with such enthusiasm and couldn't help but exclaim, Dad. As for the person on the other side who was being questioned, he was motionless and didn't know how to answer. In his mind, he secretly thought, why is Fan Xie's father so enthusiastic? Is he like that with everyone? Finally, Fan Xie's father's friend reminded him, Old Fan, hold back a bit, don't scare the child. The person who spoke up was Mr. Bang with a scar on his eye. He crossed his arms and smiled and commented about him. Little Han is not bad, his face is handsome, his eyes are very bright, unlike those other brats, who talk nonsense. Boys just need to practice more. Listening to him say that, old Trong standing next to him gently pulled his tie and raised his eyebrows. Why do I feel like someone is paying attention to me? Lao Bang waved his hand and smiled and replied, Mr. Trong, don't talk nonsense, I'm just expressing my personal opinion, not aimed at anyone. Mr. Trong standing next to him also expressed, haha, I think studying at this age is important. More importantly, Fan Xie's father stood in front and looked at the two friends and laughed, haha, you two are talking nonsense in front of children. Fan Xie suddenly put his hand on his shoulder and said, Dad. She was a bit shy and chased her father away. I was just having dinner with my classmates. Why are we talking about this? Everyone's room is upstairs. Let's go quickly. He just helplessly agreed. Okay, I won't bother you two anymore. Fan Xie's father happily waved his hand and left. Good child, you two slowly ate. If not enough then order more. No matter who invited you two today, I will pay for this meal. He gave a thumbs up and grinned like a child emphasizing, don't secretly pay. Eat happily, do you hear me? Han Li was still bewildered by this scene, smiled stupidly and waved back, okay, everyone can rest assured. Upstairs, a few people were still talking. Mr. Trong said, okay, that's polite. Mr. Bang also chimed in to evaluate. Anyway, I like this kid, as long as he's not too weak in writing. Dad by Fan Xie interrupted the two of them. My lady made friends. It has nothing to do with the two of them. Stop talking so much. After the three of them left, Fan Xie still stood motionless and watched. Han Li waved his hand and called, so let's continue eating. Hearing him call made her startled and sit down, otherwise what would happen? Fan Xie blushed slightly at his somewhat careless actions and continued, should we just run away? She frowned and grumbled, Dad really, why is he so enthusiastic? Han Li looked at the place where they left and said, our father is really interesting. What business does he do? And there is also Uncle Trong. I look very familiar. Fan Xie caught something wrong in his words, angrily shouted, our father, who are you calling our father? Han Li quickly waved his hand to defend, slip of the tongue, no, not intentionally. She snorted coldly, if you dare go up to the second floor and call your father, I will tell you anything you want to know. He rubbed his chin with a teasing smile, I'm sorry, so I'll really go. Fan Xie raised his head, annoyed at his bold attitude and said, are you sick? Where is your professional ethics? Han Li waved his hand, still shameless, and replied reasonably, the current meal is not for you to invite guests, why do I need to have professional ethics? Fan Xie crossed his arms in front of his chest angrily and said uncomfortably, looking like he was powerful. Then she closed her eyes and bowed her head to answer his previous question. Uncle Trong, don't you know him? His photo hanging on our school's website is the humanities principal. She remembered the image of her gentle father updating information for him. As for my father, who had an identity as the president of our school, but he had never been in charge of the school's affairs. Han Li listened and sweated at their illustrious family background. His face turned pale and said, no wonder he came to read humanities books. But why don't you go directly to study abroad after graduating? Han Li pointed his finger and said his thoughts, even though his father is the president of the humanities, but the entrance exam here is also very difficult, right? I heard that most students of the diplomatic academy can only apply in the end, to normal universities. She raised her eyebrows, gave a faint smile and replied, wherever I go to study, it's all the same. Fan Xie answered, you can't graduate from a prestigious school, studying abroad and staying in the country is no different. Furthermore, my mother doesn't want me to stay away from her, she doesn't feel secure. Han Li, after listening, I could only stay silent, smiling wryly on the outside, thinking on the inside, so that's it. He picked up a crab and opened it, thinking to himself, in this modern day, the thinking of previous generations is still the same, their business problems are too complicated, so they basically don't pay attention to it, it's up to their children to take over or not. Looking at the crab in his hand, he pondered that the position of successor had never been based on the school's reputation. If he got a high degree, a scholarship or something, he could sit firmly. Han Li slowly used a knife and fork to carefully scoop out each piece of crab meat, thinking, if the daughter deserves to be nurtured, then enter the business early, slowly catch up with the rhythm. If you don't have talent, then send them to be free and idle, not worrying about what to wear for the rest of their lives, as long as they don't cause trouble. Looking at Fan Xie sitting carelessly eating and drinking in front of him, who knew he was still thinking deeply about her family's complicated issues, the existence of stereotypes, and deciding their requirements for their daughters, like Fan Xie, he got married early and started a family. He put the crab in his mouth and thought to himself, but Fan Xie is a smart girl, it would be a pity to marry someone else like that, staying at home as a wife would be too unfortunate. Han Li casually asked, so, don't you plan to go abroad? Hearing him ask, Fan Xie was startled. She was a bit confused, clasped her hands together and turned away and said, let's see, for me, the future is largely predetermined, any process is fine. While they were talking, suddenly a sweet voice interrupted the conversation between the two of them, calling out in a friendly voice, Fan, are you here too? If you eat crab, why would you date someone else and not me, if you don't love me? Furthermore, looking at the person who appeared, Han Li shed a few drops of sweat, feeling awkward. Then that person suddenly passed him and walked towards Fan Xie, startling him. The person who came was none other than class president Tichlok-din. Today she wore a cool, dynamic green outfit. She happily approached and hugged the beautiful Fan Xie, making her blush a little. The sight two beauties in the same frame are as close to each other as adding a few glass filters, sparkling beautifully. I look at them and my head jumps, fake, really too fake. Tichlok-din raised Fan Xie's red face with one hand, his eyes filled with affection, his mouth curled into a smile. Han Li thought to himself, clearly he intentionally came here through his circle of friends, even pretending to be a friend, random. It was as if everything was clear to him in his mind, his face contorted to the point of thinking, damn it, I know why Mr. Fan is so enthusiastic about me. Sitting and looking at the two beauties embracing each other, his mind seemed to understand everything, thinking of a love story between the two. As the principal of the school, how could Mr. Fan not know what big things were going on at the school? This is related to his precious daughter. Fan Xie has only played with girls since childhood, now he is confessed to by a little cucumber. The two of them spend tired days together, looking at the wonderful picture. Han Li held his forehead and felt a little tired, realizing that Mr. Fan was worried that his daughter had really turned into a lesbian. As he was thinking, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Mr. Han Li, Mr. Fan has something to look for, may I ask if you are free now? Tichlok-din heard the name and wondered. Mr. Fan and Fan Xie sitting on one side heard that and turned their heads to wonder, why are you looking for Han Li? In a luxurious room decorated in an ancient way, several voices were discussing, that kid seems smart, but do you need to be so enthusiastic with him? Inside the group room, Fan Xie's father and a few friends were chatting. One person spoke up, Lao Trong, it's a shame you're still the principal, you don't even know what happened to your school. I heard that Mr. Fan's daughter found a girl to confess her love to. Mr. Fan is probably very worried. Outside, Han Li, as requested, went to the room he was called in and accidentally overheard their conversation. Fan Xie's father sighed and confided, actually, I don't like to interfere with the children's daily hobbies. I couldn't help but worry about the situations at that time. Old Fan looked sad and expressed his worries. I heard that girl is very outstanding. If she is really shaken, who will have to take care of my future business? Han Li on the outside slowly raised one hand. The voice inside continued to echo, although she is smart, but entrusting her entire career to a girl, I really don't feel secure. Business, there are so many. What should I do if she's too tired? Find a capable man and let her take charge of the happiness. The guy outside heard the key point, thinking in his heart, old Fan's meaning was. The hand that was placed in front of the door suddenly stopped, his face turned a little pink, revealing a look of desire. Was he planning on placing the burden on his future son-in-law? Han Li stood outside the door calculating, a rare opportunity. Not taking advantage of it is being stupid. He turned around and said to the waiter next to him, could you wait a moment for me? After a while, there was a knock on the door outside. Fan Xie's father quickly stood up and said loudly, please come in, then turned around and whispered to the two friends next to him, everyone also helped me assess how this kid was. After a while Han Li left, it turned out he was looking for a bottle of wine. The other hand holds a glass, preparing to please his future father-in-law. He smiled politely and greeted, "Uncle Fawn, I'm sorry." Father Fawn Ca enthusiastically welcomed, "Come, little Han came here. Hey, why did you still bring wine?" He replied, "I think it's not good to come empty-handed." Then he turned around and said to everyone, "Uncle Fawn, thank you for your hospitality. I would like to have a glass of wine for you all." Your two friends also stood up and smiled. "Mr. Bang replied, "Hey duh, little boy, Han already has a heart, there's no need to be polite to him." In one hand, he picked up the bottle of wine and screwed the cap on. He opened the bottle of wine, poured it into a glass, and said, "My family has taught me this since I was little." Han Lit smiled like an understanding child, well taught to please. Politeness cannot be ignored. Moreover, he is a junior, this is what he should do. He raised his glass with one hand and continued, "Thank you for your hospitality, I have a glass for you." Han Lit respectfully extended his hand. "Uncle, please." Fan Ca's father smiled happily and obediently, so he accepted. After a performance just now, he took a sip of wine. His eyes attentively looked at him and assessed, "Not bad." The standard of pouring wine, starting from the main chair in turn pouring wine, the ceremony was complete. Even the details of clinking glasses and holding bottles of wine are also not missed. Looking at him politely welcoming his friends, he thought, this kid's family is not simple. To raise a child like this, he must have given a very special education. Then he raised his hand to his mouth to inquire further, "Ah, little Han, listening to your accent, maybe you're not from here. Are you a boarding student with great academic pressure?" He immediately turned his head and replied, "Yes, my hometown is Mungtan." He answered competently. He had just arrived in Shanghai and was still not used to it, so he chose boarding first. There wasn't much homework, so the pressure wasn't great. Father Fan Ca raised his hand to rub his chin. "Mungtan is a good place." At this time, Han Tuat asked the main issue, "You called me here because there was something else, right?" He said, thinking back, "She rarely plays with boys, she can play with you, proving that you are definitely a good child. I want you to be with her a little more normally, walk and talk with her." He held out his hand like a kind father wanting him to take care of his daughter. "Don't worry, I'm here for money matters." Han Lit awkwardly refused, he was being too polite. Then he started to raise his hand, looking awkward, and replied, "Actually, I usually go to school when I have free time, but maybe I don't have much time." As if to stimulate him, he even deliberately said, "But Fan Ca definitely likes to play with girls, the desk just arrived, they are talking." Hearing this, he seemed to have taken the bait, his face pale and startled. Fan Ca's father took a napkin and wiped his mouth, trying to control his emotions so he wouldn't lose his temper. "What about a female classmate? I told you, how could she come here with you? Neep Neep's friends are all familiar, who goes there?" Then he acted innocently and obediently replied, "He is my class president, named Tich Locked In." He nodded and smiled and said, "I know, so you little Han, go ahead and eat, help me take good care of Fan Ca. If you want to eat, just call me. I also understand waving goodbye and asking permission to leave, so everyone can enjoy it leisurely. Come down here." He also waved and smiled and replied, "Okay. Go away, good child." After a click, the door closed and he left. At that moment, the smile on his face also stopped. The atmosphere was gloomy. He covered his face, cried out in panic, "It's over." A friend looked at him worriedly and asked, "Mr. Fan, what's wrong?" He slapped the table with a black face and stood up loudly, saying no. He quickly stood up excitedly, wanting to confirm everything. "It's unreasonable, it's too unreasonable, I'll go see what the situation is." Mr. Trong saw that the situation was not good and quickly stopped him. He, "Mr. Fan, please don't, hurry." The two friends were sweating nervously, trying to reassure and explain. Mr. Bang said, "That's right, it's not necessarily something wrong, just wait a bit or go down there." Mr. Trong also added, "That's right, if we go straight down now, what if we scare the children?" Old Fan heard this and gasped in anger. Finally, he listened to his friend. After Han Lit returned, Fan Ca saw him asking and turned back. Tich Locked In was still like a koala bear hugging her, looking at him warily. Fan Ca spoke up, "My father called you, what's the matter?" He pulled out his chair and replied, "It's nothing, he just told me to eat well and take good care of his precious lady." Tich Locked In coldly snorted and said, "I can take care of Fan, I don't need you." She pointed her finger at him and asked, "Moreover, this rotten man, why did he suddenly date Fan?" He shrugged innocently, could it be why? Of course it was because he was on duty. "On the contrary, why did you come here?" She hugged Fan Xie's neck, dignifiedly and pointed her finger and said, I also want to eat crab, what's the matter? Only the two of us know that this restaurant has delicious crab dishes. Han Li heard these words but was speechless at her boldness. Tich locked in just calmly inserted himself into the two people's meal. Hi, please add 2 more crabs to this table. In his heart he silently despised, making a fuss, clearly just standing up. Han Li puffed his cheeks, put his hands on the table, his face expressionless, thinking, this means Fan Xie has gone too far this time. He wanted to pull him into the water, but he didn't expect to encounter this situation. First it was old Fan coming, met me, and then Tich locked in came to see me. That's good, she dragged herself into it too. Unlucky, really unlucky. Fan Xie on the other hand didn't know what he was thinking and had to deal with Tich locked in. You're both right and wrong. Okay, I didn't invite you, you pay for it yourself. Tich locked in heard that and cried out. She frowned inside, muttering to herself, if you pay yourself, my living expenses have just been sent to you. Then she still didn't give up and turned to point at his face and mocked him. But that male dog of yours, the east side eats 1 meal, the west side eats another meal. Do you want to eat all the beautiful girls in school? So what? Is Fan Xie's rice especially delicious? Fan Xie on one side turned to speak in annoyance. Han Li is a very good person. I took the initiative to invite him to dinner. Looking at Fan Xie looking angry, Tich locked in felt guilty and sweating and did not dare to cough. Fan Xie had already been dissatisfied since Tich locked in appeared. Seeing her actions becoming more and more outrageous, he couldn't help but shout. He and I talked very well together, happily sharing things, delicious food for him. Looking at the two of them he sighed. Oh ho, here, Miss Fan's words were meant to detonate. Han Li finally had to speak up. Hey, you two can play whatever you want, stop using me as a shield, okay? He held the glass of wine towards the two people and said, I wish you two 100 years of harmony, okay? Han Li turned his head and frowned, clutching his forehead, helplessly saying, I feel like a light bulb right now, kind of shiny. When he turned to open his eyes, he was startled as if he discovered something. Behind Tich locked in is Fan Xie's father, who has been standing there for a long time. Her child is still smiling happily and carefree, unaware of the disaster that is right behind him. Hey, it's okay to know that you're a light bulb. After eating, quickly leave here. Fan Xie and I have to go on a date. When he heard these words from behind, his face darkened and his whole body trembled. Han Li looked at his expression and was scared, shaking his hand repeatedly to signal her to stop talking. In his mind, he thought, are you really continuing? Old Fan is still standing there watching. Unfortunately it's Tich locked in. I still don't understand anything and my head is full of questions. Fan Xie's father was so shocked that he couldn't stand, his right hand holding onto the handle of the stairs for support. When Han Li saw this scene, he turned pale and panicked. Looking at him standing with difficulty and trembling, he thought to himself, oh my god, Mr. Fan didn't suddenly have high blood pressure, did he? The two girls sat facing each other so they couldn't see behind them. Fan Xie said, okay, let's eat quickly. Han Li sitting on the other side was still trying to signal, Mr. Fan, please don't raise your blood pressure, then fainted there. It was really sinful. He turned pale, sweated, winked, pointed, used every possible body language to hint. Really, just eating rice made him feel tired walking around. However, sorry for the young man, Fan Xie not only did not understand but also seriously misunderstood, glared at him and said, what do you mean? Not only did Fan Xie blame me and Tich locked in on me, but he also dared to kick you, winked at me. The girl's face slightly wrinkled and she asked, are you kidding me? If I don't return it, I won't be named Fan Xie anymore. What does this mean? Don't you hope that our relationship will be harmonious? Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Old Fan was stunned when he heard that. Oh my god. He seemed to have regained some confidence and tremblingly thought, Neep Neep is still interested in Tu Han. Thank God, Neep Neep still likes boys. But then he thought again. His emotions went up and down like a roller coaster. It wasn't right. What does it mean to kill 2 birds with 1 stone? What kind of game are young people playing? Our Neep Neep family is really being taught badly, already. Tich locked in put one hand on his chin and smiled. What's going on? Fan, don't talk nonsense. In his head he secretly thought, even though I'm just teasing Fan Xie a little, I actually like Han a little. Paralysis. She frowned and looked away, thinking angrily, something like hitting 2 swallows with 1 arrow. Don't even think about it. To stop the progress of the two people, Tich locked in continued to play his role, raising one hand to prepare to touch Fan Xie's face and said, let's say it again. Titch locked in like a female thug, lifted Fan Xie's chin and said affectionate words. Why do you want to do something with a man? Don't I satisfy you? It's not like you've never seen my toy before. We can make us satisfied ourselves. My technique is very good. If you don't believe me, then you can go ask Fuing Fai Fai. Her joking words were like a bucket of cold water pouring away Fan Xie's father's little hope. His whole body stiffened, his face trembled, his mind was terrified. Oh my God, what is this? He bowed his head and darkened his face, truly believing in Titch Locked-in's words. In his mind, he thought to himself, his girlfriend was just a lesbian. She was still a girl, not just a girl. She wasn't the only one. Moreover, Neep seemed shy. Looking at his friend's condition, Mr. Bang behind him was worried. Fan Xie's father could not bear this shock and immediately fainted. His soul left his body and groaned in his mind. What kind of fate am I? Luckily, Mr. Bang came to help me in time and asked, Mr. Fan, Mr. What's wrong? So excited, he replied, it's not easy to raise a little baby. Talk about love with a woman, and you'll be kicked around twice by someone's foot. He felt that there was nothing left to regret in life. Tears flowed from his eyes, creating harshness, truly creating harshness. His hand wearing the gold coin clenched, trying to think of a way to save the situation, which was not right. He looked at him, the only boy that his precious daughter was willing to approach after many years, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. He thought to himself, isn't there still that boy? Han Li looked at Fan Xie's father, who kept staring at him, feeling a bit restless, wondering what was wrong with him. Meanwhile, Fan Xie's father saw that the situation had become serious and had to ignore everything. As for him, he calculated in his mind, first of all, don't worry about killing 2 swallows with 1 stone. As long as he can bring Neep back to normal, everything can be negotiated. On this side, the 2 girls were still engrossed in talking to each other without knowing. The parents had seriously misunderstood. Titch Locked-in said, asking Fuing Fai Fai what the word was. Fuing Fai Fai was just playing with you. Then she pointed at him, who was also sitting idle and was also shot, and said, as long as Han Li nodded, wouldn't she immediately marry him tomorrow? Titch Locked-in was talking to the point where he was a little out of control, but he had no choice but to continue speaking. Don't be so proud anymore. Do you really think you're that powerful? Fan Xie angrily pointed at her and chased her away. Han Li, you quickly take Fuing Fai Fai away. You see how crazy Titch Locked-in has become. You still try to deny it. What does it have to do with me? Han Li alone the other side looked at both of them and just watched silently, sweating. However, the 2 people's conversation in Fan Xie's father's ears was misunderstood by him. Oh my God, Neep was still in love with Titch Locked-in. Inviting Han Li to dinner was exactly what he wanted. Separated his girlfriend and her first love. Things had gone to the point of being irreversible. His hands were shaking so tightly that he was even more determined. No way, if I don't bring Neep back to normal then my life will be over. As a father, I have to come forward, stop everything. At the table, Fan Xie was annoyed and chased people away. Quickly let me go, don't bother me eating crab anymore. And he was now determined, clenched his fists, and walked to the table to call the girl. Neep. He adjusted his emotions, tried to smile gently and said, how are you doing? Seeing him coming, both girls were startled. Fan Xie called, Dad, why are you down here? He looked towards Titch Locked-in and replied, I heard that a new friend of yours has arrived, so I came down to see everyone. He still maintained his gentle expression, smiling and said, you are Din, right? When she saw him, she timidly continued, Uncle Fan, hello. Fan Xie's father asked about her family situation. Yes, where were Din's parents, and how were their health? Looking at Mr. Han Li's enthusiastic look, he thought to himself, here we go again. The senior expert asked questions every once in a while, looking at the appearance of Fan Xie and little Huang Kui. He was depressed, with an indifferent look on his face and thinking, probably not understanding why Mr. Fan's behavior was so unusual. On the other hand, Fan Xie's father left after questioning him. Okay, I won't bother you guys anymore. Then he changed his target towards him, making Han Li a little startled and called out, Tu Han, Fan Xie's uncle has an introverted personality and only has a few friends. He placed his hand on his shoulder and deliberately praised a few words. You and Din are both good kids. I like you very much. He gave a thumbs up and smiled and said that when he has a weekend off, he will come to the house to play. The owner is very welcome. Even though Han Li was sweating, he could only wave his hand and obediently replied, yes, Uncle Fan. Fan Xie, looking at the 2 people like that, she thought to herself, why does this scene feel like I've seen it somewhere before? She felt something strange in her mind. Something was wrong. Her father's attitude towards his son was always very strict. Why was he only so enthusiastic towards Han Li? Fan Xie looked at him and reasoned in his mind, we had only met twice before, could it be that this guy had some magic power on him? Han Li saw her looking at him like that, narrowed his eyes and smiled. After contacting her father, Tichlok Din said that little Fan, your father feels very kind, there is absolutely no feeling of distance. Fan Xie did not pay attention to her looking at him intently thinking, what is he laughing at? She frowned, it wasn't like her father took her seriously, what was so terrible about it? She silently decided, wait, I must make it clear, what exactly is on his body? It was already night outside. Han Li also finished the unstable meal and returned home safely. Entering the dorm room, seeing that his friends were still there, he asked, why didn't everyone go out to play today, why did they look so sad? Chi Hung Bak and Din Vu looked at each other, whoever said it was you who said it. Han Li looked at the two people in a dazed state, secretly urging him, say, what's going on? Chi Hung Bak spoke up, Leet, brother Leet, the two of us are waiting outside the dormitory today, that's it. Dan Tu Hao in our class, today suddenly heard information about you from us, he asked again, about me, why? Chi Hung Bak raised his hand and said, not sure, he didn't say the reason. Han Li raised his hand to his chin in thought, Dan Tu Hao, this name is a bit familiar. Then suddenly his eyes widened in realization. On the list of 1 power, 2 ranks, 3 riches, 4 nobles of the National Academy, he is the prince ranked 3rd, and at the same time, Fan Xie's first suitor. Han Li thought in his mind, he suddenly heard about him, perhaps because of Fan Xie's matter. He put his hands in his pockets and said with a disinterested expression, I know, thank you everyone for reminding me. Chi Hung Bak smiled shyly, nothing, brother Leet, don't be polite. Din Vu behind Hung Bak spoke weakly, Leet brother, although he didn't say it clearly, I feel that this matter has something to do with Fan Xie. Han Li looked calm, surely, could it be related to that kid Huang Wei? Besides, at most he can only secretly do bad things behind my back, just ignore him, does not affect me. Hung Tae Bak's face turned black with horror, the point is to do bad things, the point is not to affect other people's lives, brother, Dan Tu Hoa knows a lot of people in society, before I even witnessed him with others fight. As he spoke, he recalled the scary images from the past of him muttering, I'm not worried about Leet brother being taught, but I'm also very worried about that kid Dan Tu Hao, if he teases me, angry brother Leet will definitely use a hammer to send him away. Then he had cold sweat all over his head, imagining some scary scenes, Dan Tu Hao and his little brothers, how many bags did this have to pack? Han Li looked at his friend trembling, helpless, what was this kid imagining? Din Vu slapped his hand on his friend and said, okay, just talk to Leet brother and it's over. Hung Tae Bak waved at him, so Leet brother, let's go out to the hallway, he also waved and replied, yes, let's go. Before they left, he even teased one of the boys, actually the two of them could often go back to sleep, his hammer wouldn't turn towards his friends. The words seemed to poke at their fears, startling both of them. The two quickly left. Hung Tae Bak laughed, haha, I know Leet brother, anyway Leet brother remember to be careful, if something really happens don't get too excited. Din Vu behind him urged, his mouth what are you talking about, go quickly. Han Leet sighed helplessly, looking at this scary child. Han Leet sat at the table and turned on the computer. Thinking to himself, although Dan Tu Hao is not easy to touch, it is not enough to fight. Opening the familiar chat, he texted, Huang Kui, have you received the royalties? Once you receive it, please text back, what if I sent it by mistake? The other party immediately replied, oh, received it, okay, too much. Han Leet smiled confidently, of course, the tyrannical goddess was signed at the highest price, but she did not expect that the salary given to little Huang Kui would also become her consumption experience. In his mind, he imagined himself incarnating as a CEO, wondering if he could build a real perpetual motion machine when he opened a company. Everything spent is transformed into an experience, really great. His hand quickly typed on the computer. The content of the computer conversation that appeared, not much, they all said that we have no competitors when we cooperate, wait until the workers nominate the second time, the copyright fee is only a lot, not little. The other person texted back, this is still the first time I've earned so much money on my own, before, I thought, maybe 1 or 2,000 yuan would be not bad, but today I found out, nowadays, money is a real thing that will never be enough. Master, how much do you think we can earn in 1 month? How many tens of thousands? Looking at the other side's reaction, I'm satisfied. Oh, Tu Huang Kui's reaction is that he wants to make money. What did he say last time? It's not a waste of effort. On the shelf there is a book, an annual report on the income distribution of Chinese citizens. Han Leet estimates that in 2013, the average salary of workers nationwide will be less than 3,000 yuan each month. Tu Huang Kui this time, the royalties received are already equal to Ma Du's income. Of course, just a few thousand just sounds like a lot. Thinking so, he immediately texted, "Are you underestimating our cooperation? Think about increasing the royalty fee a bit. Don't let the master lose face like that. But why do you feel like the money is not enough to spend? I remember you're just a student. This place must be a few months' worth of living expenses." The other end of the line replied, "Well, because I strongly suspect that the dark-hearted White Lotus has also seen my male god. Her family still has a lot of money, and today she invited my male god. Going out to eat crab cost more than 3,000 yuan for the two of us, but I found out in time, immediately chased after her and pinched her, holding the phone in my hand but also feeling his speechlessness." Tich locked in wore a cool dress and sat on the sink, continuing to text, "Can you believe it? A meal of 3,000 is just her normal consumption level. Her mother gives her 100,000 pocket money a month, but her father is even more unreasonable. He will give her as much as she wants, and she also has a small gold shop. From small to large, all lucky money is managed by yourself. No need to hand it over. Oh my god, I'm this old and have never seen what lucky money looks like." Han Leet read the message and had to laugh. His childhood was similar to mine. Texted back, "Haha, I've never seen what lucky money looks like. My parents kept it for me. Are you afraid that she will use your money and ability to seduce the male god?" Tich locked in raised his eyebrows in agreement. That's right. After I earn a lot of money, I also want to use money to pressure people. He's just started making money now. How long will it take to surpass the results of his parents' efforts for so many years?" Hearing him say that, she seemed to misunderstand. She scratched her face and thought, "That's right, I worked hard to write for a year. I probably wouldn't have enough money for Fan Xie's living expenses for a month." So she asked for advice from him. What you said makes sense, so what should I do now?" He replied, "Let's change the perspective, if not to compare money, then to compare appearance. Okay, even though I've never seen what you look like, I believe that little Huang Kui must be as beautiful as a fairy." After clicking send, Han Leet smiled mischievously with satisfaction. After reading the message, Tich locked in pondered and compared his appearance. The next morning, a long, shiny black hair swept past, making everyone around blush and look up. The delicate white face and slightly pursed pink lips. The perfect body, complete with electricity and water, makes many guys fascinated. The boys watched but couldn't take their eyes off. Lao Chi held the sandwich in his hand and forgot to eat it. Oh my god. Looking at Tich locked in's hot figure, he admired that the class president's body was also so beautiful. Everyone looked at her and felt a bit shy. Tich locked in walked over and sat next to Han Leet, asking, "Han Leet, is it because you don't come to Mr. NGO's class?" He replied, "Well, I think listening to Mr. NGO talk sometimes is quite interesting." She smiled slightly, is that so? It's quite interesting." Then Tich locked in flashed a dazzling super goddess smile. "That's right, good morning." Looking at that, Han Leet also had to laugh, making her shy. He slowly said, "Your class president seems to be in a very good mood today." Tich locked in doesn't understand, what's going on? Han Leet jokingly said that he slept with Brother Fan last night, not bad. Whatever he said, Tich locked in remained speechless. His cold demeanor was very suitable for his image. Song was told that her heart was black. She was angry. Did she need him to take care of her or something? Anyway, she didn't let him see. Then she didn't dare look up. Her face was red. She had especially light makeup. Was that the only reaction this man had? Han Leet spoke softly. "It's obvious that your condition is strange, so I'm curious." Teacher Lu's cough interrupted the conversation between the two. "Classmates, good morning." Teacher Lu began to speak. Everyone had already arrived. He had something important to announce. He adjusted his glasses. Perhaps his classmates had already heard about it. Now, there is a match organized by Dong Tun Finance, Dai Triap providing technical support, exclusive cooperation of Hai Thong Securities, and registration status is still open to the entire society. This match is divided into 3 rounds in total. Everyone listen to me say the rules of the match and take notes. Teacher Lu wrote on the board, first round, simulation round of the preliminary round. There are a total of 9 matches in the simulation game, starting from November 11th to January 10th. Second round, pull-out match lasting 7 weeks, starting from November 25th to January 10th. The third round, finals, starting from January 13th to January 27th. Teacher Lu immediately explained briefly, with a simple overview, participants can start leveling up from the simulation table. As long as they level up to the actual match, they can have the right to manipulate real money, is 300,000. If you can advance to the final round, then you will have the right to manipulate real money of 100,000. Everyone started whispering, 100,000, oh my god, this 100,000 is all money. Han Li smiled in his heart, it's not just this that's worth being excited about. Most importantly, during the 2-week period of the final match, all profits earned from this 100,000 VND will belong to the legal income of the participants in the match. Teacher Lu added that if you can get to the top 10, not only will you get some positive income, you will also be able to participate in the awards ceremony after the match, which will be held in the imperial capital. Industry experts and masters will gather every year. Not only will you gain benefits, but you will also gain fame and fortune. Think about it, in 2 weeks, 100,000, without asking for protection. How much money is 50% profit? Hearing that, Tich Locked In was surprised. Oh my god, this match turned out to be so powerful. Teacher Lu continued to say, even if you don't advance to the finals, when you participate in the massacre, at least you will gain experience and get a big harvest. Classmates, is what he said right? Everyone said in unison, yes. Then he also finished, okay, classmates who want to register come to the teacher's place to register. Also, the teaching content of our class semester is to evaluate everyone's performance. Classmates, if you have excellent performance, you will be exempted from the final exam. Tich Lock Dean stood up. Seeing that, Han Lead also turned to ask, class president wants to register. She replied, otherwise what if? Such a good opportunity. She was determined, this is a good opportunity to make money. In the actual match, this lady must definitely get it. Han Lead showed his doubts. What do your eyes mean? Do you doubt my strength? You hold your chin, I don't have it. Class monitor, do your best. Han Li thought to himself, Little Cucumber is really the guard player of the Cow City, who exactly gave you the courage to wait for the match in the waiting room, Mighty T. Suddenly, Du Van happily walked in, let his brother go, let's go register together. While Tich Locked In stood there with his arms crossed, Han Li turned his attention to her. If I remember correctly, this little cucumber girl in her previous life, her performance in the match was considered the #1 tragedy of finance class. During the 2-month period she was interrupted, with a score of -77% she bravely achieved first place from the bottom of the class, becoming a legend of the finance class. Other people who lose a large amount of money know to stop temporarily, but on the contrary, she is good. The more she fights, the more she loses. Vast series of operations, finally relying on bravery to prove that you are a sturdy chive plant. The school speaker rang. Luan Tone talked to his classmates next to him. This time I will definitely show off my skills, let you guys see my strength. The person next to me also agreed. Yes, that's right, if you get a good rank, then in school, won't you be able to be stubborn and leave? While he was speaking, Du Van's voice calling out to Han Leet interrupted. Du Van ran to ask Han Leet, Lai brother, can you teach me how to build a trading model? Luan Tone was both confused and speechless. She smiled, hugging Han Lai's right hand. Lai brother's chance to prove it was finally here. Lai brother fighting hard, Fuing Fai Fai on the left also supported, only knowing how to flatter. Why Lai brother need use this match to prove yourself? Luan Tone looked at the scene just now and felt a bit bitter. Why were they all surrounding Han Leet? He had just registered and hadn't even started the match yet. He was already standing here showing off. Feeling a chilling danger, Han Leet looked at Luan Tone in fear. Why did he feel like someone was cursing him? However, that year, the relationship between the small art troupe and Fuing Fai Fai suddenly increased rapidly, seemingly because of this stock match. Han Leet assessed Luan Tone. Although this child's personality is a bit poor, but he does have some strength in him. The small group of artists, the Trong Lei, the Red Fist, although everyone can't level up the actual match. But the benefit ratio is extremely positive, exceeding 20%, ranking in the top 3 of the class. The reason he was able to gain the beauty's favor was probably because of this aspect. But this life is not like that. This is my rare opportunity to show off. Tich Locked In loudly challenged, Dogman, waiting for you to talk too much, I'll see what you can do. Han Leet raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly, why are you already teasing me? Very good, as expected of you, still as rude as before. She looked at him a little apprehensively. She didn't look at him for a moment before she was grabbed. How could this guy be so sought after, this traitor Fuing Fai Fai? Han Lit smiled mischievously and said, since the class president has said so, let's make a bet. Tich Lok Din asked, what's the bet? Do you want to dig a hole for me again? He denied, what is called digging a hole for you? I never dig a hole for you. If it is related to the match, of course we have to bet on which of the two of us has the higher profit margin. Tich Lok Din retorted, who would bet on a higher profit rate than you? I'm not stupid, Mr. NGO said you're a master, I'm just a rookie, you bet on the profit rate with me, are you still honest or not? A classmate also spoke up, yes, Han Lai, you are so powerful, no matter what you say, you have to give the class monitor 10 points, right? The classmate above also adds, 10 points to Han Lai is nothing, no matter what, at least you have to give up 20 points. Luan Tone said at the same time, if the class president lost, wouldn't Han Lai be very pleased? With Brother Leet's level, giving more or less is probably the same, in my opinion, good, especially still, you shouldn't bet on him with this one. Hearing that, the class president slammed the table and decided to give up 20%, if you dare to give in, I will dare to bet with you to surprise everyone. She thought, if I didn't dare to bet with him, would I still need the class rep's reputation? I don't believe he would give me 20 points, I wouldn't be able to win against him. Han Lit agreed, okay, wouldn't he just give up 20%? The word was settled, he thought, if the Chive Garden still had the same operations as in the previous life, I would still win if I gave her 80%. Du Van complimented him next to him, as expected of a fierce brother, he had courage, if he had already bet, how could he win if there were no conditions for the bet? Tich Lok Din asked, what's the bet? If you've given it to me, then the betting conditions are up to you to decide. Han Lit gave me a condition, if you win, you can offer whatever you want, as long as I can do it, I will try to please you, if I win, even if it's a wall, no matter what happens in the future, you must forgive me once and unconditionally. Hearing that, Tich Lok Din hesitated a bit and forgave him unconditionally once. She immediately asked, what about forgiveness, what do you want to do? Han Lit calmly replied, I just need him to remind me, what can I do? The most is to date a beautiful woman and be caught cheating by you. Tran Bin asked with a fake face, oh class president, is there a story between you and Lu brother? While Lu Antone wondered, what cheated, who cheated? Tich Lok Din forced himself, I like being a beautiful woman, why would I cheat on you? Besides, who you date is your private love affair, it has nothing to do with me. Han Lit Town, okay, then how do you want to bet? The class president loudly announced, if he lost. 4 years of college without love. Han Lit was truly speechless. He frowned, okay, I accept this bet, I can't have a lover, what's the use of her, is this little cucumber digging a hole for himself? Du Van hugged his face and felt a bit reproachful, hey, you're really too much, how can anyone go to college for 4 years and not fall in love? Huang Wei on the other side agreed with this condition, on the contrary, I think this bet is not bad, he thought to himself, Lu brother is so popular with beautiful girls, he won't let him fall in love, he wants to kill him, surely, as long as I don't fall in love, I still have a chance, I don't believe their luck can last 4 years. In my heart, Tich Lok Din is still not sure, after all, I am still not sure in my heart right now, otherwise, why lock this man up, the days are still long. Han Lit spoke up, class president, whether you win or lose, you can't regret it until then. He held out his pinky finger, come here. She was surprised and surprised. She gently reprimanded him, he was a child, and he was still stubborn. Everyone cheered for the two of them, the class monitor tried his best, making Lit brother open his eyes, Han Lit rose up, defeated the class leader. Trin Loi suddenly spoke up behind him, coldly saying, I want to do trend investing, but I don't know how to find highly determined buying and selling points. Classmate Heap Han Huyan also presented, I wanted to ask this question, hearing that Han Lit also determined in his heart that if he is a talented and effective person in the future, he has doubts, he must perform well. He approached and explained to them, the skill in this aspect. Luan Tone also listened from afar and received the signal. Han Lit said, in a situation where there is no actual operation, even if I say more, it is probably just an impression. If only it were like that, you guys just act according to your own thoughts, when in the evaluation table I will based on your actions and say which of your thoughts are incorrect, is that okay? Tran Bin smiled and agreed, okay, then I'll thank Lit brother first. Heap Hong Huyan admires, brother, I also want to make an appointment to listen to your lecture, is that possible? Han Lit happily agreed, of course, we can form a discussion group. He opened his phone. Normally, if you have any problems, you can chat at any time. The other two quickly pulled out their phones. Tranbin volunteered, let me form a group, let me find Lee brother's best friend. Hong Huyen checked his phone, it seems I still haven't added my friend as a friend. Du Van looked at it for a long time, then urged, Lie brother, are you done yet? I'm so hungry, let's go eat. Hong Huyen knew what he meant, it's done, Lie brother go eat, we also have to prepare to eat. Han Li happily replied, okay, if you have any problems, you can chat at any time, in group. When did Du Van run after Han Li? Lie brother, is it okay for us to eat spicy hot pot today? Han Li replied, yes. She asked, after eating, could Lu brother join me for a walk in the schoolyard? He said, let's just let it go. Hearing that, she also agreed to go with him, okay. Then Du Van stopped, showing a pitiful and understanding expression. Lee brother was definitely afraid that others would misunderstand our relationship, but it's okay, Leech brother is so good, how could he be hindered by these small things? Okay, don't give yourself such great pressure, I'm always waiting for you. As for Han Li, after hearing Du Van say that, he stiffened and didn't know what to say. Du Van put his hand on Han Li's arm. Lie brother, Han Li said in his heart, otherwise how could the winners be the green tea boys and girls? This emotional value, this attitude, is really too kind, need. If I hadn't known her true face, I probably would have broken the room long ago. Han Li let go of Du Van's hand from her arm, but her docility and honesty were built under the wrong premise, thinking that her family had money and power. If she discovered in truth, she will hate herself more than anyone else, and even do some crazy actions. Han Li turned around and said, Du Van. I have never believed in promises, I only believe in time. Du Van heard that and realized something was wrong. Watching Han Li leave, she thought, President Locked-in was right, he must have been emotionally hurt. Du Van immediately ran over and hugged Han Li's arm, startling him. I know, I won't let you down, no wonder I don't feel sorry for myself and Fuing Fai Fai, it's because I'm afraid of being hurt, again, isn't it just that the love wound hasn't healed yet, I can wait a few years for him. She happily said, let's go eat, I don't believe I can't heat this ice. Han Li's head was confused, I said cold words to her, but why was she even more enthusiastic? Loi has leveled up, level 2, why is it automatically promoted like that? In the dorm room. The text on Tich Locked-in's phone appeared, Reader Tun Keen, beautiful fairies, here is Ham, everyone's new author, thank you everyone for supporting the domineering president and actress, Cold God, please let me introduce myself a bit, my real name is Han 20, 35 years old, Cao Fu Marshall accounts for 4, with one more word die, is Marshall uncle, this book, is actually autobiography of me and Tiu the work was completed, when the little guy and I became acquainted in the crowd, probably close to the same age as the majority of people, after that a lot of stories happened between us, in the end we can't reveal them for now, plot, forgive me. In short, this book is because we temporarily got greedy, decided to record our story, achievements are not important, we are not short of money, there is no need to put a bounty on this book, I hope everyone can like the story, hey, support us, try not to watch pirated copies, that's right, if I have a chance to publish a book in the future, I will think about using the little prince's photo as a postcard for the book as a gift, let's everyone's expectations, her beauty is absolutely beyond everyone's imagination. Tich Locked-in reprimanded, this guy, what are you talking nonsense about? She texted, what are you talking nonsense about? What are you 35 years old? Haven't you just graduated from college? She continued texting, also, autobiography, what nonsense are these words from your mouth? The Ham on the other side replied, hey, this is still cheating on the book, you don't feel like talking like that, they will definitely be more curious about the content of this book, and I'm helping you gain popularity. Ham continued to message, in the future you will open a new hole and directly use the name Tich Mon Quan, won't the popularity come naturally? Seeing that, Tich Locked-in frowned a bit, it turns out it was because of this, did I misunderstand him, text me, I admit what I said just now was a bit loud, Mr. Ham great man and great man. The other side also texted back, forgiving you, but I think your point is, that your photo was used for propaganda. Tich Locked-in replied, then it's nothing, if it's true, it's been published, isn't there still an autograph session, sooner or later I'll show my face, this beautiful lady, maybe I can chat with you. November 11th, in class. The teacher looked at the book and sighed. He said, my class is next Friday, you guys should help the teacher pass on a few words, classmates can bring their own computers to class, the teacher also wants to watch the excitement. Han Li frowned slightly, from the monk's words, he sensed a deception, after an old chive lay down, the small chives jumped around. Before the top 10 of the first week's match, the simulation table is directly upgraded to the actual match. Today is just the start of the match, so be calm. Han Lead opened the computer. The group chat appeared. It seemed very exciting inside. Lao Chi, the class president, has already entered the field so quickly. The small art group, with weapons, kings, suddenly felt too much pressure. President looked in. The classmates can act according to their own thoughts. Han Li looked at the group chat. He thought, did the little cucumber attack so quickly? It seems like she really wants it. 1. Although I'm also curious if she wins then. Will you regret making this bet in the future? But this method of manipulation and thinking of hers. Han Li was helpless. Even if he gave her 100 points, she still couldn't win. He slid down. Tich locked in. The increased opportunities include growth stocks in the early stages. The reason, the market's interest is still there. People can easily gather. Moreover, the main investment money will using repetitive operations out of habit. Based on the above reasons, I use the software's capabilities to screen out 7 stocks that have doubled or are about to double within 3 months. In short, I have buy Tan Bao flowers. You guys do star. Han Li put his hands on his face. Very good, just this tone, cold without revealing it, said it to the point that I was about to believe it. Little cucumber, you are a genius at analyzing stocks, aren't you? This string, this is how you can see whether it is getting stronger or not. There's also this group. Little cucumber dares to say it. Stop it, this group of people really dares to flatter. There was one idiot who actually even dared to follow suit, the petty troop, which had built a solid foundation at the bottom, and there were clear signs of an attack on the 15-hour chart. Minutes, the class monitor is really good. Trong Tiet Thu, worthy of being the class monitor. Clear analysis. Tran Bin, the class monitor should also share soon. I bought it early. Fuing Fi Fi, okay, I understand. Tich locked in sat looking at the phone a bit unhappy, while Fuing Fi Fi next to him was happy, following Din Din's sister. This time he was sure to win. Tich locked in. Han Leet, what do you think? What do you plan to buy? Looking at that, Han Leet wondered if she was really asking him for advice, or was she pretending? If everyone has already been called, how can there be no reason not to answer? I'm afraid that if I answer back, everyone won't be able to sit still and feel cold. I bought this. Don't tune, 25,484 message. Hey yo Leap brother, you are so brave. Teaching us position management is very sincere. As a result, in this market situation, you quickly reach the limit, daily limit for the entire position. Lao Chi, 62,754 also added, that's right, you say one thing and do another, which should we learn in the end? Han Leap mentally scolded, okay these two, don't dare to fight directly and secretly. This planning and meticulousness has been practiced to perfection. Passerby A, 664,223, A, I always listen to Leap Brother, absolutely do not take full position. Leap Brother, what game are you playing? Passerby B, 64,243, that's right, I'm worried when holding 30 parts there are hundreds of positions, but Brother Leap directly filled them. Han Leap was attacked from all sides. Do you want to make yourself a target of public criticism? That's a nice dream. Heap Hong Huyen, 78,442, tag Han Leet, Leet brother, can you share a little bit about why you bought it? Tich locked in, 35,626, right, quickly share a little. I feel like if I stay like that, my victory won't be glorious. Han Leet was sweating, moving closer to the table. Okay, little Huang, he was really satisfied with his poor performance. He typed continuously on the keyboard. Han Leet, 41,736, the class president's thinking is generally not wrong. The weaker the trend, the more strong stocks she can buy. But in her judgment of strength and weakness there are some problems. Han Leet, 41,736, he continued to text, Hoa Tan Bao is now a typical stock. It can be stronger or weaker. The probability of the former is much lower than the latter. The reason I choose Lean Tim is because Contact Purple is one of the strongest stocks in the current market. If there is no rotation of new topics, no new hot spots to discuss, capital flow can only continue to focus on transfer and financing. High structure, the market's outlook is likely to reach the daily limit for the 7th time. Even if new hot spots appear, at least tomorrow it will spike to high levels. From a certainty perspective, the probability of making money tomorrow is about 90%, 100, King Bao Flower is 30%, that's why I dare to buy it all. Do you understand? Han Li crossed his arms, his face satisfied, very satisfied. He looked at the screen for a long time, but saw no one responding. Why isn't anyone reacting? He was gloomy, he lost his life. The computer screen displayed a series of messages. Trin Loi, 86,779, comment Leet CA, your strategy is too great. Hey Pong Huyen, 78,442, oh my god, I already understand the core thinking, I just dare to look. Leet brother, it's great. Jia Hong, 78,779, Leet brother, how do you feel if I come to class tomorrow? Han Leet breathed a sigh of relief, I'll chase after him tomorrow, I don't dare to think like that, I don't dare change this pot. Han Leet, 41,736, tomorrow when the probability increases I will sell it, don't tell me, the purpose of the contest is to learn and practice, you can master it yourself. Locked in read the message, this dog man also knows how to talk, Fi also agreed, he spoke well. Locked in is still a bit skeptical, I don't believe that Lean Tin's profits can surpass Hoa Tan Bao's. The next day in class, Han Leet walked towards Locked In's seat. He pulled the chair next to him, hey ya. With his hand on the back of the chair, he bent down to talk to Locked In. Lean Tin's performance was much more powerful than I imagined. How is the class monitor's Hoa Tan Bao? Locked In shyly raised his hand to stroke his hair. Winning or losing is just a normal matter, don't be too proud. She pointed at Han Leet and said loudly, just wait there, tomorrow Hoa Tan Bao will definitely swim upstream. Han Leet turned around and prepared to leave. Okay, but class president, we in this profession must know how to let go. He thought to himself, with her aura like this, he could have thought it was a game between the leader and the leader from the bottom. He immediately asked, I'm going to eat, will you come with me? Locked In was angry, who wants to go with you? Calm down, why don't you eat, I want to focus on looking at the data. Han Leet raised his hand in greeting and quickly left, so try your best. At the school canteen, today there is a discount, shredded potatoes are $2.99, braised meat is $7.99, egg soup is $2.99. Han Leet looked at the menu and thought, Duvan has been clinging to him these past few days, he doesn't dare to be gentle with her anymore, what should he eat now? Suddenly there was a calling sound in the distance, Han Leet. Fan Xie sat at a nearby table, stood up and waved at him, this side, come here quickly, Han Leet thought, Fan Xie. He seemed a bit cautious, suddenly so enthusiastic, there must have been something else, he stood up. Fan Xie was happy, come here quickly, I've been waiting for you for half a day. Han Leet approached the table, when did I have a dinner date with you? Duvan immediately stood up, Leet brother, come on, sit here, what do you want to eat, I'll go order. Han Leet replied, I can eat anything, I'm not a picky eater. He thought to himself, after eating crab last time, Fan Xie felt like he wasn't in the right mood, this is another person. There was a hissing sound next to it. The gray-haired young man sitting at the table also spoke, he crossed his arms, he was Han Leet. Han Leet looked to the side and asked again, it's me, what's wrong? He thought, I knew it wasn't that simple, is little Fan Xie intentionally causing trouble for me? The other guy said to Fan Xie, just looking at him, he knew that this was a poor guy, he thought how powerful he was. Fan Xie objected, are you talking about people like that? It's too impolite, that guy didn't give up, I just had something to say. Han Leet sat down on the chair next to Fan Xie. Previously, Fan Xie had many suitors, but she could easily deal with them, there was no need to drag others as cannon fodder. He looked at that guy, as for this kid, it was probably Don Tu Hao that the Dong Bak kids mentioned here. Tu Hao continued, Fan Xie, I don't have any other intentions, but with his identity, man, associating with this type of person will only bring you down. Besides, how dare he make you wait so long? Fan Xie raised his hand to touch his chin, it's okay, a while ago I wanted to ask him out to eat crab, it took a few days to meet. She turned to Han Leet, although Han Leet's family is not as rich as mine, he works very hard, his mouth says so but in his heart Fan Xie thinks the opposite, haha, anyway I can't compete with him. Titch Locked In, if you can cause some trouble for this dogman Han Leet, it's not bad, who says he doesn't save me some face, and if he doesn't help me, he still eats crab without a meal. She remembered what Mr. Fan said, she had to interact with Han Leet more, you know, she stiffened, and recently her father had been talking about this kid in her ears were about to go deaf. There is a hand raised. Han Leet touched Fan Xie's hair and rubbed his head, so sorry. Fan Xie didn't understand anything and turned to look at him. Han Leet grinned, writing something takes a long time, making him wait for a long time. Didn't I say you don't need to wait for me? Next time remember to listen, don't let yourself be hungry, you know, Han Leet is really smart, wants to drag me into this battle, okay, but the initiative must be inside my hand. Fan Xie was so angry that his whole body was shaking, his face was as red as gauze, uncle. Duvan went to get the food and stood there stunned. Tu Hao also couldn't close his eyes and mouth. Brother Fawn put his hands on the table, his face full of resentment and said, "My father doesn't even dare to casually touch my head, but this man dares to do so. But Han Li was the one who called me, but pretending to be intimate in front of Don Tu Hao was me who started it first. I have no way to suppress this situation." She looked down and thought to herself, this stage was set up by herself, that dogman just climbed on easily. I can't scold him. If this play goes wrong, not only will I become a joke, but Don Tu Hao will definitely attack again. That's the way it is, I can only use my killer moves. Fan Xie suddenly turned her eyes full of sparkling emotions. That was the secret to controlling her eyes. She continued to think, that dogman, don't apologize to me quickly. Han Li was surprised by her eyes and action of turning to look at him. Because he was so surprised, he couldn't understand her intentions, so he looked back at her. So they both looked at each other shyly. She thought a little angrily, it doesn't work, why? She remembered when she was young, in elementary school, in middle school, this trick she used very effectively, this trick she used from childhood to adulthood. No one has ever been able to face this move of mine for more than 10 seconds. The person who is stared at by you with this look will immediately question themselves, and then will comfort you. Suddenly, Don Tu Hao sitting opposite shouted loudly, "How dare you use that dirty hand to touch Fan Xie?" He stood up, slammed the table, clenched his fists and shouted, "I know Fan Xie hates people touching her and having skin contact with her the most, so, what relationship do you guys have? She won't accept this kind of cheesy concern." When she saw Don Tu Han's strong reaction, she seemed to understand something. She raised her hand to flip her hair, then turned to look at Han Li with eyes full of affection and said, "Really, don't be afraid in the future, my hair. If you touch it like that, the shape of your hair will be messed up. In your heart you secretly think, isn't it just an act? Who wouldn't know? I have to refrain from revealing it." After hearing what she said, Don Tu Hao was even more shocked. He just couldn't understand what was going on, so he got extremely angry. He thought to himself, is this just a matter of damaging his hair? You should scold him so that from now on he will not appear in front of you. You are right. Han Li suddenly spoke up, breaking the awkward atmosphere between the three people. He said, returning to the main topic, "Are you Don Tu Hao?" Don Tu Hao also replied, "That's right, I forgot to introduce myself just now. I am Tae Hung Bak, Din Vu, your roommate, are good friends." He slowly sat down and told himself to regain his composure. "Calm down, I have to calm down and listen to that little prince. This guy is very quick and dangerous." His answer surprised Han Li a bit. Before he could answer, he continued, "If you have a chance in the future, let's go out and play together." In his mind, he thought to himself, I want to see how sinister he is. Isn't he just a coward? Han Li also responded, "Okay." His eyes immediately changed and a mysterious smile appeared. He said, "If there's a chance, let's have a few drinks together." His answer, along with his mysterious eyes and actions, surprised Don Tu Hao. Secretly exclaimed in his heart, "Oh my god, this is the empty mental look in his eyes. Is this in the legend? No wonder Huang Wei was threatened to this extent. Those eyes seemed to penetrate his skin." Don Tu Hao turned back and thought, in broad daylight, he couldn't hit me on the head with that thing, right? From afar, Fu Dao Dao walked over holding a tray of rice and asked, "What's wrong with you guys? Your face doesn't look very good." Seeing M's, Han Li, she immediately stood up, smiled and said, "Thank you, we just introduced ourselves." Don Tu Hao's face darkened and he looked at him, thinking in his heart, oh my god, does this guy really have any illness? His eyes are so flexible. Han Li glanced at it and smiled, thinking in his heart, no matter what barrier the system gives, it can block the text you want to see, clairvoyance, and can also arbitrarily adjust the position in the text, 5 meters range. Use this trick to scare people, it really works. Looking at the tray of rice that Dao Dao brought, Don Tu Hao exclaimed, "Oh! Yeah." Dao Dao suddenly realized his mistake and immediately turned around to laugh it off and said, "I also forgot to take the eating utensils." Fan Xie looked bored and said, "Uncle, why can't I get rid of this habit?" Dao Dao pointed. I laughed it off and replied, "Isn't this something that hasn't improved yet? I'll go get it now. Brother Leet, wait for me." Suddenly a hand raised up and said, no need to be so troublesome." Then took out a luxurious box and said, "Isn't this already there? I can use this." Don Tu Hao's face was full of surprise when he saw that luxurious box. He exclaimed that it was. "This is one of the best handmade dinnerware sets, the Goa set by Q-Depo. Simply put, it's bloody expensive. The dinnerware set is custom made in rose gold." He looked at Han Li slowly holding the valuable tableware and thought to himself, I can't even touch this thing, but Han Li took it. Then he looked at Fan Xie again and wondered. The point is that Fan Fan didn't seem angry at all. Fan Xie looked at Han Li and thought, he no longer has the strength to be angry. She picked up the spoon, closed her eyes, her face full of patience. Use it if you like, play the part, you have to act well, it's just an eating utensil, go back and throw it away and buy a new one. Dan Tuhao couldn't accept it even more when he saw the two people Han Li and Fan Xie. He exclaimed, my God, the two of them can even use the utensils. If I weren't here, wouldn't they have started feeding each other food? In his mind, numbers kept jumping, images and words of the two of them kept appearing. Fan Xie greeted enthusiastically. Han Li happily walked by, very naturally touched her head, naturally said a few words of concern. Fan Xie shyly looked at Han Li, interrupted himself, introduced himself. Fan Xie said nothing. Han Li can arbitrarily take his eating utensils her. Fan Xie tacitly agreed. This time I didn't bother her in time. Suddenly he remembered something. He thought to himself, that's not right. What about that Tich locked in? Tich locked in holds Fan Xie so tightly. How can these two people be under the supervision of Tich locked in can develop? In the room, Fan Xie was sitting on the bed when Dao Dao raised her hand as if she wanted to ask Fan Xie something. She opened her mouth to say, Fan Fan. She asked, what is going on between you and Han Li? Fan Xie answered clearly, it could be something else, that's all. Dao Dao also seemed to vaguely guess. She asked, could it be that he was intentionally bullying you? What a hateful person. At that time I was only worried about shipping couples. Oh no, she stammered, worrying about eating, not paying attention to your atmosphere being wrong. Next time you have to use your eyes to hint to me, I'll beat him for you. Fan Xie happily, with a calm attitude mixed with a bit of joking, even the ship couple did it. Whose side are you on? Besides, your small body can fight you, me or not. Dao Dao put his hand into the closet, quickly grabbed his jacket and said, if you don't try, how will you know if you can't fight back? Of course I'm on your side. The bottom line is that I have no way to get involved in the matter between the two of you. Other people's triangle relationships are all two women fighting for a husband. Your triangle relationship is the opposite. What should I do? Have you ever seen such a scene? Before he could finish speaking, Dao Dao turned around and walked out the door to go play. Fan Xie had no choice but to say helplessly, knowing right away that you were playing, hurry up and go play. I want to rest a bit. Dao Dao happily said goodbye to Fan Xie. She said, okay, then let's go out. Dao Dao just closed. Fan Xie also tiredly lay down on the bed. Cover yourself with a beautiful pink blanket like a little princess. She lay down and thought, running really fast. I was born into a rich family. She remembered that when she was young, she used to be happy, eat, drink, and shop happily without thinking. She was the brightest pearl in the house, the object of countless people's admiration. However, she remembered the pitiful eyes of her old friend. She was frightened and held her hand tightly and said, Fan Fan is begging you, now only you can help me, stop. She remembered and thought to herself, this is not necessarily a good thing. When one person can easily change the lives of others. Fan Xie's friend said, I owe a lot of money, I really can't pay it back. Hundreds of thousands to you is just a matter of opening your mouth and you can handle it. You will help me, right? She suddenly woke up, returned to the present. She sat up, crossed her arms and said, the vast majority of smart people will respect people whose class gap is too large, much higher than themselves. There is no need to climb high. Too much lower than me, there is no need to give alms. She looked at Dao Dao and thought to herself, although normally Tofu likes to joke about things between her and Tich locked in, but once things get big, the person who runs the fastest is still her. But I soon got used to these things. After all, from childhood to adulthood, I didn't have many friends I could confide in. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Shaking her fist on the bed, she said, blaming that guy Han Li who was willing to die. Obviously, when we first met, we talked very happily. Seeing Tich locked in at a disadvantage, everything was so interesting. Why did it turn out like that? As for today's matter, I obviously just wanted to take revenge on him and give him a little more trouble. As a result, she was so angry that she buried her face in the pillow and exclaimed, the only people injured were herself and her eating utensils. This guy and Tich locked in. It's true that one is crazier than the other, one is more indifferent than the other. Everyone has weaknesses, but in a situation where there is no equivalent, we cannot do it like Tich locked in and put ourselves on the betting table. But if we cannot do it, what should we do? I can only take revenge on them. Fan Xie was fighting fiercely mentally when Dao Dao screamed from afar made her startle and sit up looking at the door. Dao Dao ran in panic and shouted her name, Fan Fan. Something big had happened, already. Fan Fan's eyes opened wide, not knowing what had happened. Dao Dao rushed straight into the room and turned on his phone and showed it to her. Dao Dao said, "Quickly look at this. Today, there is an internal ranking of each class in the stock match. The student association compares the subjects with the highest profits and lists them." Fan Fan's eyes lit up when she saw Han Li's name on the board. She exclaimed. Han Li was on the board again, ranked 9th. Dao Dao asked again, "Is this order very powerful?" He wanted to ask Han Li's true strength. Dao Dao immediately explained to Fan Ca. She said, "Logically speaking, a profit of 8% in 2 days is already very strong, but, now the situation is special, cannot be judged so simply. Yesterday and today were the periods of increase in Big Table. Just starting the game, there was already an increase, so let many people have the luck to get normal profits. For example, Single 2 How ranked first, maybe he will find it later. I came to you to chat and feel proud, but you still don't know what my level is. Yesterday I filled the warehouse at random, increased by 13% in 2 days. For the first time I got it easily, but the problem is that he can't keep this achievement. He is not that type. Relying on luck can earn once. Sooner or later he has to rely on strength to compensate. People similar to him we have many, all ranked at the front of the table, real masters in fact. Facing this action, basically be very cautious. 1 is to store lightly, 2 is to split into half. The profit in the first 2 days is not high. To put it bluntly, if there is really a level of stability, you can't be sure." As for Han Li's operations, 80% of the warehouse positions are stronger than 1 ticket. At first glance, you can tell he's an idiot, but he successfully made a profit for 2 days in a row. Just looking at the style, I know it's not simple. Dao Dao pointed at the phone and declared loudly, "So I feel that he is truly a master, and even an extraordinary master." Fan Ca listened attentively to Dao Dao. She replied, even though she did not understand. "But overall, he's very powerful, right?" Dao Dao looked at her in surprise at Fan Ca's strange attitude. She asked, "Yes, how could that be?" Fan Ca's face became more and more pleased, filled with more and more of her plots. She smiled and said, "Ah, nothing." Then she reached for her phone and said, "I was just thinking. He's so powerful, what's the point if we don't help him become famous?" In the classroom, the whole class was still buzzing about yesterday's rankings. Everyone in the class was whispering loudly. Some said, "Have you seen yesterday's rankings? Have seen it. How many people are in our class? Being ranked first is really beneficial." Trong Fai Fai's eyes kept glued to the phone. Dong Tune was sitting in class, laughing loudly happily. His friends also came to praise him. "Yesterday brothering was the best in our class. Amazing." Dong Tune smiled proudly. "Grow up and say, hey, be humble, be humble. I'm just lucky." Everyone look at Leap brother, maybe he's holding back on what other big move he's going to use. Hearing those words, Heapong Huyen closed his laptop and said coldly, "Having time to talk is better than tracking data. If you organize everyone to come to the classroom just to listen to you brag, then I return here." She immediately stood up as if preparing to leave. Dong Tune saw this and smiled and said, "Hongda Hu, your words are not good. Anyway, today there is basically a report. I know you worship Leet more, but don't I want to share my experience with everyone?" He continued to talk, and I saw that Leet brother's words were very clear, but the actual operation was just that. He didn't even go to class. The teacher didn't say anything. Don't follow blindly, others. Fuling Fai Fai sat scrolling on her phone for a while and couldn't help but exclaim, "You guys should quickly go to the forum and check it out. The rankings are now displayed." The statistical report appeared on the phone screen. She continued in surprise, "Just reporting at the end of the day, his brother Leet." At this moment, a sudden sound came from outside the door and slowly entered the room. "What were you talking about?" Han Leet yawned loudly and spoke up. "Old Veen heard that the noise in our class was too loud. Soon old Lu will come and scold you, guys." Yoke, he paused for a moment. Everyone's eyes turned to him. He was confused. "Why were you guys staring at me?" The radio sounded right after that. "Dear students, we will now make an announcement. Classmate Han Leet, first-year student of the 2013 finance class of our University of Business, in the first week of first preliminary round in the stock investment competition, achieved excellent results, ranked 7th nationwide. Here, I represent the Humanities Department, Propaganda Department, Student Association and teachers and students, congratulating classmate Han Leet." Han Leet's face looked bewildered as he listened for a moment, then sighed silently, thinking as if he had just remembered something. He almost forgot that this time and the time in his memory were the same. The rankings could now be displayed. It's out there, but it's only just broken into the top 10 weekly charts. It's only the 3rd day of the competition. This week hasn't even arrived yet. Is it too rushed to be recognized so early now? The gentle voice rang out. I immediately knew that Han Leet was powerful. Duvan suddenly approached him with a look of joy that made his face blush a little. Leap brother, ranked 7th in the country, you are the pride of our class. He immediately pushed her away and thanked her in a low voice. Other classmates quickly gathered around him and couldn't help but speak up. I knew immediately that Han Leap must have hidden a big trick. Trinloy happily said, brother is so cool, broke the chart for 2 days in a row. The third day the total profit reached 15.4%, so awesome. Don Tune forced a smile and said with a lack of confidence, haha, I said why don't I see Han lead anymore, it turns out Leap brother is waiting for a list. Duvan was a little excited. According to this trend, Din Din and Leap brothers bet was afraid that Din Din would lose. He immediately replied, this is not certain, I researched it yesterday. Hoa Tan said he would go upstream today. When he made the list just now, he had already increased by 4%, but Tich Locked In calmly said, oh, I sold it. Hearing that, Han Li turned around and looked at her with surprise. Everyone also looked surprised. Fuling Fai hesitantly asked her, oh, Sister Din, what about you now? She chuckled softly and replied, ha. Original declaration, 6,300 shares, buying price of 15,70, closing price of 16,90, profit of 7,650, why, not surprised. He remained silent without answering, stunned and thinking, oh my god, this girl is kidding me right, could it be that she suddenly asked me this when she suddenly talked to me in private yesterday? November 14th, at the school's sports field, Tich Locked In was jogging and suddenly saw Han Leet. She ran towards him and said, hi, good morning. Seeing that, he silently left, making her a little confused. She asked him confusedly, what are you doing? He replied softly, every time you laugh hee nothing good happens. But he had no choice but to sigh and say, do you want to copy my work today? He looked at her and continued to say, I told you how could you care about me, what would you buy after selling all your bonds, your feelings are waiting here. Din immediately lowered his voice, hey did you hear what old NGO said? Stock trading is a dynamic, long-term learning process that requires perseverance. There are times when we will take detours, but we just need to make timely corrections. Hearing that, he was startled and looked at her. She raised her eyebrows and continued, you are currently the focus of our class. This girl will follow your example. It will not cause you to lose any meat, let alone your bravery. She then smiled. This time was truly a success. In the future there will certainly be many people following him. At this time, Tich Locked In took out his phone, looked at it and said, have you added a confession wall? Yesterday there was a sister on the wall confessing her love to you. That's right, are you coming to class today? Not receiving a response, she raised her head to look at him and wondered, Han Leet, she quietly muttered to herself, why didn't she say anything? Han Leet turned his back to her, silently put his hands in his pockets and pondered, no wonder, I said, why did the school react so quickly? As soon as he saw the rankings he immediately announced his congratulations. Such a big propaganda move, but until now I haven't seen anyone from the school come to inform me. With thoughtful eyes, he thought, if someone was always aiming, and after exporting the data, they immediately silently operated, then all of that would be unspeakable. Right after that, Han Leet sighed in frustration. She felt a bit strange when she saw that. Han Leet, the dogman, then thought to herself, why did her face suddenly look so bad? Suddenly, a noisy gathering ahead attracted Tich Locked In's attention. Ah! Han Leet, come here quickly and see. She immediately pulled his hand back to the crowded place. He asked with a puzzled look, why, we haven't finished running yet, but she ignored his words and said, let's go. Everyone looked at the paper taped to the announcement table and discussed loudly. The words written on the piece of paper made Han Leet stunned. He warmly congratulated Han Leet, a first-year classmate of the 2013 class of finance at the University of Business, who passed the preliminary round in the first week of the stock investment competition, achieved excellent results, ranked 7th nationwide. He couldn't help but exclaim, the movements were so fast, and she happily exclaimed, wow, the board is this big, there will definitely be a bonus. However, the young man's voice filled with disdain suddenly caught his attention. Hess, Han Leet, where did the fisherman come from? I've never heard of it before. That's why, this nonsense is causing such a big uproar. The school is trash drinking apple pills. The girl standing next to her immediately agreeing, it wasn't any international award. Tich Locked In frowned and spoke uncomfortably to them. What do you mean? Classmates ranked in a national competition, do you know what is called an honor? The woman with long blue hair turned around to look at her and him, sneered. A poor student from the business academy had no right to be called a classmate of the diplomatic academy like us. And then, the short red-haired girl next to her also smiled sarcastically and continued, funny, we're too lazy to pay attention to this stock contest. Titch locked in angrily gritted his teeth and looked at them. Suddenly the girl with short hair spoke while looking at her. Ah, I said, why do you look so familiar? She turned around, raised her hand to point at her and asked, aren't you Titch locked in, stuck with our beauty queen from the diplomatic academy every day? What do you mean? Hearing that, she was angry as if she couldn't keep calm and was about to rush up to question her, but Han Li quickly spoke up to stop her. Class president, she looked at him and roared angrily, what are you doing? Can't you see I'm helping you with your grievances? He said hesitantly, not doing anything, but could the female knight's momentum be held back a bit? The strength of his hand was quite strong. At this moment, Din realized he was still holding his hand tightly. Bewildered for a moment, then frantically let go. Ah. I don't want to hold your hand, he smiled and said, okay, you don't want to hold my hand. Looking at her still reacting like that, Han Li continued helplessly, I want you to hold my hand, okay? But she raised her voice and roared, you, dog man, you've all been scolded for what you are, you're still in a girly mood here. The young man on the side chuckled softly and said, so that's it, so you are the famous Han Li, ha ha ha, you two probably have an extramarital relationship, Titch locked in is not lesbian stars. Silent for a moment, her face became gloomy and looked at him, as if trying to suppress her anger. Even so, she still couldn't hold back any longer and was about to approach him when Han Li hesitantly said to her, what is it, class president? If you hit someone in school, it will be recorded, no matter how angry you are. You can't show it on your face like that. He couldn't help but think, but this little prince is not someone who can hold back his anger. Next. However, Titch locked in smiled coldly with sharp eyes. Ha. Why, if you've heard of me and still dare to bark in front of me, you're Fan Xie's dog, right? When you see someone, you immediately bite, wanting to show up for your master. Hearing that, they remained silent and bewildered. Then quickly left. Hey, ignore you guys, let's go quickly, it's really unlucky. Han Li tried to hold back her laughter. She immediately turned around and exclaimed, Dogman, what are you laughing at? He looked up at her and smiled and said, nothing, I didn't expect your mental quality to be so strong, I thought you wanted to beat them too. Titch locked in immediately replied, I'm not an idiot, if you don't do well in fighting, you could be expelled from school. It's that those people speak too harshly, they're just jealous of you. He held back a sigh with a wistful look. Okay, our class president is really smart. If they like to be jealous, let them be jealous, I won't lose anything. He raised his hand to gently pat her head and then gently continued, don't worry, just say a sentence or two behind her back, you're in such a hurry, I'm not even in a hurry anymore. She was a bit surprised by that unexpected action, clenched her fists towards him and roared loudly. He actually dared to touch the old lady's head. He laughed loudly and said, haha, it doesn't feel bad. At the same time, a man's deep voice came out, classmate Fan Caa. His appearance was full of confusion and fear. The teacher had already implemented the student's suggestion. Today's article was also on the propaganda board. Don't worry, the school's next propaganda work will definitely be done. We'll head to the stock competition. The woman sat on the chair, gently took a sip of tea and then slowly said, I'm bothering Mr. Sa. He hesitantly asked her if her classmate's goal was to be an excellent student or a scholarship. She calmly replied that school evaluation still requires actual results. If the results are not good, then there is no way to obey. Hearing that, he exclaimed, Ach, the above words of classmate Fan Xie were indeed true, but she suddenly interrupted him. Propaganda has no direct benefit. Why? Or should I say, this matter is not that classmate named Han Li actively begged, but Fan Xie wanted to secretly help. It seems I have to hear clearly about this Han Li's background, maybe making Fan Xie official. With such a mind, the relationship between the two of them is afraid that it is not simple. After that, Fan Xie gently placed the teacup on the table, coldly musing, haha, nonsense, don't think that I can't grasp you. The good and the bad are no match for him. I can't even stay behind his back. Are you secretly doing some good things? Praising him puts him at a disadvantage. The higher the position, the more dangerous it is. She smiled and thought to herself, the people of the Diplomatic Institute are always proud and arrogant. Today someone suddenly stepped on their head. If Han Li really has the ability to maintain this achievement, then it would be good, if he falls. So it was a bloody wind and rain. At this time, in Han Li's dorm room, he was concentrating on studying. Suddenly, Din Vu and Tae Hung Bak returned to the room after a while of going out to buy things. Din Vu's voice broke out, it was amazing, ranked 7th out of more than 800,000 people. He glanced at him. Who said that? Dinvu saw this and awkwardly replied, Leet brother, you just finished running around and returned. Have you had breakfast yet? Chi Hung Bak picked up the bag and continued, Vin Fuing Trey's shrimp dumplings. Do you want to eat them? He sighed softly and told you guys to eat. I already ate. A moment later, looking into the box of hot shrimp dumplings, Dinvu slowly picked up the dumpling and put it in his mouth. Brother Leet is famous. Both being named in the newspaper and being broadcast live, their principal said they had never seen the school so excited before. Chi Hung Bak sat next to him and smiled and said, Yes, this ranking, I guess is about to give you a reward. Han Li tilted his head and asked, Doesn't anyone in your class have good results? Chi Hung Bak replied, Can that be the same? There's really no one in our class who is interested in studying. Normally, we don't understand lectures, let alone using lessons that are all in English. We just want to be able to finish studying English. That group of people with good achievements, don't see some people from middle school who have started learning to buy stocks, but they are all people with inside information. He immediately waved his chopsticks and said, But even if these kids had inside information, wouldn't they still be cut like onions? Dinvu continued, Because of that, there are many people in our class who are jealous of Brother Leet's achievements this time, especially some guys who like to show off. Chi Hung Bak expressed frustration and said, That kid, Don Tu Hao, was listening to news of you at our place today, but don't worry, Leet brother, we wouldn't even bother telling him. The school wants to use Brother Leet as an example. Is it their turn to be jealous? If you have the ability, then talk about your achievements. Dinvu sitting next to him saw his reaction like that and couldn't help but open his mouth. What's the point? The main point is that the school spread propaganda too early this time. Then he turned to look at him. His results were still unstable, dragging such a chaotic group of people along. All the pressure was placed on Leet brother. Hearing that, Han Leet was a little surprised and thought, Oh ho, this kid Dinvu has a little courage, but in return his brain is very smart. Then he fell into contemplation, but that group of diplomats and the person who had enemies with him were Don Tu Hao, or Fan Xie. He quietly said to the two of them, I will pay attention to this matter. Dinvu sighed and replied, Sigh, okay, then let's leave brother Han, we'll go out, won't bother you anymore. Han Leet remained silent and did not answer. His mind was full of thoughts. If he lost, he would have to face some more unreasonable disasters, but who said he would definitely lose? His hand tapped lightly on the computer keyboard. With 3 more profit points, he could firmly stand in the top 10 this week, this small trading session. If profits retreat, be sure, mood is mood, trade is trade. A good player can be angry, can be indignant, but absolutely cannot be controlled by his mood and affect his actions. Han Leet's eyes coldly glanced at the time indicator under the computer screen. Officially opening the floor, he smiled slightly, couldn't help but think excitedly, If you have given me this opportunity, then I must win, and moreover, I must win beautifully. 2:59 p.m. 15 o'clock. He laughed softly. The whole profit was 25,5, but the person ranked number 1 yesterday only had 18,5. He happily thought, Great, it's holding up well. He focused on observing the data on the computer, his fingers gently gliding across the keyboard. Although the higher the profit, the better, but for small trading floors, everything has to start from zero. No matter what happens tomorrow, it will not affect the ranking in the top 10 weekly table. Next time we just need to defend. The phone suddenly vibrated. Han Leet immediately took it and looked at the message sent. Chu Din Ho wanted to find us to talk. I heard his tone wasn't very good, guessing it was our argument with the Foreign Office this morning. The delivery has already reached his ears. Are you done yet? Let's go there together. He thought a bit and replied, Luan has started again. Really, any opportunity is not easy to miss. You go there first, I will come later. At the same time, somewhere else, the man's hand slammed down on the table. Then yelled at Tich locked in, Okay, the last time you and Fan Xie caused trouble, I saw that your attitude of admitting mistakes was good, so I did not remove you from your position, and now you dare to touch the people of the Institute. Diplomatic. She slightly bowed her head and frowned. He raised his voice again. What does your expression mean? Can't I still say a few words to you? With such a possibility, I will quit your position as class president. Hearing that, she couldn't help but think, it would be annoying, so she took the position of class president and said, If it weren't for course grades and school achievements, anyone who wanted to do this class president position could do it. At this time, Han Leet entered the room and spoke up, Teacher Lu, I'm looking for you. He immediately stood up and waved to him. Han Leet is here, come here quickly, are you just busy? He hesitantly said, "It's fine," then couldn't help but think when he saw the man's sudden change in attitude, what was the situation? Wasn't this old man scolding someone? Hey Lou, please treat me warmly like a distinguished guest, or drink some water, I'll pour you a glass. Right after that, he waved his hand indifferently and said to her, "Titch locked in, we'll talk about your story later, you go outside and wait a moment, I'll talk to Han Li privately." Hearing that, she nonchalantly replied, "Oh." Then left with an annoyed look. He silently watched her leave, a bit awkward. Teacher Lu slowly sat down, slowly opened his mouth. "Han Li, this time you have brought glory to our business institute, you must try harder, try your best." He hesitantly said, "I heard the class president say he was looking for me, and I thought it was because of what happened this morning." He was momentarily confused. Alas, how could he find me because of this small matter? Then he thought, just now he was teaching that girl, but he forgot that this kid was also there at that time. Hearing that, Han Li breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "That's good." At that time, the class president saw that a few people from the diplomatic academy were scolding me. She couldn't bear to see people in her class being scolded, so she had to deal with them for me. If she was punished for appearing on my behalf, then I would feel very guilty and would no longer be in the mood to participate in the contest. He immediately shook his head and waved his hands. "That's no good. She is the class president, appearing on behalf of her classmates is the right thing to do, she must be encouraged well, how can she be punished?" He left his seat and continued solemnly, "You, focus your attention on this competition." Then Mr. Lu gave me an invitation letter. "Hey, this is an invitation letter to join the student association, if you are interested, please fill it out. As for the reward, the school hasn't announced it yet, so I can't decide, but as long as you can bring glory to the school will definitely not let you suffer." I was a bit thoughtful. He continued to say, "That's right, your hometown is Mungtan, right? I heard it's the hometown of many famous authors. Wait until your parents have time to go to Madu. I really want to learn from them how to educate such an excellent son." He smiled wryly and thought, is this listening to my family's situation? He asked what this meant. Teacher Lu turned his head and smiled and said, "In short, this time the school highly appreciated my achievements. This morning, homeroom teacher Sa even specially called to ask about my family's situation." Hearing that, Han Li was a little surprised and muttered, "Director Sa." He then stood up, full of contemplation. It turned out that Don Tu Hao did not have the ability to give instructions to a homeroom teacher, but someone else could easily do it. Fan Xie. "Looks like I offended her yesterday in the canteen." Han Li looked at him and said, "Teacher, I'll go first." Then he thought to himself, that commendation was obviously not that good. I want to play this trick of throwing stones and hiding my hands. Haha, very clever. Right after that, he left and pondered, but throwing was throwing himself on top. What did she want to do next? He walked out of the room. Was she able to kill him? Lu Wan was so easy to talk to thanks to her. All his questions were solved. He got a scholarship at the end of the semester. His parents will definitely be very happy. At this time, Titch Locked In's voice rang out. "I see, what did he tell you?" He then replied, "What else could I say? Just a bunch of praise, saying I had to do well in exams, hold a good achievement board, and bring glory to the school." He continued to walk past her. "Let's go, we won't be punished." She was startled and exclaimed in surprise, "Ah." A moment later, the two of them entered the classroom together. Warm applause suddenly rang out with the voice of Teacher Lu. "Classmates, we applauded for classmates Han Li and Titch Locked In." Everyone kept praising, "The class president is so good, Leap brother, Leap then, so cool." He applauded, "Great, ranked first and third in the whole school are in our class." The teacher is very touched. Han Leap's small transactions this week are also very stable. Titch Locked In, you that's only missing 1,2% of income. Keep trying tomorrow, the two of you together. Seeing this, Han Li and Titch Locked In were extremely surprised and surprised. He glanced at her slightly and thought to himself, "Yo, one day without looking at the rankings, Tu Huang Kui's achievement is quite good. He was able to achieve this achievement halfway, it's very powerful." Unconsciously, she hesitantly opened her mouth and looked at him. "Han Li. The bet between us, let's stop." Fooling Fi looked towards him and couldn't help but praise, "Leap brother, you are so good." Han Li is a bit indifferent. Immediately after that, he and Titch Locked In sat in their seats. He asked her softly, "What do you mean not to bet with me anymore?" She nodded and replied, "Yes." He continued, "You are now the first sister in the class, don't be afraid." But Titch Locked In coldly replied, "That's all, stop talking, you do the small transaction normally, I'll continue to simulate. We're not going to go the same way, so what's the point of betting?" She thought to herself, jokingly, how could she not know her own achievements? With just that action of mine, what's the difference between publicly punishing him? Han Li turned to look at her and couldn't help but laugh and encourage her. Don't, if you don't try, how can you know, if in a normal competition, you're a little rich lady. Tich locked in immediately avoided looking at him and said, I'm not an idiot, I was so confident because I hadn't been beaten before, but I just made the same mistake that all newbies make. Well, then she thought, I can't beat this dog man, and moreover, I can't keep copying his cards forever. Warm golden noon sunlight shines down on the school, the atmosphere is peaceful and airy. 12 o'clock, November 15, 2013, a series of messages were sent from Mr. Liu, Teacher Liu, 35,288. Tich locked in. What are you doing? Yesterday I heard that your performance is not bad. Why do you suddenly want to sell it? When you were selling, why didn't you ask for Han Li's opinion? If you hadn't acted so impulsively, our class would have had 2 people in the top 10 rankings this week. Han Li read the messages in the class group and couldn't help but think in surprise, she actually secretly sold them all last night. Han Li immediately texted Tich locked in, what is the situation with you? Then he focused on observing the data and indicators displayed on the screen. Tich locked in quickly replied, as you can see, it's sold. I already replied in the group, to be honest, my level is not worthy of this achievement. Maybe some people don't know, I actually copied Han Li's work. At that time, I just thought it was a joke with him, but I didn't expect to get it in the end. Such a good achievement. Now it seems that the decision at that time was actually a bit guilty. For copying the homework, I'm very sorry Han Li, I'm sorry to you. What's mine is mine, I don't need what's not mine. Teacher Liu is disappointed. If he wants to have achievements, he can find people who are truly capable. Seeing that, Han Li paused for a moment. Oh, this tone is so strong. Is Tu Huankui afraid of being forced to death by society? He then texted back, ah, so decisive. She immediately replied, don't you want to drag me into the betting table to play a match? If you lose the contest then you've already lost. I don't want to let you have your way. He pondered, this girl's intuition is so sharp, what a pity, losing an opportunity to bully others. What she gave up was not just a small offer, but also the opportunity to be honored that others couldn't even ask for. Don Tuli and Don Tu Hao wanted to rush forward at all costs, but she chose to give up when fame and fortune were here. If the other two chose the path of fame and fortune, then Tich locked in chose the path of escape. Full of thoughts, the important moment is to be able to have the determination and attitude of a warrior, to be cruel enough to yourself, and what I love the most is, right when she is cruel to myself, me. Han Li suppressed a sigh, sat back and thought, as for whether she would be forced to death or not, if she was more powerful, she could still eat the book of the boss and the goddess, and also have the necklace. Friends, isn't this something she hasn't experienced yet? Opening the floor, the data on the computer immediately changed, making him jump up. After being busy today, he would temporarily free himself up a bit. He looked at the screen, Dong Tan Stock Contest, Contest Form website, Old Vuong next to you. This kid is cool. Where did he come from? 30% of the profits. He was number 1 as soon as he appeared. A special smile in youth, Institute of Business and Humanities, Finance Class 1358. Is this a university student? Are young people these days all terrorists? The wing carries the family's pain. Yesterday I saw an id like that, but the last 2 numbers are different. This is the 13th idea. Could it be just level 13? First year, male chimps are ferocious. No way. How powerful can a freshman be? I don't believe it. Dong Tan Financial Newspaper, the Nuong exclusive interview. Everyone please be patient. We will quickly interview Minister 1358. Everyone please wait. Van Dang Too High. Looking forward. Unusable nickname. Waiting 1. Hope of the whole village. Waiting 10,086. Suddenly, the door opened loudly, startling Han Li. Frowned and said, someone. Teacher Liu walked into the room with a few people, smiled and said to him, hey, Tu Han, I knew right away you were in the dormitory. He slowly introduced the 2 men right after that. This one is Principal Liu of our business institute. This is Dean Sa, who is from the school office. Principal Liu secretly evaluated Han Li and was satisfied. Not bad, this kid looks very smart and full of energy. Headmaster Sa shook his hand and warmly said, classmate Han, you have helped the school bring so much glory, which is a very important thing, very difficult to achieve. On behalf of the school leadership, I send my regards, congratulations and rewards to you. Hope you continue to try, develop your intelligence and ability, continue to strive for the honor of the school. He quietly replied thanks. At this time, the young man's voice sounded solemn. Classmate Han Li, congratulations on getting the top position in the weekly rankings, successfully promoted. I am the president of the Australian Hokkien Student Association. He immediately introduced the woman next to him. This was the head of the propaganda department, Vuong Diem Tan. She smiled slightly and greeted him. Hi. Director Sa spoke again. Dong Tan wants to conduct an online interview with you. These two people will support you, but this matter is for later. Let's talk first. The school will not mistreat any student who contributes to the school. If you have any requests or difficulties, if you need my help, please tell me. Han Li forced a smile. Ha. Teacher Lu suddenly patted his shoulder and smiled and said, that's right, whatever reward you want, whatever request you have, Dean Sa and Principal Lu can both take care of it for you. Officer Lu looked at him, coughed softly. Tu Han, I made an appointment with you. If you can advance in the final round, next year's study abroad exchange student list will definitely have a spot for you, me. The school of your choice and tuition during the exchange period will be paid for by the institute. Oh Hakim was a bit surprised when he heard that. The list of exchange students, unlike the rich second generation at the diplomatic academy, people in other academies often compete for this list to the point of bleeding from the head. The hottest list in the humanities is a one-year exchange student at the University of Wisconsin in the U.S. Tuition is 100% free. Living expenses are also around $80,000, which sounds like a lot, but for the amount of money, going abroad is already the most economical goal. Vuong Diem Tan muttered in shock. Not only did he guarantee the list, he also paid for the tuition. But Principal Lu's meaning is that Han Lead is the best and most valuable choice of the academy. You just need to bring someone along. All costs are paid by the school. His face became gloomy. I wasted all my effort to become student council president just because of this list. Now it's easy to pass it there. When Han Lead heard this suggestion, he suddenly felt surprised and thought, oh, this is just the beginning and I have already drawn a huge cake for myself. So good that I want to bribe me. Look down on someone like that. His low voice came out. Headmaster Sa, Principal Lu. Han Li's eyes became sharp. He smiled coldly and said, I don't have any requests or difficulties. If the final result is not good, I don't have the face to ask for it. If the result is good, so I don't need these rewards either. After hearing this, Mr. Sa had to smile awkwardly. He came closer and patted Han Li's shoulder. His classmate Han Li's thoughts are very realistic. The teacher has more confidence in you, but if you have good results, the school cannot help but reward you, for you. Then the teacher waved goodbye. We will talk about this later, Han Li said after him. Thank you for your understanding. I will definitely try my best in the competition, so you guys won't bother me anymore. Teacher Lu pointed his finger. So Han Li, please watch the interview of the Dong Tan economic newspaper. Han Li replied, how do you feel the school side should answer? You can coordinate. Oh Ha-Kin gave the document to Han Li, his student. The online interview questions will roughly include these. I have written an outline. Please see if you can answer like this. Do you want to answer? Fix anything. Han Li opened it. No problem, I will rely on these documents to answer, he thought. It is not surprising that he continues to brag about the school's teaching level. Advertising for the school, Principal Lu followed behind Mr. Sa, turned his head and said a few words. You just finished your exam. Rest well, rest assured. My daily routine has been arranged well. I don't need to go to class. I can focus on taking exams, and UC Ha-Kin also follows. Vuong Diem Tan called, student. She suggested, let's be more friends. She raised her hand to her mouth and whispered, you use QQ or VX. What caught Han Li's eyes was that big soul. This girl really has a big soul. Han Li moved aside. QQ left, but I don't often look at messages. Diem Tan let out a loud scream. In the principal's office, someone is knocking on the door. Principal Trong, are you busy? The principal asked. Little Sa, what's going on? Teacher Sa came closer. It was like this. This time Han Li won first place in the weekly table in Dong Tan stock competition. He placed the stack of documents on the table. The school's propaganda department has already planned the propaganda. You need to take a look at these documents. Teacher Sa scratched his head. I still have to thank Fan Xie for this. If he hadn't proactively come to me to mention this, we really wouldn't have known we would have missed such a good person. Hearing the name Fan Xie, the principal replied, oh. He said this was because Mr. Fan's beloved daughter actively sought him out. Teacher Sa immediately explained, yes, Fan Xie also specifically instructed that the male student could not know that this matter was ordered by him. Teacher Trong took the document and looked it over. Han Li, is that skinny guy with bright eyes? Teacher Sa replied, that's right, do you know him? Teacher Trong looked up, having met him once, old Fan quite liked that boy. He took the pen and signed, there is no problem with the propaganda plan, just do it the way you say. He handed the stack of documents back to Mr. Sa, added a little more to the reward limit, and specifically waited for the results of the contest to continue calculating. Teacher Sa was happy. Okay, then I will go make arrangements. Teacher Sa closed the door. He raised the paper he had just signed to his face, happily thinking, oh. It finally gives me the opportunity to get promoted and increase my salary. From what the principal said just now, it's not difficult to see some of the news. First, Principal Trong does not understand Han Leet very well. Secondly, President Fan really does not understand Han Leet very well. It is probably not a social relationship. Third, President Fan has no objections to his daughter's passing back to Han Leet. Fourth, Principal Trong was very happy to give Han Leet a favor. These 4 points are not important. Teacher Sa walked in the hallway responding to everyone's greetings. Headmaster Sa, hello, he kept thinking, the most important thing is. He imagined the image of Han Leet and Fan Xie standing next to each other, exactly like he thought. The relationship between Fan Xie and Han Leet was not simple. Perhaps Fan Xie had already targeted that kid. If you were the little princess's lover, then I have to try my best to praise her. If the little princess is satisfied, come back and mention me a sentence or two in front of President Fan. He laughed cheerfully. I can't take one step forward. Suddenly remembered something. That's right. Teacher Sa took out his phone and scrolled through the contacts section, telling the little princess that he had finished his work. In class, Fan Xie and Du Van were talking to each other. Fan Xie's phone rang. She picked up the phone and saw the caller, Mr. Sa's phone. Hello, on the other end of the line, Mr. Sa immediately said, Hey Fan Can, I'm calling to thank you. The phone rang quite loudly. Everyone in the class turned to Fan Xie in anticipation. Thank you for introducing such an outstanding talent to the head of the school. Rest assured, the teacher will definitely compete for many resources, for him. Du Van saw Fan Xie on the phone for a long time and turned to ask, Fan, what's going on? Teacher Sa still continued, if it weren't for you reminding me, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known about this. The school side, respect him very much. Fan Xie suppressed his discomfort and replied to Mr. Sa. Fan Xie emphasized every word. I really have to thank you for this. Thank you, teacher, it's very good. Teacher Sa still doesn't know anything. No need to be polite. No need to be polite. These are things you should do. Things it's hard to say anything else. But taking good care of Han Leet, I will think of a way to do it. In the middle of speaking, I saw that Fan Xie had hung up the phone and turned it off. The teacher put the phone in his pocket. His mouth was still humming, happily thinking, that's right, he must have gone to talk to the little lover. Just now I saw her breathing shaking a bit. She must be too excited. Du Van called, Fan. She saw that Fan Xie's face was not good, so she called Fan Xie again. Suddenly a male student came closer and said, Fan Xie, why is your face so unsightly? Let's go eat tonight. Don Tu Hao really doesn't know how to read people's faces. Today I saw a new store open, with a high observation deck, and service. You will definitely like it. That poor kid Han Leet definitely can't get there. I'll go with you to check out that store. Fan Xie stood up, his face darkened, he mumbled each word in discomfort, and shut his mouth. While inviting someone out and being scolded, Tu Hao shouted, not understanding what was going on. Fan Xie was upset, took some money and placed it on him. Every day, Han Leet, you secretly love him, you come with me with that alms-giving attitude, and you feel really great. Tu Hao immediately awkwardly explained, I didn't mean that. Fan Xie didn't care about him, turned around and left. Stay away, I want to go home. Tu Hao stood there thinking to himself, this woman turns her face faster than a book, how could I secretly love Han Leet? On Fan Xie's way back, she walked each step uncomfortably, angry with herself. Neither of them could be trusted. Why can this series of operations not correct him, but it still gives him such a good opportunity? Is he really that powerful? How is that possible? The driver asked Fan Xie, will you go straight home? Go straight home. The car sped along the road. The maid saw Fan Xie, the young lady. The old man was just looking for someone. Fan Xie let out a loud scream. She looked down and thought, the old man was looking for her. Why did he have a bad feeling? Suddenly Father Fan called her. Neep, are you back? Your Uncle Trong called me just now. How is your relationship with your classmate Han Leet lately? Fan Xie looked at his father bewildered. On Han Leet's side, he had just finished making a hot cup of noodles. I've already written 3 chapters today. I'll send them to Xiao Huang Kui first to edit. I have to collect more drafts before the small trading platform starts. The phone rang. Han Leet looked at the phone screen and wowed. A message from the butler, Yin Fai, Nang Han, are you studying in the finance class at the Institute of Commerce and Humanities? Butler, you are truly an honored guest. He answered, well, I'm a student in the finance class at the Institute of Commerce. Why did I suddenly ask this? He thought to himself, well, I haven't contacted the housekeeper for more than 10 days, even though I said it first, we will chat every day. But as long as it takes a little longer, the time frames for living, work, and studying are different, it's normal to have more gaps. He raised his phone and waited for a response. I didn't understand her difficulties, and she had no way to explain her confusion. This was one of the reasons why the two of them were so easy to understand. It's easy to break up during a long-distance relationship, although the main reason is still communication. But the housekeeper and I are not boyfriend and girlfriend, although we won't waste any effort to find a topic to talk about. Yin Fai texted me, so do you know who the student with code I-258 of the finance class is? Han Lead asked again, are you also participating in the stock contest this time? Yin Fai over here is wearing very cool clothes lying on the bed. That's right, my best friend and I participated together, but we lost ha ha ha. Just now she told me that a great minister suddenly appeared at the academy. I looked at the name tag and discovered that he was in your class. I thought about it and came to ask about you. Han Li teased her, just seeing that made you remember me. I understand, in the end, you don't have me in your heart. Yin Fai asked, how did you learn these lame words? Learned something bad? She happily texted, okay, isn't this just because you're normally busy? That's right, my best friend's younger brother is also with you. On the weekend, I went with her to visit my younger brother. I just heard that we should meet. Han Xiao Nong, does he have time to welcome her? Han Li was surprised, she wanted to come over. The distance and time away from her was too short, and my change was so big, it's not easy to explain. He replied, it's okay, if you're here then call me. Han Li reached for the box of noodles, but she didn't remember that clearly. She was probably just lying to herself. It would be best if she didn't come, but if she did come, it would be fine. He slurped down his noodles. Tomorrow was Sunday. He had just gone out for a walk. He hadn't relaxed in a long time. That evening at Fan Xie's house, she sat quietly in the living room. Suddenly her father called Neep Neep, making her startled. She shook her head to calm down. Turned around and happily called Dad, I'm very tired from going to school all day. Is there anything we can talk about tomorrow? Her father encouraged her. Neep Neep has had a hard time, so let's go quickly. Suddenly a woman's voice called out to her, hey, my little treasure. She approached Fan Xie, put her arms around her neck. What did you do at school today? I haven't seen you for a week. I miss you so much. She hugged Fan Xie from behind. Why is my baby so tired? Is the pressure from studying too great, or is it because he has something to say? It's not good to keep it hidden in his heart. Tell me so Mom can advise you. She touched Fan Xie's shoulder and gently pressed down. After being asked by his beautiful mother, Fan Xie said a little embarrassedly, I don't have anything to say. What's the matter that makes us two go to war together? Born. Having said that, I immediately asked my father, why did he suddenly mention my friend just now? He immediately explained, it's something like this, you know, I haven't had much free time in the past few years so I like to play old games, votes. Also lost a lot of money. Thinking of this, he helplessly slowly sat down. Still thanks to his powerful wife, he was almost taken away. Seeing him like that, Fan Xie asked a little impatiently, Dad, your investment account only has a few coins. Don't think I don't know. Stock, cold, these two keywords are placed next to each other. It's not. He frowned as he was thinking about his daughter's idea. He immediately said, no, it was a complete loss and only a few coins remained. Is that it? Because of this, your mother told me a few coins. Last time, today the school had a student with very high achievements in this area. Furthermore, I also know this person. It seemed like Fan Xie was quite afraid of his father's silly proposal. He immediately thought, can you make an appointment to come to my house so I can ask him a question? She said helplessly, learning from him, Dad, don't you think this is absurd when you say it? Her mother immediately continued, advising her, dear, just seeing your father's investment accounts gives me a headache. You have to save Mommy. If that Han's level is really not bad, then Mom wanted to ask that boy to use that account. Hearing her say that, she felt a bit unbelievable and helpless. Seeing that her daughter was a little dissatisfied, her BF patted her shoulder and encouraged her, don't worry, baby, we won't let her suffer any disadvantages. Hearing that made her even more worried. The money belongs to her two children, maybe you don't care. Thinking about it for a while, she thought, wait a minute, that's not quite right. Lately the two of them have been secretly eavesdropping on her love story. The two of them's attitude is probably doubting that she and that rotten brat are together. What? Thinking that, she immediately jumped up. No way, no way. Her mother suddenly said softly, "What's wrong?" She suddenly woke up from her thoughts. I mean, he's still young, he probably doesn't have that ability, and inviting a male student home for dinner isn't very good either. Her mother immediately continued, dismissing her daughter's intentions. "If we don't talk, how will we know? There's nothing wrong with that. If it really doesn't work, you don't still know a girl in the same class as him. Why, you can call her too." She gave her a somewhat triumphant look. "It was decided. You go ask them if you have time tonight, come to the house for dinner and talk later." Faced with her mother's determination, she had no choice but to compromise and leave. "Okay." After Fan Xie left, she immediately complained to her father, "Lao Fan, I feel you are right. The situation is really not quite right. The baby seems to be against contact with the opposite sex." He continued boredly, "Isn't that right? Tu-han is already the only male student who can get close to her. As a result if I hadn't told her to bring that girl, she definitely wouldn't have agreed to let Tu-han come to eat." She decided, it really couldn't be. Tomorrow she had to face that girl. She had to arrange a marriage for Neep Neep first. He is helpless. This child has understood since childhood that we have never interfered in her growing up process. Today I suddenly intervened in her love affairs. Is she angry with us? Hearing that, she still insisted that this is not easy to say, but we cannot sit still and wait to die. He helplessly looked at his wife. His children were grown, they had their own ideas. Scene changes to the male lead's room. Early the next morning. I was sound asleep when my phone kept vibrating. He was upset, picked up his phone, looked at it, lamented, "It's 8 o'clock, it's hard to sleep in one day." Looking at Fan Xie's phone notification, he wondered what she wanted to do with Fan Xie's message. In the chat box, Fan Xie said, "Han Li, my father heard that you got first place, wanted to find you to come to my house to talk about stock investment. Tonight at 6 o'clock, I sent you the address." He thought, this tone was really not polite. He quickly dragged me to the house. Lao Fan's motives were not simple. I didn't volunteer to reply. "I know," Fan Xie texted back, reassuring me, "Don't think too much, Tich Locked In is also coming. You two should make an appointment to come." The male lead clattered out of bed, thinking, he also brought Tich Locked In with him. This way the person who thinks the most is not him, but the father who loves him. He climbed out of bed, still thinking about Tu Huang's text message. When we met at 5 p.m., she was very excited. While cleaning himself, he suddenly received a text message. Trangi and Phi sent, "Nga Khan, we're going there today, we're about to meet each other, let's have lunch together." After a while, in the city center, Trangi and Phi and Din Hung walked out of the subway station, chatting loudly. "Do you really know that great lord? Don't lie to me. Why should I lie to you? I really know him." Okay, you guys wait here, my sister said she would come pick you all up," Trangi and Phi excitedly said. "That friend of mine is also coming to pick you up, she should be here soon." The male lead called out. She was happy to hear the familiar sound. "Hi, Thon Hoa." She was very surprised to see the male leads, Han and Leet. He appeared with a very dashing appearance, happily teasingly said, "What's up? It's been just a month since I've seen you, don't you recognize me anymore?" She was surprised. "This transformation of yours, did you change your head?" At her overreaction, he was confused. "How ugly was my face before? I didn't just remove my glasses and braces, just change your hairstyle a bit, okay?" She said excitedly, who said he was ugly, mainly because his face was bruised at that time. He couldn't see that he had such potential. While the two were happily talking, a voice interrupted. "He was that great god." Not at all like in the imagination, that was the girl with elephant blonde hair and beauty, a radiant smile on her face. Trangi and Phi immediately introduced, "This is Din Hung, beauty queen of our Academy of Business Administration. We are here, sharing a dorm room, being close friends." Having said that, she happily introduced the main board to this girl named Din Hung. "This is Han Li, also the minister of the Business Academy in the finance class." Din Hung offered to get to know him. "Hello, my classmates all call me Leet Ca, but you can also, like Trangi and Phi, call me Ngak Han." He happily shook hands with me. "Miss, okay, Han Tune Ngak Han." He helplessly looked at Trangi and Phi, who was proudly saying, "How many people have you told about my embarrassing situation?" She happily said, "Don't I need to introduce myself first?" Suddenly someone rushed over. She, Yi and Phi Tai, made everyone wait for a long time. It turned out to be Din Vu. When he saw the male lead, he showed an extremely unpleasant expression. He was a bit surprised. "Why are you here?" Din Hung was cautious. "Are you here?" He saw the two of them shaking hands and was extremely panicked. Why was Leet Ca also here, and shaking hands with his sister? The four people awkwardly looked at each other. Din Vu was confused. What is this? What is this all about? Lit Ca, do you know my sister? Din Hung gently called. Tu Vu. Why are you standing there in a daze? Come over here quickly. She didn't pay attention to her brother's mood, but still happily introduced. Lit Ca, this is my younger brother, Din Vu. Tu Vu, this is Han Lit. Hearing that, he clenched his fists angrily and cursed under his breath. Why is he like that? The older sister saw that and innocently asked, what expression is this? Tran Gian Phi happily spoke up, resolving this awkwardness. Okay. Everyone hasn't eaten anything yet, let's go eat first. When it's quiz time, let's sign a little introduction. Let's go, let's go. As soon as she pulled Din Hung away, she immediately turned around and gave the male lead their bags, much to his confusion. She said brightly, Tun Gak Han, the task of holding the bag must be given to you. He was not willing but had to compromise. Fine, fine, I will be the escort for you ladies. At this time, Din Vu stood aside, stunned and bewildered. Looked at the backs of the three of them. He looked at the male lead happily holding his sister's bag. He was extremely angry. His sister's bag, he was holding before. Her high school lover didn't even get this treatment. Han Lit, what do you rely on? Then he thought of the scenario of the male lead walking down the aisle with his sister hand in hand, extremely scared, smiling like that. Does he still want to be my brother-in-law? I won't allow it, this I don't agree. Seeing him standing there stupidly, the male lead turned around and called, Din Vu, you. Thinking about it for a while, he said, brother-in-law, why are you calling me? After blurting out this guy, everyone was stunned on the spot with him. Tran Gian Phi smiled happily. Teasing his older sister's embarrassment, his younger brother is also interesting. She didn't forget to tease him. Ngak Han, this time you have another brother-in-law. Before he could regain his composure, Din Vu was immediately punched in the head by his angry sister. What are you talking about, that rotten boy? He held his head and said, I don't call nonsense, I always think I'm right, even though I can't keep my family's property, I have to protect my head. If Han Lit really becomes a brother, my son-in-law, in the future I still have to worry about someone holding a hammer in the middle of the night. Hearing her younger brother answer so casually, she was extremely angry. Is your head wet? Han Lit is a good friend of your Nephi Tai, he and I just met each other today. Hearing his sister say that, he immediately understood and placed his hand on the male lead's shoulder and said, good brothers. He showed a shy face, teasing him. I understood this intention, from now on we call each other, just follow me. Din Vu was extremely angry, screaming his name, Han Lit. Tran Gian Phi smiled and said, Tu Vu's younger brother, Han Lit just wanted to ask him what to eat. He suddenly came to his senses. Immediately took my sister's arm and pulled her away. The two of them went to find a location. My sister and I went to buy food. At the school canteen, the male lead and Tran Gian Phi were looking for a place to sit. She happily said that she had heard that the canteen at everyone's place had a lot of delicious food. Finally tried it. As she spoke, she turned back to him. Han Lit, where do you usually sit? Unexpectedly, she was unable to stand unsteadily. Luckily, he supported her. Be careful. When you wear such high shoes, your center of gravity must be a little steady. Why does everyone like falling so much? Hearing that, she immediately got out of the male lead's arms and shyly said, Tun Gak Han's reaction has saved many girls, right? Suddenly there was a clear female voice calling him, Lit Ca. Du Van was a bit shy when meeting him. People around were whispering. There was drama. It seemed like I saw Lit Ca's official girlfriend. I'm a little uncomfortable. Du Van, why is she coming to the canteen at this hour? As soon as she saw the unpleasant scene, she still looked happy, smiled and said to him, Lit Ca, is this your friend? Everyone seems to have never met him before. He avoided Du Van's eyes and said, a high school friend came to visit. She excitedly turned back to look at Tran Gian Phi. Said, so it turns out she was a female classmate who was in love with her brother in high school. Her face is a bit haunted, I don't know what she is planning, she is so beautiful. Du Van put on a coy expression towards the male lead and said, a beauty like this, why don't brother introduce it to us? Du Van pursed his lips, thinking to himself, he's failed. This girl is so beautiful, could it be that she has made Han Lit's heart flutter? Although her appearance is not as good as hers, this aura is like holding the script of a goddess's first love. Gian Phi, approaching Han Lit, is this your good sister? Han Lit felt something was wrong, his head shook slightly. Gian Phi came a little closer. Why didn't he introduce himself? Han Lit was startled. Ah. Du Van immediately spoke up and introduced himself. Hello sister, I am Du Van. She swayed her body, shaking the two melons on her body, also considered Han Leet's sister, classmate, good classmate, she looked so beautiful, how should I call her? Nguyen Phi tilted her head and thought for a moment, ha. She walked over and held Du Van's hand. She happily introduced herself, I am Tran Nguyen Phi, his high school friend, it seems that Han Leet is very popular at school, I'm worried he won't get used to the new environment. Du Van jokingly replied, yes, brother, he is very powerful here. Not only did he complete his first year and second year specialized program, he was also very disciplined and quiet, my close friends, classmates, and beautiful women around him all liked him. Han Leet stood there, listening to Du Van talk about himself, his face turned pale, thinking to himself, oh my god, you should just write your own performance, why bother dragging others along? Han Leet scolded silently in his mind, little Huang Kui, fond brother, Fuing Phi plus you and the housekeeper, 5 workers were enough for a mahjong table. Nguyen Phi blushed listening to everything, stroking her long blonde hair, my friend, is that so? He's always been so outstanding. Han Leet standing behind heard that and his heart jumped, he saw something was wrong. Nguyen Phi took a few steps back, standing next to Han Leet. My father also said that Han Leet did not understand what Nguyen Phi was planning to do. Nguyen Phi still kept a smiling face and happily told Du Van that Han Leet was the best among his classmates. Han Leet was suddenly startled and did not dare to cry out loud. It turned out that Nguyen Phi had she reached behind him and gave him a painful pinch. She tilted her head and whispered to Han Leet, sorry, 3 days apart, you have to look at it with different eyes. Do you want to look back at the whole thing from another perspective? Han Leet is still in pain from the pinch just now. He pursed his lips tightly and did not dare to answer, afraid that if he answered incorrectly, he would be pinched again. Han Leet put his left hand in his pocket, thinking to himself, if you can't brag then don't talk, where to stand is a wooden stake. His face was cautious, he only dared to think but did not dare to say it out loud. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. The enemy won't move, I don't move. The more I say, the more wrong I am. If I don't say nothing, it's not wrong, I should just keep quiet. After hearing what Nguyen Phi said, Du Van's face turned pale, and in her mind she immediately thought, her father said, have she and Han Leet met their parents? Nguyen Phi suddenly approached Du Van, held her hand and blushed and asked, do you also like Han Leet? Have there been any progress? Du Van was surprised and silent, not knowing how to answer. Nguyen Phi was able to continue speaking, he is quite picky, but it's okay, we can prescribe the right medicine for the disease. Nguyen Phi says one thing and thinks another, logically speaking, I have no qualifications, it is also unreasonable to be dissatisfied with those who pursue Han Leet. She let go of Du Van's hand, if you want to know his hobbies, you can come find me, she continued thinking, but why? In her heart she felt especially uncomfortable. Nguyen Phi smiled, I was the one who had known Han Leet the longest, and there were many things going on at that time. If we talk about specialness, then my bond with Han Leet was far greater than this group of people, already. She turned to Han Leet and saw that he didn't seem to care at all, but looking at his calm, non-interfering attitude, they definitely hadn't reached that level yet. She looked at Du Van again. The most important thing was, as soon as she saw it, she didn't like this girl. She really didn't like it. The smell of tea was strong. As this tea leaves crystallized in the tea garden, Du Van's face was reluctant. I also told you, so I have to thank you. Din Hung had just come back from buying food and saw everyone. She immediately raised her hand and waved. Why are you all standing here? Don't you want to find a place to sit? Nguyen Phi touched her hands in front of her chest. Oh my, I'm so sorry, girl. She pulled Din Hung's arm, her other hand pointed at Din Hung, smiled, almost forgot, my best friend also likes Han Leet, I can't help you. Din Hung doesn't understand what's going on, startled and asked. Nguyen Phi introduced, this is my close friend, Din Hung, he and I are the same, both students at Shanghai Foreign Language University. His younger brother just happened to be roommates with Han Leet. I heard that Han Leet's performance in the stock contest was not bad, he especially wanted me to bring him here to congratulate Han Leet. Din Hung was confused and waved her hands. Din Hung widened her eyes and looked at Nguyen Phi. She raised her hand to her mouth and whispered, aren't I here to visit my younger brother? Nguyen Phi whispered with a sinister face, let's cooperate a little, I'll invite you to dinner later. Du Van saw another person, sweating nervously, yet another person. What does this girl mean? Does she just stand in front of Han Leet and say these things? Du Van turned his head to Han Leet. He was looking at Nguyen Phi smiling. Du Van was stunned, thinking to himself, those indulgent eyes. Du Van pursed his lips, his face was red as if he was about to cry. Suddenly there was a voice from behind, what's wrong, so bustling? She turned around and saw Locked In. Din. Locked In touching Duvan's shoulder. Her face was upset. Dogman, aren't we going out together tonight? Don't you go back and dress up a bit? Finally and Van Din have gathered and temporarily made up. Locked In grinned. Oh, I remember, you told me a friend came to visit you. Locked In looked at Nguyen Phi and Din Hung. Are these two people friends? Perhaps a fierce battle between the two sides is about to take place. On the other side are Tran Nguyen Phi and Din Hung. On the other side are Tich Locked In and Du Van. Locked In calmly greeted and extended his hand to say hello. I am Han Leet's class president. Han Leet was worried about staying out of this war. Could this be the legendary Asura battle? Could he continue to pretend to be dead now? Han Leet looked at them and thought, on Locked In's side, on one side is little Huang Kui. Even though my relationship with her now seems like the initiative is in my hands, if I really force her, with her personality, after being angry with me, I don't even think about being able to live well. Being on the side of Nguyen Phi, on the one hand, is the housekeeper, the most beautiful dream of my childhood, the object of my affection, first love. This is the person I dreamed of in Spring Dream. Being beaten by Fan Tio Hang, he was very lucky to become good friends. Han Leet held his head. Both thoughts were separated. One side was bright yellow light. Good news, there was not a single person here who was his real girlfriend. At most it was just an ambiguous object, just mine. On one side the light is dark and green. The news is bad. Now no matter who I help, it will cost a lot of blood. Nguyen Phi smiled and replied, Ah, are you his class president? I've heard him talk about you. Hello, I'm his high school friend. Locked In looked straight at Nguyen Phi, a bit arrogant. Oh, high school friend. She calmly said, it was the legendary ex-girlfriend of the dog man. Du Van stood next to her and turned to look at her, while Nguyen Phi was startled. It was an ex-girlfriend. Han Leet wasn't talking about a reunion. Has his father never been in a relationship? He lied to me. Nguyen Phi lowered her head, raised her hand to her face and thought, I don't know what Han Leet actually said to them. Of course there is no way to respond directly. She continued to think, this could just be a rumor. They were just guessing. Nguyen Phi suddenly said, you guys are thinking too much. Nguyen Phi turned the victor's eyes towards Locked In, raised her hand, shrugged and affirmed that Han Leet did not have an ex-girlfriend. She walked in front of him, standing on tiptoe, just. Nguyen Phi is shorter than Han Leet. She looked up and looked straight into his eyes. It was true that he had a secret crush. Han Leet blushed and was startled. This game, Locked In's team really lost. Unable to say a word, both were startled and surprised, speechless. Locked In thought, Han Leet does not have an ex-girlfriend, but has an object of secret love. What does her words mean? Locked In pursed his lips tightly. Who was the object of his secret love? Could it be her? She clenched her fists, determined not to lose. Okay, love is not something that can last, but is something that can't be achieved after many years of hard work. She put her hands on her hips. With my understanding of this dog man, he cannot secretly love anyone. If he really likes, then he will definitely pursue directly. Nguyen Phi turned his head to look at Locked In. Locked In continued to say, if that's the case, is that girl too confident about herself, thinking that he likes her? Nguyen Phi thought, although he was not attacked, this attitude made others feel uncomfortable, this look of knowing Han Leet well, but what exactly happened in 2.5 months? Han Leet became more and more handsome and confident, and there were many beautiful girls pursuing him. Nguyen Phi looked down and asked again. It seemed that he understood Han Leet better than me, so I suddenly felt very curious. She frankly asked right to the point, if you understand him so well, has he pursued any of you yet? Nguyen Phi pointed straight, you, or this good sister. Locked In was startled and blushed when asked, so he could only clench his hands in embarrassment and exclaim, you. Du Van stood awkwardly, waved his hand and explained, sister, I know my brother will definitely become a very powerful person in the future, so I never expected him and me to have a relationship. As a result, I just want to secretly like him in the background. Du Van continued to explain, Sister Phi didn't know, brother is very popular here, girls like him very much, brother doesn't need to actively pursue anyone, because outside were all people pursuing him. Locked In turned pale when he heard Du Van say. Du Van still continues, we all believe that once brother finds his true goal, he will definitely move forward bravely. Han Leet behind him was as if his soul had left his body, not daring to speak. This person had a quiet, kind appearance and understood people's hearts. If I hadn't known about her personality, I wouldn't have been able to beat her to death. I would have heard about it vaguely. Du Van grinned. So Sister Phi, I am also very curious. If in high school, brother really secretly loved a girl but didn't do anything, was that girl too strong and overbearing, making brother not dare to pursue? Gi silently listened to Du Van finish speaking. Sigh. Even though my results were normal, I never put pressure on my brother, I only encouraged him, and in the past it was not as good as now. My brother was already the male god of the group, school already. Gi was completely stunned when he heard it, only a few phrases stuck in his head. The school's male god, Han Leet. Gi remembers back in high school, the image of Han Leet, a scholar, wearing glasses, her hair hanging down, then thinks back to the image now, handsome, slicked back hair, no longer wearing glasses, her dressing sense has also changed. Her two hands he put it in front of his chest and thought, okay, 18-year-old men will transform, Nong Han is so very handsome now. Gi turned to Du Van, so should I thank everyone for encouraging his confidence, allowing him to become the village male god. Du Van was confused, oh my, this is not so exaggerated, brother has always been very excellent. She continued, it's just that his normal mind only focuses on studying, he always forgets to bring his wallet and meal card. There's no way, Sister Din Din and I can only waste our thoughts taking care of him, every day I help him buy rice and pour water. At this moment, Han Leet spoke up, his head exploding, his face red with embarrassment. Everyone liked to bring up the story of what I was eating. Gi turned to Han Leet, okay, Nong Han brother, I didn't see that you still have talent in this area. She pinched Han Leet's ear, what's the matter, can you eat even if you have to wait? Is the amount of money left over to buy a house not enough to eat a normal meal? Don't think I can bear it easily, you'll forget something you can't forget, small wallet. Han Leet is in pain, it hurts, listen to me argue, not listen to me explain. He held his ears and looked at Gi, silently exclaiming, the butler's fighting power was not small, it seemed like she was wondering, but in reality, the relationship between him and her was also closer than the average person. Normally, I would tell her about the actual purchase of a house, but I didn't expect her to remember it clearly. Du Van was surprised. When he bought a house, he had just graduated from college. Han Leet was not from here. Where did he have the qualifications to buy a house? Could he have bought a house in the countryside? Locked In also stared at Locked In thinking, does he want to go home after graduation? Does he not want to develop in Ma-do anymore? Locked In looked at Han Leet and Gi, unless his family had already arranged his work, marriage, career, etc. Han Leet told Gi, this is not a matter of buying a house, why not? Locked In continued to think, maybe it was related to Tran Gi, otherwise how would she know about this? Han Leet kept explaining, isn't this a bit of a problem after buying a house? He pointed, I originally wanted to buy a house in Ma-do, but as a result, the buying limit problem could not be resolved. The final step must wait for the next time. At our old school, there were 2 extra houses in the area. Study. Han Leet hugged his chest, pretending to be sad. The location was quite good, the space was large, it was the right investment, because the price was a bit more expensive than expected, so my expenses it's over, I only have 2,000 cash left on me. He shed tears, a kind-hearted person sympathized with me, how could I refuse, even though it was a bit harsh to say, but it was delicious to eat. Din Hung stood next to her for a long time and whispered in Gi ear, wow, your family's NGO line Han is too calculating, using the living expenses that her family gave her to buy an investor, it's very profitable. Gi thought to himself, hey, there's no living expenses, it's obviously his plastic surgery expenses. Gi thought, but the tough guy has an idea, otherwise why would I be interested in him? She turned back, slightly flirting with Han Leet, so advanced, eating a light meal even made him eat it. Feeling proud, Han Leet hugged his chest and pretended to wipe away tears. He waved his hand trying to explain, it's not like you don't know, I've never enjoyed such treatment before, the opportunity is rare, can't you feel it a bit? Gi crossed his arms and admitted, that's the truth, at that time his temper was too soft. Suddenly the system dinged. On the system screen, there are loopholes, raids, envelopes full of envelopes, climbing poles into the house, such a dire situation, but still not forgetting to find excuses to lighten the atmosphere. The dog is still your dog, congratulations on getting the skill, take advantage of every opportunity to look for opportunities. Han Leet sweat, what the hell is this skill? At the same time, the two of them were imagining wildly. Locked In covered his face and thought, this girl used her hands and feet with the dogman. What did she rely on? At first her temper was too soft. What she meant was that the dogman had been bullied every day before, and Du Van could only open her mouth in admiration of her brother. Locked In still couldn't get out of his thoughts, although the dogman is a bit of a dog, he is so outstanding, how can he be easily captured by others? Everyone blames this girl, the dogman is definitely was harmed by her. She was angry, there was fire all around her. I knew right away, talking about love is a fart, falling in love will only affect the speed at which the dogman becomes a CEO. Duvan felt something and turned his head away, then called Din Din. Locked In immediately called out to Nguyen Phi, "Hey, fat girl." Suddenly being called Nguyen Phi was a bit startling. Locked In always said, "If you don't know how to talk then shut up." What is called relying on him? We invited him to dinner, what does it have to do with you? Nguyen Phi pointed at her face, her smile distorted and thought to herself, "Fat girl, who is the fat girl? Me, fat, ah, where am I fat? Isn't she just a little, a little?" Nguyen Phi looked at Locked In. She was truly a beautiful woman, her breasts were perfect, her legs were still long, her breasts were plump, the outfit she wore showed off her entire body curve. Nguyen Phi pouted and blushed and had to admit, it's disgusting how her body is so beautiful, her legs are so long, so admirable, hateful. She angrily turned around and scolded Han Leet. "Han Leet, you saw it too. I brought my best friend to see you, wondering if I had never offended anyone, what would be the result?" She pointed at Du Van, first a good sister, then pointed to Locked In, a good class president. One liked to pretend to be innocent, the other, Locked In and Du Van were said to be hit the black heart, a bit startled. Nguyen Phi questioned Han Leet, "Now I ask you, am I considered your guest? If so, please give me an explanation, if not, I will leave immediately." Everyone around saw the commotion and gathered around to see what was going on. The short-haired girl exclaimed, "Isn't that Han Leet in the legend?" The guy next to her wondered what he was doing. The black-haired guy wondered, face full of excitement, "Wow, so many beauties." Han Leet saw everyone talking around and was a little worried. "Okay, my little cucumber, why are you suddenly scolding people?" He raised his hand to press his forehead and nose, closing his eyes and thinking. He had to intervene, but no matter who he leaned towards, he would offend the other person. He suddenly opened his eyes, an idea flashed in his head, there it was. He confidently said, "This word is too foreign to us, she is a good friend who has accompanied me through difficulties, an old classmate that I trust." Nguyen Phi sighed and replied, "So in her head, she thought, stubbornness is still leaning towards me, just now I was too emotional." Han Leet continued, "So I want to thank you for introducing Din Hung to me. Nguyen Phi thinks there is something wrong, eh?" Han Leet put his hand on his forehead and pretended to be sincere. "I never believed in the so-called mutual love, but now I believe it." He extended his hand towards Din Hung. "I quite like her." "You agree to be my girlfriend?" Din Hung was startled. Nguyen Phi, Locked In, and Du Van all shouted in unison, "Ah!" Din Hung blushed, confused, but... She was embarrassed, covered her face and ran away. I suddenly remembered that I had to go with my younger brother to walk around the city and say goodbye. Din Vu didn't understand what was going on. Hearing his sister call me, I was also stunned. Nguyen Phi panicked and turned around to ask Han Leet, "Han Leet, you," she thought to herself, "he likes Din Hung, how is that possible?" Han Leet told her, "Don't be crazy, as friends, I think a lot for you, now it's your turn to think for me." Nguyen Phi remembers in the past, when Han Leet was still in high school, he texted her, "What if I did too great?" They pushed the turtle shell on her, and came to find trouble for her. What would they do? Once, besides, she heard Han Leet talking. No wonder just now that Nguyen Phi kept telling me that I need to believe that Uncle Fawn is a skillful person. She remained silent and did not answer Han Leet. Nguyen Phi's hands tightened around her skirt. Okay, my reaction was indeed a bit extreme, but... On the other side, Du Van covered his face in shock. Does Leet brother really like that sister? Locked In chuckled. Ha ha, you also believe this? Nguyen Phi didn't have the heart. Looking at Locked In, it wasn't her who started the fire, it was obvious they started it first. Han Leet took a deep breath, there was still her. He said every word clearly, "Tich Mung Quan, am I giving you face?" Locked In was confused, what was going on? She looked at Han Leet, she imagined him becoming the male lead of the domineering CEO goddess. How did he know this name? How did he know this sentence? He had seen the domineering CEO goddess before. He discovered I already wrote it. Locked In's face deformed and became stupid, covered in sweat. She remembered the kiss scenes of the two characters in the story Goddess of a Dominant CEO, so I described the kiss scenes that I was proud of, and the passionate scenes that I had racked my brain to write, and he had seen them all. If he talks about this, I'm really done. She raised her hand to cover her face, begging. Locked In angrily crossed his arms and looked away. Sorry, I was wrong. Du Van saw Locked In like that and looked at her in panic. Du Van didn't believe what he just heard. Was this person really Tich Locked In? He apologized to Han Leet with an embarrassed face. It wasn't just a threat that made him scared. Yi and Fi pondered. Calling someone by a nickname is always honest. Han Lead is very confident when facing this girl. She seems to have a secret. Yi and Fi has never seen Han Lead in this form. This boss. She had to get into the water, smiled and turned to Han Lead. Sorry Han Lead, things turned out like this. It was also partly my responsibility. They were your class monitors, classmates. I shouldn't have made them in an awkward position. Yi and Fi was still thinking, even though it wasn't her fault, but at this point apologizing first would be the end of the matter. Anyway, looking back at this situation, Titch locked in was clearly much more miserable than she was. She suddenly turned to call Du Van, just saying that she had a sinister plan. I also apologized to her here. Also, thank you everyone for taking care of Han Lead. Du Van was confused. Why did she suddenly start apologizing? She raised her voice. She put her hand on her cheek, smiled shyly. Alas, Fi is too polite. She's all my brother's good friends. A little bit of fun, I won't remember. Oh yes, I also want to thank you for introducing your sister-in-law to your brother. Fi is very generous. Yi and Fi was poked in a sore spot. Her face was angry but she still tried to force a smile. Haha, no guests, gas. Han Leet saw that the atmosphere had calmed down. Titch locked in. You quickly take Du Van home. He looked at Locked In seriously. His words were a bit threatening. Today's matter is only this time. If there is a next time, don't blame me for not saying it before. Locked In also heard Han Leet's intention, quickly pushed Du Van back. I know, she silently scolded. Dogman, you remember this, I remember this. Du Van has not given up yet. Just like that. Everything calmed down, the noisy noise was gone. Han Leet held his head and breathed a sigh of relief, finally gone. Suddenly the system screen appears. Your dog has won. In an amazing victory, take a photo. Experience points plus 10,010. Transfer hatred and drag people into the water. Trick the experience points plus 66,666. Skill expressing experience points plus 52,088. Pulling experience points plus 23,333. Han Li glanced up at the system notification. His experience points had increased. His pull was almost level 4. Yi and Fi called him Han Li. She asked, do you really like Din Hung? Han Lead asked back, why ask this? Yi and Fi knows. Don't think I don't know. You want to use her as cannon fodder. Han Lead laughed. Ah yeah, what if it's true? Yi and Fi also complied. Ha, it turns out you like the weak type. She raised her hand to touch Han Lead's body. Yi and Fi blushed and felt embarrassed. So did you specifically criticize this personality of mine, feeling that I was too strong? Han Leet suddenly hesitated when asked that. Criticizing it was not to that extent, just. His face turned red, he lowered his eyes. The force of the guard beast was far inferior to the little cucumber. Instead of acting strong, she seemed a bit feminine, but this type of temperament only needs to be firmly grasped, otherwise it will make others feel that she is lovely and lively. He answered her, there are too many good people who, after falling in love with another good person, find that loving themselves is very tiring. If you don't want to be so tired, you either don't love, or you become an evil person. Yi and Fi wondered how cruel it was. Han Leet slowly explained, being cruel to yourself, restraining yourself more, also being cruel to the other person, colliding more, in short, proactively controlling the process, having more contact. Yi and Fi also seems to have answered the question in her heart, like that. Yi and Fi was half joking and half serious. So tough, do you want to touch me a little? Touch and touch. Han Leet dodged. You're too sudden like this. Yi and Fi still continues. So sudden, I still feel good. She blushed. In fact, on the train, when I met him, I immediately felt that he was very suitable for my taste. I began to hope for a memorable love affair no matter what the outcome. Han Li was bewildered listening to Yi and Fi's words. To be honest, I originally wanted to wait, but there were more and more outstanding girls around him, so I had no way to look ahead. Yi and Fi boldly stood in front of Han Li. How about it? Before he finished thinking, Han Li was confused and took a few steps back. He raised his hand to stop her. She didn't come closer. He raised his hand to cover his red face. This scenario was wrong. Now who was teasing whom? Yi and Fi is shy, clasping her hands together. There's no need to be cautious. Find a good person to look around, work hard to move forward, until you determine that he is the right person, and finally make a decision. Getting married, having children, raising a family that belongs to me and him. How simple it is. Han Leet seriously asked, what if it's wrong? What if it's not a good match? Yi and Fi happily raised her hand. Then it's wrong. Secretly loving is also love. If you don't love, you will never know right from wrong. Han-Li thought, yes, this is the Trangian Phi that made my heart flutter that year. Smart, brave, enthusiastic, a sincere girl like this, who could not like it? If possible, I really want to live until the end of my life with a girl like this. I thought so, but you said the opposite. Sorry, I want to think more. Nguyen Phi was stunned. What? Han-Li was still immersed in his thoughts, but he wondered, I am not a good person at all. He put his hands on his face, hiding his red face. In his 30 years of failed life, he saw too many tragedies and gave birth to too many ambitions. He replied to Nguyen Phi, telling the truth, she is a goddess in my heart. His eyes were sad, but I'm still not well prepared. The important thing is that people should not deceive themselves, nor can they deceive themselves, whether it's a little cucumber or a fond CA, whether it's usefulness or sincerity, it doesn't matter. He whispered, sorry, I'm still tormenting myself, I'm a greedy person, I just want to take advantage of everything available to climb up. Nguyen Phi opened her eyes wide and looked at him. She was rejected. Scene changes to Locked-in's room. She texted Han-Li, how did you know? Say it, fake your death right, I was wrong, I'm wrong, can't you still do it? Give someone else's daughter a way to live. He found out from the moment any. Locked-in tied his hair up in a bun and sat on a chair. Why didn't the dogman answer him? Could it be that he was dating the goddess he had secretly loved for many years? Suddenly a text message from Han-Li arrived. Oh, last time the police accidentally noticed it on her courier order. Locked-in seemed to realize something. She held her head and shouted loudly, so careless, I should have torn up the express delivery slip. No normal person would look at someone else's express delivery. Her phone rang once. It's a text message from Han-Li, my friends are gone, I'm going to buy some fruit juice, do you want to go with me? At the fruit store. Locked-in was wearing a long-sleeved pink hoodie. It seemed like she was still embarrassed about this afternoon's incident, so she was also embarrassed. She pointed to the fruit stand. Wouldn't it be enough to buy some fruit to bring there? Han-Li replied, if not, so what? He waved his hands, we're both students, buy some fruit, come if you're willing. Locked-in didn't argue anymore, obediently replied, oh, so you think it's okay to bring any fruit? A series of fruits were displayed in front of the two of them, apples priced at 128, honey bananas priced at 158, cheaper imported grapes priced at 65, each basket was full, sparkling and sparkling, it was really difficult to choose. After struggling for a while, Locked-in turned to Han-Li and stared at him, perhaps this was enough. Seemingly not understanding what Locked-in meant, he asked back, why are you staring at me? Locked-in lowered his voice, of course waiting for him to pay. Han-Li raised her hand and shook it. The fruit was all your choice, don't rely on me, I don't have enough money. Locked-in pouted, holding both hands, but today you bullied me, making me lose face. Han-Li sighed and turned away. I didn't bring any money. Locked-in continued, not only did you bully me, you also angry with me. Han-Li crossed his arms and tried to argue, I really didn't bring any money. Locked-in can't bear to lose. If you don't have money to eat, I can invite you, but this time, you have to buy. She cooed, today I have given you a lot of face. After hearing this, Han-Li was completely stunned. He was sweating profusely and couldn't say a word. He went to the counter to pay. His hand opened his wallet, his mouth comforted, okay, I'll check if the money is enough. The shop owner saw the two of them and laughed, still young people talking about love and fun, taste. Locked-in looked in his wallet, Seeing that her wallet was full of money, she scolded harshly, what a damn man, you hid so much money in your wallet and followed me to dinner all day. Han-Li quickly explained, this is my entire inheritance, I need to survive until winter break. Locked-in put her hands on her hips, not bothering to listen to his explanation. Humph, I don't care, after all you have more money than me. She immediately drew up a plan in her head. She had to find a way to squeeze him out and limit her work. When he has money, he goes out and flirts with girls. Han-Li refused to give up, sighed and hit Locked-in psychologically. Nonsense, you are definitely smarter than me. The data of your great works is so good. Locked-in heard the word works but was speechless. Han-Li asked further, the royalties are probably quite a bit, right? Then suddenly the system popped up, ding, congratulating you on receiving a consumer gift, sweet fruit-flavored gum, 24 pieces in a box, divided into 4 flavors. It can keep your breath fresh after chewing. It will be sweet in your mouth and help you continue to be in a good mood. Duration of 2 hours, sweets properties, friction force plus 50, bioelectricity plus 50. Han-Li finished reading it but didn't understand anything. I wonder if this thing can be used for a purpose that I understand. Has this hint been approved yet? He thought more, just didn't know if this candy should be given to himself or to someone else. Locked-in awkwardly explained that the book was not written by me. Her voice became quieter. I only participated a little, she mentally scolded. This dogman really knows how to touch a sore spot. Why bring this up again? She explained further. But this book is not only about sadism, it also combines the bloodiness of Korean dramas, the debauchery of Japanese dramas, the freshness of Thai dramas, and the unorthodoxy of Vietnamese opera. To be a true collector. She clutched the fruit bag tightly. If he knew that I wrote those passionate scenes, my life would be over, but with his personality, he definitely doesn't like to watch movies with the theme of getting married. Han Li glanced over. Oh. He carried the bag of fruit on his shoulder. It turned out to be such a powerful novel. I only watched the highlight clips for a moment, and will look more closely another time. He asked a question that made Locked-In petrified and speechless. Don't say anything. Those passionate scenes were written quite vividly. The two of them took a taxi back to the dormitory. Locked-In placed his hands on his thighs, not daring to move. They both sat in the back seat, each sitting close to the window. No one said a word to each other. Locked-In shyly glanced at Han Li. Why was he so shy? Why didn't he speak? And continued to be silent. His toes would pierce his shoes. To break this awkward atmosphere, she had to speak up first. Dogman, what type of girl do you like? He replied. Didn't I just confess to someone? I like her type. Locked-In clearly wasn't fooled, calling me stupid. I still believe it. Han Li crossed his arms. You see, she said she didn't believe it either. Locked-In refused to give up. He told me the truth, how he felt about Fan Xie. Han Li replied aimlessly. Fan Xie, quite good. Locked-In leaned towards him. Don't act stupid. I mean, do you like Fan Xie? He raised his hand to his chin and answered, like it or not, that tree is a standard bok fu my tree and she is called absolute great double pride. A girl like that, what man doesn't like it? Why do you ask this? Locked-In retreated a bit. So he liked her, because she was bok fu mai, she secretly blamed. This dogman didn't understand her hint. A girl asked a boy, does a guy like someone? What else could it mean? Han Li turned to her. What, don't you like her too? Are you afraid I'll steal someone from you? Locked-In immediately waved his hand. No, I'm just kidding. She put her hands on the chair. My face was a little red. I'm actually not a lesbian. My sexual orientation is normal. She thought, what Fire Rot said was certainly not wrong. If I don't have to explain 2 more sentences, this dogman really thinks he's a lesbian. Han Li crossed her arms and joked. So what did she do with Fuing Fai Fai, using her to practice writing passionate scenes? He smiled sinisterly. Or. Then he approached Locked-In. Tomorrow we will also go out and rent a room, so I can accumulate experience and practice my skills. At that time, I will play the male lead and you will play the female lead. Titch Locked-In's face was panicked and he shouted, who wants to book a room with him? In the car, 2 people sat in the back seat. Her face was slightly pink and she spoke, really practicing skills. So I am the female lead, you are the slave. Han Li sat in the next seat and smiled. Is that so? Okay, I want to act as a total talent. She turned around and looked at him, then spoke, leaning on him. He looked at her, his eyes slightly narrowed and said, what, look down on me. Her face turned down, her eyes slightly turned to look at him and then she spoke, although you fight very well, this is completely different, right? The important thing when doing this is technique and psychological stimulation. Firmly grasp this level. He covered his mouth and smiled and said, wow, you really understand the class president. The driver was right across your conversation, coughing and speaking, you too. She blushed and thought, I'm crazy, why say these things to him? The driver continued, we've arrived. The driver's face darkened. He just spoke, I just bought fruit and I paid for it. She panicked and picked up the phone and said, I paid, can't I pay for the car? After paying, she opened the door and got out of the car. Titch Locked-In walked and rubbed his neck with his hand, wondering why he was so tired from talking to him. She saw something and opened her eyes wide. In front of a villa. A woman came out. It was a woman with orange hair, a delicate face, wearing a dress with slits and a scarf on her shoulder. Walking out, she called loudly, Fan Fan. She walked closer to Fan Xie, smiled friendly and said, is this your house? I have only seen this type of house in TV dramas. It is so grand. She closed her eyes and smiled softly. It was not that exaggerated. She looked ahead and said, ah, that's right. She tilted her head slightly to look at him. He was looking at the 2 of them right in front of her. She looked at him and gently spoke, I don't usually bring friends home. If there's anything that's not done right, just tell me, in case something happens. People aren't happy, so that's not very good. Han Li smiled shyly and said, definitely, definitely. In front of the villa are planted many trees and flowers. On the side of the villa is a parking space, with 2 cars parked inside. Fan Xie gently opened the door and invited the two of them into the house. She said, "Come home quickly, I've prepared slippers for everyone." On the floor were placed two slippers, one pink and one black. He and she put the slippers on. She looked around admiringly and said, "This house is worth more than 100 million. In front there is a beautiful piano." Han Li pointed to the piano and asked her, did she know how to play the piano? She replied, He softly praised her, as expected of a rich man, hoping to have the opportunity to listen to her music. Fan Xie looked up at him arrogantly and said, You deserve it." Suddenly a voice rang out, "Baby, what are you talking about?" She looked at the person coming and panicked and said, "Mom," suddenly shouted at me, threatening me to death. Her mother came over and gently said, "Little girl, why don't you tell me when you come home?" She saw him carrying things in and turned around and spoke, "It's Han and Din Din, right? I'm Fan Xie's mother, you guys can call me Aunt Cheu." She stood in front and glanced at her slightly. She looked at her grandmother and said, "Hello, Aunt Cheu, I am Tich locked in." She smiled gently, clasped her hands together, closed her eyes and said, "Hello Din Din, I usually hear the baby talking about you. Looking at this close-knit appearance, this baby is not leaving anyone's side for a moment, any." He bowed and said, "Hello Aunt Cheu, I am Han Li." He raised the bag of fruit in his hand and spoke, "You and Tich locked in brought some fruit. I don't know what Aunt and Uncle Fawn like to eat, I hope you won't criticize." He looked at her and asked, "Where is the kitchen? I brought it directly there." She looked at the bag of fruit and said, "Aya, why do you guys still bring fruit?" He followed her into the kitchen. She pointed and led him towards the kitchen and spoke. This time she accepted. Later she would wash it herself for everyone to eat, but next time don't bring a gift, otherwise she won't. It's not okay to give gifts to your children. She looked at him with thoughtful eyes and thought, this child is indeed like what old Fawn said, speaking generously and understanding things. As she led him away, she called out to her, holding her hand and leading him away. She said, "Little girl, you take Din Din to the living room first, I'll take Han to the kitchen." "That's right, call your father down. Why is he so slow when guests come to his house?" Fan Xie frowned and said, "I know." She thought to herself, "I mean, next time I want to call him to the house, really." Entering the kitchen, she turned around and told the maid, "Get some fruit plates for me, I want to wash some fruit for the children." The maid heard that and replied, "Yes, ma'am, wait a minute." She went to the sink and said to him, Han, it's okay to leave the fruit on the table." He put the bag of fruit on it and replied, "Yes." She put the fruit in the sink and drained the water. She washed and talked to him, Han, I heard that you are from Mungtan. How many people are in the house?" He politely replied, "Aunt Cheu, in my family there are only my parents. My grandfather's generation passed away early. My parents' generation only has one aunt and one brother-in-law left." She said while washing the fruit, "Is that so? No wonder she understands things like that. I have passed through Mungtan before, I don't know how it has developed now." Han Li smiled and talked about the place where he lived since childhood. Mungtan is a city rich in resources. The rich are extremely rich, but most people are still poor. But now the overall economic growth rate is relatively fast. Seems like you can think of ways to make more money. She ran water to wash the apples and green grapes. He continued, "The general situation is fine, but my family is relatively normal." She listened to him and quietly asked, "It sounds like there are a lot of newly rich people over there. Are they normally bullied?" He slightly turned his eyes away and spoke up, "There are indeed quite a few nouveaux riches. The overall quality of the wealthy class in general cannot keep up with the growth rate of wealth. Of course there will be more conflicts, worth having, especially aggressive people are everywhere, but they are not the main thing there." He looked at her and spoke, "But we were honest, didn't cause trouble. On the contrary, we weren't always bullied." She turned off the water and spoke up, thinking clearly like that, what a good child. She frowned slightly and thought to herself, does it matter whether the family is rich or poor? Based on her and Mr. Fawn's internal wealth, it is enough for her child to spend a lot of money for several generations. She put the fruit on a plate and thought, at least at this stage, the male sex is not important. As long as it's male, it's okay to bring back the child's sexual orientation. It's just that this child is better, I thought, calm, elegant, neat image. Han Li picked up a plate of fruit and told her, "Although Cheu, you help me carry it for her." She smiled and thought, this child is not bad. Fan Xie's father raised his hands. "Joy, Yahoo, our little teacher Han is here." He saw Han Li carrying a plate of fruit, so he patted his shoulder and quickly put the things down. The two of us went to drink a cup of tea. Han Li had just now had time to say hello. "Hello Uncle Fawn." Locked in thought, what the hell is Master Han? Mrs. Cheu stood next to her, covering her face in shame. Losing face, really losing face. Fan Xie's mother called me, baby, when we eat later, what do you and Din Din want to drink? Do you want to drink some wine with me? Fan Xie shook his head, still drink Coke. Her mother didn't seem to believe what she had just heard, drinking Coke is really rare. She turned around and asked Han Li if Han Li usually had the habit of drinking tea. He replied calmly, normally not much. Suddenly Father Fan Xie interrupted him, cough cough cough, drink good tea, cultivate your mind, can also cultivate patience, make yourself calmer, much better than drinking Coke or tea, this took a lot of effort to get, and it tastes very good. He thought that the baby did not like boys who drank drinks like water. Based on her personality, she would probably like boys with a calm temperament and patience, although right now he still didn't know if he would like the piano. He doesn't. Han Li smiled and replied, I will slowly taste it, very suspicious, is this a reference to Fan Xie's preferences? He held out his cup to receive more tea, this family is all gods, daily communication is like a game of charades, next to Mr. Fan, he thought to himself, one sentence is over, this child doesn't want to say a few more sentences, what about me, could it be that this child doesn't have any thoughts towards my baby? Han Li is also cautious, growing up in such an environment, no wonder Fan Xie is not interested in boys of the same age, not to mention whether I can keep up with her train of thought or not, especially her sinister temperament, hers has been elusive, but today I just came to watch the excitement, these things have nothing to do with me. Being deeply tied to Fan Xie is not necessarily a good thing, not being able to express your opinion is impossible. Han Li smiled and complimented, the taste is sweet, just right, delicious tea. Mr. Fan was excited, so what, the annual output of this type of tea is less than 1 kilogram, many people flock to buy it, the taste of the tea leaves is still quite reliable, if little Han likes it, finally come to my uncle's house every week to drink tea. The maid in the kitchen said, ladies and gentlemen, the rice is ready. Fan Xie's mother stood up first, waving to everyone, go, children, let's eat. In the dining room of the Fan family, the table was filled with delicious and beautiful dishes. Mr. Fan called Han Li, little Han, quickly sit down next to Locked In, yes. He suddenly thought, by the way, this seems to be the first time I eat at the house of the opposite sex. Locked In and Fan Xie both turned their eyes to him. Han Li also looked back at them, a bit tense and confused as to what was going on. Fan Xie teased Locked In, where's your queenly temperament, why are you so shy now? Locked In is shy, how could this be similar, why do I feel like my uncle and aunt are always targeting me? Fan Xie's father pretended to cough and cough. He enthusiastically invited everyone to eat, you all move your chopsticks, wait for the dish to cool down, he thought to himself, the glue-like stickiness of these two girls is really great. Mrs. Cheu picked up a piece of meat and put it in Locked In's bowl. Din Din came, you and the baby are good friends, just treat it like your own family, just take whatever you want to eat. Locked In immediately thanked her. Mr. Fat picked up crabs for Fan Xie. Fan, this crab is my favorite. Fan Xie picked up a bowl of Locked In again, try this, it tastes very delicious. Mr. Fan held his head, excited, I need to cheer up, my baby is really about to bend into a needle. He immediately poured wine into the cup. Raised up in front of Han Li, little Han. Can I have a drink with me? Han Li happily replied, you can drink, I'll drink with you a little. Fan Xie's mother saw that and immediately looked at her, little girl, order Coke and drink it yourself later, now I regret it, it's not too late to drink red wine with me. Locked In asked Fan Xie, Fan, don't you like drinking Coke? She sighed, wanting to let everyone drink. Locked In immediately took the glass of wine. Hazia, Han Li was also drinking with him. I'm also not interested in carbonated drinks, maybe we should drink some wine with Aunt. Han Li looked at her, the little cucumber wanted to drink, not knowing what her alcohol tolerance was. I'm worried, maybe the red wine isn't enough to get drunk, I don't want to help her home later. The bottle of wine is gradually running out. Locked In's face turned red, little Fan, you're already drunk like this. I also thought that you drank red wine every day and were already immune. Right next to Fan Xie, he was drunk on fishing rods, and your alcohol tolerance wasn't much, just one glass wouldn't be good, it's really chicken. Han Li sighed, the two of them are truly more cocky than the other, I don't know if you think the two of them have drunk several bottles already. Fan Xie's mother caressed the rim of the glass, it's good, I also had good sisters before, she and I were always together wherever we went, closer than anyone else. It's a pity that after she was tricked by a man, she stopped being close to me. Locked In heard that and angrily hit the table, no mistake. She jumped up. There weren't many good men. The dog man ran around flirting with girls all day, and he looked very proud of him. Fan Xie agreed. That's right, he ran when he was full, don't do human things. At this time, Locked In shouted angrily in a drunken rage. Yes, when she spent money, her words were eloquent, but when he spent his money, his face was sullen. Fan Xie also agreed to interrupt. Yes, you dare to believe, he did not. He needs face so much that he arbitrarily uses girls' food and even pats other people's heads. Locked In continued to coldly snort. What is there not to believe? I have seen the Asura colon of two-handed fishing, standing in front of your first love confessing to your best friend. Is that sick? The more I talk, the angrier I get. It's truly intolerable. The more Locked In talked, the more blood clots he got. Bad luck, it's best not to give me a chance, otherwise I will arrange whips and wax candles for him. Fan Xie also joined in. Well said, don't forget bring your dog's leash and collar, and remember to call me when the time comes. Next to her, Aunt Cheu listened to them, her face pale and confused, thinking to herself, what are these two girls talking about? Oh my god, what kind of game are they playing normally? Fan Xie's father, sitting on the side, also had to think to himself, no wonder these two girls were together, it seemed like they had been hurt in love, such hateful men. But thinking about this, he immediately panicked, that's not right, when did the child fall in love, why didn't I know? Then he turned to Han Lit, my child, don't give up, people's perceptions and thoughts will change. Next, he generously approached me, the two of us continued to drink, 2 more glasses, I will ask our teacher, little Han, a few questions. Han Lit heard his father Fan Xie call him teacher and shyly said, don't call me teacher, I'm not very talented. A moment later, happy laughter echoed in the house. Father Fan Xie smiled and said to Han Lit, Tu Han, you don't know, I haven't had such a refreshing drink for many years. My dear, you are the most outstanding son I have ever met. Hearing that, coldly smiled and reminded him. He drank a little and then thought to himself, old Fan who was drunk really knows how to talk. If it weren't for the system, who would have been able to receive his words? Suddenly Fan Xie's father held Han Lit's hand and sobbed and sighed, little Han, it would be great if you could be my son-in-law. Hearing that, I screamed in my heart, oh shit, the house is on fire like a mouse, don't you even explain a few sentences, plus a few sentences about macroeconomics and structural financial analysis. Seeing that he was silent, Fan Xie's father immediately wondered, why isn't he talking? Is it possible that my child is not worthy of you? Han Lit quickly denied, Fan Xie is very excellent, but... Before he could finish his sentence, he quickly interrupted, but whatever, it's worth it, the other things are no problem, I support you, no need to pressure. He finished his glass of wine and said proudly, I said, my baby is so outstanding, who could not like it? Besides, Han Lit didn't want his father to misunderstand his meaning, his voice was full of seriousness, but uncle. Actually, the person I like is Locked In. When the scene changes outside, it's already nighttime and the space also becomes quiet. At this time, Han Lit was taking his child home. Locked In is so drunk that he doesn't know where the world is and his mouth can't stop talking in his sleep. Fan, I can still drink a little more. Cold Lai can't help but grumble, don't mention it anymore. Drink Lafitte 1969 like drinking water, it's really only ladies. Han Lit sighed and thought, this is the first time I've seen someone drunk while drinking wine. Sipping a few glasses of wine makes people even more impressed, it's really both cocky and playful. During this time, Locked In's eyes gradually opened. And she discovered that the person next to her supporting her was cold. Seeing that, Locked In immediately pushed him away and shouted, Dog man, retreat, retreat. Han Lit didn't care that he was pushed away by Locked In, he worriedly rushed to advise her, he had a little more restraint, don't put himself to death. But Locked In patted his chest and declared, I'm fine, I can run and jump, don't believe me I'll show you this. After saying that, she ran forward but suddenly crashed into a nearby electric pole. Accordingly, her legs lost balance and fell backwards. When she was about to hit the ground, luckily she was cold and alert and ran to help her into his arms. Then he said with emotion, being young is so good, you can sleep with your head scratched. Next, he looked up at the sky, he couldn't return to this dormitory, let's find a place to spend the night first. The scene changes to another place where Aunt Cheu is covering Fan Xie with a blanket. Uncle Fan also went inside and asked about his daughter's condition. The baby is sleeping, maybe he's tired. Aunt Cheu suddenly looked at him and said, Old Fan, let's talk. After that, Mr. Fan went out to the living room and sat on the sofa waiting for Aunt Zhao to come down. Old Fan saw his wife's gloomy face and asked suspiciously, what's wrong, why so serious, isn't it a fun conversation tonight? Aunt Cheu sat down on the chair and said, "Did you know about the story of the young Han?" Hearing Auntie's question, Mr. Fawn's sweat dropped and smiled shyly. "I said I just knew this, do you believe it?" Before he could finish, Aunt Cheu slammed her hand on the table. "Believe it, do you need to rethink what you just said? There is nothing wrong with being two different people in many places. What is called a man with courage, who doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? After all, you also have 3 wives and 4 concubines on the outside." Old Fawn panicked and explained, "How could this be possible? I have my heart and soul for you. A wife can only have one." Even though Cheu coldly snorted, "Humph," in his heart he knew clearly that it was okay. "So should we keep the original plan? Have you given the account to the boy yet? Don't forget." Old Fawn immediately assured, "Don't worry, it's all over. I also gave him a check for 500,000. In this world, if you want to pursue your daughter, you can't do it without any money on you." Hearing what he said, Aunt Cheu got angry and said, "Really messing around? Once the stock account makes a profit, little Han can earn commissions himself. There is no need for you to give more money. If the two of them come together for money, later we also quarreled because of money." Old Fawn sighed and interrupted, "My lady, please listen to my 2 sentences of explanation. That 500,000 is what you used as an excuse to give money to Xiaohan. I think based on our internal situation, can they quarrel over money? In our case, money is basically not the most important thing to mention. By the way, it's better for us to bet with money first than with nothing. The kid has a very quick mind to try to observe first. Give him a little chance. After all, they still have a few years to go before they reach legal age. I'm worried now. Before, you didn't even take me seriously." Old Fawn sheepishly explained that he really doesn't appreciate the little boy's mind since then. He hasn't been pure. At first glance, he doesn't take good care of the child, and can't do big things. That little cold boy. This isn't bad. Give it a try. At least let the child interact with the man first before speaking. Aunt Cheu was gloomy. "I don't think this is easy to do." After that, she sighed, "I saw the young man's appearance. He didn't dare to talk to the child all night. What's the use of just being nice? He has to learn from girls." The scene changes to a hotel. The lights are still on inside the rooms. Han Li held the check and thought, Mr. Fawn's investment account had an initial capital of 1 trillion, now the remaining shares are estimated to have an estimated value of about 300,000. After the account is given to me after I represent it, the loss will be attributed to the old Fawn, but if I make a profit from the stock, I can take away 30% of the profit. If I can return it, 1 million initial numbers, then I can take 50% of the profit. Having money is great, even 100,000 can be used to speculate and have fun. In bed, Locked In gradually woke up. She looked around the room and wondered where this was, the hotel. But I couldn't believe my eyes. She sat up and rubbed her eyes, wondering if she was dreaming. Then she turned to the side and her eyes widened in surprise. No. The dog man is also here. It's so unlucky. Why did I dream about this guy? Next, she got out of bed and called, "Hey, dog man." Han Li saw that she was awake and immediately explained, "You're awake, the dormitory is closed, we can't go in, the hotel next door only has 1 room left, you have to bear with it, try to bear with it." But before he could finish speaking, Locked In suddenly rushed forward and hugged Cold Lie's neck. He quickly pushed her away and shouted, "You stay away, men and women are not intimate, don't touch me." Looking at Mr. Locked In's attitude, his cheeks turned red and he was helpless to say anything. After that, she sat directly on his lap and gritted her teeth. "Why are you pretending? I hate this attitude of yours the most. Hypocrisy, even in your dreams, you have this noble and sublime virtue. It's so worthy. Hate. I saw it. You are a scumbag, a hateful ghost, a pseudo-gentleman, all day flirting with girls, all over your debt, and you like to bully me. Dog men, I hate the most. But why? It's obvious that he's not good." She paused for a moment and then continued, "But I still did." Then suddenly Locked In hugged his cold face and leaned close to his face. She looked at him with a red face and said, "But to him it was still." Then she grabbed his face and pressed him close, wanting to kiss him. Suddenly, she quickly withdrew her hand from his face and puffed her cheeks uncomfortably. Then I could no longer bear it and vomited on him. He was startled and looked at her gloomily, then he trembled in fear and backed away. He frowned and thought darkly, "From now on, I absolutely will not allow this guy to drink alcohol anymore." Then suddenly he shouted, "Hey, don't take off your clothes in front of boys. It's starting to get light." She lay on the bed, hugging her pillow tightly, blushing and talking in her sleep, "Rotten man, don't do it." Then she sat up immediately. Clutching the blanket, he trembled and looked around asking, "Where is this? What happened? Why are we in the hotel?" She immediately jumped out of bed and thought to herself, "Wait a minute, wait a minute." She nervously looked down at the bed and thought, "Last night Fan and I drank a lot of alcohol, then our heads started spinning, then we went back to school with the bad guy, then we fell asleep, I dreamed that I and a rotten man were in the same room." She immediately moved closer to the edge of the bed, grasped the blanket with both hands, but pulled it up high. Then immediately looked down and recited, "Without a trace." She immediately breathed a sigh of relief and thought to herself, "Luckily, it seems like it was just a dream." She looked around wondering, "By the way, where did the man go?" I immediately saw a piece of paper on the table. She approached the table, bent down and picked up the piece of paper, feeling a bit disappointed, thinking, "I can't send a message, I just have to leave the piece of paper, right?" She immediately glanced over at the sofa and saw a red smear of blood on the chair. Then he thought in confusion and panic, an unknown liquid appeared on the sofa. The owner of the beef noodle shop happily told him that the beef noodle soup is done. He immediately picked up the tray to put the bowl of noodles and said, "Thank you, boss." He suddenly remembered that his phone was out of battery and immediately asked the owner, "Yes, can I borrow the charger?" The shop owner happily said, "Okay, don't forget to take it home." He was carrying the tray to put the noodle bowl as he walked while holding the charger when suddenly the phone in his pocket vibrated again. Then he immediately took out his phone to look. He looked at his phone and thought, "Didn't my cell phone just register a clone account? Someone sent me a text message early in the morning." I opened the message and immediately saw the message, "Brother, big brother, I'm in a hurry, I'm done, something big happened, what is your phone number? It's urgent, very urgent, I want to call and tell you, ha hoo hoo." He looked at the phone, smiled happily and thought, "Oh, so the little cucumber is sober." Suddenly he frowned worriedly and thought, "Shouldn't I be able to text instead of calling? Is this suspicion that he has something to do with fire rot?" He immediately texted back asking, "Is it like that? I sent you my phone number." I texted and thought, "Quite smart." When I woke up my brain also woke up, luckily I always kept my global card. The phone she left on the table immediately vibrated. She immediately picked it up and quickly looked. His phone number was 138XXXXXXX. She immediately thought to herself, "Another phone number, man. But you can have many SIM cards, but you still have to listen to the voice." She immediately pressed the call button and immediately heard a voice from the other side, "Hello, Cucumber, can you hear me? The signal here is not very good." She immediately smiled and breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's great," she thought as she spoke, "this tone and voice have nothing to do with dog men, good luck. He then proudly used the voice changer software and then smiled cunningly and said to her, "What's so good, my voice, Tu Duong, aren't you seduced by me?" Locked In shouted into the phone, "Who is captivated by you? I'm very focused." Han Lead on the other end doesn't dare to argue anymore. "Okay, in your heart you only have your male god, don't look at your master, where is your pity?" At this time he asked, "What happened, did you defeat your male god?" She shyly answered, I don't know what the situation is now, last night he and I went to a classmate's house, I drank some wine." Then she glanced down at the sofa. After waking up, she saw that she was already in the hotel, and there was something red on the sofa. She let out a breath, "You know, I don't have any close friends, I can only find you." Over here he choked on his food. She wondered, "Ham, what are you eating, is it okay?" Han Li coughed while reaching out to pull out the napkin, coughing. He used a napkin to wipe his mouth and stuttered, "Guys, you're progressing so fast." He thought to himself, "I take back what I said earlier, she's not fully awake yet, she definitely hasn't seen the ID card on the table. Locked In on the other end of the line is in trouble, stop attacking me, what should I do now? I'm the only one in the hotel, he's nowhere to be found, even calling or sending messages do not accept." Hearing that, he commented, Is that too much?" He asked, "Does your phone still have battery power now? If you suddenly lost contact with others, it would be too scary." She frowned, "Let me see." She looked at the phone screen. My phone still had 10% battery left. I looked to see if this hotel had a battery charger. She rummaged through the bed. This room seemed empty, devoid of humanity. He immediately spoke up, "So you should ask the receptionist to borrow one. Could it be that your male idol came out because his phone ran out of battery, other than charging the battery?" She opened her eyes wide in surprise. Then, turning back to his sullen expression, he said it made sense. Locked in informed, so I turned it off first. If he ran out of phone battery he would probably leave a note for me. In this aspect he is also very thoughtful. He agreed. Okay, then you come back. When you get back, talk to me. She looked at her disconnected phone. Then Locked in looked east and west searching. Suddenly she noticed a piece of paper lying on the table. She picked it up and read the words on it. There was a curfew last night, we were locked out, I temporarily found a hotel, there was only one room left, you got so drunk, you vomited all over me. The guest, this hotel doesn't have a place to charge a charger, my phone is out of battery, I went first to find a place to charge my phone and then change clothes. I was afraid that he would fall asleep and vomit on me, so I spread a blanket on the ground and missed it. Once you experience the feeling of sharing a bed and sharing a pillow, next time you will definitely make up for it again. Remember to return the room card before going to the front desk. It's very expensive, 200 yuan. She cursed silently. This damn man. She was relieved. It turned out to be wine, threatening her to death. The door in the room closed. Du Van stopped typing on the phone and looked up. Din Din, you're back. She asked, did you stay at Fawn Brothers' house last night? Locked in lied. No, yesterday I found a bedroom outside. She was suspicious. Oh, so suspicious. If she lived outside, she lived outside, so why insist on renting a room outside? It seems she realized something. Wait a minute. Then she looked down at the person standing below and thought to herself, yesterday he and Han Li went to Fawn Brothers' house together. It's not possible for the two of them. At this time, in a bank, Han Li gave the girl sitting at the service counter a piece of paper, converting stocks, thanking her. She took it. Okay, please wait a moment. Suddenly he noticed his phone. Du Van texted, Li brother, tell me, yesterday you just confessed your love to a beautiful sister, and at night you took Din Din to a hotel. What are you doing? Did your news not come back yesterday? Brother, I thought to myself, luckily she even ran here to ask. He replied back a message. Last night his phone ran out of battery. He frowned and thought, very good, 99 plus messages. Tu Huang's temper was really strong. At this time, Locked In also texted him, Dog man, I'm back at the dorm, your phone isn't charged yet. You replied briefly, it's charged, I'm sending money. She wondered why he sent the money. He replied, to buy that thing. She continued asking, what to buy? He answered, making her blush and think, this isn't about reading some masterpiece, wanting to buy an artifact to see what it's like. She angrily texted and cursed, damn pervert, then she angrily blocked him. He heard the phone ring loudly. Take it out and compose a message. Why are you scolding others? I didn't say I wanted to use it on you. Who would have thought that I had been blocked? He thought to himself, great, just blocked me directly. Then, without hesitation, he blocked her. When he finished, he happily hummed, blocking me, no one knew. Han Li thought as he walked, maybe there are people who don't know why that year the one who cheated me of money was too due and ignored me, but it was Foong Fi Fi, but why I only keep Titch locked in my heart. He looked at the traffic light ahead, passed the red light and turned left. He judged that Du Van cheated on his money, but that year she knew how to act, good or bad. He blends into the busy stream of people crossing the street, spending a lot of thought on me, usually pretending to be very good. Her skills are superior, if I can't see through it then I'm stupid, I can admit it. He smiled, but Foong Fi Fi, she just ignored me and didn't do anything too much to me. He thought about her, but what about Titch Locked In? Because he was easy to bully, he arbitrarily took the blame for himself, and didn't even show any intention of apologizing after the incident, like. A cold light appeared in his eyes. I was born to be a piece of trash, being able to confess for her is my greatest honor. Then Han Li absent-mindedly looked at the road, telling the truth. Du Van using him proved that he was worth taking advantage of, but this complete disregard of Titch Locked In seemed to negate everything about him. He pursed his lips and sweated, although I actually could understand that she did not have the confidence that Fan Xie's family brought, nor did she have the skillful skills and intelligence on her body like Trangian Phi. He looked up at the sign of Ascender in front of him, so she could only step on others and climb up, pretending to not be easy to tease to avoid trouble. He stepped inside but continued to think, but understood, but it was natural for the person who was stepped down to want to fight back. The receptionist saw him entering and spoke up, hello sir. At this point, he opened his mouth and said, hello, I wanted to ask about this program. He looked at the flyer introducing the fitness course in front of him and thought to himself, after half a month of training, there was no new progress. It seemed like there was a lack of high-intensity systematic exercises. Then he looked at his bulletin board. Basic attributes: Strength 70, Agility 71, Physique 71, Intelligence 70, Updated attributes 2, Beauty 71, Physique 74, Special 75. He's silently assessing. The basic attributes cannot keep up with the level 2 attributes, but the problem is not big. After all, through practice, increasing basic attributes is only a matter of time. Those level 2 potions, there's no way to rely on it to be resolved in the future. The beauty salon certainly doesn't have a reliable system. He took a pen and signed the registration form. Practiced hard. He clenched his fist to show his determination. I am now a man supported by a rich man. I must try my best to seduce his daughter, as if not to disappoint old Fawn's expectations. On a clear blue sky day. A voice echoed from inside the room. Han Leet. Teacher Lu looked happy. The contract on the control of the small reality supply game on the other side of Dongtan was cancelled. You must remember to sign. Han Leet tiredly replied, I know. He gave me an envelope of money. The other party will probably proactively contact you about the bonus. This is part of the bonus given by the school. I hope you continue to work hard in the next match. I need help. It doesn't help. Just tell the teacher. He happily reached out to take it, thanking him. As soon as he left, he locked the door. He opened the envelope and looked inside. Dongtan gave 5,000. The school gave 2,000. So stingy. Inside the dormitory, a voice called out, You. A young man climbed down from the bunk bed and asked, I want to invite us to dinner. Han Leet did not look and replied, Well, tonight, you and Tin Tin, and my sponsors. I saw Du Van's message. Wow, I can finally treat Lee to a meal. It's not easy. There's also a message from Fuing Fai Fai. You're so good. There's a lot of prize money. People have been interested recently. A pair of gloves, but I have no money for living expenses. He rested his chin and closed his eyes, remembering something. That's right, the little cucumber was still on the blacklist. He forgot to open her. He unblocked the operation. He looked at his phone. At this time, Locked In texted, Lucky you remembered to pull me back. You wanted to invite Du Van and them to dinner. He replied, Well, you came to, and there were 2 of my brothers. Last time, not what you want to do. She was over here reading the message and was so angry that she wanted to get to know your brother. I was there to add fuel to the fire. She texted back, I'm not going, along with an emoji cursing him. He frowned and answered, really hot temper? Okay, I heard that Lu Chi and the others like to read novels recently. I just found out that I have a not bad novel that I can introduce to them. She immediately changed her mind. Go, I'm going. The sky is falling and I have to go too. You can shout at me, it's my honor. I will definitely compete for beauty points, so that you can show off in front of your brothers. Suddenly, Du Van happily jumped out from nowhere. Leet invited him to dinner. Din Din asked, Are you going? She put her face in her hands and replied, Let's go. In the men's dormitory, Din Vu also appeared and asked, Mr. Leet, please invite me to eat. Should I call my sisters and M's, Ngi and Phi? But he thought of those 2 people complaining. He was joking. We didn't know each other. He didn't expect that one day he would compete with his best friend. He pondered, if they only met once, they wouldn't be real. Are they really a couple? Han Leet agreed so quickly that he was startled. He didn't say anything and I forgot. Come and give me the way to contact your sister. He cried. I shouldn't ask this. That evening at the restaurant, Du Van, Locked In and Phi Phi were present. Du Van raised his hand to greet Mr. Leet. Locked In also asked, Clean up a bit, we won't be late. He replied, Not late. Han Leet said with an amused face. The black tights were not bad, revealing long legs. Hearing that, Titch Locked In's face turned red. Han Leet stood in front of everyone and introduced, Phi Phi's outfit today is also very cute. Van Van, Din Din you have seen before. This is Tu Dong Bok. Du Van waved, Hello Tu Bok, ya hello sister. Din Vu stood behind quietly observing. No, what if Brother Leet and my sister really have something? Even if there is nothing with my sister, then they definitely have a relationship with M's. Ngi and Phi still have a word with her. Scene change, everyone sat at the table. Du Van held the menu in hand to order. I want to eat this oil-braised shrimp dish, and also have pork ribs stir-fried with green onions. She also turned her head to look at Han Leet and happily said, Mr. Leet, the hot pot last time wasn't fun enough. This time I have to beat you really bad. Han Leet happily replied, Okay, order according to the standard 5,000. Try your best. Titch Locked In timidly said, Han Leet, the story of you inviting us to dinner is already known to Lu Dao and the others. They heard that you took thousands of reward money but only invited a few of us to dinner. There were many classmates who felt that you did not play well and had opinions with you. Han Leet did not seem to care, so how? Titch locked in looked sullen at him and continued, do you understand what I mean? Even though I don't have the right to say these things, but if you do it like that, it's easy to make others say it. Han Li wiped it, mouth and said, I know. Haven't I told you, I'm a selfish person, a lone player. In order to maintain my social image, pretending like I'm very generous and caring in all aspects, I can't do it. That's why I invited everyone, because everyone has invited me. Our relationship is quite familiar. Of course, there is another reason. Locked in asked, what was the reason? I am about to leave the humanities. After hearing this, she was extremely surprised and thought to herself, he's about to leave, where does he want to go? Strange, this dog man is clearly always bullying me. He wants to go, I should be happy. She hesitantly asked, you want to go abroad? After saying that she thought, but why? In my heart now there is only resentment and sadness. Han Li replied, no, I plan to take the transfer exam and plan to take the exam at an outside headquarters. Han Li looked at her and thought, look at this expression, this pitiful appearance, 2 words of stimulation will make you cry. Locked in shyly replied, oh, are you for Trangian Phi, or are you for her best friend? They're all pretty good, it's normal for you to like them. Han Li wanted to tease her, she looked down on me too much, couldn't I like everything? Locked in got angry, I'm asking you very seriously, don't talk nonsense here. Okay, but I won't lie to you either. Believe it or not, I like everyone, but I also like no one. Locked in was sweating angrily and looked at him and thought, isn't he a flower girl, he really doesn't need any face. Suddenly she realized, wait, that's not right. Sisu was not among the 12 transfer schools at all, he took the fart exam. She got angry, dog man. You deceived the old lady again. Han Li laughed and blocked him with his hand, only then did he react. Locked in raised his hand to punch him, but he still laughed. Du Van sat to the side and looked at them and said, Din Din, why are you bullying Leet? Girls should still be gentle and understand things a bit. Phi Phi sat next to her and said, Ems. Din bullied the brother next to her and said sharply, when did Ems, Din Din bully Mr. Leet? It was clear that normally it was Mr. Hape who bullied Ems, Din Din, Mr. Leet. He came to bully Van. She certainly happily accepted it. Phi Phi and Du Van glanced at each other. The two of them were angry, huh? Han Li continued, did you hear that? Van said, girls have to be gentle. Locked in replied angrily, then it's not easy to say, I see you're just being brave and intentionally teasing me. Chi Hung Bok stood up to relieve the siege, okay, the food is ready, everyone wants some milk tea, I'll go buy it. Everyone around was bewildered. Du Van said, A's don't shout. Phi Phi also followed suit, worthy of being Leet's friend, great. Chi Hung Bok happily replied, yes sister-in-law, I know sister-in-law, or what flavor of milk tea do you want to drink? Du Van happily said, let's go. Phi Phi also said, original, thank you. What about the eldest sister-in-law, what flavor do you drink? Locked in said angrily, I'm not your eldest sister-in-law, okay, she's the third wife, she drinks strawberry flavor, Tu Bok Tu go away, I'm bothering you. Chi Hung Bok said excitedly, it turned out to be the third sister-in-law, disrespectful, I'm going. Din Vu is confused, you left me here alone. Locked in was tense, dog man, you can put your feet above your head, right? I'm not happy, you shouldn't be happy either, I want to call Emperor Tu Fan to punish you. Han Li smiled widely, don't, I was wrong okay, I have to go to the gym later, the small sale will start, it's estimated I won't have any free time anymore. Can we focus on eating now? Humph, it's good to know what's wrong, you bullied me first, right? Han Li raised his glass, everyone here is my good friend, usually always takes care of me, I always want to invite everyone out for a gathering, but I still can't find the opportunity. Today I received the first award in my life, although not much, but very meaningful. Din Din recently asked me, if I only invite everyone, am I afraid that my classmates will have opinions? I mean, friends are about quality, not quantity. I only care about who I admit, other people think whatever they like, they praise me, I don't care at all, but you can't scold me, otherwise I will be very hurt. Come on, let's have a drink. Little Dong Bok comes back and I'll make up for it later, brother Lead is so cool, I'm done, damn I'm so honored, I'm done. Locked in held the glass of wine but kept thinking in his heart, the glass was empty, this dogman's mouth was so sweet, this was unusual. Han Li glanced at his aunt and was about to stand up, okay, class president, you rarely go out to gather, don't be angry anymore. He took her hand and obeyed, later there would be something he liked to eat. She was embarrassed. He held his hand. Why did he want to pull her hand? Suddenly she was startled. It was Fan Fan's phone. She was confused. Hello Fan Fan. His hand still held her hand. I'm so embarrassed, little Fan Fan, I just called you by mistake. I'm fine, Fan Xie replied. Really, what are you doing now? I'm in the dormitory reading a book, what's wrong? So, suddenly Fan Xie met Tae Hung Bak walking towards him. He opened his mouth. Ah Fan Xie, that. Tu Bak, your face is pale. You just told me you went out to eat with them, right? Chi Hung Bak had returned to the restaurant and opened the door to enter. As soon as he entered, he said, Sir, the waitress also brought the food, now it's your chicken soup. You're back, come quickly, just starting to prepare food. Suddenly Han Lit froze. Ah. Fan Xie came in and said, Isn't he congratulating? Such poor expression. What's wrong? My appearing here makes you unhappy. Locked in was surprised. Fan Fan quickly let go of Han Lit's hand. She forcibly asked, Why are you here? Fan Xie replied, Reading books in the dormitory, huh? Locked in hesitated. Give me a chance to explain. Chi Hung Bak quickly ran back and said, Big brother. God knows, I didn't sell you out, I just happened to bump into Fan Xie. She asked me who I was going out with, so I told her we should go out and drink some wine. As a result, she directly said a sentence, Do 3 guys still need milk tea after drinking alcohol, which directly made me dumbfounded. Han Li placed his hand on his shoulder to comfort him. It was not his fault, the innate intellectual gap was not his fault. It's really hard for you, Hahu, why does hearing this sentence from you make me feel even more heartbroken? Han Li put his hand on her shoulder, looking at what Miss Fan Dai said. He took her to the chair. Come, sit down quickly, I originally intended to invite you to a private meal, isn't this a coincidence? Okay everyone eat rice, don't be polite to me, just hurry up and eat whatever you want, we're all acquaintances. Chi Hung Bak is enjoying the food, it's so delicious, as expected of our big brother inviting us to dinner, it feels even more delicious than usual. He even enthusiastically called out, Beautiful lady, bring us 2 bottles of wine. How about you, sir, have a drink with us? Han Lit refused, everyone drank, I had an appointment with the fitness instructor later, maybe I should go first, I went to pay, everyone slowly ate. Fan Xie also stood up, I followed him, I just had something to look for him. Tich Lok seemed to be jealous, so Fan Fan took the initiative to find a dogman who had something to do. The 2 went out. Han Lit asked, Miss Fan Fan has something to look for me. She replied, I wanted to ask, what did you say to my father? He thought to himself, I was just hinting a few small words, could she still find my fault? Then he replied, I only met your father twice, what can I say to her? He can. Is there anything else? If not, I have to go first, the coach is waiting for me. Suddenly she held his hand, he stopped for me. I already know everything, it's probably because Tich Locked In and I were hanging out too close together. My father heard about this and misunderstood my relationship with Din Din. Tell me the truth, do my parents want to let me know? Are you pursuing me and making a match for the 2 of us? No, he thought, this girl reacted, her father misunderstood what your relationship has to do with me, and everyone now feels that you 2 are in love. He also said that the last time he went out to eat crab, he called him over, his attitude towards him was even more friendly. My father is always strict with his son, for someone he first met, even if it were my boyfriend, he wouldn't have this kind of attitude. Moreover, this time you came to my house to eat, the content of that conversation was too unpleasant, you must have said something rude to him before. Han Lit didn't understand what was going on, what she said had to do with it, what does it have to do with me? It's like he really set us up and let me ruin the relationship between you and Tich Locked In. So I'm just an unlucky guy being used as a tool, right? This morning, my mother and I listened a bit. She said my dad gave me the stock account to manage, so what do you want to do? Han Lit's sweat dropped thinking, Black Tam Lean's sudden turnover of the cards was definitely not a small goal, but I couldn't be sure of tricking her, once the initiative was taken by her it would be ruined. Fan Xie continued to speak, so I want to tell you, now I am a dogman who is completely under your control. Han Lit was puzzled, oh. She smiled widely, don't be so quick to get angry. You are so smart, why don't you guess, if my parents and I directly resolved their mistake, what would be the result? What would be the result? At best I would return the account. The shares for Mr. Fan also have no effect on me. After all, it's just a working relationship. The boss won't let me work, so I won't work anymore. Han Li crossed his hand on his forehead and thought, what a joke, 150,000 out of 500,000 yuan have been spent, and I can't even think about taking it back. But if she wanted to make it clear, she would have made it clear to Mr. Fan long ago. Calm down, now you have to calm down. Han Li looked at him and said, other things are related to me. Yo-ha, the dogman is also very stubborn, it has nothing to do with you. Han Li, do you dare say you don't have any thoughts towards me, or say you don't need the opportunity my father gave you? You are indeed capable and young enough, but you don't understand the logic of grasping every second. If you miss this opportunity, how long do you have to wait to have the right to hold an account of more than 300,000? Oh, sorry, I forgot, such an opportunity in life is not something you just want to have. The story is very unique. Tell me straight, what do you want to do? What do I want? Fan Xie comes closer, I want him to become my man. I tell you to beat locked in, you have to beat locked in well. When I tell you to go shopping with me, you have to put all your sisters aside. If you don't listen, I will turn the cards over to you, in the house. You better prove that you have no hand in this, don't imply or do anything. Anyway, as long as we confront, your image will be ruined. A thoughtful reminder, my father hates being tricked by others the most, and when he gets angry, it will be very scary. Han Li could only glare and think, this guy, she is actually threatening me. The dark night sky next to him was the light of houses and street lights. At this time, Fan Xie immediately put his hands behind his back, leaned forward slightly, then looked up at Han Li in his confusion and said, he is very valuable, I need someone like you to help me deal with a lot of troubles. Then her face now became a bit sharper and more dangerous because she was quite sure of winning, saying that meeting my request would only be beneficial to him, not harmful, a rare opportunity. He slowly thought about it, think for a moment. Hearing that, Han Li's face also darkened, his face showed a bit of panic and disbelief, and he replied stiffly, ha. Then she quickly put her hand on her forehead and thought for a moment. It seemed like she had known about it for 100,000 years, but then it suddenly changed. It was ridiculous, threatening me. Lao Fan and I never spoke from beginning to end, no lie, who is afraid of her? Not stopping there, she suddenly turned around and said something idle, but I was also determined to fall in love once, if he listened. At that time, Fan Xie secretly turned back and said, it's not impossible to date him, and his eyes were so happy that Han Li was stunned. Because he began to realize that he was valuable, he immediately turned the situation towards himself. Miss Fan, you spoke for such a long time, in the end you wanted to say that you wanted to love me, but inside it was just light. The group was secretly happy, saying it was for this purpose earlier. It scared me to death. If that were the case, this initiative would return to his hands. Then Han Li decided to speak, but immediately refused. You still go find someone else, or tell Uncle Fan directly, I have someone I like, Uncle Fan already knows. Hearing that, she immediately turned her eyes to him, mentally asking questions, but probably not with any good intentions. He had someone he liked, Tich locked in, Du Van or Fuing Phi Phi. Then step by step closer to Han Li with a meaningful guess, or, it's his Bok Nguye Kwang. I didn't expect that who was the patty and who was the chicken would now really be revealed. Fan Xie's cheeks were slightly pink and he pointed at his chest and said, stop pretending, I've seen through your personality. Here, it's a transaction, we only take what we need. Money is enough for anything difficult. With that perspective, she immediately looked at me with sparkling eyes and said, my pocket money is not much. Anyway, leaving it there will only gather dust. If your actual combat performance this time is really excellent, I can give you the account and introduce customers to you, but Han Li looks uninterested. Then Fan Xie flipped his hair and raised his hand so coolly he asked, how difficult is it to start a business with nothing? With 100,000 equity capital, you have to generate 100 times more profit to earn 10 million, but if you have 10 million of customer capital, creating 3 times more profit, you can get 10 million profit, which is the most profitable, perhaps you already know in your heart. Hearing that, Han Li now stood still and opened his eyes wide, his heart began to shake a little. At that time, he just held his stomach in his hands and said that while Fan Xie was walking away, he had already said that she would definitely give her a chance, but Han Li's mind was calculating fiercely at this time, so he also had to understand clearly in his heart. The ability to throw money is so terrible, I thought she wanted to trick me. Moreover, hearing what he said just now made her turn her head to listen to Han Li's words. It was like meeting an enemy, preparing for battle, this big. Then he also judged the situation. It seemed like I was the one being oppressed, but in the end it was still unclear who fell into the trap first. This was a big matter that required me to sell my personality, to use a small person against a big enemy. This was a big deal. If you're good at it, just use that to ask. Come on, tell me specifically how much your pocket money is. Didn't expect it to be that easy. Foncie was also quite surprised and said, praying to this man is already surrendering. It's that simple. Even though she was a little suspicious, she still let it go. Okay, let me try it out for me. Then spread your hands and count your fingers. Shares of unlisted companies cannot be touched. Shares of listed companies can be mortgaged up to 300,000. Vehicles and houses in the name certainly cannot be touched. Savings deposits can wait. The exchange rate to pay off debt, money for financial management can be sold immediately, plus the remaining pocket money on the card. You can probably quietly make more than 2 million. More than that is not possible. Dad, my mother will find out. Then, after more than 10 minutes of headache, he smiled brightly. Foncie fixed the final price and showed 2 fingers. Well, at most 20 million, roughly this number. When she heard that huge amount of money, Han Li's eyes widened in shock and she wanted to scream out loud, but she just thought, oh shit, she casually took out 20 million. She had more money than she thought. Statue. But then he suddenly realized that it was too normal for them, so he raised his hand to stroke his forehead and silently said, that's right, Foncie is not an ordinary second-generation rich man. Lao Fan in Shanghai can be considered one of them, the real tycoons. At this point, were able to say a few words and were able to make a deal, but there was still fear in their heads. But Foncie was not a good person. This was also a bet. But nothing happened. Han Li's eyes suddenly sparkled and he said, starting from now on, you are my girlfriend. At this point, Foncie was shocked to the core, shrinking back quite suspiciously. His eyes wide and shouted, ah, are you crazy? Now you have to flatter me to find opportunities. What right do you have in me pretending to be big brother? Hearing that, he just crossed his arms and answered silently in his head, relying on Fonjie's resources and Foncie's ability alone. For him there was no doubt that it was a strong support. Then he breathed lightly, like a smug look. Hey, didn't you say you understood me? Then he immediately responded with a cheerful tone, up until now, I was the only one who stole other people's things with my bare hands, just based on my words. He wanted me to be your second follower. Are you dreaming? Because inside he thought, at first I didn't want to get involved with Foncie, but here she came and personally brought it to me. Just like her original wish, she continued to offer more benefits. Okay, then tomorrow I will open an account, give you 100,000 in advance, and once you earn money, you can pay whatever you want. Man, that's enough sense. At the same time, she also felt that this man was indeed very similar to her. He was the kind of person who wouldn't release an eagle if he didn't see a rabbit. But Han Li just smiled disdainfully and said, 1,000,000 would make me a dog. Who would he look down on? She was not inferior either, closing her eyes as much as she could. All she could do was say, so what do you want? I've already given in. Turn around, prepare to leave but still want to press further. I advise you not to ask for a ferry. I don't have much patience. Then suddenly Han Li hugged Foncie's waist, turned Foncie towards him, placed a hand on her shoulder, causing her head to tilt slightly upward. Then he brought his face closer and whispered softly in front of her eyes, okay, don't you want to flatter me? Foncie was extremely confused and asked awkwardly, what do you want to do? Before she could understand, Han Li moved to lock Foncie's lips with his eyes wide open in surprise. But at this time, it was in the middle of a crowded street with people passing by. Everyone passing by noticed the two people. After finishing, he just gently asked, how are you, Miss Fawn? Then Han Li asked in a light-hearted way, satisfied with my technique, when her face turned red and she stammered, what happened? That action happened so quickly that Foncie was in chaos, his body kept flying. After that quick kiss, Foncie was still quite shocked with a dull face. At this time, Han Li quickly jumped into the car, cracked one side of the door, stuck his head out, waved and said, I've already accepted the deposit. Since I can't become the target, then let's have a happy cooperation. Then from his face came 4 words, little girl. Weakness, with a cold and cool expression, also seems quite gloating. Feeling like he was being beaten up, Foncie's face darkened and he shouted loudly, man. After that, I couldn't believe it, but I was scared, worried and told myself, what can't be the object? He already jumped in to kiss me. If I don't love him now, how can I love anyone? From a state of surprise and shock, I turned around and covered my mouth shyly. This was my first kiss. He was so intense, I don't know how many girls he had kissed. At this point, Foncie got rid of that surprise, gently rubbed his lips and said, but... Her eyes widened with interest and she said, I don't hate this feeling, I clearly just feel that he is worth using. But her face was red and she stroked it continuously to check, but she still felt quite comfortable and said, could it be said that she actually had a good feeling for him? On the other hand, Han Leet was sitting in the car, his image appeared on the mirror. As he touched his lips, he thought about just now, damn, this fruit sealing gum is so effective, it almost went to his brain, because when used, the indexes increase such as, sweetness plus 50, friction plus 50, bioelectricity plus 50, pleasure plus 50, duration 2 hours, but don't forget to secretly evaluate her earlier, this Fan CA is really smart, in the conversation just now, then, she's clearly seducing I blame the mastermind. Then he leaned his hand against the window, he pouted and thought about it, she wanted to hold him, then completely control him. Then she raised her hand to stroke her forehead and tilted her head up to silently affirm that she had never lost when she played dirty, this trip she lost both lead and fishing line, I was afraid she would be angry to death. But then suddenly realized something, Han Li touched his mouth and felt quite regretful, originally the first kiss was meant to be kept for the little cucumber. Even though Fan CA was one step ahead and installed a wiretap in the car, he never opened his mouth to say anything, so he helplessly clicked off the pen and scolded him, being obnoxious. There's not even a single bit of useful content, this bastard is really cautious. The scene in the dark sky appeared for a moment, then Fan CA quickly went back into the dining room. As soon as he closed the door, he shouted, I'm home, attracting Din Vu's attention. Locked-in saw that she was back, so he raised his hand high and waved repeatedly and called, come eat quickly, it will get cold soon. But not seeing him anywhere made her quite surprised, a bit worried and wondering where the dogman had gone. However, his eyes bumped into something and opened wide, asking, Tu Fan Fan, what's wrong with your lips? Made her react a little panicked, Then Locked-in quickly asked again, what's wrong with his lips? In Fan CA's surprise, he only saw her stiffen and respond, what? As soon as I put my hand to my mouth to check, I realized, oh my god, I forgot to check in the mirror. So at that moment, he quickly turned away, quickly covered his mouth and pretended to ask, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with my lips? Locked-in quickly answered, your lipstick is gone. Hearing that, she immediately found an excuse and answered with a slightly forced expression, I just went to the reception desk to ask for a piece of gum, maybe I licked it off while chewing the gum. Locked-in's eyes said it all, they were so sharp and terrifying that she only made a sound, Then he rushed closer to the place where Fan CA was suspicious, his lipsticks were all branded, if he ate a piece of gum he could lose it. The girl who was being interrogated reacted and tried to act normal, what's wrong? I was applying lipstick changes color, very easy to wear off. Not letting it go so easily, Locked-in just raised his voice with an innocent look, really, Fan CA could hardly hide it, his face was also red but affirmed, it's true. But unexpectedly, Locked-in leaned close to her ear and said, so the skin on your mouth is also due to eating gum. Then Fan CA could only be speechless and unable to argue. So I quickly dodged, waved my hands in denial, I don't know. Then slowly she felt it herself, the skin was torn, there seemed to be a slight smell of blood, could it be? Then there was no more discussion in Locked-in's mind at this point, pretending to be stupid was useless. Her eyes became decisive again, certain in her mind that she understood this aspect better than anyone else. After going out with a dogman, her lips were already split and her lips were cracked, could it still be a fall? Then looking at Fan CA's confused and hesitant appearance, she couldn't help but wonder who took the initiative. Then he clasped his hands tightly on the table and cursed in annoyance, damn, I was just holding hands, why did the two of them turn around and already kiss, damn, I'm so angry. Without thinking too much, he reached out and touched Fan CA's chin. Lift her face up high. Then he squeezed it gently, looked at it carefully and said, no, that's not it, was I born with lips to be forced to kiss, Suddenly her tone changed somewhat, she simply said, yo, in Fan CA's panicked eyes. But when I swiped it on and tasted a piece, I simply said, does your gum still have a cherry flavor? But Locked-in's thoughts were very different from the truth, but actually eating gum, there was already a plan, little Fan Fan, then he was sure, next time no need to ask, it was absolutely you, he is proactive. A pair of chopsticks suddenly fell hard to the ground. Next to Din Vu, when he saw what was happening, he was so shocked that he dropped both his chopsticks and his expression avoided Locked-in as if to tell them to keep going. But in the face of bad luck and the bandits, his eyes were a-worded and his mouth was speechless. At this point, Fan CA was so embarrassed that he stood up and said goodbye to everyone, I'll go first. Then she went out of the room. Then run straight ahead. Fan Xie thought as he walked, clearly it was a kiss. Why did the feeling completely different? Only when I was next to that dog man did I feel numb, unable to control myself. Could it be? Do I really like him? Why do I like him? The scene changed in the dining room of Tu Bok, and now that he had finished reciting the information, he exclaimed, "Oh my god! I should have taken a photo," but when Locked In saw everyone looking at him with strange eyes, he got angry and slammed the table hard and shouted loudly, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen female students kiss?" After a while everyone finished eating dinvu and Tu Bok took the three beauties back to the dormitory and Fuing Fook Fook happily waved his hands to say thank you. "Thank you driver for taking us home." So we went home, former dormitory. Tu Bok also warmly waved back, "What should be done? Hello girls." On the way home, Tu Bok laughed loudly. It was crazy. Locked In was too cool, in front of so many people, kissed once. Dinvu next to him also added, "That's right, I was also stunned." Went out, eating with Brother Lai is really stimulating. Tu Bok said softly with a pensive face, "Don't talk, Locked In and Fan Xie are so beautiful, two beautiful girls kissing each other." Dinvu nodded. Locked In's movements were so skillful. Do you think she's really a lesbian? On the street, Tu Bok and Dinvu were still intently discussing this issue without realizing that someone in the distance was paying attention to them. The person who heard that conversation was extremely surprised by the information that Locked In and Old Fan's daughter had already kissed. He then took out his phone to call Old Fan, but it didn't work. "I had to talk to Old Fan." The scene changes to where Han Lead is exercising at the gym. Suddenly the phone rings. Han Lead opened the message and saw that Gian Fai sent a message with the content, "Very good hero, £1.3, you are very good." Han Lead finished reading the message and thought to himself, "Dinvu kid, just finished eating and ran away to tell the truth. Okay, Dinvu kid, no wonder he tried to put me in the group of beautiful women. I thought he wanted to give me more options, but he didn't realize it was to prevent me from harassing his sister, and by the way, he was sneaky." On the other end of the line, Gian Fai held the phone in her hand and laughed loudly. The concubine quickly showed Dinvu the message sent to her and showed it to her and said, "Hung Hung, your younger brother is really trustworthy. It's so embarrassing." When she read the message she couldn't help but burst out laughing. It's really like stupid things, he can do them. Fin Fai picked up the phone and texted Han Lead, "What is the tough guy doing right now? Is he busy having dinner with beautiful girls?" On the other end Han Lead texted back, "Nothing, just one meal, it's just rice. I ate in less than 4 or 5 minutes before I was in a hurry to go to school. They ordered a table of delicious dishes. Because I had to go to school, I didn't dare to eat much." Lilac mumbled, "Is it true or not? Why is he suddenly thinking about exercising?" Next to him when he heard it, he couldn't help but be curious. "Oh, the normal guy still goes to the gym." Han Lead continued to text, "Why do you think I practice regularly? I still haven't forgotten my previous compliments. I've said it before. What if Fan Chiu Hang got mad at that time and directly attacked with my small body? I don't know if I could protect her." The concubine was deeply moved when she read the message that she was exercising to keep his promise to protect her. It turns out he really had this matter in mind. "I was lost in deep thoughts and sent Winfei a photo showing off my muscles and attached a text message. Look, this is the result of all my efforts. Do I look better than the last time I met you? This course is too expensive. I signed up a few days ago, and the effect is quite good." And Heimfei smiled back and said, "Really, after just practicing for a few days, how could it be so effective so quickly?" Seeing Heimfei so happy by her side, she secretly thought to herself, even though Heimfei only said good things, emotional and eager to win or lose, but she really likes to fight. Yes, such a great guy. If it were me, I would like him too. On the other end of the line, the cold person texted again, "Oh, I received the first bonus in my life. I invited my friends out to eat today. When do you two have time? Let's meet this weekend." Fai Fai received a text message that Han Lead wanted to invite her and Lilac to eat, so she turned to ask Lilac. Han Lead asked if we wanted to go eat. When Lilac heard that, she quickly said, "Should we let him invite you alone?" Gian Fai saw that Lilac didn't want to eat with her and Han Lead, so she looked for a long time and thought, but why does Hung Hung have this expression? Since the last time she returned, every time Han Lai was mentioned, Hung Hung blushed. She was actually proud of Han Lai, right? Seeing Lilac's attitude like that, Gian Fai immediately left a message for Han Lead, "Come again next time, recently too busy." Han Lead read Nyan Fai's message saying he was busy and looked quite disappointed, not free, so that's it. Suddenly, there was a text message from the lucky guy, "Brother, it's a pity that you left so early today, something very exciting happened." People didn't expect such a thing to happen, if only they had taken a photo and sent it to him at that time. Looking at Locked In, she thought to herself, Locked In and Fan Xie were indeed lesbians. Han Li would definitely lose interest in them as lesbians. It was an unexpected joy. Din Din, this is the chance you gave me. After that, Diyun texted Han Li about how Din Din had just forced him to kiss Fan Xie. It was too exciting. Han Li read and thought, who forced a kiss on whom? I never saw such a unique scene. Next he turned to look at the fitness trainer. The trainer, I paused for a moment, went to the bathroom. The trainer immediately teased him. Did his girlfriend send you a text message? Han Li stood up and replied, still not a girlfriend, so wish you success soon. Next time bring it to us to get acquainted. Han Li went to the bathroom and turned on the phone to see that Locked In had sent a text message. Oh my god, master, I forced myself to kiss a girl today. Don't say it, it feels pretty good. That girl kissed you, my boy. She even deliberately chewed cherry-flavored gum. You crazy girl. But I didn't feel very good. That girl seemed very obedient. I seemed to like this feeling more and more. After reading these lines, I silently cursed. Damn it, is this straight cucumber really curved? Thinking about it, he texted back, so her sexual orientation had finally been completely bent. But suddenly Locked In denied it. No, I still like my male idol. It's just that I'm always disappointed by him, so I can't help but want to bully others to vent my anger. This made her feel cold as she scratched her head and thought, could it be that she was stimulated by some kind of desire to conquer? Let her write a hot scene that activates her hidden XP. Watch the excitement without fear of big trouble. Send her the attribute costume produced by the system. Use witchcraft to test it and get feedback. The positive feeling of accomplishment also completely shaped the queen's behavior style, gradually darkening. From a psychological perspective, this is a type of self-protective stress response, using previously proven effective experience to deal with the enemy, which is very reasonable, but it's all too much coincidence. If I hadn't been so stupid, I wouldn't have sent her that outfit. If Fuing Fuk wasn't so curious, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to bring it to the door. If Fan Xie didn't like to cause trouble, he wouldn't intentionally use himself to tease Locked In. If Old Ohen and the others weren't so friendly, it wouldn't have caused Locked In to give birth to the nightmare of Fan Xie's mother and father. Perhaps this is the butterfly effect. Because of their reincarnation, everyone follows completely different paths than their previous lives. At this time, Han Li sent a message again. My disciple, my teacher saw that your problem was due to the overpowering of the Yang fire, and it had to be treated quickly. Locked In read these messages and didn't understand anything, so he asked again, what do you mean? Han Li explained, meaning that my current temper is too big. No matter what, I want to win. Sometimes there are weak ties, sometimes I'm short-tempered, which leads to hot-tempered anger, extreme stubbornness. It's a kind of disease. It's simple. With your child's current mental condition, there's a high possibility that he or she will have menstrual cramps, menstrual disorders, and it's normal to get headaches, right? Locked In read the text message from Han Li describing his symptoms and was startled. He said it all. Locked In remembers the Tao Te Ching saying, all things multiply, then return to their roots. What is your root? Simply put, women belong to yin, men belong to yang, women are water, men are fire. The Tao Te Ching says, heaviness is the root of lightness, stillness is the master of movement. This is the truth, even though right now you feel immersed in the joy of controlling others. Different, but calm down and think, why do you like it, my male idol? Is it because he is handsome and knows how to flirt with girls? There are countless men like that. The reason you like him is because you feel conquered when you are with him. This proof shows that in your subconscious, you desire to be conquered. Your roots are still in yin. You use yin to control yang. How can you not be corrupted? After reading the Moral Sutra, I automatically felt that what he said seemed to make a lot of sense. Then suddenly she panicked and ran away quickly, causing the two girls behind her to ask, not understanding what was going on, where do you want to go? It's very late. Why don't you go back to the dormitory? In the Locked In water shop, he was texting Han Li, Dogman, are you free tonight? The other party immediately responded, what's wrong? You're saying this to find me to rent a room. Okay, I just found out that the last time I checked out, I still haven't paid my deposit. Reading these messages, I thought to myself, this Dogman, damn it, why rent a room? Can't I find him to talk to? Locked In quickly sent a text message, you still ask me to pay that money. If you want to rent it, you rent it. Are you a man? Cold sweating face replied, okay. Then I went to rent a room. When he arrived, the other side immediately spat out a curse, even farting. Whoever agreed to rent a room with him, thought it was beautiful. Han Li smiled cunningly and sent the message, okay, even if it's wrong, I'm still planning to go out today. If you don't come, I'll call someone else. After sending it, he thought to himself, it's just talk, no one can do it. Locked In over here read the message and his face turned red. He even called someone else. Kidding. Who else could he call? Good luck. Locked In put the phone down on the table. Don't say anything. If he really called her, she would definitely come right away. Suddenly she noticed something outside. It turned out that it was her fiancé who was in a hurry to go somewhere. Locked In immediately shook his head. No way, maybe he called fiancé out. Thinking so, she immediately picked up the phone and called Han Leet. Dogman, where are you now? Han Leet replied, hotel. What's wrong? Why are you calling me? I'm busy right now. Hearing Han Leet say that he was busy with his family's affairs, his voice was full of disdain. Okay, busy with arrangements, you made an appointment with fiancé to go out. Han Leet asked doubtfully, fiancé, what does this have to do with fiancé? What if I call fiancé out, is that okay? Han Leet sighed and was about to continue speaking when Locked In hung up. Scene changes to another development. Locked In had caught up with fiancé, so she rushed forward and waved her hand. Little Fan. It's so late, where do you want to go? Fiancé saw her and was confused. Locked In, why are you here? Locked In held fiancé's arm with a smiling face. What's wrong? Can't I be here? Midnight, where do you want to go? Fiancé turned around shyly. My mother said she wasn't feeling well. I turned back to see her. Hearing that, Locked In smiled even more. It turns out our mother's body is not well, so I'll go with you to see what's going on. Fiancé quickly refused. There was no need, I was only going home for one night. But Locked In followed closely and didn't let go. Why wouldn't I need it? It's very dangerous to go alone at night. Fiancé heard that and his face was gloomy and sweating. I don't go at night, I have a driver coming, pick up. Before he could finish speaking, Locked In grabbed Fiancé's hand. So that's great, you and I will go back, tomorrow we'll go back to school together. At this moment, Locked In's face looked like she was sure of victory in her hands. She looked at Fiancé and thought, kissing during the day, renting a room at night, these two people's progress is so fast. I don't believe this won't stop you guys from making private appointments. The scene changes to Fiancé's house, at which point the two of them have been taken home by a private driver. Fiancé took off his shoes and said loudly, Mom, I'm back, and next to Locked In had a bewildered face. No, what is this? Why did she really come back home? Suddenly Aunt Chayu's voice came, little girl, but as soon as she saw the family, her face turned pale and asked, the family is here. Locked In quickly offered offerings. Aunt summoned. I heard that her heart was a bit uncomfortable. Me and Fiancé returned to visit her. How did she feel? Aunt Chayu tried to smile and said, thank you for your concern, I'm feeling much better now, but in my heart I thought, no, I feel very bad right now. Hateful, listening to the old man say that today the baby and the little family kissed in front of everyone, I just wanted to pretend to be sick and call the baby back to talk slowly, but after this my chest started to hurt like this again. She held her head. Now it's over. Not only did they kiss in front of everyone, but even when they went home to visit their mother, they had to stick together. Seeing that their mother was not okay, Fiancé rushed to help. But Aunt Chayu turned around and said, Mom is really okay, I'll go back to my room and lie down first. Aunt Chayu went further and further away, leaving the couple Locked In and Fiancé in one place. Fiancé immediately turned to look at Din Din with dangerous eyes. Seeing this, Din Din turned away and whispered, our mother doesn't look very well, Fiancé is angry, isn't it your fault? Next, Fiancé sat down on the chair and asked, what are you determined to do with me? Don't say anything, it's not safe to walk alone at night, do you really love me, do you want to be my guardian? Din Din's face turned away, she held her left hand and shyly said, you're so beautiful, and you have so much money, who wouldn't like you? Fiancé's face was serious, you talk to me honestly, I didn't do anything to anger you. On the contrary, if you do that to me today, I haven't looked for you to settle the matter yet. Suddenly, Locked In pushed Fiancé down. Next, she sat directly on Fiancé's body. You said why I wanted to do that with you, didn't you steal it from me first? Fiancé tried to struggle and let me go. What is the relationship between Cold and you, boyfriend, girlfriend? Fiancé looked at Locked In and silently scolded, Locked In, you crazy person, although to some extent, I really want to take Han Lai from your hands. Then she continued, you just wanted to dominate Han Lai, don't you feel it, are you so domineering yourself? Fiancé shouted loudly, I just want to rob this man, so what? Hearing what Brother Fan said about Locked In, he was suddenly speechless, and Fan Brother thought to himself, after all, I already want to fall in love, so why can't it be Han Leet, he is the most suitable person. Locked In slowly let go and told the truth. She was sad and she confided her feelings, even though I also have sisters, I feel like I can only play along with you and talk together. Even though I know we are not on the same path, one day we will go our separate ways. I just didn't expect it to come so quickly. Fan Xie said with a red face, does it mean we can't play together anymore in the future? Isn't it just a man? But I won't give in to men. Women can do what they can. If you can't do it, it's all up to your thinking. Locked-in smiled and teased. Miss Fan thought very openly, I heard that the dog man called him to rent a room. How could the two of them make progress so fast? When Fan Xie heard that, a question mark appeared on his face. Rent a room? What room to rent? Locked-in quickly asked again. He didn't date you. Fan Xie was still confused. When did he ask me? Locked-in still half believed and half doubted. No way, give me your phone to see. When Fan Xie took out his phone, a text message appeared inside. Fan, where are you? Making Locked-in angrily shout. He looked, he didn't even acknowledge it. Brother Fan was next to him and loudly reminded him, are you absent-minded? Go back and see. He and I didn't text today. I heard Brother Fan say Locked-in and quickly checked. It seems to be true. Then she turned to stare at Fan Xie for a long time. Then Locked-in knocked his head, saying so. Fan Xie calmly replied, you were deceived, and still implicate yourself in your innocence. After finishing speaking, Lock intended to quickly run out the door to say goodbye, but was called back by Fan Xie, not allowed to leave. Fan Xie pressed Locked-in tightly under his body and laughed loudly. Why are you going? How dangerous is it in the middle of the night? Locked-in is embarrassed to argue, arbitrarily staying at someone else's house. How rude. But when Aunt Cheu, holding 2 glasses of milk, saw this scene, her face turned black and she didn't know what to say. Aunt Cheu thought to herself, I should be happy that the baby can counterattack. During this time, Locked-in saw Cheu and quickly said, I'm sorry, Aunt Cheu, I'm bothering you to rest. Then she ran outside the door and waved goodbye. It's closing time, I have to go home first. Next time I'll bring a gift to visit Auntie. Little Fan bye-bye, I'm going. Aunt Cheu saw Locked-in getting further and further away and smiled. This child really did not drink a glass of milk and left. Baby, you're really so grown up and still so naughty. The scene changes to the cold place when he is walking on the street when the phone rings. He took out his phone and a message from Locked-in appeared. Dog man, which hotel are you staying at? I want to go check. After reading it, I coldly thought to myself, check, is the little cucumber kidding me? I honestly don't know if she's with Fan Xie right now. My message wasn't just for fun. While thinking, Locked-in sent a photo of himself with a thumbs up below and texted me, quickly tell me the address, I'm leaving now, making me coldly curse in my heart, oh my god, is she really coming? Transfer scene at Van Hao Hotel. As soon as Han Lai stepped inside, he was warmly welcomed by the receptionist. Hello sir, welcome to Bao Van Hoa. Would you like to rent a room? Han Lai raised his hand and said, yes, what kind of room? What is your best? The receptionist immediately introduced, sir, our most luxurious room at Bao Hoa Van Hao is the presidential room, which is 209 square meters. If you book now, you can enjoy a discount of 8.8 points, 100. In addition, I would like to ask if you have a membership card for 10,000 lines. If you don't have a membership card, I can help you make one. If you really decide to come to our presidential suite at Bao Van Hoa Van Hao, with my highest authority, you can directly upgrade your membership card to platinum level. The employee still enthusiastically took the initiative and suggested, do you need me to take you to see the room first? Han Li quickly asked, can I go upstairs to work? The employee politely extended her hand forward, of course, you are welcome here. Register as a member of Van Hao to enjoy more member benefits. Although you may not be interested in accumulated points and other incentives, this is the foundation for us to serve you better. At this moment, I was coldly thinking to myself, I heard that only the presidential suite can do check-in procedures in the room. In fact, I was just worried that while I was checking in the lobby, a small cucumber would kill me in time. Come, wouldn't that be a shame? Of course, the last time I rented a room was just a temporary stay for one night. If something really happened, the little cucumber would of course deserve the best. When going out of the elevator, the receptionist announced, ladies and gentlemen, we're here. This elevator is a private elevator for the presidential suite. Every day there is a dedicated person to clean it, you can rest assured. At the same time, a girl walked up and introduced herself. I am a housekeeper specializing in the presidential suite. You can call me Nada. Welcome to the presidential suite of Hoa Van Hao. I will serve you in the near future. Following that, Han Li put a black card in front of Nada. Then the check-in procedure has been given to her. Nada quickly accepted it. Yes, please wait a moment. A moment later, the beautiful housekeeper swiped the card to clear the cold and then asked, the price after a 20% discount is 3.80 thousand. Please do you need an invoice? Han Li took the body and replied, "No need." Then he thought to himself, the discount was a bit higher than the hall management promised. The room fee was 3.80,000, plus a deposit of 5,000 for miscellaneous fees. Even though it was old Fawn's money to spend, it still felt a bit painful. Suddenly, the system notification sounds, congratulating you on receiving a gift when making a purchase. Hearing that, Han Li's face immediately became happy. "Dad system, Tau Alpha knows that you don't want to see me miserable." At this point, Nada bowed politely, "So that's okay, I'll go prepare the welcoming ceremony for you. If you need anything, just call me." As soon as he entered the cold room, he sat down on the chair and breathed a sigh of relief. He eagerly opened the system to see the special fruit. Suddenly a card appeared, and if you looked closely, you could see that it was more accurately a bank card. The system pops up, "You have experienced unprecedented luxury, and have been given a special consumer gift card specifically for booking rooms. This is a normal-looking bank card. You can use it to deposit and withdraw money, but that is not its main function. When you use it to open a room at any hotel, you only need to pay 20% of the actual cash payable. The remaining 80% will be called residential commissions by the system abroad to pay. For this consumption you will not receive any consumption experience points nor will you activate any form of system reward, use or not. This is a serious problem." After reading the system's message, Han Li was secretly happy. "Great, 20% discount at the hotel. Let's see if anyone else is there." For example, today to rent the presidential suite, the listed price is 4,500 per night. The actual cost is nearly 3,800, but if you change to a specialized card, you only need 3,8 times 20%, equaling 7,600. It's bad. At first glance it still looks very cheap. It costs more than 200,000 in a month. It doesn't seem worth it. He held the card tightly in his hand. He couldn't count like that. The presidential suite comes with luxury and amenities, comparable to the most luxurious homes, also with a complete team of butlers. Using this card to open a room of a few hundred yuan doesn't make any sense. The more expensive the room is, the higher its added value. The only problem is, this doesn't give experience. At this moment, Han Li received a text message from Locked In. "I'm here, tell me your room number, see if I beat you to death." Standing in front of the locked-in hotel, I felt a little hesitant, disappointed, and starting to regret it. "I want to withdraw now, is there still time?" Unexpectedly, Han Li sent a message again. "You're really here? I was wrong, you should still go back. Today is really inconvenient." Reading these lines I secretly laughed out loud. I didn't expect this guy to be even more cowardly than me. Next she went straight inside. He was still so scared. "What am I scared of farts?" Thinking about it she immediately sent a text message. "Nothing inconvenient at all. Gave me the room number." Han Li immediately responded, "Okay, then you go to the main hall. I will send someone to take you up." After sending, he secretly felt proud in his heart. Little cucumber, using progress as retreat, he forced her up, already. "If you want to play with me, you're still very young." A moment later, the bell rang outside the door. Han Li quickly ran to open it. As soon as the door opened, he happily waved to her. Locked-In's face turned red and embarrassed. The room he rented was the room. Han Li replied honestly, "Didn't the butler take him in and tell him that this was the presidential room?" Hearing that, Locked-In's mouth opened in surprise. "The presidential suite, I asked you just now and then you rented it." Cold voice teased, "You said something wrong, don't we have a script?" Seeing him like that she immediately raised her fist in anger. "I didn't understand what you were saying." Locked-In went inside as he walked and calculated, "No way, I have to take the initiative. It's here, I'm risking my life, I can't believe I can't defeat this dog man." Thinking about it, she pointed her finger at Han Li's chest. "You dare to tease me and Fan, you dog man is done for. Give you a chance to say something nice, I can think about hitting you a little bit." Seeing his expression, Locked-In shouted angrily, "Dogman, what are you laughing at?" Han Li suddenly pulled Locked-In towards her and kissed her forehead. The queen didn't look very happy. "So what about us now?" He let her go and said excitedly, "Slowly touring this place first." After a while, the female housekeeper came into the room and smiled at Din Din. "Well then, Miss Han, let me introduce you. Our Hoa Van Hao Bao is a part of the Van Hao group." Din Din, why is it that when she heard Nada call her Miss Han, her entire face darkened and she thought to herself, Miss Han is a devil. After that, she was a little shy and called Han Li, "Dogman," like this was asking someone to take us for a walk around the hotel. It wasn't that good. Then in her heart she thought, this cold guy, just now there are also white hemorrhoids here to visit the hotel. Han Li turned to look at Locked In. I paid in full, she provided the same service, there's nothing to be embarrassed about, actually I don't understand either, let's open our eyes together. Next he silently calculated in his heart, the use of the room rental card was still unclear, maybe he would find new thoughts. Listening to him speak, she felt somewhat reassured, it's true, the legendary presidential room, we have to observe more. Entering inside, Locked In curiously asked, is this a bathroom? The bathtub is so big, Nada enthusiastically introduced, the equipment in the room is disinfected daily, young lady Han can use it with peace of mind. At the same time, additionally, this bathtub is also specifically designed according to ergonomic principles, and also has heating and massage functions. Van Van International Hotel Group is the top hotel in the world, with 4 levels, 5-star luxury, 5-star deluxe, select, 3 4-star, long-term, and economical. As for Bao Hoa Van Hao, it is a high-class 5-star hotel jointly built by Van Hao and Bao Hoa Square. However, this positioning is actually somewhat embarrassing, a little stronger than a 5-star hotel for starters, but it cannot be said to be luxurious. The hotel is quite large with only one presidential font. The main bedroom and living room are all beautifully decorated, luxurious and clean, but the second bedroom has a bit of an old smell because it hasn't been lived in for a long time. Just now, Natasha kept whispering to me to come again next time. It can be seen that their presidential backdrop has a very high vacancy rate. When Locked In looked at the perfumes on the table, he couldn't help but excitedly exclaim, wow, they're all imported goods. Han Li next to him immediately asked, which brand do you like? Locked In opened a bottle of perfume and said comfortably, smelling it very comfortably. Suddenly a voice appeared in Locked In's ear. Han Li proactively approached Din Din's ear and whispered, well, it suits him very well. Din Din shyly pushed him away, he only knew how to tease me. Seeing her expression, Han Li laughed loudly. No, Nada also knew how to take the initiative to speak up and want to leave. Young Master Han and young lady must have been very kind, love. Then I won't bother you two to rest anymore. If you need anything, you can ring the bell to call at any time. Wishing you two a wonderful evening. After Nada left, Locked In shyly buried his face in the ground. Really, what a wonderful evening. Han Li next to him got excited and teased. That sentence was just a normal social request. It seems someone's thoughts are not very clear. Having been told that his heart was broken, Locked In quickly turned around and left. Your thoughts were not clear. I want to sleep in the spare bedroom. Han Li comfortably agreed. Okay, let's take the extra bedroom for granted. 18,000 a night, take out the money. Hearing that, Locked In gritted his teeth. He really worshipped this man. Suddenly Han Li's arm pulled hard, causing him to suddenly exclaim, what are you doing? Then a bottle of wine is opened and poured directly into the mouth. Han Li looked at her drinking like that and quickly asked, what do you want to do? After a while, Din Din continued to drink the entire bottle of wine. Then Din Din saw Han Li sitting and typing. She angrily shouted, damn, are you still playing with that broken phone now? Can you respect me a little? Han Li pointed the mobile screen in front of Locked In. A message from Brother Fan appeared above. What are you doing? Then he asked her how to answer. Locked In turned his face away to challenge. How to answer? Do you dare to tell her? We are at the hotel. But suddenly Han Li immediately agreed. Okay, why don't you dare? Just, what good can I get out of it? Hearing what he said, Locked In angrily thought to himself, there we go again, that calm and complacent look as if he had a firm grip on me. It was extremely hateful. I'm so easily bullied, it's ridiculous. Suddenly, Locked In snatched the phone from Han Li's hand. She slowly let it go and spoke in a cold voice. Locked In threw the phone aside and proactively proposed, you now confess your love to me, beg me to be your girlfriend, and promise to never flirt with someone else again. As long as you can give me a guarantee, I can give you anything today. After finishing speaking, Locked In's face turned red like a tomato. Her hand caressed his face and silently scolded him. The saint deserves to die. Today I will expose your true face. Suddenly, Lock leaned down and kissed Han Li hard on the lips. Then she slowly let go of him, feeling the sweetness and the familiar taste. Not letting her regain her composure, he suddenly coldly pressed her down onto the bed under his body. Locked In tried to struggle, but it was all useless when Din Din looked back and saw that his hands were handcuffed. Han Li opened his mouth. I said it last time, I just want to act as a badass President Meng Quan. I gave you face, right? Next, the two people's clothes were scattered on the ground one after another and Han Li's voice still rang out. President Meng Quan, Class President Meng Din. The cold force pressed her hand hard on the bed. Stop talking, why didn't you say more? Din Din, after a moment of silence, was afraid to speak up and beg, I was wrong, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have called you a man, I shouldn't have teased you, I really know it's wrong, sorry. I really know it's wrong, sorry. After a while, Din Din lay face down on the bed, his voice was a bit weak, the second old man is the second old man, don't say let me be the second old man, I can even be the eighth old man. At this time, Han Lead approached Locked In, but she trembled and quickly stopped him, please don't touch me, please, please. Before she could finish talking about the cold, she immediately stepped forward to ask if it hurt. His words made Din Din look at him a little shyly, then secretly think, this guy is still quite gentle. But the next second she immediately denied that thought, calm down, this is all pretending, dog men are always fierce, don't be fooled. Han Li grabbed her hand and said, you are too stubborn and strong. Very unhappy, I'm also a very strong person, I swore I wouldn't let anyone rule my life. I have to take advantage of everything that can be taken advantage of next to me. I will kill anyone who gets in my way, I want to stand on the high court, even though this road is full of wind and bloody rain. You said before that I would confess my love to you and beg you to be my girlfriend, but you also know that the two of us are not compatible. It's not a matter of whether I can treat you well or not, but you don't need a warm guy to pamper you with everything. I can be gentle and considerate with you and ask you all sorts of questions, but a long time has passed, do you still like this look? Fooling Fi Fi treats him with a lot of pampering, but he still likes Fan Xie with a belly full of water and always likes to tease him. When he's soft he criticizes, when he's hard he doesn't accept. If it weren't for me bullying you like this, you wouldn't be able to calm down a bit. Listening to what he said, Lo Din felt that it seemed like what the man said was very reasonable. Then she withdrew her hand from the cold one, feeling confused. If Han Li suddenly stops being so obnoxious and no longer provocative, I'm afraid my interest in him will also disappear. Right now, I can't grasp this man at all. Seeing her in such deep contemplation, he coughed a few times. Even though he couldn't be the main concubine, he could be the concubine. He scratched his head, revealing a face that makes anyone want to punch him. If that doesn't work, then I can be your boss. Even though I'm not good at speaking, I learn very quickly. Hearing Han Lai want to be his master, Din Din got angry and threw a pillow at Han Lai's face. Who wants you to be my master, pervert? I'm hungry, I want to eat, I'm not seeing you unhappy, so I want to lighten the atmosphere. Han Li held the pillow in his hand and looked thoughtfully at the palace. He still had the strength to hit people, but he still complained that he was hungry. It seemed like he hadn't been tortured enough. Locked In grabbed a towel to cover his body. I didn't have any, I was really hungry, and very tired. Before I could wait for Locked In to finish speaking, Cold Lie jumped in and fell on Locked In's body. But I'm not tired yet. Wait, I'm tired. We'll have dinner together. Below, Locked In said with an aggrieved face. Where did you get it? So much strength. After struggling on the bed for a while, Locked In now had more bruises on his body. The beautiful housekeeper Nada has also prepared a sumptuous meal according to Han Lead and Han Tio's requests. The dishes are all finished. If you have any requests, just call me. After Nada left, Han Lead urged Locked In. Why was he still standing there? Wasn't he hungry? Suddenly, Locked In turned around and slapped him. So who was his eldest wife? Han Li took a bite of the dumpling and glanced at her. Why did he ask this question? Who do you think is better between Fan Xie and Trangian Phi? Locked In answered honestly, I felt Trangian Phi was better. Hearing that, Han Li kept praising her and answered decisively. He asked again, why Trangian Phi? Is Fan Xie not good? Locked In thought for a while and said, Fan Xie, she is not worthy, I can only be second. What does she rely on? In front of me, Han Li let out a heartbreaking sentence, relying on her to have money. Locked In's face turned red with anger. Well, Trangian Phi's temperament looks like that. The family is definitely not bad. As for her best friend, the family is definitely not short of money. Han Li quickly moved away. I don't know about the family, but Trangian Phi's father doesn't look like a professional businessman, but more like a person in power. Her family certainly doesn't lack money but is important. The focus is definitely not on making money. As if remembering something, Locked In immediately spoke up. Oh yeah, I remember you've met her parents before, right? Wouldn't that be better, directly having her be your first lady? You go, all aspects are suitable. Han Li smiled happily. He meant, except for Fan Xie, anyone could be the eldest lady. Locked In did not deny this and smirked. Well, looking at her attitude, Han Li sighed helplessly. Their sisterly relationship was also strong. Suddenly coldly smiled sinisterly and asked, he was full. When Locked In heard this sentence, his face immediately changed into a frown. Is he still wanting it? Change scene the next day at the dormitory. in room 404. At this time, Han Leet had returned, and as soon as he entered the door, he asked the two people in the room, but everyone did not go out to play. Dinvu looked at him like he had seen a ghost and quickly knelt down on the ground. "Brother, I was wrong." Han Leet looked at him in confusion. "No need to bow, what happened?" Dinvu clasped his hands and tears were falling. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sell you out." While on the bed, Chubak hugged his stomach and laughed loudly. "Big brother, fond brother," suddenly texted Ding Din asking what he was doing. Ding Ding said he didn't know, he wasn't in the dormitory. Hanvu gently placed the backpack on the ground. "No problem at all, I went out really early today." Little Bok on the bed laughed even harder, making Han Lai confused. What was wrong? Dinvu timidly recounted that, "You and Fan Xie only asked last night. I was afraid that she was looking for you for something urgent, so I deliberately went back to take a look." Speaking of this, Han Leet's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, staring at Dinvu, making him cry out in fear, "Big brother." Seconds later, Han Leet picked up the hammer. Emitting a voice from hell, "You're quite enthusiastic." Realizing that the situation was unstable, Dinvu quickly begged, "Brother Lai, my brother really knew he was wrong." Seeing that Han Lai was about to attack Dinvu Chubak, he quickly ran to hug his leg to stop him. "Don't block him, please be gentle." Han Leet angrily said, "Okay, give you another chance. Tell me, this time you probably didn't have the opportunity to inform your two sisters." Being told that his heart went black, Dinvu suddenly stood on the spot in a daze. Looking at Dinvu's attitude, he already knew the answer, so he got even angrier and prepared to hit Chubak and quickly stopped him. Din Din is just not very smart, he's an adult so he should be tolerant. "Stop doing that." "Yes," Dinvu still tried to explain, "I really didn't mean it, I just said it casually while on the phone with you. Then, I didn't expect Fi Fi to be next to you." She suddenly spoke up. "I was also startled." Han Leet then exclaimed in frustration, he and Little Dong Bok were truly a pair of dragons and phoenixes. After that, he let go of Dinvu's body and walked away, not causing trouble anymore. Looking at Dinvu's attitude, Dinvu smiled happily. I'm alive." Han Tian put the hammer down on the table out of curiosity. "But didn't you two go out to play yesterday? How could you still come back in the middle of the night to help Fan Xie fix the latch?" He finished speaking and thought to himself, he was going to nail this kid and he would know right away. She's crazy about her sister, it's normal to favor her. Anyway, sooner or later there will be a scene like this, it's like a rehearsal. Chubak honestly said, "We have already played, last night we were drunk downstairs." Hearing Chubak's words, Han Lai was puzzled and asked again. Then in Han Leet's head, a scene of a rotten Taoist shaking a hexagram called Heavenly Ling Ling Earth Spirit appeared in Han Leet's head and asked Chubak, "Is it the type of hexagram shaking that I know?" Chubak immediately explained that it was actually a normal little game, just to see who was luckier. Next he pointed at Dinvu, "Big brother, don't think Din Din normally doesn't show talent, this kid's luck is extremely good." Chubak kept exclaiming, "Oh my god, everyone came yesterday, I was just lucky, I earned more than 10,000 in the night, my face was cold, are you guys betting money? Gathering betting is illegal." Dinvu quickly waved his hand to deny, No, we are simply entertaining, it's not what Big Brother thinks." Next to Chubak is also jostling Loaf, Don't worry Big Brother, we are all good citizens who obey the law." Han Lai sneered, "It's just entertainment, 80,000 a night, this is entertainment you say this, who would believe it, then isn't it more than 100,000 a month, you guys have a lot of pocket money so." Hearing what he said, the two of them were stunned for a moment. Then their eyes lightly touched each other. No wonder one can win the championship, this is the distance between people. Chubak's sweat dropped and explained, "Big brother, that's how it is, you also know that most people in the Diplomatic Relations Institute are very free, just entertaining." The cold face immediately turned serious and said the main point, "Otherwise I will destroy the god." Dinvu quickly pushed Chubak away. Let me talk, let me say, actually we were just bored so we gathered together to play a game, I believe you, we really didn't do anything wrong, all." Han Leet still had doubts in his heart, wasn't playing the game a decent game, crowded into the bedroom to play, not stuffy, Chubak explained, going out to play was very troublesome, moreover playing in the bedroom it's very interesting, it's convenient to gather people, it's also convenient to disperse people. Even though we had to spend some money to rent a room, it wasn't impossible, but with so many people gathered in one place, the hotel staff didn't dare to rent it to us. If we go to the villa of our local classmates and let their parents see us drinking and smoking, it will be even worse. Dinvu will also join in. That's right, there's also losing and winning. In fact, it's everything. Everyone spends some money to buy some alcohol and snacks. Everyone is a classmate, spending some money to gather and get to know each other. Hearing what the other two said made sense, he immediately let out a loud scream. Looking at Han Lai like that, Chubak walked up to him and smiled. Oh my god, big brother, if you don't believe us, then come with us tonight. Han Lie is curious, let's play tonight, doesn't the teacher care? Chubak answered honestly, of course there is, big brother doesn't know. The person who organized this game was the second year of the school, the Minister of Student Council Discipline. There was also Australia, the Student Council President, Australia, the guy with glasses. Han Li was thinking gloomily at this time, no wonder the teachers didn't care. It turned out that the student council had their back. There is no free meal in this world. The student council must have gotten a lot of it, benefits from the hands of these rich people. Suddenly Dinvu reminded him in a serious voice, brother, Australia needs to study this, you have to be more careful. Cold and hard to understand, did he and I have any disagreements? Why did he say that? Dinvu explained that the matter of organizing the game was that he wanted to borrow from us to get profits, but as a result, he could not control the people of the Diplomatic Relations Institute, so he came to Mr. Vuong, of the disciplinary department. Normally, studying in Australia needs to look weak. In reality, bookworms have a very deep mind, not a good thing at all, and don't have any great skills, but playing pranks has a lot of potential, and they don't know how to do it. What kind of person can be the student council president? This guy has been spying on our class's family for a long time. Everyone knows that recently the family is close to him, and there is also someone named Kong Deek Trot. Chubak patted his chest and said, isn't it Trot the idiot who learned martial arts? With our big brother's murderous aura, he doesn't need to be attacked and can scare him to death. There's also that Australian student. Nowadays Big Brother is the main propaganda object of the school. The school leaders all respect Big Brother very much. What is a student council hall? Hearing these cold words, I felt like I was thinking for a while and then said, okay, I know. I'll go with you guys tonight and have some fun. Chubak happily said, okay, it's just a small matter, I'll tell the old king. Next, Chubak patted his shoulder to reassure him and rest assured, big brother. You just need to not be too close to Fan Xie, the rest is fine. After all, those really annoying people are targeting Fan Xie. Hearing that, Han Lai helplessly thought, well said, next time, don't talk anymore. Hugged and kissed Fan Xie in the middle of the street. Or not go back to the dormitory the same night as locked in. Once these two things are spread out, I'm afraid that very soon someone will be as angry as stepping on a landmine. Fan Xie has already provoked it, the little emperor has passed, I will too, can't let go. If sooner or later I'm going to get into trouble, I'll just be straightforward and take the initiative. The tree wants to be quiet but the wind doesn't stop, so who should I choose to gain prestige first? This time in room 204. A sudden call rang out, the senior, the king, invited us to come. The other guy saw Dinvu and quickly spoke up, young student of the finance class, next time just tell me your name, I've remembered. Next, Dinvu whispered to him, this is the doorkeeper, if the school leader comes, he can stop him for a while. Inside this room, a group of people are playing happily. Boss, today's luck is really good. I'm not convinced, luck is also a part of strength. Tonight's dinner is your turn to invite guests. The king ordered another case of beer. When he saw the cold, he exclaimed in surprise, cold. Han Li walked inside and waved to everyone, we met again, young master, I didn't expect him to be here. Another guy turned and smiled and said, the brother is here. Dinvu pointed at Han Li and introduced, Brother King, this is the big brother in the same room as me. Han Li, Brother Han, this is the head of the academy. I, the king understand heaven. Vuong Hu Tian said happily, young master Han is being polite, you are a guest, what do you want to drink? On the other side, a single young man had a frown on his face, why did this guy run here, it's really unlucky. But in Australia, you don't know what you're thinking. Fan noise. At this time, Vuong Hu Tian was kindly asking him, young master Han came for the first time. If you need anything, please let me know, don't be polite to your brothers. On one side, Mon Tu Hao's face was upset, who would want to be brothers with this guy? Chao Tu stroked his chin and thought about something, then looked at Mon Tu Hao, Mr. Hao, your number one was defeated by Mr. Leet, before, he boasted so cruelly, but in the end, he couldn't stand it for 3 days, now that the minister has really arrived, don't you hurry up and greet him. Hearing that, the monk's face immediately changed color and glanced at him. Then turned around and laughed loudly. Sorry, you should still take care of yourself. We already share a set of bowls and chopsticks with Fan Ca. We can kiss passionately and pat our heads. Are you still free to tease me? Listening to him speak, the people present couldn't help but wonder and discuss. Brother Fan, what is this newcomer's relationship with Brother Fan? It sounds like they have a very good relationship. On the other side, Vuong Hu Tien thought to himself, this boy still has a relationship with Brother Fan, then spoke up to praise him. Good job, brother, more blessed than anyone else, that's really good. Han Li was secretly upset at being exposed. This lonely, stupid brat has made progress and has learned to use a knife to kill people. Han Li quickly explained, everyone, don't listen to the simple joke, it's not like that at all. Uncle Fan asked me to take care of Fan Ca. She and I quarreled a lot. Not arguing for 2 or 3 sentences was not a habit. The last time young master harassed her, it made her so upset that she used me as a target. I was just intentionally teasing her a little. They were all just playing around with each other. Young Master Dan had said it too exaggeratedly, like I did something to her. Hearing what he said, Vuong Hu Tien laughed heartily. So it turned out to be like that. Love is just a little bit of this, isn't it? I thought the two of them kissed in the middle of the street. Chu Tu kicked his hand hard on the table and shouted, it's impossible. Pretending to be very familiar with Fan Ca's family, how come I've never heard of you? Looking at Chu from such a cold and broken heart, he felt helpless. Ignorant guy, related to Fan Ca's family. Then he asked him, is Chao Tu right? What kind of view does Uncle Fan have on him? In his heart, he doesn't understand. When he was told that his heart was broken, Pearl looked at Han Li angrily. He pointed at Han Li's face and said angrily. Looking at his attitude, my heart was filled with complacency, just like what he said. This kid was so excited. Then he smiled and continued, what I mean is, how did you hear about me? Next to Tu Bok, he opened his mouth and said Brother Lead and Fan Ca. Before he could finish speaking, Din Vu quickly stopped him. Please shut up for me, stop causing more trouble for Big Brother. Vuong understood Tien's doubts and asked, Young Master Han, are you very familiar with Ca Fan's family? Han Lead humbly replied, Uncle Fan's stock account is at my place, but normally there is little contact. Hearing that, Tu Bok and Din Vu laughed loudly and praised him. Lead's qualifications are really good, it really makes our school proud. After adjusting his glasses, he looked towards Han Lead. If you study welding at such a young age and are so good, you probably come from a second-class family, I guess right? Han Lead confidently said that it seems like they all work in finance and have a lot to do with money handling. Tu Bok and Din Vu were even more proud. Din really, are they leaders of any bank? What is that? I guess it's opening a budget company. At this time, the system sound rang. Acting added 500 experience points. Han Lead scratched his head and thought sheepishly, these stupid children. Well, my mother is a supermarket clerk, handling money, no problem, no matter. Chu Tu didn't want to talk about this anymore, so he picked up the deck of cards. Okay, don't talk too much. Didn't young Han come here to play? I heard that Han Tio is a good child who is eager to learn. Do you know how to play cards? Han Li waved his hand and refused. I'm not here to play. I don't play cards either. It's a violation of discipline. Suddenly the system bell rang, congratulating you for being able to unlock a new skill. Betting skills, level 1. Attention, used in conjunction with psychology can have an effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Next he smiled confidently. I just wanted to get to know everyone. Conveniently make friends and discuss cooperation. Tu Bok was scared when he heard that. Oh my god, with these eyes, Big Brother is starting to get sick. Chu Tu was stunned on the spot when Han Li took the deck of cards from his hand. In the dormitory, Locked In was changing into a discreet shirt to cover the cold bites on his neck. Next to her, Dulux saw this and paid attention curiously. She asked suspiciously, okay, I wanted to ask for a long time, are you wearing a turtleneck now? Locked In is shy and doesn't dare to face bad luck. I'm a bit cool and cold. Locke was about to put his hand on the bite mark and chuckled, all in prayer for that man. As expected, he had the dog's name and liked to bite wildly. Next she took out her phone. I was about to send Han Lead a text message, Dog man, what are you doing? The next second her reason told her, no, I can't find him. Not only can I not find him, I also want to temporarily avoid him. Dog man, wait for me. The scene changes to another place where Chu Chu angrily squeezes his beer can. Then forcefully threw him on the floor and shouted loudly. The boy was seriously crazy. Australian students need to speak up. Han Lead in the 4x4 dormitory seems to have mental problems. Huang Wei has mentioned this many times before. After saying that, he silently cursed Chu Tu. What a fool, stupid, knowing that the other person is sick and still taking the initiative to tease him. Vuong Hu Tian slowly stood up. Okay, isn't it okay for young people to do nothing? Everyone played there. Young Master Han obediently sat on the side watching. He was so peaceful, I quite liked him. By the way, just a woman, listening to him laugh out loud, just a woman. Chu Tu thought quietly, Fan Xie was not an ordinary girl, and even less so, Bok Fu Mai. Just talking about the house Fan Xie lives in, there are only more than 50 old private wooden houses with clear ownership in the whole of Shanghai. The remaining about 4,000 buildings are all state-owned and are only for rent, not for rent, sell, but the thing in the Fan Xie family is an ancestral tradition, representing the strength and power of the Fan Xie. Do you really think that it is the same quality as the 3,000 square meter villa in their village? Being able to marry Fan Xie, in some respects, can be said to be a leap in class, but people know this, the less the better. Suddenly, Chu Chu turned to Minf Australia study need. Speaking of women, do you still miss the fortune? Australia study need doubt. What does this have to do with fortune? Chu slowly took on a joking tone. It's not like our president hasn't heard about it yet. The female students are rumored to be there. Last night, Han Lead invited the other girls out for dinner. After they dispersed, he and Locked In spent the whole night together. Hearing that, the Australian student's face immediately turned pale. What did he say? Evening at the dormitory. In Han Lead's room, while Chu Bok and Din Vu were asleep, Han Lai was still awake. He stared intently at the phone screen in front of him. It turned out that Vuong Hu Tian sent a text message. Han Li will come to visit next time. If you need anything, you can ask Lao Vuong I for help. After reading the message, he silently assessed that Vuong Hu Tian's personality is very skillful and very knowledgeable. People. If you can have a teammate like that, whether in business or in ordinary social life, you can save a lot of trouble. If you can entice Vuong Hu Tian to cooperate in small business with you. What could attract him? Speaking again, the person aimed at Fan Xie more than he imagined, even though Chu Tu didn't look too smart. On the contrary, he learned from Australia Kappa Iota Alpha. Although his family's background is not comparable to that of Dan Tu Hao and Chu Tu, he is definitely more difficult to deal with than those two idiots. Well, you can't underestimate the enemy. By the way, Little Cucumber hasn't moved all day, which is not like her. After thinking about it, he immediately took out his phone and wrote down a message. Tu Din Din, are you going out to play tomorrow? As soon as the message was sent, he suddenly discovered that Din Din had blocked him. Han Li was so angry that he was shaking. He lifted his skirt and left. The cold and heartless woman, she blocked me again. Scene transition to the next day. Han Li is still diligently jogging to improve his health as usual. After a while, Han Li returned to his room and sat in front of the computer, constantly thinking, not right, very wrong. Not only did Little Cucumber have no news, even Yu Yun and the bandits also had no movement. I remember when I checked out, she was still nice and could even tease me about the deposit. Anyway, let's finish eating and go to the lecture hall in the afternoon. Scene changes to inside the restaurant. Suddenly, Fan Xie appeared from nowhere, hugged Han Li's arm, and spoke in a sweet, sweet voice. Are you coming to the restaurant today to eat? Han Li was scared and moved aside. Stop, you said it yourself, we are not in that kind of relationship yet, don't hold my hand. Han Li thought to himself, Little Cucumber has just rebelled, the eldest lady wants an official announcement. If she explodes at this time, how will I live in the days to come? Seeing Han Li so cruel to me, so Fan Xie coldly snorted with tears in his eyes. She aggrievedly clung to his shirt, paralyzed. Why do you want to avoid me? Even yesterday you didn't send me a message. I missed you so much. Han Li's face had a sinister smile on his face. You miss me so much. Would you like to rent a room with me? Fan Xie was sad a moment ago when he heard this sentence and immediately smiled and agreed. Okay, just say hello to me and Dad. Let's go to a separate hotel. Or do you like hotels with a bit of a theme? Look Ams. Han Li's expression was open-mouthed in surprise. Damn, this young lady had been playing with the Little Cucumber for so long that she had finally gone crazy. Thinking about it, he quickly ran away. I still have something to do. I'll go first, leaving Fan Xie behind to call him. Hey, if you don't rent a room, it's okay to go to lunch with me. Really, just ignoring people. The courage of a really big man is that he secretly goes out and does bad things behind his back. It's okay, what this lady has is time to slowly play with you guys. Fan Xie walked away and thought uncomfortably, why did I cut off the relationship with this man? This devil is cheating on me. I still believe it. The two of them are definitely secretly in love with each other. After running away and determining that he was safe, Han Li's feet finally stopped. However, Han Li had been lying in the area for half a day. Seeing him, his classmates were still greeting him. Good afternoon, Brother Li. Brother Li, why did he go to class today? Han Li naturally replied, I'm coming, out for a breath of air. Good afternoon. I really couldn't talk to Locked In all day. As soon as I entered the lecture hall, someone called out, Brother Li, brother, lie here and sit. As soon as he came to sit near the palace, she immediately turned to talk to Du Luck and treated him like air. Seeing Locked In's attitude like that, he helplessly thought to himself, she is intentionally ignoring him. I flipped the car. Scene change in the gym. Han Li is trying to lift weights. In the end, someone still didn't talk to Locked In, coldly practicing and thinking restlessly, what's going on, don't you agree? I also think that she is the type of girl whose heart softens after giving everything. At least my relationship with her is closer than before. Moreover, Brother Fan's behavior today is also very unusual. What did Little Cucumber say to them? If that's the case, then it's your turn, you stink. Scene change in the self-study room. While arranging books. Suddenly, a phone rang on the table, catching her attention. I opened my phone and there was a text message from Mr. Rotten. Little Cucumber, have you finished the latest pages yet? Have you shot them recently? If you are very busy, you can talk to me. Looking at the messages, Locked In immediately fell into thought. Speaking of which, renting a room with a dogman is absolutely impossible to tell the rest of them, but if you want to keep it a secret, you will feel uncomfortable all over. Even though he's an online friend, talking to him is very comfortable, there's no need to maintain your personality. If that's the case, it's probably okay to tell him. After thinking about it, she immediately sent a response message, you're sorry, I'm editing the new pages, they'll be done soon. Han Li immediately texted back, okay, no rush, we have enough manuscripts. Are you in a bad mood? I feel like your emotions are not okay. Locked In's face was enough to make him blush and feel shy, but he felt that he was indeed an observant person. Locked In sadly texted back, I have already rented a room with my male god. Coldly replied, are you telling the truth? The two of you are progressing so fast, don't you always say you want it? Why are you in a bad mood? You and he rented a room, then broke up. Han Li wondered, well, he thought it was something, the room was rented together, the feelings were a conflict between two young lovers. Locked In answered very honestly, it wasn't a conflict, this was a war, there is only winning and losing, there is no coexistence, but after winning and losing, peace still needs to be negotiated. Locked In is sad, but I don't plan to negotiate. Reading these messages, I fiercely thought to myself, is she fighting with the words I said to her at that time? Next, Locked In sent another message. He was a cold Lai Wild when he was young, even more arrogant than Han Lai Wild. That guy could not have been mistreated by President Meng Quan. A story is just a story. Reality doesn't have that many interesting storylines. At least I don't have that kind of bravery. I'm also screwed up, and she and I probably won't work out. He recalls, at that time I told her that my personality and hers were not compatible. If she just gave up like that, it would be reasonable. With a broken heart and sadness, I sent a text message to ask her, so are you planning on giving up? Han fiercely thought to himself, I have now avenged all the injustice she did to me back then. From then on, I only consider her a cooperative partner, and it doesn't affect me at all. A message came through, no, this is not giving up. That sentence is still not enough to satisfy me. No woman can completely possess him. Instead of playing that role myself, I would rather be a little far away, inhaling someone else's drama. I want to regain my dignity and be an excellent girl. Whether it's working out at the gym or playing code, I want to focus on myself like him. When I'm elite enough, I'll stand in front of him again. After that, win decisively. Reading these messages, I burst out laughing. Interesting, so the reason she avoided me was to control herself. She couldn't avoid it, so she signaled others to come and bother her. No wonder Fan Xie was so unusual today. Looks like I'm looking down on her. The first round is a draw. There's round 1, there's round 2, there's round 3. Her master, I've done it for sure. Han Li was on his way back to the dormitory when the coach's voice came. Hey, Han, your basic composition is very good, but your movement technique is still not up to standard. If there is a condition, you have free time, you should also practice a little. The intensity does not need to be very high. The main thing is to adapt the movements. Han Li turned around and asked, so what technique should I mainly practice? The coach happily replied, practice the hanging ring. The equipment needed in the hanging ring is relatively simple, and does not require too much space, okay. Han Li thought that this set of tools seemed very troublesome, so he quickly said to the instructor, okay, I'll go back and check it out. When I got home from the cold, I walked and thought, the inside height of the humanities dormitory building is 3,5 meters, installing a hanging ring is more than enough. He pushed open the bathroom door and prepared to step inside. He wanted to find a chance to contact Vuong Hu Tian, but also asked him if there was any way to get closer. The fastest way was to invite the other person to do something small. You already have a lover, are you still afraid that you won't be able to forget it? The scene changes to another place where a person is eating and talking, hanging around. Vuong Hu Tian looked at Han Li and asked, is it the type used for gym? This is easy to do, I will call someone over later, it will be done by evening. Vuong Hu Tian proactively suggested, yes Han, in fact there are many rooms on the first floor that students have paid for but do not come to stay in. If the room for 4 people cannot accommodate, I can find a double room for Han, can I have it? Hearing that, Han Li frankly refused, no need. I have a room at the Van Hao Hotel, I'm just usually too lazy to go there. Vuong Hu Tian smiled and exclaimed, Han Xiao was generous, then silently assessed, very good, Han Xiao was an underground tyrant. Although there are many people who rent hotel rooms for long periods of time, is there anyone like him who rents a room for a long time but does not stay, but honestly lives in a dormitory? The number seems to be nearly 4,000, so I'm afraid it's not enough to get a 30% discount on annual rent. When I heard that, my whole body was wrapped around me and I was so numb to the ground. Vuong Hu Tian explained, when I stayed last year, it was probably around 3,800, the platinum card didn't have any discounts, only points and gifts. Listening to what they said, the room we're staying at recently is quite expensive for long-term rentals, there are no huge discounts. Hearing this, my cold eyes lit up and my mouth opened in surprise, is that so? But I really don't know, because that room of mine is the presidential room. Vuong Hu Tian's face smiled sheepishly, even though the monthly revenue was several hundred thousand, organizing for everyone to go out at once also required at least 4,000 to 5,000. But this is a long-term rental for the presidential suite. How much does it cost to rent a presidential suite for a year? How many times can you stay? How much does it cost to spend beyond the limit? This guy's strength is hidden deeply. Han Li took the initiative to make a suggestion. Mr. Vuong helped me this time. I couldn't just say thank you. In the future, if I need to rent a room to save face, Mr. Vuong came to me to get a business card. The presidential room has a dedicated service team, making it very convenient to hang out or flirt with girls. Vuong Hu Tian smiled and assured, young Master Han is really very kind like this. Don't worry, I will come back and help young Master Han do a good job. Hearing the affirmative sentence, Cold Lai laughed out loud, then I'm bothering the king, don't bother, don't bother. Suddenly, Fan Xie appeared from nowhere and also noticed that Han Lai was here. Cold Lai. She happily walked up to him. She said why didn't she meet him at the cafeteria today? It turned out she was going out to eat with friends. Then she took the initiative to invite him. Lai Li, maybe you're done for today, go out with me in the afternoon. But Han Li asked curiously, Miss Din Din, why don't you invite her to come along? That. Seeing the two of them like that, Vuong Hao Tian couldn't help but feel doubtful. It seemed that the relationship between Han Li and Fan Xie was really very close. Normally, how could one see Fan Xie being so courteous to others, of the opposite sex? Even paralyzed people have already called it. Han Li grumbled, it's you, I'm eating with my friends. Fan Xie shyly turned away. Anyway, everyone was almost done eating. Next, she turned to Vuong Hu Tian to say hello. You're the head of the student council, right? Can you lend me some coolness? Vuong Hu Tian was very thoughtful and quickly agreed, I'm fine, everyone go, I won't bother you anymore. On the road, the two walked arm in arm. Han Li said, Miss Fan, what are you playing again? What have I done to you again? Fan Xie seemed a bit sad. Let go, it was nothing, just wanted to make him a little disgusted. She waved her hands. I had heard of this Vuong Hu Tian before. He was a person who couldn't keep his mouth shut. Borrowing his hand to cause a little more trouble for the damn man wouldn't be bad. Han Li sighed and reluctantly said, I'm happy. But you came at the right time, and was looking for you. Brother Fan asked again, looking for you. Han Li continued, that's right, isn't Uncle Fan's stock account in your hand? This week's performance is not bad. I'm preparing to come to your house to report the results to Uncle Fan. Brother Fan was suspicious. You came to my house, she thought to herself, does this guy have any plans? She was confused, waved her hand. No, you can't come, that's not right. If Anne comes then just come. Why are you telling me? If you want to come, can you stop me? Han Lit was bewildered and immediately grabbed her hand. He brought her finger to his lips. Didn't you say you missed me before? Actually I miss you too. Fan Xie was surprised by this action, her face turned red. Push Han Lit's hand away. You, please respect me a little. Who gives you permission to arbitrarily move your hands and feet with me? Han Lit calmly said. Kissing is already a kiss. Holding my hand is embarrassing. Fan Xie shyly shouted loudly, brother. Han Lit smiled sinisterly and thought, so she likes this. What is this called? High attack, low defense. Han Lit said, so, Miss Fan will take me home later. Fan Xie became serious again. This guy doesn't have good intentions, but if I refuse, with his method, who knows what unbelievable things will happen. She lowered her eyes. The story of Tich locked in forcibly kissing her seemed to have already spread. The longer it went on, the more likely it was that she would lose control. She had to quickly decide the victory or defeat with Tich locked in. Either keep Han Lit steady, or strangle him to death. Fan Xie clenched his fist. She looked at Han Lit who was bewildered, turning back to pursue Han Lit but not being able to pursue it was not scary. The scariest thing was that it was rumored that they could push 2 boats with 1 foot, and those 2 women were still lovers internally. Her face turned purple. Heaven and earth, when that time comes, others will say what she is like. All men eat, and become promiscuous. Fan Xie thought for a long time and made a decision. Okay. I want to go home this afternoon. Lit will come with me later. But now I have a movie to go see. I'll buy you a ticket, let's go together. Han Lit immediately agreed. Okay, so being respectful is better than obeying orders. Fan Xie held 2 movie tickets in his hand. After getting the tickets, do you want to buy anything to eat? Han Lit held popcorn in one hand and groceries in the other, but couldn't hold it anymore. Fan Xie looked at him and laughed, spitting. She took the popcorn and fed it to Han Lit. Here, what a beautiful goddess, just feeding popcorn is amazing. Fan Xie said. His classmate Han Lit had a hard time pawning the goods. He opened his mouth. Ah! Suddenly I saw a shadowy figure in the distance. It was Vuong Hu Tian in disguise, secretly raising the camera towards them. Han Lit thought, the surveillance was so clumsy, the sneaky photos were so obvious. The camera flashed light. Han Lit blamed him. Even the flash didn't turn off. It's unbelievable. He looked at Fan Xie suspiciously. It was probably Fan Xie's person calling, secretly taking photos of him and her on a date, intending to show it to someone. In the movie theater, Han Lit took popcorn. He ate well. The screen was showing Titanic, the classic scene of Romeo and Juliet embracing each other on the bow of the boat. Han Lit secretly praised, I haven't seen a movie in the theater for a long time, it's quite good. He glanced at Fan Xie. Fan Xie was engrossed in typing on the phone. Han Lit reminded, Miss Fan, don't play with your phone while watching movies, it will affect others, this is basic etiquette. Fan Xie turned his face, affecting others. Fan Xie calmly said, but we already have a theater, it won't affect anyone else, it's true there are only 2 people around. Han Lit took the phone from her hand, making Fan Xie scream, ah, what are you doing? Han Lit said, it won't affect others, but you affect me, Miss Fan. Just a little bit of fun. Later if Uncle Fan finds me to hear about what happened between Tich locked in and someone else, I can explain for that person. Hitting the weak point, Fan Xie became obedient. Okay. She reached out to Han Lit. She took his arm, but couldn't talk nonsense in front of her father. She had a completely different thought in her mind. That dog man is waiting. My circle of friends has already posted it. She smiled, waiting for him to fall into trouble. Then I used the image of the savior to protect him. I didn't believe I couldn't defeat him. Han Lit here also realized something, acting fake, she never stopped causing trouble. The 2 returned to Fan Xie's house. She happily called out, Mom, we're home. Her mother came out of the room. This girl brought you in here again. Where did the 2 of us go today? She was startled by the young man. Han Lit raised his hand to greet Aunt Cheu. She raised her hand to greet Han Lit. Why did you come here? Turned to her little daughter. This girl even brought little Han here without saying a word to her mother. Han Lit quickly said, Aunt Cheu, don't blame her. This afternoon I'll go see a movie with her. Take her home on the way and say hello to you. Where's Uncle Fan? Mrs. Fan immediately urged her. Why was the little girl still standing there? Quickly take little Han inside to rest. She called Mr. Fawn. Hey old Fawn. Fawn Xie glared at Han Lit. This guy really knows how to act, this gentle appearance he shows to no one. Fawn Xie's mother said frantically on the phone, come home immediately. Little Han came to the house to play, come back quickly, the baby is also here. Little Han took her home, I heard she also went to the movies. Han Lit and Fawn Xie were stunned by her reaction. Suddenly Han Lit turned and said, take me sightseeing. Fawn Xie shook his head, I don't want to. Han Lit raised his hand to rub his chin, pretending to think, so about you and Tich locked in, there's also the thing about us kissing. Before he could finish his sentence, Fawn Xie interrupted, don't. She pushed his back forward, they were just joking, go ahead, I'll take you to the second floor to play, saying okay don't touch me. Fawn Xie's house is very large, the surroundings are sparkling to the point of dazzling. Han Lit followed Fawn Xie and looked around. He pointed to her bookshelf, it turns out you also like reading manhwa, Fawn Xie replied, this series is a limited edition printed specifically. There's also the author's signature, admire it, she thought to herself, this dogman is quite honest, yet he obediently follows her like that. Suddenly her face turned red, I have to admit, when the dogman is calm, he is quite pleasing to the eye. Such a good-looking man, but with a foul mouth, if he could stop being so obnoxious, perhaps he would make others like him even more. Han Lit saw Fawn Xie looking at him without blinking, why are you staring at me like that? Fawn Xie was startled and withdrew her eyes, her face became even redder. Less self-indulgence, I'm far from even bothering to look, moreover, even if I did look, would you still want to take my money? Han Lit replied, so I am that kind of person in your eyes. But I can do whatever I want, I don't care much about making money, Fawn Xie pouted, really shameless. Han Lit said in an angry voice to Fawn Xie, do you still remember what I said to you, when we first met each other? She asked again in surprise, what? He said softly, at that time he said my eyes were beautiful. Like pearls, really beautiful. She turned around and saw what the dogman suddenly said. She turned around to look at his beautiful face. Silently exclaimed, clearly his eyes were just as beautiful. He asked her, why? She shyly turned away, no. The two glanced at each other. But suddenly our eyes collided. She looked irritated, what are you doing, don't look at me like that. I deliberately avoided it, that's right, what's going on with you and Tich locked in? She still said in an angry voice, have you forgotten what you promised me before, don't be arbitrary with her. Without saying a word, he gently touched her lovely face with his finger. Outside the room, there was a sound of talking, baby, your dad is almost back. You should ask Tu Han and ask him to stay for dinner, she panicked and reminded him, Han Lit, my mother is outside, but it seems he has no intention of stopping. His hand gently touched her long, silky hair, pulling her closer, he gently placed a kiss on those lips, leaving her unable to react. The two gave each other a loving kiss. She shyly covered her mouth. You, he raised his index finger, signaling her to be quiet, shush. I reminded her, Aunt is calling you outside, don't be exposed. She seems a bit irritated, this man is rude, I'll wait for you. Leaving the room, she found her mother, as soon as she saw her, she asked, Mom, what did you just say? Her mother looked at her silently for a moment. Surprised her greatly. She suddenly put her hand on her little daughter's head and said, asking them to stay and eat together, let me have a word with Tu Han, Mom will personally go to the kitchen, if it's too late, the house also has a living room. This child, don't always bully Tu Han, she thought to herself, the baby always acts according to his impulsive feelings, I hope I don't scare Tu Han away, she sighed, not knowing why the girl wanted to cling to Tu Din and at the same time be interested in Tu Han. If she's only interested in Tu Han, then I don't need to worry anymore, children are grown up, their thoughts are unpredictable. She argued, Mom, when did I bully him? He suddenly appeared from behind and called, Aunt Cheu. Fawn Xie just shared with me the manhwa she collected. Aunt Cheu, don't be too busy, I didn't bring a gift and still stayed to eat, how embarrassing. She seemed to disagree, how could this be, the child and I were tired from walking around watching a movie, listen to me, finish eating and go. He scratched his head and ears, but he still had to go to the gym in the evening. She scowled at her daughter, perhaps thinking that her daughter's attitude was the reason why he refused to stay and eat with her. She let out a sigh. change your attitude and then run out to flatter him. That's right, if you don't eat enough, how can you have the strength to practice? Stay, eat and then go. He finally nodded, okay. She was happy, yes, looking at her face, it looked like she was moved to the point of tears. That was so good, the baby was willing to act coyly with the boy, it looked so effective. Tu-han, very good, our Fan family has hope. She decided, okay, so be it. Auntie goes down to make dinner, you two continue to play. After that, the two returned to the room and sat close together on the sofa. She was afraid and covered her mouth with her hand. He asked in surprise, hey, she said, don't kiss me. Don't think you don't know I'm shifting your attention, I won't be fooled anymore. Answer my question, are you and Titch locked in already together? He argued, can't he simply want to kiss you? She shouted, I just don't believe it. He froze, then slowly answered, if she doesn't come back to the dorm at midnight, you should ask her. Asked what he did. He didn't put a surveillance camera on her. She asked again, really, don't think I didn't ask. She said she and he were together. He began to apply 100 years of acting experience, watching him suffer this injustice all day long. The two people's love and hatred used him as a shield. The two of you should give me the Best Unjust Young Hero award. She thought to herself, his reaction didn't seem like a lie. Maybe I misunderstood. It's true, although everyone said they went through space and came back at the same time. But that was just a rumor, there was no photo. She turned towards him and asked why he didn't go back to the dorm that night. Haven't you always lived in the dormitory? He replied, I went to the second floor to get to know the second years of the Diplomatic Relations Academy. Vuong Hu Tien, I don't know if you've heard of it before. She thought to herself, that group of people gather around all day to drink, since when did he become interested in this? However, she still asked him, Vuong Hu Tien, why he was playing with them. I resisted, but it wasn't thanks to you. Last time I ordered to how to help you, that chicken was aimed at me. My roommate said that the person pursuing me is not easy to mess with, and advised me to quickly establish relationships with the principals and find a place to rely on. She wondered if Don Tu Hao really intended to find someone to beat him. He replied, who knows, prevention is better than cure. She turned away. She wanted those boys to teach Han Lead a bit, but it's just limited to cursing a little, lashing out a little, and then causing a little trouble that doesn't have any effect. Those people don't know how to be serious. If they defeat this man, then they will be defeated. The scene changes to another place. Chao Tu walked back and forth in the room, angry to the point of swearing, fuck you. Damn it, I can't stand this anger. What does that kid rely on? He saw a photo of Fan Ca in love with Han Leet. I exploded with emotions. Motherfucker, I don't know where this kid came from, daring to steal women from us. Today I have to give him some lessons. Mr. Vuong is useless. You shouted loudly at Huang Wei, just say something. Today is the question of whether you will help me or not. He timidly replied, help, can I help? He thought to himself, whoever offends will die. What kind of karma have I created? Fan Ca's father opened the door and entered the house, calling out to his wife that he was home. He asked, where are Tu-han and Nam Nam? He called out, Nam Nam. He looked at his daughter in surprise. Why did she pull out her high school clothes to wear? She shyly explained, Han Leet said she wanted to see what her child would look like wearing a high school uniform, so I let him see it. She thought to herself, I was really soft-hearted for nothing just now. What does this dog man say that he wants some compensation? Just grab it and kiss it. She secretly pinched his back, thinking to herself, although she liked it quite a bit, being kissed and changing her clothes was also embarrassing. Her father thought to himself, let Tu-han watch, just finished giving money last week. This week, Nam Nam directly took Tu-han home and even dressed him in nice clothes to show him. Tu-han, this is great, this money is not spent in vain. He nodded happily and told his daughter, okay. You two can get along just fine. Speaking of clothes, Tu-han, I see you don't wear a watch on your hand. After dinner, I'll take you to my collection room to let you choose a watch. For guys, having a watch will make you look a bit more mature and generous, he thought, looking at this happy Mr. Fan. Isn't there some progress with his cards? He told your father and uncle, this time you came here, first to take Fan Ca home. The second is to visit Uncle and Aunt Cheu, conveniently report this week's stock account performance. He seems to understand her father's heart clearly, although Mr. Fan is very anxious. Don't be in a hurry. I can't predict how things will develop with Titch locked in and Fan Ca right now, but for them right now, it's just making trouble. Just like Fan Ca said, if one day in the future Fan Ca learns the truth, how will he look at the amount of money invested in him? So we have to be a little passive. The more passive the better. The more passive we are, the lighter our responsibility. At that time, even if Fan Ca causes chaos, no one can push the blame onto themselves. He happily said, I will give you the account, I can rest assured. Han, your level is so high, you probably have a good grasp of the next competition, right? In his mind, he secretly thought, if it's okay then don't devote yourself to studying anymore, love matters must be grasped. He replied, even though I want to say it's okay, but that's impossible. The most important ability of a bidder is to maintain stable interests, make short-term mistakes, profits are withdrawn, these are also normal that they cannot be normal. But the competition is different, it requires participants not to make even the slightest mistake within a certain time. Compared to understanding the operation, luck accounts for more than half. There are big guys who can't win the championship for several years in a row, but look where all the people who won the championship have gone. All of them were recruited by the boss after the match ended. So, the others have no meaning. Competitive performance can only prove one thing, which is how well the participant performed during the competition. I'm determined, you will try to win the championship but you will not pay attention to the final result. Receiving an award is of course very good, you can increase the company's reputation when you are establishing your own position and gaining the trust of investors. But it's okay if I don't get it, with Uncle Fan's help, my career is off to a good start, next is just ensuring profits step by step. She looked at his appearance and exclaimed, his appearance when serious is also very handsome. Fan Ca's father thought, this child Han, not arrogant, mature and confident, talented teenager. However, this is not the main point, bringing Nam Nam back to the right orbit is the most important thing. He spoke up and told his daughter, Nam Nam, father and Hoa Han to exchange and learn, go to the kitchen and help your mother, tell her dad is home, you're surprised, huh, oh yes. Having said that, she walked down the stairs, leaving her father and Han leap behind. He told me, Han, your thinking is extremely good, with the relationship between the two of us, I'm definitely willing to help. As long as you can show achievements, customers or anything, it's not a problem. However, it's still that saying, make efforts in your career, but the emotional aspect must also be taken seriously. How have you and Nam Nam been lately? He thought to himself, it's starting again, but he still answered, quite well. Normally, you can chat a few sentences on WeChat, sometimes we can still eat, and today we can go to the movies together. My interests and hers are quite similar, but I'm too busy studying and have to keep an eye on the market during the day, so I really don't have much time to interact. He considered that Mr. Fan's support was determined by the relationship between him and Mr. Fan, which was also the investment of his future father-in-law and son-in-law. But promising too early is no different than signing a responsibility agreement, so, don't talk about 30 billion in your account anymore. Even if I'm willing to give myself 300 billion now, I still can't guarantee it. He told him, I give you the account, you have to work hard to get it. He replied, this child, if the pressure of studying is too great, I can help you talk to the teacher. He thought, striving for the pot, just that 30 billion, what the hell is he tormenting every day? Pursuing our family's Nam Nam directly reduces 50 years of effort. He asked me, so you and that child Din Din. He smiled, you and the class president are quite good, after all, we are classmates, we spend all day studying and eating together. He reassured himself, I'm not angry. He asked him, what's wrong? Value of acting technical experience and psychology experience, plus 200. At the dinner table, learn a few things about the hotel industry with Mr. Fan. Old Fan's power is wider than imagined, with hotels being one of his main businesses. The hotel industry in Huaxia is a pyramid with a large base and a small top, but based on region, the form also changes. Taking Madu as an example, the cheap hotel on the lowest floor is on the contrary in a situation that is about to collapse. People from outside provinces either sleep at construction sites, dormitories, or rent shared rooms. Both the government and the profits of small hotels have decreased. On the contrary, high-end hotels do not have enough room types. The most important thing in the hotel industry is choosing the address. Taking Madu as an example, in the Van Then and Bo Dong belts, there are 10 luxurious 5-star hotels densely distributed, but this also causes the phenomenon. Room rental rates in luxury 5-star hotels in Men Van Then are extremely high. Even the presidential suite often does not meet demand. Moreover, high-end hotels are located in non-central areas, although normal room occupancy rates can be guaranteed to be over 70%, but no one was paying attention to the presidential room. For example, when Van Hao rented it before, the presidential room was just a symbol, proving that he had this room. Don't expect to make money on it, the main goal is to maintain style, so when someone really wants to move in, the price can be greatly reduced. If so, my plan can proceed ahead. Suddenly, both her father and mother were staring at her. She held the phone in her hand and asked in surprise, "Why are people looking at me? I feel that Han Leet's appearance of seriously considering the problem is very handsome. Take a photo on your phone to take care of your eyes." The two of them were moved to tears. Nom nom, indeed, had a great interest in Tu Han, that's good. He was at a loss for words. Okay, whoever took the photo secretly wouldn't turn off the flash like that. You can cause trouble. Now I'm afraid she won't cause trouble. Stimulate this idiot first, deal with their pursuers. Then he came in front of her and shyly said 2 sentences. Don't say that the more she wants to push me under her, the more I want to educate her in return. The phone screen showed the story she just posted. She took a photo of him and commented, "Listening to my stupid dog and my father talking. It was so profound, I didn't understand." Tich locked in and Chao Tu quickly liked her story. Chao Tu even commented with 3 question marks. Huang Wei slowly said, "I advise you not to attack Han Leet. That kid is really unusual. Why do you guys keep refusing to forgive Han Leet? Is it necessary?" Chao Tu was angry. "I couldn't swallow this anger. How could that kid be noticed by Fan Xie?" He asked, "Because of this, how is this story different from the official announcement? They and their mother are already together. What are you still stirring up?" He argued. He knew the pot. That was Fan Xie again. He thought to himself, it was very difficult for my aunt to find a chance to get to know her. Aunt Cheu doesn't hate me either. On what basis was it captured by a mole cricket from outside? Tranbin said, "Huang Wei, we didn't ask you to take action. I just asked you to give us the dorm room key. Just stay outside and watch the excitement. You were also corrected by that kid Han Leet before, right? I was so angry that I didn't stay in the dorm anymore. Now that we have avenged you, what are you hesitating about?" Huang Wei thought, "I'm afraid these idiots don't have any normal development. They're just crazy about love. He told you, you guys take my key and open the door. I am not responsible for what happened." Tun Dik Trot clicked his lips. He sarcastically looked at your scared look. "Why, he could still kill you." He shouted, "Tun Dik Trot, Han Leet and Fan Xie loving each other has nothing to do with you. Damn it, don't you like Tich locked in?" He replied, "It has nothing to do with me. I've heard that that kid has an unclear relationship with Tich locked in. I'm also curious what kind of skills he has. How about it, blue-haired boy, you want to taste his bravery?" Bang, he pushed his hand away. He said, "No matter what, we never fight or anything like that. Our fighting is just a trivial matter. The consequences can be controlled, but Han Leet is not like that. That's really a crazy name. That guy took a beating. The consequences were unimaginable." Tranbin spoke up, "Huang Wei, the brothers really need your help. To be fair, how the brothers normally treated him, last time I went to a gathering with Tianj Hai's sisters, other people wanted to go but I didn't bring them along, but it's not like I brought you along. You're afraid that Han Leet will recognize you, so we can say we stole your key." Huang Wei trembled. "This matter," he continued, "he was afraid that Han Leet would hate us. The 2nd and 4th floors were different. The lights will turn off at 1 p.m., right? We waited for the lights to turn off before taking action. As soon as the lights go out, the brothers will rush in, and he won't be able to see us clearly. He assured me, I made it clear to you in advance, whatever happens, just bear it yourself, don't drag me into it. That kid is really scary, I don't want to die. I promise, okay, you can rest assured, even if something happens, my brothers will not reveal you. Everyone move, go, don't we put on a mask to cover our faces, when you turn off the lights, what the hell can you see, or go call more people." Huang Wei felt uneasy. Why did he have a bad feeling? "No, I have to go find Mr. Vuong. These idiots, please don't let anything happen to them." Yu Si Hawk asked him where he wanted to go. He was grumpy. "It had nothing to do with you." He warned, "Yu Si Hawk don't think that I don't know. You secretly suggested the idea behind my back, right? Otherwise, why would Confucius DXZ jump out to participate? If anything happens to those young masters, they won't be able to compensate us if they accuse us." He defended, "I don't know what you're talking about." He was speechless, went out and slammed the door. He dialed someone's number. He told the teacher, "Today our student council will go check the dormitory and won't bother the teacher over here anymore. Remember that the lights on the 4th floor must be turned off on time." In room 404. Han Leet walked in, whistling as he walked. He turned on the power switch. Tun Dik Trot stood below and saw a room that had just turned on the light. "I'll give my voice to boss. Boss, 404's light is on." There was a sound, very good. Chao Tu said, "There are 10 minutes left until the lights go out." Han Li, you wait for us. Han Li picked up the backpack, looked at it and sang. He suddenly saw something strange on the bed. Maybe it's a piece of gym equipment. He picked it up, looked at the two hooks on the ceiling, and thought to himself, old Vuong's performance is good, an afternoon is done. He struggled to attach it to the ceiling. I also don't know how to use this white lang, let's ask the coach later. He thought to himself, why does it look so familiar? Suddenly he imagined his body hanging from there. He rubbed his hands together, smiled triumphantly, let's try. One hand began to cling to the hook. Then two hands, now he has completely hung himself on two hooks, with a cloth in the middle, as if it were a hangman's hook, pulling forward. Then, place your entire chin on it. Just as he rested his chin on the rope, the room light suddenly turned off. He was surprised and turned off the light. The door suddenly opened, light from outside softly shone inside. Before Dan Tuhao bravely opened the door and broke into dormitory 404, he also imagined many possibilities. For example this, he put the person down, panicked and asked the people who had just entered the room, "Who are you?" Then without saying a word, they suddenly rushed in, punching and kicking him. He quickly apologized, "Sorry, please forgive me." Even like this, Dan Tuhao punched with hook, Hao Xie punched and broke his face. Cry, scream, despair, repent, the one who engraved eternal fear on your bloody face was my father, Dan Zihao. But he never thought that what he saw would be such a scene. Chao Tu urged, why are you being so stupid, take action. Tun Di Trot carried his stick with him and chased the two people away, a bunch of cowards, they all got out of my way and let Lao Zhu go. He was also startled when he saw the scene inside. It's a hanging body. Both hands hang down. Feet do not touch the ground. Eyes open with all whites. They immediately put down their sticks. While Chao Tu was confused and didn't know what to do, Tun Di Trot rushed inside, dead, 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 dead. He stammered, what happened? Hao Xie was also sweating, I didn't know. I'm scared, don't be such a coward, isn't it just suicide? He was already mentally ill, he wasn't the one we killed, he was afraid of the beep. He also chimed in, even though he was equally confused, yes, what a coward. I'll go pull him down, you guys quickly call 120. He trembled as he looked up at the body. Just as he was about to touch it to help him down, the corpse's legs suddenly moved.
He stammered, did he just now, did he move right?
Others are also gradually coming. One person asked, what are you guys doing, why are people dead? Everyone gasped in surprise. Some people looked in fear. As a result, after not even looking for 5 seconds, he screamed and ran out, there were demons. Tun Di Trot was sweating profusely. He screamed in panic, don't kill me, Own has a debtor and owner, it's not like I killed you. Meanwhile, outside, Chao Tu also knocked on the door loudly, bang. What idiot closed the door, please open the door for him. Dan Tuhao was also startled and backed away in fear, Han Li teased them, good evening ha. With just one sentence, he scared Tuhao away, He thought to himself, kid, I'm still confused as to why you're running away from me in the middle of the night, the feeling is that I want to take advantage of the lights out to sneak attack, how cruel. Not teaching you a lesson. Today I don't have the Korean family name. Having said that, he swung himself down. He grabbed the hammer, hey, boy, get down here for me. Meanwhile, Huang Wei also went to call Luan Tone. He asked, these scammers, how many people did they bring with them? He hesitated, I don't know about that either. He was angry, they were looking for someone to cause trouble, such a big ostentation. He stopped, oh, Mr. Tone, don't mention that, they will find trouble for Han Li. You've heard that name Han Li before, right? He is not a normal person, he is Fan Xie's little boyfriend. As soon as the two reached the door, they saw several people sitting outside, breathing heavily. He asked them, what are you doing sitting here? I'm just missing them. One person answered while breathing, Dan Tio. They are still inside. At that moment, a crab head also ran out in panic, not paying attention and just ran into him, dead. Quickly report to the police, that's not right, please quickly invite the master to come here. The man named Han Li hung himself from the beam in the room, and the corpse rose again. After we ran out, there was a loud banging on the door, and there were a few miserable screams, but just now there was no movement inside. He panicked and asked, what did you say? He thought, tough, something really big has happened. In room 404, Huang Wei gasped and called, "Mr. Vuong. He is knocking on the door repeatedly." He explained that they weren't moving, so it wasn't like they were suffering. "If someone chimes in, don't talk nonsense, I'll go tell someone to turn on the lights first." Luan Tong was surprised that he had already reached the door and did not quickly go inside to save people. "Since when did you guys become so scared?" He opened the door and went inside. He discovered a strange sight. Han Li was sitting on a chair holding a book, surrounded by a group of people kneeling at his feet. Han Li is mysterious, someone is coming. He asked, "Who are you?" Luan Tong waved his hand. "Han Tio, first meeting, I am Luan Tong. I heard someone causing trouble, I don't know what the situation is." Luan Tong slowly entered. Face full of sweat because of confusion and fear. It turned out he was following some kind of scent. It was gone, the trail was gone, unidentified liquid. "It's not blood, is it?" But he smelled more closely, it wasn't right, this was the smell. Boom, the light in room 404 suddenly turned on. Han Li looked up in surprise. He looked regretful. "Oh, shouldn't the lights have been turned off, why is it suddenly bright?" Meanwhile, Luan Tong, who was searching, also stepped on a strange yellow liquid. Whoosh! The liquid is yellow and has a strong smell, so I just stepped on it. He immediately vomited a large vomit. Han Li looked at him, speechless. Vuong Hu Tian came in. "Han, young Han, are you okay?" "I'm sorry for them, they just don't understand." Suddenly, Don Tu Hao ran out and hugged his leg. He panicked. "Oh shit, what are you doing?" "You cried, Mr. Vuong saved you." Han Li reached for the hammer. He said in a dangerous voice, "I told you to move." Hearing that, he became even more frightened, clinging tightly to Vuong Hu Tian's body. He told Huang Wei, "Tu Huang, take young Master Don to wash his face, convenient to change clothes." Huang Wei was bored. "Okay." He turned to look at Han Li. His eyes were glowing red looking at him. He panicked and knelt down to worship his brother. "Brother Li, heaven and earth can testify, I'm afraid he has nothing to do with these things." He tightened his grip on the chair. "You guys see my place as a park, if you want to come, you come, if you want to go, you go. If you want to take someone, yes. But first, clean up that mess for me and then continue." Chao Tu suppressed his whole body. Tun Dik Trot cried in fear as if he was threatened to pee, and the remaining person peed himself. Vuong Hu Tian soothed, "Han Tio, don't be angry, I'll call someone to clean your room, but this smell is a bit strong, maybe today you." He offered to stay at my place temporarily. Han Li stood up. "Mr. Vuong, I was just joking around with my brothers, how could I be angry with you? I have a place to stay outside so I won't bother Mr. Vuong to arrange it for me. It's just that cleaning the dormitory has to bother everyone." Vuong nodded. "Okay, Han should be careful and rest early." I hit Huang Wei in the head. "Damn you, why are you so rude?" Luan Tong panicked. "Oh my god, why are you burying little Chu? Don't spoil people. What exactly is that Han Li person, scaring people like that and still frowning at us? Your attitude towards him is also very good." Vuong answered, then said later, "You take them home to bathe, I'll call someone to clean up. Definitely don't let Fan Xie know about this, if we find out, we'll be dead." Night at the Fan family mansion. Fan Xie is lying on the bed. She is texting with Han Li. He complained to her, Fan, the people pursuing you were so terrible." Receiving the text message, she suddenly stood up. She thought, but that guy really went to beat that dog. She went outside the house to look for Fan Xie, the baby, and saw Fan Xie preparing to go out. Her face was extremely worried right now. "Where are you going so late?" Not hearing her mother's question, she turned around and answered with a somewhat hasty expression, "Mom, something happened at school, I went over there for a while." She was extremely worried and said, "What else happened at night?" Before Fan Xie could hear what she said, he quickly waved his hand and left. "I'm going, Mom, please rest early," she called after me, but before she could finish, she left. She crossed her arms and looked helplessly. This girl, why is she suddenly so strange? One moment, Fan Xie was sitting in a taxi, phone in hand. She was texting with Han Li. "Where are you now?" Han Din is near the school. Han Li on this side is in the bathroom. He looked at the top bruise and couldn't help but exclaim, the bruise looked so scary. The old man in the park had truly terrifying strength. As he spoke, he touched the bruise on his neck. At this moment, there was suddenly a knock on the door outside, and he turned to look at the door. Outside, Fan Xie was extremely worried and kept banging on the door. Han Lit, I'm here, open the door, I'll take you to the hospital. Calling for a while but still no one answered, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. Wasn't there something wrong? The wound on his neck looked very serious, his body was solid. Just thinking about this, the door opened. Han Lit pulled her inside. He pressed her against the wall, she nervously clutched her skirt and called his name, coldly. Fan Xie's face was now red, his expression was both soft and cute. He gently said, Han Lit, I know you are very angry, I didn't know things would turn out like this. Listen to me, let me go, okay, let's go to the hospital first. Hearing those words, Tropical Cold was silent for a moment. Then he spoke up, very angry. But then he immediately turned around and pulled her hand. His tone was extremely cold, but there was no need for the cat to pretend to cry and pretend to be sorry. Just ask me to give it back. Fan Xie was pulled away by Han Lit. Her face did not understand. What's going on? Just follow me. A moment later, Fan Xie blushed and lay face down on Han Lit's lap. He raised his hand and planned to hit her butt. She was both worried and embarrassed. Han Lit, Lit, I knew it was wrong. You let me go, what do you want to do? Han Lit's face was cold as he listened to her beg. It seemed like her words had no effect on him. Immediately after, he decisively hit her hard, causing her to cry out in pain. I kept admitting my mistakes, I really knew I was wrong, I'm sorry. The next second, Fan Xie sat down next to the bed, his face red, his expression pitiful, his voice extremely gentle. Stop joking, go to the hospital now. As he spoke, Fan Xie raised his hand to touch the wound on Han Lit's neck. The wound on his neck looked like something. Fan Xie looked at him with a pitiful expression. What did they use on you? As she spoke, she looked at the red wound on Han Lit's neck. Her tone was extremely angry. This is no longer school violence. This is a crime. You should report it to the police. Immediately after that, Fan Xie climbed on top of him. Her hands touched Cold Heat's neck. Their eyes met. Her expression was a bit painful and she continued, is there any other place that is injured, any other place that hurts? When Han Lit heard her say that, he smiled brightly and replied that the place he was sitting on was quite painful. At this moment her face turned red. Then he was extremely angry and pressed down on him. Fan Xie repeatedly scolded him. You pervert was beaten and still had the power to color. It was all about the pain. Pain. You lightened my ribs a bit, like it's cracked. Hearing you say that after work, I realized I was a bit too much. I'm sorry. That's not right. With such a serious injury, you still treat me. Go to the hospital with me. While she was talking, he interrupted. While speaking, he touched her hand and pulled her back, not moving. His face was extremely gentle. It really hurt, Han Lit thought to himself, being tormented at the gym all evening. His bones and joints were about to break. Fan Xie sat on him and slightly backed away, so I didn't move. Her voice gently asked, does it still hurt? Han Lit slightly shrugged and smiled reluctantly. Could you please give me a kiss? I heard that kissing on the lips can relieve pain. Fan Xie's cheeks were red, his face was worried, his tone was a bit suspicious. Really? She frowned slightly, lifted her hair, and shyly said, don't lie to me. Then Fan Xie gently kissed Han Lit's cheek. As soon as she finished kissing, she shyly backed away, her face red. Okay, now you obediently come to the hospital with me. As soon as Fan Xie finished speaking, Han Lit wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her towards him. Strongly kissed her lips. After that intense kiss ended, Fan Xie still couldn't recover, her face turned red as she looked at him. Han Lit saw Fan Xie's reaction and slightly raised his eyebrows. His hand touched his lips. His tone was deep. Miss Fan, kissing like this is only effective. As soon as he regained his composure, Fan Xie was both shy and angry, pointing his finger at him and cursing. Dogman, you weren't injured, were you? You're playing with me. Are you like this? It's like you're broken. Where are the ribs? Even though Fan Xie was angry, he still calmly replied, that's right, he wasn't really injured, but because the object of their bullying was me. If it were someone else, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to walk like me. Now let's talk properly, how to handle this matter. Fan Xie looked at Han Lit warmly. After talking for a while, Fan Xie looked at him suspiciously. Of course this simple operation can be done easily. Saying hello to the dormitory manager is fine, but is that okay? Just a little control. Okay, let the first floor and second floor turn off the lights normally. Han Lit scratched his head. His expression and voice were full of confidence. That was enough. Fan Xie asked him doubtfully, really? But he still firmly replied, it's true. Fan Xie crossed his arms and raised his face, seemingly not believing what he said. I don't believe you let them go so easily. Tell me what you want to do. Han Li smiled crookedly, as if he had a well-thought-out plan in mind. His tone was full of meaning. He felt that if he made a fuss about this to the school leaders, it would be better to punish them as if it were okay or not. You know what our school is like. What kind of loss can a single deduction of points cause them? Moreover, their behavior has not reached criminal standards, so reporting it to the police will let us reconcile. Speaking of this, Han Li slightly curled his lips and shrugged. Those who poked fun at me will have many opportunities for revenge in the future. Compared to these things, I'm more interested in other things. Fan Xie was silent. What exactly was going on? Han Li smiled confidently and replied, I want to cooperate with you. Ordinary second years gathered on the second floor to hang out. Wang Xiaotian and the student council received commissions from there, providing everyone with drinks. For them, regular hotels are not convenient, friends' houses, studying is not comfortable, renting a house is a waste of time to clean. Han Li confidently added, if I can provide them with a convenient, private location, with first-class service and extremely cost-effective, based on the spending style of those rich children, you can earn a lot of money from there. Fan Xie frowned and asked, so he wanted to take this opportunity to ask the dormitory to turn off the lights on time, to kick them out of the dormitory and find a place outside to hang out. At this moment, Fan Xie couldn't help but feel a little worried. It's not like he didn't know about those boys playing around, eating, drinking, and having fun with their personalities. If they were kicked out of the dorm, they would really find another place to continue playing around. After a moment of thinking, she spoke up, but, do you have a suitable place for them to rent? He crossed his arms and sounded extremely confident, so now I'm looking for you to cooperate. Small investment of 150,000, profit every month of 30,000, I know that for you an income of 30,000 is just pocket money, but I understand even more clearly, you don't want to be a big lady who only knows how to take money, in the house, right? When Fan Xie heard him say that, he couldn't help but feel a little enthusiastic. Han Li continued to persuade her, Uncle Fan's money can ensure you are prosperous for the rest of your life, but the price is that you have to listen to him for the rest of your life. If I guess correctly, next year you will go abroad to play football, himself, then return home to marry a man who could inherit the family business, which he also knew well, because his in-laws, because of their intermarriage, treated him well with conditions. If Uncle Fan, what if it's not there anymore? Fan Xie's eyes were sad, she slightly lowered her head. Hearing what he said, her hands tightened. Compared to letting the rights fall into someone else's hands, wouldn't it be better to hold them yourself? At this moment, she couldn't help but think, even though she didn't want to admit it, this guy was right. She was originally prepared to accept everything, but... Just thinking of this, Fan Xie immediately said, 200,000. Han Li's voice was a bit suspicious. Fan Xie's eyes were full of determination. I'll give you 200,000 without a commission. She smiled bitterly and replied, you're right, I hate ordinary life, you're very interesting, so I'm curious how you do it. If you really have the ability, then investing in you will become an investment in my future. I will give you more resources, although I don't think you can use just 2 million to master this matter, but you can try it. If I fail, then I'll just consider it a distraction in a tasteless life. Seeing her approval, Han Li smiled proudly. Han Li asked her again, really just give me 2 million like that? Fan Xie extended his hand towards Han Li, as long as it didn't bore me. After that, the two of you happily shook hands. Well, let's have fun working together. I like partners who are straightforward and decisive like you the most. Right after that, Fan Xie immediately stood up. Li, you seem to have misunderstood a bit. Han Li looked at her suspiciously and couldn't help but think, it's not like she suddenly regrets it. She blushed and gradually approached, we are not partners at all. The two of us are. Fan Xie smiled very seductively and leaned close to Han Li's ear, more like an accomplice. The money will be transferred to you early tomorrow morning. She stood up and looked at him, smiling smugly, I'll deal with the matter of turning off the lights. Then Fan Xie turned around and left. She waved goodbye to him, waiting for my good news, my accomplice. Han Li silently watched her leave. The next second his face turned red. Damn, I didn't expect that I accidentally bumped into her. In the evening in a room in the apartment, is there something wrong with your head? Send someone to beat Han. Inside, Don Tu Hao and Chao Tu were kneeling with pale faces. Can you guys beat them? This time it's good. One was so scared that he peed his pants. The other one child almost fell over. One child almost fainted. Tun Dik Trot was extremely helpless sitting on the bed. If the little emperor hadn't come to call me, you guys would have died there. Tun Dik Trot was extremely angry and shouted, fuck it, this guy will definitely kill that bastard. Speaking of this, Tundik Trot became even angrier. Motherfucker, this parasitic man. Even if I were to be imprisoned alone for 20 years, I would still have to kill that brat. Vuong Hu, Tian stood next to him, a bit angry. Finally, I couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. It's easy for you to say it, but you guys are sponsored by me and Mr. Tone. It's simple for you guys to get out, go to a place where people do bad things and then leave. What about us? Are you guys worth getting involved in? Moreover, young Master Han is not a freeloader. His background is not small. This guy I consider freeloading as a hobby. I don't see his younger sisters happily cooperating with him. What about me? Chao Tu seemed to realize something. His face turned pale and his tone trembled. Vuong Hu Tian looked at him suspiciously. What kind of watch was he wearing? Chao Tu recalled saying, on his desk. His face, pale, saw a clock in the collection room of Fan Xie's house. He was sweating profusely. At that time, I went to Fan Xie's house as a guest. Uncle Fan took me to visit the collection room. That watch is placed in a display cabinet. Uncle Fan saw that I was interested in the watch and teased me, saying it was a gift from my future son-in-law. Vuong Hu Tian frowned. How stubborn was this kid to Fan Xie? He even remembered this clearly. Luan Tong behind him was also helpless to speak. He was scared to the point of being stupid. How can you even pay attention to this point when you're padded like that? Vuong Hu then helplessly touched his hair and continued, in short, in this battle between us brothers, listen to my advice and stop teasing Han Leet. There are two idiots here who don't know the importance of the Fan family, still boldly declaring that it's just a watch. One is he bought first-class counterfeit goods, two is he bought fake goods. That's right, based on what should I be afraid of it? Chao Tu clearly knew the symbolism of the watch, looked at the two idiots and sighed. That person is the person who covers the presidential suite at Marriott all year round. He needs to buy one-star counterfeit goods. The three people Chao Tu, Tun Di Trot and Don Tu Hao realized with surprise. Immediately after that, the other two turned sharp eyes towards Don Tu Hao. Don Tu Hao stood up in fear. Shameless, where did he get such great courage? His face was extremely scared and he was sweating profusely as he thought, didn't that guy Yusi Hopkins say that Han Leet in the file was just an ordinary person, then said, I don't know anything, I thought he was just an ordinary person with no background. I even asked Yusi Hopkins to check Han Leet's records. Luan Tong calmly looked at them. So what everyone means is that Han Leet is deceiving the old king. You guys wake up. Who would take something like that just to deceive people? Vuong Hu Tian agreed very much. His voice was firm. That's right. I helped young Master Han do some things. People told me to just say it when I need it. The room can be lent to me. If he wanted to deceive people, wouldn't he be exposed immediately? Scene changed to 10 o'clock the next morning. Han Leet was still sleeping in bed when he was awakened by the sound of the phone. He opened his eyes with difficulty and looked towards the phone. It's a message from Fan Xie. 2 million has been transferred. I wonder if it's been received, and the matter of turning off the lights has been completed. Han Leet stood up when he saw the message, his expression extremely surprised as if he couldn't believe his eyes. He smiled complacently. As expected, her working speed was very fast. Scene change, when Han Leet arrives at the 10,000 Halo Hotel. Mr. Duong smiled brightly and extended his hand to him. Mr. Han, I am the Deputy General Manager of Bao Hoa Duong Di Hoa Center, and also hold the position of General Director of Bao Hoa Van Hao Hotel. Thank you very much for your kindness, support and love, my friend. Han Leet's face felt a bit troubled. I have something to do later, so let's talk briefly. He continued to say, I have wanted to rent a presidential room at your hotel for a long time. Please tell me the price. President Duong was a bit surprised by Han Leet's words. After that, the two of them decided to sit down and talk. Nada raised her eyebrows then bowed slightly. Her tone was respectful. The two of them spoke slowly. If you have any problem, please call me. President Duong eagerly invited Han Leet to have tea. Please drink tea. But seeing that he didn't answer, he came out feeling a bit confused and awkward. At this moment, Han Leet's mind immediately thought, I'm still too young now, so I should act a little wilder, so I won't be seen through. As soon as I thought of this, Han Leet pretended to be serious, so the price is. Mr. Duong replied a bit nervously, I don't know how long Mr. Han plans to rent, the time is different, of course the price is the same, about 2 or 3 years. Han Leet was very calm, even a little disdainful. I still had to go to college for 3.5 more years. About that time, if the experience was not bad, a few more years would be fine. At this moment in my heart, Mr. Duong couldn't help but be happy. It's a big deal. This is a big business deal. Young people nowadays are even more heroic than you can imagine. He looked tense. So Mr. Han is willing to pay the entire rent at once, or with my authority, I can make a decision and give you a 40% discount. Han Li looked at him coldly with half an eye. Do you think I'm an idiot? I will give you 20 to 30 million at a time, maximum annual payment. Before coming here, I especially heard that the presidential check-in rate of your 1,000 heroes every year is less than 30%. The more Han Li talks, the angrier he gets. He can get a 20% discount on the monthly rent. Now I want to rent annually, so you give me a discount like that. When Mr. Duong saw that you were so knowledgeable, he quickly said, you misunderstood. How come the check-in rate is only 30%? In fact, we had 175 nights of room rental last year. Han Li looked at him with disdain. Because any gold card member could upgrade to the presidential suite, he was extremely scared like that. How did he know? He looked bored and said, in short, you guys are just thousands of people, not thousands of JW, and even less of a Ritz-Carlton. Han Li continued to talk. Guess how much the Sheraton Hotel across the street was offering? He divided it up. In the end everyone understood clearly in their hearts. For thousands of stars, I only had to hang a sign for you 10% of the listed price, signed once a year, paid once a year. When General Duong heard such conditions, he stood up in panic. 30% of the listed price. He panically protested, no, I'm just a manager and don't have that much authority. Han Li looked at him with eyes as if he knew everything in advance, but I heard that the independent management authority is in Bao Hoa, isn't Mr. Duong the deputy general of Bao Hoa? He was so nervous that he was sweating but still forced a smile. About that, you already told me, I'm the deputy, so I should still go to the Sheraton opposite. Hearing Han Li say that, he immediately hurried, yellow to prevent, don't, let's discuss further. The final result, 1,006 days, a total of 360 days per year with 5 to 6 days included. The total price for the year is 567 million VND. The contract takes effect from the date of payment. President Vuong looked at the signed contract and felt pain in his heart. There are also additional gifts including the highest level lifetime titanium membership card. Ambassador membership with annual re-leveling system through exclusive ambassadors. All travel can be arranged for members. Finally, other additional services such as free pickup and drop-off 24 hours. A jumble of spots, access to different facilities and services. Finally, his goal was achieved. Han Li walked out of that place with a satisfied smile. Although he had no sales experience, with this configuration, he still needed a bicycle, and at this time his phone was in his pocket. He immediately shook. He immediately picked up the phone, and from the other end of the line came a voice. Young Master Han is Mr. Vuong. Mr. Vuong is looking for me. Vuong Hu Tian over here smiled wryly and replied, that's it, I think I should officially apologize to you about what happened yesterday. If young Master Han has time, can we gather for a meal? Yusi Hakan silently looked at Vuong Hu Tian. When Vuong Hu Tian turned off the phone, he received a text message from Han Li. I'm at 10,000 miles, you guys plan to leave at a time, I'll ask someone to come pick you up. Luan Tone looked down from above and asked, is it resolved? Vuong Hu Tian only reluctantly replied, yes. He breathed a sigh of relief and turned back. Young Master Han said directly that we would meet at his friend's house and would send someone to pick us up later. Lin Antone looked surprised. Thousands of stars, okay, it's good to go take a look. Tuu. You should go with them too. Young Master Han specially invited you. Yusi Hakan calmly replied. Han Li invited me. That's right, I'll go call Fuing Dongqi and tell them to get acquainted too. At the 10,000 Hao Hotel here. Han Li is ordering. I have a few friends who also want to come. There are 7 people in total. The food is prepared according to the highest standards, not abode slightly, yes. While ordering food, he thought to himself, although the presidential suite includes free breakfast, if you order food delivered to the room, you will have to pay an outside fee. Han Li seriously calculated it, just sent 500,000 to the card as a backup, only this 500,000 cannot be converted into payment experience until after actual payment. Come to think of it, he immediately said, that's right. There were 3 women among them, preparing some more snacks, not abode slightly, understanding, I will go tell the people below right away. At this moment there was a knock on the door. Please come in. Nada smiled brightly at Han Li. Sir, your guest has arrived. The next second, Vuong Hu Tian's group came in. Young Master Han. Seeing them arrive, Han Li warmly welcomed Mr. Vuong, Mr. Tone, and Chairman Wu. Han Li was a bit surprised at this time. What about these people? Vuong Hu Tian immediately smiled and introduced himself, Mr. Tone, you know. Without much introduction, Luan Tone smiled and signaled to say hello. We met again. This person is Fuing Dongqi. Normally we all call him Fuing, a third-year senior. Fuing Dongqi smiled gently. Meeting for the first time, young Master Han. This person is Tranlo, Mr. Fuing's girlfriend, in the same class as us. And these two people are, Mr. Tone's girlfriend, Cheu Thang Nam, and the person he knows, the student propaganda club school, Vuong Diem Tan. Han Lit slightly smirked and glanced at them. Welcome, welcome, everyone come in first, everyone else sit down and continue talking. Vuong Diem Tan blushed while looking up and down, unable to help but think, this is the legendary presidential room. At this time, the hotel staff served the dish. This is the breakfast that Mr. Han specially asked me to prepare for the ladies. Nada smiled brightly. It will take a while for the food to be served. You can have a snack. Vuong Diem Tan immediately stood up, smiled happily and said, thank you Brother Leet. Brother Leet is so thoughtful. Han Leet on this side holding the phone smiled brightly. We are classmates. A little more care is the right thing to do. Vuong Hu Tian laughed loudly and put his arm around his shoulder. See, this is why I want to play with young Master Han. Look how carefully he works. My father once said, what kind of person is the most attractive? The person who knows how to pay attention to details and pay attention to the right places is the most attractive person. Cheu Thang Nam laughed loudly. He's right. Is there any girl who can? It's impossible to refuse a guy who is both gentle and thoughtful. If I didn't have Tone, I'm afraid I would still love Han. Han Lit heard them flattering him like that and couldn't help but feel disgusted in his heart. Stop it, the care of the strong is warm, the care of the weak is called simplord, Vuong Hu Tian said while holding his shoulder and smiling. Have you heard, Mr. Tone? What people are saying is that you are more gentle. At this time, Tran Lo suddenly turned around. Brother Leet and I went to DMDM. It was our first time going to the presidential suite. You guys talked about whether the three of us could go sightseeing. He smiled and waved his hand. Of course, you guys can go ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, they stood up. So we're leaving, you guys just talk slowly. As soon as they left, Vuong Hu Tian immediately turned to him and said, Young Master Han, what Hu Tian should have done this time, I am really sorry to you. Fuing Dongqi on this side also spoke up. I also heard about this, young Master Han. At that time how did you predict that they would come to deal with you? Han Lit looked at them with half an eye, waved his hand and replied, there's no way to predict, this is just a coincidence. At that time I was trying another gym move. That move required lifting my legs in the air without using it, the strength of the hips and abdomen. Who knows if they will rush in suddenly. If left alone, I feel like I'm about to die. When Vuong Hu Tian heard the story, he laughed loudly. He laughed until tears flowed from his eyes. It turned out that there was such a thing. On this side, Yusi Hawken looked at them with a slightly worried expression. Those guys were so unlucky. Tone asked incredulously. The truth made people speechless like that. Young Master Han, this conflict has hurt everyone. Han Lit immediately pretended to be surprised. It's not that bad. I don't intend to take revenge on them. What happened? Yusi Hawken glanced at him softly. This morning the school issued an announcement. Later, the 12th floor no longer provided electricity for 24 hours, but agreed to turn off the circuit breaker at 11 o'clock. Young Han, that guy just wanted to roll around in school quietly, play games to relieve stress at night. Now when this happened, all second and third year students suffered huge losses. He looked at them coldly. But, this has nothing to do with me. Han Lit crossed his arms and looked at Yusi Hawken. One of the people pursuing Tranlo and Tu Dongbok judged them to be like, one way in front, another way behind their back. They could stab at any time. Yusi Hawken sat on the other side and quickly said, I know about this. My classmate Han is also the victim. Han Lit let him think as he sat down. At that time, Mr. Vuong came to clean up. When I left, and deliberately observed. Apparently when the teacher checking the dormitory didn't arrive after turning off the lights, the other students were unusually quiet. He sighed while scrolling through his phone. If he guessed correctly, it was definitely Yusi Hawken behind this. Maybe even those guys were coaxed by Yusi Hawken. Right now he was texting Fan Ca, following the plan, performing with me. Fan Ca on the other end of the line immediately texted back, okay. Then he pretended to stand up and looked at the phone and said, wait a minute, mister, Fan sent me a text message. Han Lit reached out to them to say goodbye. The matter of turning off the power seemed to have something to do with me. I'm going to answer the phone. I'll be back soon. Vuong Hu Tian smiled and waved at him. Young Han continued, speak slowly, without haste. After he left, Vuong Hu Tian turned to look at Yusi Hawken. Tu Uu. Immediately after that, he loudly cursed, "What's wrong with you? How can you talk to young Master Han like that? Whether this matter is related to young Master Han or not, you can't use a tone that sounds like a scolding to talk to people." Yusi Hakim was stunned by him scolding him. At this moment, Yusi Hakim was so scared that he was sweating. He quickly explained, I was in such a hurry that I spoke haphazardly. I couldn't control my words, even though he said that on the outside. On the inside he said that. I couldn't help but think. Who told me that as soon as I saw that Han Leet guy, I couldn't help but feel angry. Vuong Diem Tan suddenly looked in from somewhere. What's wrong? Their expressions were a bit serious. Yusi Hakim was so scared by her that he turned pale in fear. Then his face turned red and he waved his hands repeatedly. No, it's nothing, you guys have finished walking around. Vuong Diem Tan's face didn't waver at all. He's gone. Cheu Thang Nam is standing next to him. Next door also said, we saw a super big swimming pool below. Unfortunately it's cold now. The next second suddenly a voice came from outside. The swimming pool has warm water. Do you guys want to go swimming? Vuong Diem Tan happily ran out to welcome Han Leet. Can I go? I really like swimming. Han Leet smiled brightly. Of course it's okay. I asked Nana to go buy swimsuits for you girls. Yusi Hakim is here watching seeing Han Leet like this. He was extremely angry. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. Damn it, even more uncomfortable. Han Leet suddenly called him, Chairman Uu. It's so embarrassing. Mr. Fauna already knew about two house good guys getting involved with me. Maybe he was too worried that something would happen to me, so he told Mr. Fawn about this. Han Leet said as he sat down. Uncle Fawn had already called the school principal and wanted to deal with him. According to common sense, this is only aimed at Don Tu Hao 3 people. I don't know why they are okay, but instead dragging you guys in. Someone must have confessed. Mr. Fawn doesn't know the details. Do you guys have any suspicious objects? Luan Tone suddenly said. What you mean is that someone intentionally reported it. Vuong Hu Tian seriously thought about it and replied, it's not impossible. The principal probably knew about us organizing activities every night, thinking that behind the Don Tu Bao group was us. It seems, you guys, honey, this is the pot captain instead of those 3 guys. Everyone else was extremely confused when they heard what he said. The principal's meaning was very clear, either obediently go to bed, or go out all night. On this side, Yusi Hakim also spoke up and said that according to this idea, the detention in the dormitory will definitely be more serious in the future, and it will probably be very difficult to get out at night. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. The electricity was cut off in the dormitory. Vuong Hu Tian was the organizer. At best, he could just change to another place to play, but what about me? He clenched his fists and left school. He was nothing. Commissions from wine and dinner, service fees, red envelopes from the dormitory manager. Before graduating, counting all of them, I probably earned 700,000, 800,000. This money, enough for me to strive for 20 years. Once everyone leaves school and goes out, where can I find this money? Thinking about this, he was a little scared, like this. Everyone go back and contact your brothers and make a fuss. I will report it to the higher-ups. The school will definitely not ignore it. Before he finished speaking, Han Leet interrupted, okay, brothers. He laughed and added, let's discuss this privately. There's no need to rush. These few days, you guys can use this room to deal with it. After all, I'm in the school all the time. This is just for defense. Luan Tone laughed loudly and pretended to refuse. How is this possible? Han Leet continued, after all, this is also my fault. Don't be polite to me. Then he smiled and turned his head to look at the 3 girls standing behind him. Let's go. I'll lead you to the swimming pool. Natha has already prepared her swimsuit. Let's play for a while and then eat. A long time after everyone went to the pool, Vuong Hu Tian laughed loudly and said to Han Leet, oh my, young Han, I obviously came here to apologize, but as a result, I ended up playing around. Han Leet smiled softly and replied, this is nothing, we are all brothers, you also helped me. Normally I don't come here often. Being alone is very boring, or like today, it's crowded, everyone is having fun, I'm also happy. Vuong Hu Tian forced a smile. Indeed, working alone is very boring, but if you don't stay, you will regret the room and service in this luxury room. Vuong Diem Tan happily ran from afar. Brother Leet, how are you, pretty? She looked shy, it seemed like it was a branded product. Mr. Leet was too expensive. Han Leet was shy, waved his hand, beautiful, no need to be polite, while Vuong Hu Tian shyly turned around and left. Everyone let's talk, I'll go get some drinks. Vuong Diem Tan approached him, bowed slightly, and happily said, I haven't swam in a long time. Brother Leet, do you know how to swim? Han Li's face was slightly red and he looked at the other scent. He knew a little, but I hadn't swam in a long time. He said so, but in his mind, he was now thinking of the image of Fan Ca and his group wearing swimsuits. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. Swimsuits, I don't know if I have a chance to see it. While he was deep in thought, a voice came from his ear, absent-mindedly wondering what he was thinking. When Han Li turned around, he saw Cheu Thang Nam standing next to him wearing an extremely seductive swimsuit. Isn't it beautiful? I usually go to the gym too. Saying this, she suddenly looked sad. Her tone was aggrieved. Before I always wanted Tone to take me swimming. He only paid attention to playing cards with his brothers, not paying attention to me. At this moment, she immediately realized that she was trying to seduce Han Li. Her tone was both gentle and enchanting. Finally, she had a chance to really play. Thank you, Han Li. Han Li on this side let her make fun of him. He said coldly, then sister-in-law has to talk more to Mr. Tone, telling him to stay with her more. At this point, she turned around and left. If talking too much was effective, then it would be good. If she talked too much, he would only criticize me for being annoying. Why don't you swim with me? At this moment, Tunla suddenly ran from behind and took her arm, making her jump. I heard that you usually go to the gym. Everyone is talking about something. Let's go play in the water. In the end, Tunla pulled Cheu Thang Nam away. Come here quickly. I tried the warm water. It's not cold at all. Lolo, slow down. Be careful of slippery ground. After they left, Vuong Diem Tan asked in a low voice, Mr. Li, do you know, Thang Nam and Mr. Tone are intermarried families? Han Li asked doubtfully, intermarried families? Vuong Diem Tan immediately explained to him, yes, I heard it was an engagement since childhood, but Tone always liked to play around outside, and Thang Nam did too. I don't know what to say either. People who understand things understand. Han Li smiled wryly when he heard that. Thank you for reminding me. The next second, she immediately probed, so, he and Fan Ca. Han Li pretended to think our situation was a bit complicated. Seeing him like that, she immediately used bullet-shaped eyes to look straight at him. Then I angrily turned away. It was boring. I just wanted to chat for a bit. UC Hawken suddenly came to the two of them and said, DM Tan, I suddenly remembered that there are some student council matters I want to discuss with you. Vuong DM Tan looked at him suspiciously. Ignoring her confusion, he continued to speak, asking if it was convenient to talk in private. After that, she and UC Hawken left. As she walked, she waved goodbye to Han Li. Brother Li was busy before. Han Li also happily waved back at her and left. At this moment, he couldn't help but think, if UC Hawken reacted like that, there was something going on between them. After a while, the two of them went to the bathroom. Vuong Diem Tan now asked, what's wrong? What's the matter that needs to be discussed now? Before she finished speaking, he pulled her hand. After pressing her against the wall, she was now a little scared. What are you doing? Vuong Diem Tan's eyes were full of anger. He spoke loudly, not understanding. I didn't bother you. Don't get crazy here. UC Hawken frowned at her. He also liked Han Li. Vuong Diem Tan was surprised, blushed and said, why are you asking this? I remember clearly rejecting your pursuit before. Don't you like Tichlut Din now? Vuong Diem Tan struggled in fear, even though I had a good feeling for Han Li, who wouldn't like a male student who is both capable and stylish. President of Australia, I have always respected you, so please respect me a little too. Hearing her say that, he angrily squeezed her wrist, causing her extreme pain. She struggled in fear and let go. If he kept doing that I would scream. She was so scared that she cried, Mr. Vuong and I were all outside, don't make things ugly. At this moment, suddenly there was the sound of the door opening. Han Li came in from outside and apologized, it seemed like I was bothering you too. He smiled brightly like a flower and pointed outside. The food was finished and Vuong and his brothers had already gone upstairs to prepare to eat. Do you two want to continue, or come with me upstairs? Vuong Diem Tan immediately took his hand and left. Her face darkened. Come here. I'm sorry Li, he's trying to come here to call us. Han Li immediately replied, I don't mind. I saw that you two talked for quite a long time. I was afraid of disturbing you two. Vuong Diem Tan still couldn't help but feel scared in his heart. How could this be? We finished talking. Oh Hawken over here looked at him with extremely angry eyes. That bastard, he definitely did that on purpose. A moment later when they went up to the room, Vuong Hu Tian heard a knock on the door. Then happily ran out, Young Han and little DM, you two have finally arrived. Seeing that there were only two of them up, he immediately asked, where is little UC? Vuong Diem Tan was shy and did not answer. At this time, Han Leet immediately stood up to rescue her. President Australia said there was something going on at the student union. So now that I'm back, next time I have a chance, I will invite the Australian president to dinner later. Vuong Hu Tien turned around and went inside. Really, what could be wrong with the student council? Then he happily said, the butler said dinner is ready and then we will eat. Then continue, the landlord invites you. Now that all the dishes have been presented, this dish of pan-fried Alaskan king crab legs and egg rolls is a special and creative dish made by the chef of Metropolis. Egg rolls are pasted at low temperature, using high-quality local eggs and fresh grassland milk, soft and melt in the mouth. This Japanese seafood sashimi selects the best Arctic shrimp, Arctic clams, bluefin tuna belly and Hokkaido sea urchin that can be found on the market. The pureed wasabi and fairy wine are both processed by the chef, you can adjust it yourself. After a brief introduction, Nana gave a list of dishes to Han Leet, but this dish is the most important test of the chef's skills. Nana then continued to smile brightly and added, if it weren't for Han Young inviting guests, even the leaders on the same floor of our hotel would have eaten the original food like this. He coldly told her, I can't drink beer or white wine at noon, I'm drunk, not very good, P3 of Dom Perignon, 3 bottles first, swipe the card. At this moment, his heart was extremely tense, thinking, could it be that children don't trap wolves? In order to suppress these second-generation streets, a shocking scene must be created. As soon as he thought about this, the system immediately announced, you just made an unimaginable purchase, so you were given a very special consumer gift. The feature panel has started, please sign. The owner checked it himself. Activated feature, alcohol. Looking at the characteristics table, he immediately thought, the functions and characteristics are combined, meaning that it can continuously pile up buffs for you. Low-level characteristics combine to form high-level characteristics. With so many, it's not like you're useless, enemy already. Han Leet watched the wine glass slowly fill up. As expected, champagne is 50,000 per bottle, it's amazing. Vuong Diem Tan just drank a box. Then happily shouted, it's so delicious, I don't know how to describe it, the taste is also rich. Thank you Mr. Leet. She flattered him with all her words, if it weren't for Leet, I don't know if I would be able to drink such delicious wine in my whole life. Luan Tone here also spoke up, it's true that Han is so generous, he ordered 3 bottles of P3. Dom Perignon is different from other places, their brewing method, and the finished product will be divided into 3 different batches each year to be marketed. Luan Tone continued to explain, the first batch is 9 years after incubation, called P1, the first batch is 18 years after incubation, called P2, and the third batch, after incubation will be aged for 25 years, called P3, which is also what Han invited us to drink. Han Leet's face was a little red from drinking and laughing, casually choosing an expensive one, but it has such a multi-layered setup. Vuong Hu Tien smiled politely, young Master Han, this is too expensive for you, we are just eat a simple meal, there's no need to be so ostentatious. Han Leet pretended not to respond, there was nothing to show off, everyone was a distinguished guest, the level of 10,000 people was just that. I still felt a little guilty in my heart. As soon as he finished speaking, Vuong Hu Tien immediately picked up the glass of wine, borrowing Han's halo. I honored Han with a glass. After that, everyone poured wine. Han Tio was upset. Come on, we also respectfully give Han Tio a glass. Love you the most, Mr. Leet. Thank you Han Tio. After that, Han Leet left, so everyone can play. I have to go to the gym. They all happily said goodbye to him. Vuong Hu Tien shouted from behind, young Master Han, there are still a few things, let's talk privately. Han Leet didn't understand what was going on and turned to look at him. Vuong Hu Tien felt awkward and forced a smile as he said, it's about Don Tu Hao and Kong Dik Trot and young Master Han, we don't really know about that, good or bad, everyone is classmates, look up and see we can't stay like this, if this matter remains unresolved, it won't be good. Kong Dik Trot is a hot-tempered person, what if, somehow, they will come to young Master Han and cause trouble? Han Leet looked at him coldly, I'm not afraid of trouble. When Vuong Hu Tien heard that, he didn't know what else to say and just laughed it off. Han Leet looked disdainful at this time. Kong Dik Trot is that idiot, isn't he? The martial arts school walked out. Vuong Hu Tien scratched his head awkwardly and replied, yes. Immediately after that, his face turned dark, so let's find time to go out on a date. If they want to fight so much, then let's just fight. Hearing him say that, Vuong Hu Tien hastily explained, young Master Han, that's not good, even though you go to the gym. Before he finished speaking, Han Leet waved his hand, don't beat them into submission, the devil knows, do they have the confidence to cause trouble again? Then he coldly turned around and left, deciding like that, I'll go first. Vuong Hu Tian was a little confused. Is it really okay for Han to be like this? Scene changed to evening. Fan Xie was sitting in the cafe waiting for Han Li to arrive. At this moment, she was looking out the door when suddenly a voice came from behind. What's wrong, suddenly calling me here? Fan Xie slightly turned his head to look at him. It looked like he was in a good mood. Han Li leaned on his hand and looked at her with a smile. Of course, fortunately there was the help of the Golden Master Fan. Listening to him flattering her, Fan Xie felt a bit shy and his mouth was mischievous. Then Han Li also sat down opposite her. Are you free tomorrow? Dad wants you to meet his friend, also a resident of the Devil's Area, named Dao Min Duk. The initiative is the vice president of SAIC, especially interested in stock trading, but his qualifications are extremely miserable. Last night, when I came home, I bumped into them while they were drinking at home. They were talking about stocks. Dad grabbed him and talked for a while. Uncle Dao listened and said he also wanted you to help him manage his finances. Clause. But when starting out, I definitely won't give you much capital, probably around $1 million. But if your performance is good, Dad will have a chance to push you deeper into the circle. Do you understand what I mean? On the surface, Han Li only coldly replied, understanding, but in his heart he was thinking, the Kim Dung Circle is an extremely practical environment, in which age and experience are nothing, only achievement is the truth. As long as you can attract customers to make money, many rich people are willing to bring money to find you. After thinking for a while, he asked what time the party was tomorrow. Fan Xie did not hesitate to answer, 12:30 tomorrow afternoon. Han Li smiled brightly at her. Uncle Fan is tired. I will perform well. On the outside it is like that, but in his mind he is now starting to calculate. Building a reputation is the most difficult step to enter the handcuffs game. Even if I really win the championship, my initial confidence is limited. After that, he stood up to leave, but with Mr. Fan's support, he can amplify his credibility. It is equivalent to replacing me as a guardian. Mr. Fan's kindness, I will remember. Then he said, then I'll go home and make arrangements and rest early. When he turned to leave, Fan Xie immediately spoke up. Leet, do you know why I had to tell you in private just now? Uncle Dao is from the area. Han Li heard her say that and stood still for a moment. Immediately after that, he immediately turned his head around, including the way he spoke. Fan Xie smiled brightly at him, but the answer to unlocking required a fee. Han Li looked at her in confusion. At this time, Fan Xie smiled seductively at him. Kiss me. Kiss me and take a picture with me. I will tell you the correct answer. In the dressing room, Han Li pressed Fan Xie against the wall and kissed her continuously. Fan Xie, the next second, was angry and blushed, pushed him away. Stop, you bastard, I said stop. Han Li's face turned red. He touched his lips with his hand, looking shy. Didn't you ask me to kiss you? Fan Xie's face was as red as a tomato. She used her hand to continuously wipe her lips. Yes, it's true that I told you to kiss me. This is you, you're not. Han Li's face was extremely satisfied. She just said whether to kiss or not. You can tell me the answer. When Fan Xie heard him say that, he was so embarrassed that he became angry and loudly scolded him. You bastard. After that, Fan Xie turned around and left. Luckily, I specifically contacted him to bring him here to buy things. Han Li followed her with an uninterested expression. So why did he have to tell me Uncle Dao was from the area, and why did he have to bring me here to buy clothes? Seeing him ask that, she spoke about the second problem. That's because I suddenly remembered, you probably don't have any tuxedo yet. Of course, if you order it now, you won't be able to get it tomorrow, but as my cooperation partner, I won't allow you to in the future, dress so poorly. Suitable attire. Matching leather shoes. Boys are not like girls. Girls need jewelry, but you need accessories like cufflinks, bow ties, tie clips. I don't mean to look down on you, but in some cases, your clothes must be commensurate with his status. Fan Xie smiled very seductively. His voice was gentle. So, people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. You understand that principle, right? As for why I said Uncle Dao is from the area. She looked at the cuff and said, the business district of Madu is very large. The whole can be divided into old and new, native and foreign, domestic and foreign. The characteristics of the native old people are government ownership, with a relatively strong color of power, which the emerging people look at but will stay away from politics, product and customer development efforts. Different style each other is very big. Fan Xie chose accessories for him while continuing to explain that, for him, the most useful connections are definitely those from local families and financial circles. Having money or not is secondary. Stop. Hearing that, Han Li's face still did not waver at all. The most important thing is to establish a strong enough beneficial relationship with local forces by releasing capacity. Having said this, Fan Xie suddenly smiled brightly as a flower and gave him the clothes she had chosen. This was beautiful and suited him very well. When Han Li saw her choosing clothes for him, he was so shy that his head was smoking. This guy is constantly praising you. A good wife, a truly good wife. Change of scene, in private office. Fan Xie's father happily ran to him. Little Han. Come here, meet your Uncle Dao. Hearing that, Han Li happily shook hands with Dao Minduk. Hello Uncle Dao, you can just call me Tu Han. Dao Minduk laughed loudly when he saw him. Old Fan had been bragging to him for several days, finally met. He was so drunk that he happily locked my shoulder. We have to talk a lot today, please buy me a few drinks. As soon as Fan Xie came out of the bathroom, her father came in. Nom nom, call the waiter to order, then bring your father's bottle of wine here. Fan Xie somewhat reluctantly replied, I know. A long time after everyone was seated at the dining table, Fan Xie immediately opened the lid of the wine bottle. Dao Minduk smiled and said, this bottle of wine won first prize in the year 84. Someone happened to give my father a few bottles as a gift. After he tasted it he couldn't put it down. Every year he bought 10 cases to keep. That drink, today we drink is the bottle of year 93. The wine has a light fragrance, luxurious and pure. His glass of wine was gradually filled. Tu Han quickly tasted it. Han Li brought the wine to his nose to smell it, thinking to himself, it is indeed very fragrant. After that, he immediately stood up and thanked Mr. Dao for his invitation. Mr. Fan, Mr. Dao, I am my junior, please allow me to finish my drink first. After that, Han Li drank the entire glass of wine in one gulp. Fan Xie saw that and was extremely worried. Oh my god, drink slowly, this is white wine. Fan Xie's father blinked and signaled. Nyan Nyan didn't understand, then played cards, drank wine and looked at that dignity. This is a rare opportunity, so I want to check on little Han a little. Then he raised his glass and said, kids get drunk very quickly. Fan Xie's father laughed loudly, then I'll have a drink too. Fan Xie saw his father like that and said loudly, Dad. After a few glasses, Fan Xie's father was a little drunk. He forcefully put the glass of wine on the table. Seeing him like that, Dao Minduk smiled and said, little Han's alcohol tolerance is really good. He didn't blush at all. Normally he can drink a lot. Han Li heard him praise and smiled shyly, raising his hand to signal no. In fact, I didn't drink a drop. Dao Minduk held the jar of wine in his hand and laughed loudly. He didn't even drink a drop, but his temper seemed to have been tempered. The next second he immediately came to the side to pour me some wine. I shyly refused. I have no tolerance for alcohol. I only rely on my youthful strength to endure. Today, Uncle Dao and Uncle Fan is in the mood, so it's me who gets to raise a glass with him. On the outside it was like that, but inside he was secretly happy and thinking, it's lucky that the newly unlocked alcohol feature was unlocked. I really didn't expect to use it so quickly. Fan Xie's father laughed loudly. Little Han really knows how to talk. Let's drink another glass. Han Li also smiled back at him. Uncle Fan, I respect you. Being young is really good. Fan Xie looked at them and felt depressed. It was nonsense. After that, they continuously offered each other wine. Another glass, just fill it up for you, Mr. Dao. The 2 bottles you brought over have already been drunk, so ask the waiter to bring another bottle here. Dao Minduk was very drunk just now. Why can't I make money? I feel like I'm fine, not greedy for work but not reckless either. Seeing him so sad, Han Li immediately calmed down. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. Your style may be suitable for buying in a bear market. For long-term holding, the only way for you to make big money is to wait for a complete bull market. Hearing me say that, he immediately became happier. Little Han, you're not being honest at all. You're just flattering me. In the recent bull market I didn't have any money or free time. Just keep a few dogs. Han Li's face was now slightly red from the alcohol. He smiled brightly and answered honestly, don't be in a hurry. That farm will be liquidated sooner or later. Fan Xie's father also laughed loudly and raised his finger to signal approval. Look at my son-in-law, he is both mature and calm. When Dao Minduk saw him praising Han Li like that, he turned to a slightly joking tone. His son-in-law and his wife were all calculating. They said they didn't know how to drink, but ended up drinking like a dragon, tiger. But I like it that way. Little Han, Uncle Dao's stock account is all handed over to you. As for commissions and other issues, you should follow Mr. Fan's method. Even if you lose money in a short time, it's okay. I can handle 100 million, right? That's all for now. When the opportunity comes, I'll give you more resources. When Han Li heard that amount of money, he was so scared that his face turned pale. 1,000 chances. After a while, I finally finished this meal. Dao Min-duk took Fan Xie's father and left. He happily looked at me. Little Han, you wait here, let's go to the bathroom and then come back to drink again. Han Lit smiled slightly. You two just take it slow, okay, let me help you too. Then the two of them left together. Fan Xie's father said as he walked, just wait here obediently, we can go. Fan Xie sat on this side after a while of silence, only now did he speak up in frustration. Again this series, there's really nothing new at all. Han Lit looked at her curiously and asked, were they like that before? Fan Xie did not hesitate to answer, yes. Her tone was both annoying and tiring. People of the older generation like to do these things. If someone gets drunk and then judges their character, they should also consider their age, right? There's nothing that's already unreliable. Han Lit seemed extremely happy because he had achieved his goal. He proudly said that he was willing to let me try. So, this can be counted as passing the door, right? Fan Xie frowned in displeasure. What was that door? The two of them together couldn't win. You obviously felt embarrassed, that's why you invested. After that, she was extremely worried and told him that looking at their behavior, she wanted to fight with him to drink, so he shouldn't join in with them anymore. When I heard that, I felt a bit worried. It made sense. Even if I drank more, nothing would happen to me. Maybe if they drank any more, there would be problems. Older people are all concerned. When it comes to face, I have to give in. At this moment, there was a noise outside. Whoa whoa. After walking for a while, the other two finally returned. Dao Min-duk smiled and waved at him. Boy, let's continue drinking. But as soon as they saw the scene before them, both were extremely surprised. Dao Min-duk immediately asked, Nyan Nyan, what's wrong with little Han? Han Lit is now pretending to be drunk and leaning on Fan Xie's shoulder. When she heard them ask, she frowned angrily. He drank too much, so when the two of them left, he fell asleep. Fan Xie's father looked surprised. This kid. He turned his head and smiled softly. His voice was gentle. If you can't drink, then drink less. Why bother trying to drink? But he's also a guy who understands that. Nyan Nyan, little Han, let me take care of you. When Fan Xie heard that, he was startled, surprised but mixed with a little anger. She glanced at him and thought, this guy is pretending to be drunk, so why does he need me to take care of him? Then her father immediately waved his hand. Go somewhere else. Let Uncle Dao and I have another drink. You can take little Han too. Let the boy rest, he will wake up in the afternoon. After that, the two of you should go out together. Fan Xie shyly supported him and said, then you two should drink a little, otherwise I will tell you. You know, mother. When he heard his daughter say he would tell his wife, he immediately flattered her. Don't be like that, you have to keep it a secret for your father. Fan Xie stepped down from a yellow car. Then she helped Han Lit in. Okay, it's school, stop pretending. Seeing that he continued to pretend, Fan Xie became a little angry. If he still pretends, I will immediately come back to expose you. After she said that, instead of immediately returning to normal, you weakly said, don't, I'm a bit shocked. Fan Xie asked now, where did he practice this alcohol tolerance? Han Lit was extremely confident, wondering if she had heard of a magical place called Hawaii. Fan Xie looked at him so drunk and confused that he couldn't help but laugh. You've been watching too many cartoons, haven't you? She had just finished speaking when suddenly a voice came from behind. Ang Lit, and this person. Du Van's group came from far away. What a coincidence. Where did everyone come from? Du Van moved closer to Han Lit. What's wrong with him? Why was he being helped like this? Fan Xie smiled wryly, said for him, Lit went to socialize with me, drank a bit too much. That's right Din Din, we plan to go for a walk in the afternoon. Do you want to go with us? Tich Lok Din slightly curled his lips in a disdainful tone. I'm not interested in seeing people walking their dogs. Take your dog and stay away from me. It was extremely difficult for the two of them to hear that. Han Lit quickly said, she scolded her for being a dog. Fan Xie frowned and denied, the person she scolded was him. Han Lit frowned, her expression unpleasant, pitying elephants, hating sweets, her ruthless attitude, very interesting. But always being cold is not good. This time we have to find an opportunity to communicate with her. As soon as he thought of this, he immediately returned to normal. Fan Xie suddenly let go of his hand and stopped pretending. He glanced at her. She was so short, I was wasting a lot of energy on her body. Seeing him insulting her, she became extremely angry. You took advantage, so you should show off, right? Then he turned around and left. Let's go, take her for a walk, Fan Xie said angrily. Don't you really need to rest for a while? If I have someone to keep me company, I can still think. Sooner or later, he was also killed by his own mouth. When the scene changed, Tun Deek Trot, after answering the phone, immediately shouted in horror, is that true? Come, then you must come. The two people, Don Tu-hao and Chao Tu, saw his puzzled expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Tun Deek Trot's hand clutched the phone, his voice was angry, the opportunity for revenge had come. Having said this, he pointed at the phone, and that white-faced guy suddenly took the initiative to invite us to a fight. His expression at this moment was extremely sinister. "This time, I will definitely teach him a brutal lesson." Over here, Vuong Hu Tian sent a message to Han Li, "Young Master Han, the boxing room has been booked, Kong Deek Trot and his group will be coming soon. He and Fan Ca are currently shopping together, she is in the back chattering, the jewelry in this store is not bad, let's go inside and see." Seeing him getting further and further away from her, Fan Ca reached out and called, "Leet Leet." He was startled, turned around, forced a smile and replied, "What's wrong?" In the next second, Fan Ca immediately pointed to the store next door. "I said this store's jewelry is very beautiful, let's go inside and see." Han Li quickly ran over, "Okay." At this moment, he suddenly saw an extremely delicate yellow necklace. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, that bracelet was truly so beautiful. Han Li quickly followed Fan Ca. She was a little slower. Fan Ca smiled brightly, opened the door and went in. "Quickly come in." Seeing the two of them, the staff immediately ran out to warmly welcome and greet them. The employee's tone was flattering. "Miss, your skin is really white, that sapphire necklace definitely suits you. This sapphire comes from the same mine as Adam's star, very valuable." Fan Ca ignored her and go straight inside. At this time she was attracted by a piece of jewelry. Fan Ca pointed at that bracelet and said to the staff, "I am quite interested in this bracelet." Her eyes could not leave the bracelet in the glass case. She immediately asked, "Is this a high-end type?" The staff was extremely enthusiastic in advising her, "This lady really has good eyes. This bracelet is genuine, made from jadeite royal blue glass. This is the last batch of high-quality products to be mined this year. Created by experts, there are less than 100 pieces in the world, but this bracelet from our shop is already pre-ordered. This is the last one." Fan Ca's face looked a little regretful as he looked at the bracelet. The employee saw that and immediately added, but in a few days at our exhibition there will be a similar style. If you are interested in eating cuffs, you can go there and take a look." Fan Ca sighed, "Is that so?" Then she turned to tell the staff, "So help me knock that sapphire necklace back." The staff member was extremely happy when she heard that. "Yes, please wait a moment." Han Li came from behind. "I thought that rich people's jewelry would be sent directly to the villa." Fan Ca looked at him with a sad face. Then she said arrogantly, "My mother would indeed periodically send jewelry to the house every year, but I was not like that. The joy of walking on the street is to suddenly see some interesting things. While still young, when I was walking around the street when I was young, I saw a hairpin worth more than 10 yuan. As a result, it was the last one, and it was bought by a girl. At that time, I couldn't buy the other hairpin. I was still disappointed. Take a while." Han Li looked at her and sighed, not expecting her to be quite so rustic. Fan Ca looked at him. "Why, you wouldn't think that people with money would only like luxury, right?" Han Li stood with his arms crossed and laughed, just feeling a bit sympathetic. She asked him in confusion, "What a little real feeling?" At this moment, her cheeks turned slightly pink, and she said, "You just ran away. Were you replying to a message from your sister?" Han Li calmly replied, "Hey girl, that's a message Mr. Vuong sent me." Then he smiled smugly, "Don't Don Tu-hao and the others always want to beat me? I've already directly invited them out, wanting to compete seriously." Fan Ca looked at him in extreme surprise. "Is it real or fake? You guys are about to form a group to fight." His tone was calm and he said, "What's the point of forming a group to fight? That's called exchanging blows between brothers. I'll have to go over there later. Do you want to come and see?" Fan Ca took the bag from the staff and said, "Of course I have to go, to avoid causing trouble again." Then she hurriedly chased after him, but he had just been drinking at noon, and after drinking, exercising so vigorously was very dangerous. Han Li carried her things and walked forward with a very confident voice. "It's okay, she has to trust her man very much." She heard him say he was her man and immediately felt extremely shy. That's right, for a pole that was immediately climbed. Scene change in the boxing room. Tun Deek Trot was extremely angry, continuously punching the sandbag. When would that white-faced guy come? He could no longer wait patiently. Chao Tu whispered in Don Tu-hao's ear, "Do you really want to fight? I have never fought before in my life." Don Tu-hao turned to look at him angrily. "Cowardly, we will fight 3-1 at that time. Are you afraid you won't be able to fight?" Chao Tu frowned slightly. Han Li was not an idiot, who knew he would fight 3-1. At this time, someone suddenly came and interrupted their conversation. This matter was brought up by young Master Han. Vuong Hu Tian came from afar. Everyone restrained themselves. Don't cause trouble. Han Li came in from outside at this time, happily smiling and talking. It seemed like everyone had arrived. Mr. Vuong, I'll invite you to dinner later. Xiao Tu and Don Tu Hao looked at him in surprise. Fan Xie had also arrived. Fa Xie had arrived. When Tun Deek Trot heard that, he turned around and looked at him with angry eyes. A guy who was hooking up with Tich locked in, walking around with a rich woman, and was indeed a prostitute. The next second he immediately ran to Han Li. You and your mother dare to come here. He was so angry that it seemed like he could jump in and hit him at any moment. Today, I will knock your 2 teeth out. Han Li's tone was full of mockery. 2 teeth is 800,000. Do you hear? Bad. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. What 80,000? Han Li put down his things and said, although I really want to earn 80,000, but I'm sorry. You've already called me a prostitute, then please come to my master himself. I can't let the master see me being beaten. Fan Xie was so surprised that he froze when he said that. Before she could say anything, he ran away. Han Li smiled and turned around and said, remember to record the video, back to when I was at my most handsome and cool. Kong Deek Zi, compared to Don Tu Hao and the others, I have never heard of this person's name in my previous life. But with the current situation, he was just a boy who had never been praised. He searched in his pocket, then throw the protective gear to Han Li. Hey, face is white, put on the protective gear, don't let it get to the point where you say I'm bullying you. Han Li was surprised and took it. He couldn't help but laugh. After that, I immediately threw the protective equipment to Chao Tu and the others. I should still let you guys wear it, my time is limited, fight quickly and win quickly. Don Tu Hao frowned and stepped forward. Han Li, we won't bully you. If you can win, I will give you 1 million as compensation for what happened before. If you lose, stay away from Fan Xie in the future. Fan Xie here feels extremely uncomfortable, taking advantage of himself. Has this guy got my consent yet? Han Li glanced at him, his tone mocking. Even if I want to stay away, I can't stop people from wanting to stay away from me or not. Hearing him say that, Don Tu Hao was so angry that he gritted his teeth, gnashing teeth. Enough is enough. Han Li looked at them as if they were joking and added, but just now you said you would give me 1 million in compensation. As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Tu behind him immediately said, if you win, I will give you 500,000. If you lose, you will have to be my slave for 4 years. At this time, Tun Deek Trot also said, he also will give you 500,000, and if you lose, get the hell out of Tich locked in for me. Han Li thought seriously for a moment. The person who taught him could take out 2 million, an unexpected gain. Then they closed the deal. Okay, close the deal. You guys wait, they all said with puzzled faces. What are you waiting for? A moment later, he gave each household a copy of the commitment to their surprise and bewilderment. Come on, each person has a copy. Let's look carefully. Is it cash or bank transfer? Which country's currency? No later than when to pay. If there are no problems, sign it. This contract will take effect from today. Both parties keep 1 copy. They looked at him in surprise. Then Tun Deek Trot slammed on the table, extremely angry, signing then signing. Okay, if there's anything else, just do it. As soon as he held the contract in his hand, Han Li smiled brightly like a flower, thanking him for his cooperation, nothing else. He gave the contract to Fan Xie and said, but my time is urgent, I have to take the gold owner out for a walk later. Fan Xie was surprised and accepted the contract he gave me. Then he turned around, rolled up his sleeves, smiled softly. Maybe the 3 of them could go up together. Fan Xie behind heard him say that and was startled. This guy was crazy. Tun Deek Trot was already in a fighting position on the field. This is for you to give your own opinion, wait for me. As he said, he rushed towards me. Today your grandfather will teach you how to be a human being. Then he continuously threw punches at him. But he dodged them all. Then finally he grabbed one of his arms and knocked it out of joint. Tun Deek Trot fell to the ground. Han Li coldly said, it's just a dislocation, it'll be fine to straighten it. When Don Tu Hao saw the situation in front of him, he was extremely scared. Your mother. The second he was drunk, he was punched in the face by a strong man. His nose kept bleeding and he fell down. Han Li coldly looked at the notice and said, I told you to put on your protection. Then he looked at Chao Tu. He jumped in fear. In Chao Tu's heart, at this moment, he felt extremely scared. Stupid Kong Deek Trot, didn't he say that Han Li knew at first glance that he was not a martial arts practitioner? Fan Xie here is watching Han Li's video. I felt a bit of a sigh in my heart. This guy's fighting was quite fierce. Fan Xie suddenly realized that Tun Dik Trot was holding a knife in his hand. This was a knife. On the field, Tun Dik Trot was full of anger, holding a knife and rushing towards him. The old man, I really think this dad can't cure you, Fan Xie shouted in fear below. Han Leet, be careful. The next second blood started flowing. Fan Xie was so scared that he cried when he witnessed that scene. Luckily, Han Leet was able to stop him in the end. Tun Dik Trot was surprised, as if he couldn't believe it. Han Leet had difficulty blocking that knife blow. This guy secretly attacked the opponent. Then he slowly released the sharp blade he was holding in his hand. Vuong Hu Tian ran over in fear. What are you doing? Tun Dik Trot was extremely scared and panicked at this time. Me, he thought to himself, isn't it me? I just want to teach him a lesson. Then he let go of the knife. Vuong Hu Tian jumped up on the field. Are you crazy? He angrily grabbed Tun Dik Trot's collar. Do you want to kill him? Tun Dik Trot panicked and said, no, I just wanted to scare him a little. Fan Xie below also worriedly asked him, Han Leet, his hand. The wound on his hand was bleeding non-stop. The wound was too deep. We called the police and went to the hospital. Dan Tu Hao was now struggling to stand up and thinking to himself. We couldn't let them leave like that. If this matter got bigger, Kong Dik Zi would have to go to jail. He stood in front of the two people. Fan Xie saw this and immediately said, quickly get away from me, there's so much bleeding, what should I do if someone dies? As she said, she showed the video just now. Don't tell me anything that he didn't do on purpose, I already filmed it. His knife pointed straight at Han Leet. He wanted to kill someone. Han Leet also thought in his heart, maybe Kong Dik Trot didn't really want to kill him, that would be too stupid. He was scared and pointed at his hand. That guy broke my wrist like this, it bled a little, I think he and I are even. Han Leet raised his hand and said coldly, our contract did not say we were allowed to use weapons. What you did was intentional murder, or should we say, you all had knives on you. Chao Tu was scared and kept shaking his head. No, how could that be? As soon as he finished speaking, he decisively turned around and left, so he went to the hospital, called the police to check, and followed the procedure. That's right, one of two people got 0 and one person didn't dare to fight. I think I won. If I'm not convinced, I'll fight again someday. Tun Dik Trot still spoke stiffly. I'm not convinced. If you're good then fight again. Chao Tu next to you on the contrary kept shaking his head. Don't fight anymore. Don't fight anymore. You've won. Scene changes when Han Leet arrives at the hospital. After a while of diagnosis, the doctor said, your problem is serious. I'm afraid you'll need stitches. Fan Xie worriedly asked if hand sewing would affect daily life activities. The doctor's face did not waver, his voice was cold. The injured hand was the right hand. Normally you should not use your hand to lift heavy objects. Do not come into contact with irritating things. You can have the stitches removed after half a month, and more. The inspection report will be available within a week. Han Leet looked at his hands with a sad face. Half a month was a bit long, so he still had to secretly use experience to treat them. While he was deep in thought, Fan Xie interrupted and went to take him to get stitches. Then she pulled him and ran quickly to the sewing room, stitching it as quickly as possible. Han Leet's hand was pulled by her until it hurt, slowly. Meanwhile, at school in the classroom, self-study. The students were talking about Han Leet's case. Crap, Han Leet got into a fight with someone, ended up in the hospital, apparently stabbed by Kong Dik Trot. Kong Dik Trot, that guy is the class president's #1 suitor. I heard there was a lot of bleeding. The head of the National Diplomatic Academy was scared stupid. When Tich Locked In heard that, he stood up. What did everyone say? Han Leet was stabbed with a knife and injured. She seriously asked again, where did everyone hear that news? Where is he now? That classmate saw her and was a bit scared. I read it on the forum. Du Van behind her frowned slightly. Oh my god, Han Leet was actually stabbed by someone with a knife. Kong Dik Trot was the one pursuing Din Din. Din Din recently had a quarrel with brother Leet, otherwise he was a hooker. Tich Locked In turned around and affirmed, how is that possible? Your head is full of old romance movies. She continued to say, even though I hate Han Leet, I can't tell anyone to beat him. At this time, she also thought to herself, no matter what, she must know the current situation of that guy. Then she immediately texted him, are you in the hospital now? Are you seriously injured? Then she realized that she was blocked. Tich Locked In gritted his teeth because he was angry at me. I forgot, we should drink, we've blocked each other. Fuling Fi Fi is also chatting on the forum. Someone said they saw Han Leet and brother Fan calling a car to the hospital. When Tich Locked In heard that, he turned around worriedly and said, Fan Xie was also there. Fuing Fai Fai heard her ask and added, it wasn't just them, it seemed like there was also Senior Vuong and 2 other boys there. Oh my god, it looks like there are even police there. In his heart, Tich Locked In thought to himself, I haven't contacted each other during this time, how many things have happened? Just as she thought of this, Du Van next to her immediately turned around with an extremely adorable expression. She urgently begged, Din Din, let's go to the hospital to see how Brother Lai is. Tich Locked In reluctantly agreed. After that, she dialed the phone and said, okay, let me ask. Du Van happily praised her, Din Din is the best. At this moment, she looked at the phone without asking and thought, if Han Kiet and Fan Xie were together, then it would be okay to call Fan Xie. When Fan Xie saw the phone ringing, he immediately picked it up and it was Tich Locked In calling. Fan Xie answered the phone with a sad face and said hello. Tich Locked In looked annoyed, which hospital are you and that bastard at? I'll go there now. Fan Xie was extremely surprised when she learned that Han Li was in the hospital. Fan Xie frowned and said, how did you know we were in the hospital? Tich Locked In immediately asked her in return, you haven't gone to the forum yet, right? Everyone knows about Han Li getting stabbed in a fight, is he okay now? Fan Xie's voice is a bit sad now, he is stitching, the doctor said there is no big problem. Although she answered calmly like that, inside she is extremely confused, fighting and getting stabbed, is this nonsense being spread out like that? Tich Locked In put his hands on his hips and sounded extremely angry, come here with the address, let me take a look. The phone call ended soon after. Fan Xie was extremely worried and thought, if this matter were to be spread out, it would be really exaggerated. No, I don't believe there is such an absurd thing. The more I think about it, the more absurd it seems. Finally, she decided to call her father. She hesitantly answered the phone, hello, Dad. Before Fan Xie could finish speaking, the other end of the phone had already transferred her father's questioning voice, Nam Nam, what is this? Your Uncle Trong said something happened to my little Han. Fan Xie scared to put the phone away. Dad, Fan Xie continued to say, weren't you two walking around the street? Why are you being taken to the hospital now? Which hospital are you guys at? Dad and your Uncle Trong will be there right away. Hearing him say that, she quickly stopped. Dad, there's no need to be so exaggerated, it's just that his hand is injured. I'm at the hospital behind the school, he's being stitched up by the doctor, love. As for the rumor on the forum, I'll explain it to you when I get home later. Why doesn't this father listen to what people say? After a long time, the doctor finally couldn't finish his hand. That's okay, after a month, the call girl will recover, but it will likely leave a scar. That doctor kept telling me that during this time my injured arm must avoid strenuous exercise, avoid water, and pay attention to taking medicine on time. Also, the room must not use any stimulants. Hey, Han Li is a bit uncomfortable. Looking at the pimple on his hand, he didn't have to think, it's too complicated, I have to use my experience to fix it when I get home. The doctor continued to say, remember to go down to the first floor to pay the fee to get the medicine. I just obediently agreed, you know. Not long after that, Du Van ran over with short tears and long tears, brother. She hugged Han Li tightly, brother, you are not injured anywhere, are the injuries very serious? Han Li stood helplessly, that. Speaking of this, he held out his arm that was in a cast. She hugged my injured arm. Hearing that, Du Van's face turned dark and she backed away. Han Li glanced at Tich Locked In, class president, why are you girls here? Tich Locked In was shy and hesitantly replied, that's it, I'm coming. Her eyes immediately looked away, thinking to herself, since that day, I have never talked to him, and he doesn't look like he's about to die. It's all temporary, Du Van, it's bad for me to rush over here. After a moment of thinking, she loudly said a long series of words, I am the class president, and you are my classmate, isn't it normal for me to pay a little attention to you? Han Li looked bewildered, look at her. As soon as she finished speaking, the nurse walked up to her and reminded her, please spit out a little. Tich Locked In was startled and embarrassed. Han Li, you laugh out loud like this, don't be angry, I didn't say it was unusual, it's just that we keep talking back and forth, haven't we talked to each other for a long time? Thank you for your concern, class president. Tich Locked In continued to explain, you, me, no, I care about you because I'm the class president, not because I worry about you myself, no. Fan Xie witnessed this drama and couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. I say. You guys just stand there, you guys, you forgot I'm standing here, right? Then she took Han Li's arm and smiled gently, thanking you all for coming to the hospital to visit my boyfriend, especially Du Van. When Du Van saw this, he forced a smile. Brother Leet was the big guy in our class. When something happened, it wasn't just us, everyone also cared about him very much. Fan Xie intimately put his arm around Han Leet and said, "Thank you for coming to the hospital to take care of my boyfriend, especially Du Van." Du Van tried to smile to hide his embarrassment. Leet brother is the great character of our class. When something happens, it's not just us, everyone cares about him. Fan Xie replied in a low voice, "It's true, this matter is so big, the school will be here soon." Du Van could only join in and say, "That's right." Who told Leet brother to be so outstanding? Hearing that, Fan Xie clung to his hand even tighter. She smiled and said, "That's right, he's really outstanding." Tich locked in stood next to witness this scene. I thought to myself, why is this atmosphere suddenly so serious? Suddenly Fan Xie turned towards her and said, "Say something, Din Din." She walked over and looked friendly, holding Locked In's hand and said, "Why haven't you contacted me recently? I thought you didn't want to play with us anymore." But his suitor is also crazy. Last time he brought a crowd of people in the middle of the night, this time Leet was still kind enough to resolve the conflict with them. Who knows? He suddenly pulled out his knife. The moment he faced Leet, my heart was numb. I was scared to death at that moment. Fortunately, Leet reacted quickly and was able to block his knife, otherwise something really big would have happened. Locked In listened to the hypocritical Fan Xie say a series of fake words and couldn't help but feel angry. Her trembling hand curled into a fist. She didn't answer Fan Xie for a moment but fell into thought. Did Kong Deek Trot find someone to deal with Han Leet before? How come I don't know anything at all? I didn't even know when they joined. Du Van usually cares about Han Leet like that. She also knows about this, but why is she the only one who doesn't know? Suddenly a voice interrupted her thoughts. Tu Han, Nam Nam. It turned out that it was Brother Fan's father. He was so exhausted from running that he couldn't breathe and said, "Oh my God, why did this happen?" He quickly walked towards Fan Xie. "Worried about her? Nam Nam, you're not hurt, are you scared?" She smiled and reassured her father, "You're okay." Then he turned to Han Leet and took care of him. Tu Han, Nam Nam said that you had to have your wound stitched. That doesn't affect your daily activities, right? He was also happy to receive Mr. Fan's attention and immediately said, "The doctor said he would be cured in a month. Mr. Fan, don't worry, it won't affect any of your exercises, nor will it affect your work." Mr. sighed in dissatisfaction and scolded him, "This kid is already injured, let's put this job aside first." Suddenly he turned to Locked In and Du Van and asked, "Tu Din, and this classmate, were you two also present at the scene? Were you injured?" Locked In quickly told him, "Uncle, we had just received the news that we were here, not at the scene." Du Van also chimed in, "Yes, we came to visit Caca." Locked In knew the intention to drag Du Van away. She told him again, "Uncle, if nothing happened to Han Leet, then we would go back first." Everyone speak slowly. If Du Van was dragged away, it would only I was confused and didn't understand what was going on, so I asked, "Oh there." The two of them went out together. Du Van stopped and asked Locked In, "Should we just go back like that? We're already tired from coming here. If we didn't care about Leet brother so much, we wouldn't have come here." But she did not expect that she would be forced against the wall by Locked In. This action of Locked In made her surprised. Locked In frowned at her and reminded her, "Du Van, that man just now is Fan Xie's father. I don't know his specific background, but he is definitely a high-class person. I know you want to be entangled with Han Leet, but thanks to your tricks, by chance you'll be caught by someone else's family's elders." Faced with these words from Locked In, the rest of you can only turn a blind eye and exclaim, "Oh," Locked In continued, "you may not know. These 2 days, Brother Fan and Han Leet have almost officially announced. What is the meaning of this story? You probably understand." Du Van opened her eyes wide as she continued, "Meaning, do I still have to continue being a good sister who cares for my brother, or should I wait before continuing?" Hearing Du Luck say that, Locked In could only suppress the demon inside her. She felt that her friend was truly irredeemable. She lost her composure and rubbed her forehead to explain, "Meaning that Uncle Fan may allow Han Leet to come into contact with other girls, but this does not mean that he will let someone publicly slap him in the face. It's okay to be my daughter in front of other people. You're not familiar with her, and right in front of her boss, you say one big brother, two little sister, like that you'll be hated." Du Van still stubbornly argued back, "Okay, they have no choice, but this is just a habit of mine." Locked In immediately let out a sarcastic comment about her, "Big breast but small brain. This sentence really describes her. That's exactly who you are." Then she turned on her heel and walked away, thinking to herself, "In short, let's go back, wait for Han Leet to go to class, you can care about anything you want." Fan Xie and Tran Gianfei are trustworthy best friends, why do I have an idiot like this around me? Suddenly her phone rang. Du Van immediately reminded her, Din Din, your phone is ringing. Her phone displayed the name of the caller. She thought to herself, is it Yusi Hotcan, why is he calling me? In Han Li's private room. It seemed he was struggling to do something, the furniture in the room was thrown everywhere, he cried out in pain, it hurt like hell. The system pops up asking him if he wants to use the experience value to recover damage. He mumbled as he selected the button, quickly recover, because the threat affects the recovery, so I took it off, please don't imitate dangerous actions. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light emitted from the system panel and hugged his injured arm, suddenly his wound disappeared. He slowly curled his hand into a fist. Then he took that hand and touched his face, a satisfied smile appeared on his mouth, in his heart he thought, okay, you can use it normally, you should still leave some traces, to avoid suspicion. Even though I've been cured, I still have to pretend a little in front of others. Yesterday, before leaving, Mr. Fan said he would take care of Kong Deke Trot's matter. With Mr. Fan's tricks, I probably don't need to worried anymore. While he was bandaging his other hand, suddenly a notification appeared on the computer screen. That was a message from Tran Gianfei, sent by the guard beast. Cold, I heard you were injured again. I'll take the day off tomorrow, so I'll come visit you. At the dock. People are lining up on the escalator. In such a crowded place, Gianfei only dared to shrink back in fear. Her worried eyes glanced around looking for his silhouette. In her heart she thought, where is he? Suddenly from afar there was a familiar voice calling out to you, Beauty, I'm here. She quickly ran towards him. He said loudly again to call her, here. Let me guess, it must be because Din Din secretly informed you. But she glared at him and said goodbye. How come, just me coming is not enough, I also miss my good sisters. Han Li blushed and argued, I didn't mean that, don't talk nonsense. She turned her eyes towards his bandaged arm. She asked somewhat curiously, on the forum, it was said that he was beaten because he stole other guys' girlfriends, what exactly happened? This question made him scratch his head and answer, it doesn't count as stealing his girlfriend. It's because those guys saw me with the goddess they had a crush on, so they were itching to find me to cause trouble. I haven't told you, last time those guys called someone to beat me in the middle of the night and ended up being beaten back. So scary, luckily you weren't in that school, otherwise maybe there would have been another crazy fan who wanted to beat me to death. Your school life is already so rich, isn't that right? I'm already strange, the guy who hit me is the one pursuing the family, he has nothing to do, why would he come to me to cause trouble? Do you know the story of Tich Lok Din pursuing Fan Xie? It's unbelievable, why didn't he go after Fan Xie? Tich Lok Din is pursuing Fan Xie. That's right, those two even kissed. To be honest, they were much crazier than I imagined, especially Tich Lok Din. I feel like she might actually be bisexual. Is it so exaggerated? But Hung Hung told me, you and Fan Xie already. This little guy, Din Din, spreads news very quickly. Me and Fan Xie, that's a bit complicated. It's also related to Tich Lok Din. The story of Tich Lok Din pursuing Fan Xie was known to her father. How could Fan Xie's father accept that his only daughter was a lesbian? Every day he encouraged me to be close to his daughter. The scariest thing is, normally Uncle Fan treats me very well, that's a trick. Then he immediately followed orders and ran to play with someone else's daughter. Han Li quickly turned to argue with her, I'm not that kind of person, I'm Brother Fan. Suddenly came to me, saying he wanted to cooperate with me. Her reason was, Tich Lok Din was afraid of me, she and I were together, she could suppress Tich Lok Din's bullying. I felt that she was also severely bullied by Tich Lok Din patients, that's why I came up with that plan. When she heard him explain like that, she couldn't help but laugh and say, is it really that complicated? He lowered his voice and asked her, why are you laughing? Suddenly she raised a finger towards him. Her beautiful mouth revealed a gentle smile and said, someday I remember to publish your story of love and hatred into a book, I will definitely buy one to read. While the two were happily teasing each other, the waiter suddenly announced that the milk tea of order 243 was ready. The two immediately accepted their drinks. Gianfei's was a mache latte with cheese ice cream, and his was a simple pearl milk tea. He saw that she kept teasing him, so he pretended to scold her, please put it away immediately. Suddenly he became a little more serious and said, honestly, if I wasn't injured, you wouldn't have come to see me, right, accidental girl. Hearing that, Gianfei put her hands on her hips and stubbornly argued back, I'm that heartless girl, what can you do to me? Then she let go of that stubborn look because now she was excited to go out again. Let's go Han hard, you don't look like it's a big deal, let's go for a walk, I hadn't come here last time, if you have the opportunity to travel a lot, this time you have to pay me back. He shrugged his shoulders and gave in to her. Okay, everyone listened to him. She walked ahead and told him, okay, let's go, just in time I want to buy new clothes, you choose for me. Seeing her in such a hurry and excitement, he couldn't help but call her over. Hey, go slowly and don't bump into him, he's wearing such high shoes, he thought to himself, he didn't know before. The guardian beast seems to have that type of noisy personality, but still. The more I interact with him, the more I realize that he is a very outstanding girl. When I'm with him, there's a feeling of healing, like a small sun, so good. At the shopping center, the two always walk together, it seems like they never leave each other even half a step. Suddenly she pointed to a clothing store. He also turned his eyes towards her hand, as if understanding what she wanted, he immediately led her inside. In this place, Ngianfei is free to choose the item she wants, she keeps changing from one outfit to another. The first set was an outfit with the look of a school youth, as soon as he looked at it, he gave a thumbs up and praised, this set is good. The next set was a beautiful cheongsam, he touched his chin and said, this set would look even better with a belt. The next outfit was completely different, it was a blue dress with a collar cut deep into her cleavage, he immediately shook his head to show he didn't like it and said, this outfit is too flashy and doesn't suit him. Finally, she finished trying on clothes, the two of them walked out of the store side by side, Ngianfei couldn't hide the excitement on her face, she walked quickly and chattered, his aesthetic eyes were also good, when Tuvu walked with us, he only knowing how to sit down and give compliments is very mindless. Suddenly he called her back, wow, look here. He held out in front of her a very beautiful necklace. As soon as she saw it for the first time, her eyes widened and she suddenly exclaimed, wow, when did you buy it? He replied, I bought it just when you were trying on clothes. She was a bit confused and asked, gift it to me? He smiled and replied, of course it's a gift to you. She spoke even louder, this necklace must be at least a few thousand yuan. He cleverly replied, it doesn't work, I used my blood and blood to buy it. Hearing that, she immediately turned away and said to him in a sulky voice, oh, then it's definitely not just me, right? She said, who else to give to? Faced with this difficult question, he just turned black, said nervously, can we not ask the fatal questions? The more you gain momentum, the more expensive it will be. Impossible, tell the truth. Now he had no choice but to tell her the truth. Okay, if he actually bought it for someone else before, he would definitely still have to give it to someone else in the future, but it's not the same. When I gave it to someone else, it was because the other person wanted me to give it to me. Later, when I gave it to someone else, it was because of some purpose that I gave it. But when I gave it to you, it was simply because I wanted to give it to you, so I gave it. His words sounded like he was confessing his love to her. She suddenly felt dumbfounded and thought, this guy is more straightforward than she imagined, but I suddenly can understand him. Since I had a good feeling for him, I secretly contacted my high school classmates. He was in high school. His appearance is normal, his achievements are also normal, so normal that standing in a sea of people, even his classmates can hardly recognize him. He's so normal, he and I aren't in the same class, so I don't seem to have any impression of him. If I hadn't asked later, I wouldn't have even known he liked me. You said Han Leet, not impressed, but I heard others say, it seems like he had a crush on you. While she was deep in thought, he laughed again and said, come here, beauty, I'll help you wear it. She immediately obeyed his words and lifted her hair, revealing her white neck, but her mind still kept thinking, even though she didn't know why he had such a big change, become more excellent, interesting, handsome, but I know, I really like him like this. It's just that he didn't become better because of himself, he changed because of himself. Thinking about it, she called his name in a low voice, Han Leet. Hearing her sweet voice, he blushed a little and asked, what's wrong? She just didn't say anything, her eyes stared at his lips, and her lips were also slightly parted. In just a moment, the two of them officially touched lips, this time it was her initiative, and Han Leet's eyes widened in surprise, he didn't think she would be so bold. As soon as it left your lips. She even bit the tip of her lip a bit, feeling the last aftertaste, then she spoke, if we had a contracted relationship. So I secretly took advantage of you a little, you won't notice. He could only stand there dumbfounded for a few seconds. Only later did he understand what had just happened, he blushed until his ears were red, his heart kept pounding. He quickly turned away, covered his shyness with his hand, thinking to himself that what a chance, he was too opportunistic. Unexpectedly the guardian beast was the one who knew this best. He calmed himself down and decided to approach her and say, "About that, Beauty, you broke the rules." She just asked him again, "Last time I wanted to ask, why did you call me Beauty?" He answered honestly, "Because my mother said, for a girl like you in our village, someone who came to marry her would definitely break the village gate." She immediately laughed and replied, "Then thank you for being so complimentary." He asked her again, "Should I continue walking around the street?" But she replied, "No more going, I have to go home." The two walked out of the shopping center. She happily waved goodbye to him. "Bei, Hong Kong." He also raised his bandaged hand to wave. "Bei, pay attention to safety." When she left here, he sighed a little tiredly. Picking up his phone, he thought to himself, "Next, go back to monitor the market." That's right, the old beans account still hasn't been settled. The next few days, basically nothing happened. Every day in morning I watched the market. In the afternoon, go back to class. Over the past time, Kong Dixi was dissatisfied and his people never came to look for me, but I received a compensation amount from the Kong family. Brother Fan said that it's useless if he doesn't convince him. The case file has been saved. His parents are preparing to send him abroad. Don Tu Hao and the others were greatly threatened, afraid of being implicated. Besides, having earned a large amount of money from An Vuong, Vuong Hu Tian rushed into his house to congratulate him. Han Tio finally waited for him, achieving initial cooperation. Vuong Hu Tian hurriedly told him, "Young Master Han, it's like this, I have something to discuss with you." He calmly replied, "What's going on? Let's sit down and talk." He began to explain, "It was like this, An Fuang and An Tone were quite happy here. Everyone felt that his place was especially comfortable, and wanted to stay a little longer. But we're also shy because we always stay for free, so if you want to pay rent, we can pay you weekly or monthly rent, you can discount it a little." Han Li heard this and immediately felt excited. He gave him a thumbs up and praised, "Is that so? That's a good idea." Hu Tian didn't believe it and asked again. Han Tio felt it. He happily replied, "Of course, everyone feels that renting directly for a year like a hotel doesn't really have that kind of extra money in your hands. Renting a room by the month won't get much of a discount, is that right?" He also joined in and analyzed. Yes, the manager said the annual rental here is probably about 700,000 a month, but everyone's allowances are all distributed monthly. Wanting to make a room of this level in one go is actually quite a waste of effort." Han Li propped his chin and said, "I understand, I'm not usually there anyway, everyone can just take it and use it, it doesn't matter what the price is, just give 500,000 a month." Vuong Hu Tian heard that and immediately smiled and praised him. "Han Tio is really generous, don't worry, we will handle any service fees ourselves. When I get back, I will transfer a temporary payment of 1,000,000 for this month and next month, 12 for you." He comfortably leaned back in the chair and politely replied, "Okay, no need to rush." At this time, Lu Antone also showed his face. Seeing this, Hu Tian immediately waved and called, "Antone and young Master Han said they could rent it to us." He ran over happily and whispered to Antone, "Isn't our lowest limit 20,000 a day? The estimate is 600,000 a month. I thought we would have to talk for a while, but the result was Han saying 500,000 a month is fine." Antone heard that and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Really?" Then he waved his hand towards Han Li and said loudly, "Young Master Han, thank you. When we come back we will make a contract, transfer money to you on time every month." Han Li happily replied, "Everyone is too polite." Although he was happy on the outside, on the inside he kept calculating, "I rented this apartment with a discount card. Even without a discount card, the original price was only 567,000. 500,000 times 12 months equals 600,000. Vuong Hu Tian and the others were more wasteful than they thought. If they continued like this, they would earn 500,000 a year. Suddenly his phone rang. He looked at the name that appeared on the phone screen and thought to himself, "Why is Du Van looking for me? What does she want to do? She has something related to Tu Huang Kui." Finally, the two met at a restaurant. Du Van is still used to talking flirtatiously to you, "Mr. Leet, I know, only things related to Din Din can ask you out." Han Li pulled out a chair and sat down, coldly saying, "She's thinking too much. I heard that this matter was related to Oh Ha Kan, so I came here." He was a little impatient and urged her to say, "If the news is useful, take her out for a meal later." After Du Van heard the last part, he opened his eyes wide and excitedly exclaimed, "Really? Then she turned her eyes away, shrugged and said, "It's no big deal. Hasn't Din Din joined the student council? Recently, the Australian president has often sent messages to Din Din, probably wanted to discuss with Din Din about the student council." Speaking of which, the Australian president of the student council seems to be very close to Din Din. Din Din told me she wants to be the Minister of Arts, probably because of that. Looking at her appearance and tone, he couldn't help but feel bad in his heart. She was truly dedicated to spreading discord, even though he didn't know if anything could be done. Then he calmly explained, "You see, Hawken likes Titch locked in. This can be seen by the average person's eyes. Titch locked in wants to use the student council as a stepping stone. She and Oh-Hawk need to contact each other, is also inevitable." Du Van still stubbornly tried to arouse his jealousy, but for the past 2 days, the Australian student had asked them to go out for dinner, and in her heart she couldn't help but be suspicious of this calm attitude of his. What do you mean? Even though Han Lead and Fawn Brother are together now, he clearly treats President Locked In very differently. I thought his reaction would be more intense. At best it could arouse discord, Fawn Cie's satisfaction. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I came here to eat. He still pretended not to understand but coldly asked again, "What does it have to do with me when they eat?" He thought to himself, with President Locked In's personality, she wouldn't take Australian studies seriously. Both interesting and contrasting. What she hates most is the type of person who studies in Australia. After she finished listening, she immediately felt guilty. Her voice softened a bit. "Okay, actually I heard, it seems like the Australian president has some opinion on you. I thought the reason for the delay was because you were robbed by Brother Fawn, died. That's why I intentionally approached the Australian president." Waiting for her to finish speaking, he replied, "Okay, I know, let's go buy some things with me, then I'll take you out to eat." Seeing that he was still paying attention to her, Du Van's eyes lit up and he immediately stood up. She happily clung to his arm and said, "That's great, I can help you, I'm paralyzed." He felt a bit uncomfortable with this girl, but he still had to speak in a normal tone to avoid offending her. "Well, that's it, pay attention to the distance, I have an owner now." When she heard that, she cried out, "Oops." He looked at her and thought, Du Van and Tu Huang Kui are plastic best friends, using her to get Tu Huang Kui's whereabouts is not bad. Du Van and Han Leet strode into a store. She coyly called his name, "Leet brother. This store's items are expensive, do you want to buy something?" Han Leet did not bother to answer her question but went directly to ask the customer service staff nearby and said, "My name is Han, I made an appointment with your store manager." The female employee immediately replied, "Hello Han sir, please follow me." Du Van opened his eyes wide and looked around this luxury store. His heart couldn't help but feel delusional. Oh my god, this store is a famous brand. He could actually make an appointment to meet the director directly. Destiny is certainly not simple. In her mind, a scenario appeared in her mind when she had won his heart and successfully became a famous rich lady. Those rich young masters all have a lot of joy, don't they? As long as they have money, too. I can be a canary. Titch Locked In told me a bunch of truths at the hospital that day. I saw that she was afraid that I would steal Brother Lead away. Suddenly his voice rang out, interrupting her thoughts. "Why are you standing there? Are you going to stand there?" She thought he wanted to take care of her, so she blushed and exclaimed, "Ah, come here." At the VIP lounge, the female employee gave him a small brochure and began to introduce, "Mr. Han, the jewelry that will be displayed at the high-end jewelry show this weekend is all in this lookbook. Some models, the jewelry displayed at this jewelry exhibition are the latest works of famous designers. If you are interested, you can pay a deposit in advance, we will leave it for you." While listening to the other employee, Han Leet slowly turned each page to examine. Suddenly his hand stopped, his eyes opened wider. He finally found the jewelry he wanted. Looking at its price, he thought, "I found it, but it's too expensive." Now he has to fight between emotions and reason without stopping to reconsider. Even though it's more expensive than smoking, spending money on Fawn Ca is definitely an investment with a high rate of return, let alone himself. Now, there is no shortage of anything, just a lack of experiential value. The boss's copyright has already been sold. Mr. Fawn's commission is enough. Add on to house gambling money and Vuong Hu Tian's house rent. Buy some jewelry and still have enough left over, please. After thinking about it, he held up the lookbook, pointed to the jewelry he wanted and said to the staff, "This necklace is not bad. How much is the deposit? In addition to this, do I also need a trendy belt? It's too precious, just give it to friends." The female employee with a professional working attitude smiled and said, "You only need to pay 10% of the total price as a deposit. After the exhibition ends, you pay the entire amount and you can take it away. Okay, as for the belt, I recommend this one to you." He didn't take a second to think and immediately decided, okay, swipe the card, help me pack my belt. Duvan sitting next to him couldn't help but be surprised by this coolness. The staff at this store acted very quickly. It wasn't long before he was able to go to the payment counter to swipe his card. The employee said again the value of the items he had ordered. The deposit for the necklace was 28,80,000 yuan, the belt was 2,18,000 yuan, a total of 90,98,000 yuan. Hearing that, she loved him even more, her eyes opened sparklingly to look at him. Inside her chest, her heart was pounding and vibrating. Hundreds of thousands of jewelry were said to be bought immediately. Could this be the life of a wealthy person? Money. This kid, what makes him so excited watching others spend money? Suddenly his system made a notification sound. Ding, you bought a piece of jewelry whose price was 4 times your entire salary in your previous life. Spending those millions to consolidate your status as a king of freeloading women is truly a waste. Congratulations on receiving a special consumer gift, Golden Lord Baba. As for the consequences, when you spend money on a woman, you can get double experience points. Note, when purchasing a gift, will receive experience points at the original price. Additional experience points can only be received when the other party receives the gift. Once the other party refuses to accept the gift, spending money on women will not give additional experience points. Spending money on women, are you serious? Looking at that notice board, he could only think blankly, wow, this trait looks very strong, but is it secretly hinting at me? Let me think. Lick 1 to fill your face, lick another to get 8-pack abs, lick another to get the function plus 10. The more you lick, the stronger it gets. Licking one person is a dog, licking 10,000 people is a wolf. If you are a wolf in a pack of dogs, why should you be afraid of the king in the sea? One lick is a dog. If you lick a bunch of things, you are the golden master, and they can all become your tools to gain experience. Brother, the more he thought about it, the happier he became. In his mind, a vision of becoming a rich billionaire appeared, surrounded by beautiful girls. Just when he was daydreaming and delusional, his eyes accidentally looked towards her. Duvan suddenly felt embarrassed. She quickly covered her chest and thought, why is he suddenly looking at me like that, like he wants to eat me alive? Could it be that he is finally interested in me? In what aspect? In what aspect? She kept thinking while covering her mouth in amusement. Her heart wanted to jump out of its cage, just like that. The night sky began to fall over the luxurious city. At Cheu Thangnam's private house, everyone is playing cards. One person in that group of friends played a pair of aces, another person immediately smacked his lips and said, TSK, pass. One last leaf, ha. Inside the bathroom, Cheu Thangnam was leisurely enjoying herself in the tub. She seemed to ignore the noises outside. What's your luck, girl? She nonchalantly called to connect to the electronic device, Siri, to connect the phone. Immediately, a female voice rang out on the other end of the line. Hello, Thangnam, that male student really has something good. Her face turned red. She gently replied, of course, you know, I like that kind of pure little dog the most. I heard that he will usually exercise. His physical strength is certain, very good. The other girl could only sigh helplessly at her attitude. Sigh, but that person is from Fan Ca, don't be careless. But Thangnam was still stubborn like that. She lazily twirled her hair and replied, Tu, this is what you don't understand. Fan Ca only had a daughter, Fan Ca's man, so wouldn't he be Fan Jia's future heir? If he could play with him then that would be truly meaningful. The other girl still calmly analyzed, what if they didn't get involved, then all his face would be gone. But she never had to be afraid of anything. She frankly replied, would I be afraid of those things? Men are not the same. If it doesn't work once then just do it a few more times and there will come a time when he can't control it, can be processed. Because the other person was too helpless, he could only give a few words of advice. Okay, you have some free time yourself, she replied. I know, relying on you to struggle. Luan Tone isn't also outside causing trouble. If you're confused, you'll find out if you find out. Thangnam stepped out of the bathtub and said again, I always have a backup plan. Young Master Han, come over here, come quickly, the master bedroom is still reserved for you. She picked up the phone. Reach for the cloak next to you. Thangnam put on a swimsuit and said sinisterly, okay, my prey is here, let's talk again next time. In Han Li's room, he was lying on the bed, swinging his legs. He raised his eyes to look at the system screen. Whether to upgrade selected properties, yes, no. I have accumulated a lot of experience these past few days. Han Li pressed the button on the system screen and was finally able to get promoted. He closed his eyes, feeling the promotion from the system. Completed leveling up. Basic attributes: Strength 70, Agility 71, Physical 71, Stamina 70 increased, Strength 71, Agility 71, Physique 71, Intelligence 72, Level 2 attributes: Beauty 79, Charisma 74, Health 75, Trait 75, increased to Beauty 79, Charisma 76, Health 75, Trait 77. Han Li clenched his fists. 1,000,000 experience points only added 8 attribute points. Adding 1 point is really expensive, but it was already very good. In my previous life I thought I couldn't earn 1,000,000 in my whole life. Now I not only earn, I can also spend without any burden, waiting for Mr. Dao's apartment to stabilize, which is a large sum of money. There was a knock on the door outside. Thang Nam opened the door and walked in. Han studied with him. In her hand she holds a plate of fruit. Do you want to eat some fruit? She blushed, raised her hand to cover her mouth. Ah. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were resting. Han Li came out. It's okay. Thang Nam carried a plate of fruit and went straight into the room. Vuong Hu Tian and his group bought fruit. I also want to give you some. She put the fruit plate on the table. Han studies so hard during the day. Why does he sleep so early at night? Han Li replied, it's normal, just keep the rules of work and rest. A ray of light suddenly flashed in the grapes, looking like a camera. Han Li stood up. Sister-in-law, do you have anything else? Thang Nam sat down next to the bed. Oh, Luan Tone is playing happily with them outside. He doesn't have time to accompany me. I'm bored. She smiled slightly. After all, junior brother Han hasn't rested yet, so why don't you talk to me a few words? Han Li remembered DM Tan's words. Thang Nam had a lot of fun. Nothing had ever come to light. I don't understand the world of people with money. Han Li was sweating, wasn't it? He frowned. This girl's little calculations had gotten to him. Thang Nam didn't receive his answer. Why didn't he react? She took the corner of Han Li's shirt. Han Li suddenly thought, the soft and tight game. Thang Nam was shy. Why do you always stand up? Sit down and talk. Han Li immediately agreed. Sister-in-law, you are a smart person. Thang Nam turned his face and looked embarrassed. How can I be as smart as your younger brother Han? Your younger brother Han? Han Li interrupted, but I don't like people who are too smart. Thang Nam was startled. What? Han Li pointed at her. I said, I don't like people who are too smart. Sister-in-law, I'm not like that little star. It's not worth using this trick on me. Thang Nam heard that and immediately stepped back. The atmosphere became quiet. She forced herself. Brother Han, what are you talking about? She thought to herself. Could it be that he discovered that he brought in a pinhole camera? How could he detect it? Position. Han Li is serious. What am I talking about? My sister-in-law is clear on her own. He glanced at her and thought, looking at her reaction, she must have brought something like a tape recorder with her. I'm there. He raised his hand to rub his head. Damn it, no wonder people say there are many traps in the city. I really want to go back to my hometown. This position, it feels like I'm participating in some kind of power transaction. Suddenly Han Li was grabbed by something and held back. He turned around and saw Thang Nam clinging to him. She felt resentful. Junior brother Han, I don't have any other intentions. You know very well what it's like in our circle. Her face looked like she was about to cry. I'm just a woman. I also have to have tricks to protect myself. Han Li turned around to look. Thang Nam hugged him from behind. Kiet brother was probably still outside. His room was very well insulated. Han Li immediately pushed her away. Turn around. Put your hands on your shoulders, sister-in-law. You give her a hard push. Have some dignity. Although I'm not a good person at all, I'm not so bad that even my brother's wife wouldn't ignore me. Thang Nam was stunned. She thought to herself, what the hell, is he really that pure? Han Li was a little confused and turned away. It's funny, one meal or many meals, I can still tell the difference. I'm not a bunch of stubborn disciples, but when your career is on the rise, you can't cause trouble and leave any rumors behind. Han Li remembers the angry faces of Nguyen Phi, Fan Xie and Locked In, not to mention, his relationship with those three people is still unstable, if something happens. He trembled and pretended to cry. It's okay, Han Li, there's a knife in the word sex, your best days haven't come yet. There was a knock on the door outside. A girl's voice, Li brother, let me come in. Outside was DM Tan. The door immediately opened. DM Tan saw Thang Nam's sister. Thang Nam waved to her. Oh yeah, little DM is here. She carried the fruit plate out. I gave the fruit to Han. It was Han who asked you to come over. DM Tan hummed. Thang Nam quickly left. Okay, then you two go talk. I have something to do first. DM Tan looked at her for a long time, then Han Li called out, "Sister, why are you standing at the door?" She had no choice but to go in. "Come here." Suddenly her face turned red. Han Li was only wearing a bathrobe, his upper body revealing his toned muscles. Han Li put his hand on his chin. Fortunately she was here. Something big almost happened. DM Tan covered her mouth and blushed. "Brother Leet, maybe you and Thang Nam just now." Han Leet immediately objected. "Maybe her head, nothing happened." DM Tan laughed happily. "Ha ha ha, Leet brother, are you following the path clear of Jade Bones? You specifically called me here because you have something to ask me, right?" Han Li brought the cake. That sister was so powerful, as soon as she picked it up, she was instantly hit. He put the cake on the table. "Before we discuss the main topic, I wanted to ask you a personal question first." DM Tan replied, "What's going on?" Han Li sat down on the chair. She and the Australian president, what was their private relationship like? After hearing the question, DM Tan was confused. "I was with the Australian president. Last semester, the Australian president pursued me. After I rejected his advances, there was no personal contact at all. Later, it was said that he liked a new female student, which was Tich locked in." Vuong DM Tan turned to look at him and said happily, "That's right, Leet brother, you won first place for 2 consecutive weeks. The school decided to reward you. Principal Lu and Principal Nim called you." "Not yet." He looked at her foolishly and said, "Not yet, she was the first to tell me." She immediately broke her face and said with a forced smile, "I just heard the news and immediately informed you, but this probably won't come true so quickly." The Australian president attended the conference and secretly slandered him. He sat quietly, watching her speak. She spoke again, but not the obvious bad-mouthing kind, more like the dragging the hinds kind. She seriously frowned, raised her hand and counted it, then said, "Why worry about the overall situation and influence, risking all kinds of flags, saying something that would make a part of the students of the Foreign Exchange Academy dissatisfied, give him a slap, really heavy blow." He then smiled wryly and sighed, thinking, "This girl has the ability to grasp information very well. It is a material that can be crafted." He immediately told her. She could hear this, it was powerful. She happily and excitedly looked at him and said, "I only have this little skill." Leet brother feels that it is good to be useful. He thought of the image of UC Hokkan and then closed his eyes and thought, according to Tu Dong Bok's words, UC Hokkan has no family background. He can blend into the position of student council president. This person has a bit interesting. What a pity. And there was this incident, just like an immature kid, when he felt the sense of danger, he began to panic and became incompetently angry. He pursed his lips and scratched his ears, thinking, praise or not, I don't care, but this guy dares to calculate that I still remember my cucumber. I have to pull him down from the throne of student council president. Really hate him. She rolled her eyes and looked at him thinking. He immediately called out, "Sister, do you want to be the student council president?" She looked bewildered and asked, "Huh?" She blushed a bit and looked at him, thinking, what did he just say? I, the student union president. She immediately opened her mouth and said, "I." Then she immediately stood up. He frowned and said seriously, blushing, of course he wanted to. If he could be president of the student union, it wouldn't just be for the money. She immediately stammered, he was still looking at her thoughtfully, then she continued, "This is, about rights." He frowned as he thought, things like rights, for people are important responsibilities, for ordinary people, it is the strongest medicine. Supporting a beautiful and capable girl to become president of the student union, this girl often refused to confess to UC Hokkan. She looked at him worriedly and asked, "Mr. Leet, you really have a way." He continued to think to himself, at that time, not only could he stimulate the cucumber a little, but he could also make UC Hokkan disgusted, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He immediately nodded and said, "It's okay to be interested." He looked at her, waved her hand and continued, "The mountain man has a magic plan, you can come back prepared." Suddenly the phone rang. Before he was awake, he picked up the phone and said, "Hello," and the other person said, "Hello, Tu-han." He immediately sat up and asked in panic, "Uncle Fawn, what's going on?" He immediately said, "It's like this, didn't Uncle Dao give you a 10 million account? I can't be compared by him, isn't that right? Transfer the money to the account." He immediately looked at his phone and saw Uncle Fawn calling him to tell him, the 2 accounts add up to 20 million, is it difficult to manipulate? He was weak and frightened and thought to himself, 20 million is not a small number. Old Fawn said it was a competition, but in fact he was testing himself. He had the courage to do it, but if he did it well, he would receive further support and resources. He bowed his head and continued to think sadly. If he didn't do it well, he would lose up to 30% and automatically cancel the contract. He immediately thought of him patting his shoulder to comfort him and saying, "It's okay," he thought again, and if he didn't even have the courage to accept, that was a different story. 20 million. The profit distribution that this facility brings is enough for me to quickly overcome the development stage. If favorable, I can have enough capital faster than I expected in a month. I'm gloomy if you think to yourself, this snowball is a kind of skill. The time is only 1.5 years, like from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain there is only 1,500 meters, so the bigger the original snowball the better. He immediately told him, "No problem, Uncle Fawn." He said again, "It's nothing, Uncle Fawn." He answered the phone and looked around boredly, saying, "Although the situation is not very good now, if the capital was a little more, you could do more things." He immediately hung up. Then smiled happily at her and said, "That enthusiastic boy, this is not bad." She immediately looked at him and said, "Little Han is not bad, in fact much better than Chu Wian. Speaking of which, this time Little Han's injury is also related to Chu Wian, right?" She immediately said, Nom, if you want to be with Little Han, you must pay attention to the relationships around you." She stood still, frowning thoughtfully, saying nothing. She turned her head to look at her, then raised a finger and said, "Besides, girls should be a little more cautious. Hey, Little Han looks elegant and scholarly, so don't bully him." She immediately thought in confusion, Mom was completely deceived by that dogman, he wanted a scholar. Then she immediately told her, "I know." He came closer, smiled friendly and patted her head, saying, "Your mother is right, but I also want to say one more point. You have to know how to choose friends to play with, you understand what I mean, right?" She was startled and turned her head to look back at him, then she pushed his hand away and said, "Dad, I know." She then continued, "Han Leet may not be the best, but he can bring you a lot of new and fun things." Grandma and Grandpa looked at her in surprise. She said again, "So I decided to enjoy the process without having high expectations for the results." She was so happy that she immediately rushed to hug her tightly and said, Nom is so good, no wonder she is my daughter and I will always support you, just relax and enjoy." She stood still, dumbfounded. Then smiled and replied, "Yes, then you have to enjoy it well." She blushed and smiled cunningly, raised her hand to hug her and thought, "Enjoy it a bit, playing with Dogman is little Din Din's joy." Sunset gradually appears. He was sitting on a chair sipping coffee and thinking, roughly after 2018. A new concept will gradually appear in the eyes of the masses, and this concept is called supplementing the dragon head. Supplementing the dragon head. This means that after the market increases strongly in the early stages, there will be no leading stocks that increase in sync with the market. He looked thoughtfully at the computer and then put his hand on the keyboard to think, and the leader stock price kept increasing. Normally it would be impossible to buy it. But the market's attention is focused here. He stared intently at the rising stock market and thought to himself. Therefore, most institutions, surfers and retail investors can only look for other opportunities in the same field, but once the capital is gathered, it will boost the stock further, others in the same industry to compensate for the increase. Focusing on the popularity of the market, it will continuously increase stock prices in a supportive manner. It is very likely that the stocks that have offset the increase will keep up with the real long-term increase, even exceeding it, past the dragon's head too. He smiled triumphantly and thought, if I miss this time, who else is willing to give me 2 million to play? Although I'm not completely sure, with the information gap after the resurrection and the level of the system after upgrading, and the success rate will not be low. He swiped the mouse. Then I tapped on the keyboard and thought. This is your chance to make a name for yourself. He looked at the computer even more triumphantly and thought, absolutely can't miss it. The ancients said that patience is an essential quality of a good hunter. He attentively operated the machine and then looked up and thought, if his guess is correct, the market is really forming a long Dow expansion, but the current market situation is not good, capital in the market it's not much, so I can only raise one dragon head. 2 qualified stocks are showing increasing activity today. He scanned again and silently said, the thing to do now is, choose one. He suddenly paused and thought nervously, but once he makes the wrong choice, waiting for the dragon to truly stand up, other stocks in the same industry will basically only have very weak increases. At that time invest in capital, it will be very difficult to invest large amounts of capital. He suddenly thought of the image of a few people who would get mad and angrily say, "Damn, if they had known sooner, they would have bought it sooner," and there would be a few people in pain, clutching their chests and sobbing, saying, 100 million wrong. He immediately thought, think about it, some investors cannot control themselves when they see the stock price increase, and will forever regret not buying sooner, so they buy hastily. It is that kind of thinking that makes it even easier to become true onions. He frowned and thought, I would rather buy 8% higher than 1% lower price. He immediately focused on the computer and the notice board appeared, the bobbin skill was turned on, the stock trading skill was turned on. He thought to himself, the key strategy only has 3 words, exactly. He slowly raised his hand and pressed the button, then thought, determined his goals before taking action, made sure he made the right choice, waited for 2 stocks to decide the winner, worked hard, lit the fire, determined. He looked at the screen showing 20 million all in. At 3:40 p.m., he sat back in his chair tired and exhausted and sighed. Then he regained his happy spirit, raised his hand high and said, success. He immediately stretched his arms and said, although in the end he only traded 1,427,000, but that was not bad. After all, no matter how smooth the operation, you still have to manage risks, right? He suddenly realized someone was calling him and answered the phone. He immediately asked, Little Han, are you doing anything now? He immediately whispered, it's Mr. Fan. He immediately continued, his friend at the securities company said that the Dragon Tiger table had appeared, his account was at the top. He was worried and told him quietly, there were many people asking him, and they were all famous big names in the financial world. He immediately comforted and said, Uncle Fan, it's okay. He was tense and worried and silently listened to what he said. He immediately said, it was just normal operations, so just say hello normally. He immediately said, this. He frowned and pinched his forehead and said, okay, I know, just know that you have a plan in your heart, and do well. After he finished speaking, he hung up. She immediately looked at him wonderingly and asked, what's wrong with Tu Han, is his wound better? He then looked at her and smiled and said, that little Han has a lot of potential, even though he was injured, he still remembers his shop work, and gave me a big surprise. I don't know what he did today. Suddenly there was many people asked, suddenly a lot of people came to ask us which advisor we were looking for behind. Mr. Dao was stunned. She was surprised and asked again, little Han is so powerful. She frowned and widened her eyes in surprise, then shook her finger and told him, the big tree catches the wind, don't just worry about being proud, little Han is even more powerful, he's just a kid, his mind is not yet fully mature and he can easily be fooled, those people cheat. He immediately walked over to the sofa and looked at her and said, of course, can I still lie to my future son-in-law? He immediately sat down on the sofa, frowned and worriedly picked up the phone and pressed the button to say, daughter, do you want to go with little Han to see an exhibition today? I have to transfer some money to the kid's card, let's go. Shopping with my daughter without money. She immediately broke her face and looked at him thoughtfully. At the shopping center, she saw him and immediately rolled down her glasses and called out, Lie, take off your glasses. Came closer to him, took his injured hand and gently asked if his wound was not inflamed, if the medicine was changed on time, if it was normally very inconvenient or not. He was startled and looked at it in surprise, thinking, she hasn't contacted me since the day she was discharged from the hospital. Where did she come from with such enthusiasm? He looked at her with a forced smile and said, it's good, it's just that eating is a bit inconvenient. He then teasingly wrapped his arms around her waist and came close, saying, so I'll bother my girlfriend for dinner later, okay? She was hugged and fell into his arms, then blushed shyly. She was teased so angry that she trembled, smiled, looked up at him and said, of course, you are my baby. He smiled wryly looking at her and thought to himself, where there were no people he knew and still wanted to act, she was stimulated by something. He immediately said, my girlfriend is really nice. Later, the staff immediately received the entrance ticket. Then she held out her hands to invite him and said, Miss Fan, Mr. Han, please come here. He and she walked inside following the staff's instructions. It was very crowded inside, she said complacently as she walked, stroking her hair, can I be trusted? I specially asked for this invitation from my father. He walked behind her and reluctantly clapped his hands and nodded, saying that it was her. He immediately raised his eyebrows and curled his lips, thinking, at that time, after ordering the jewelry, the manager also gave me 2 invitations, but if I showed the invitation, there would be no surprise behind it. She immediately walked faster and happily turned around, waved her hand back and said, go, this is your first time seeing the exhibition, I will popularize science for you. He immediately widened his eyes and looked at her stupidly. She and he walked through the stalls. She suddenly stopped, her eyes widened in surprise, and she thought, "It's the bracelet I saw last time I was walking around." She came closer and looked at the exquisite bracelet inside the display box, and it cost 2,800,000. He immediately looked at the bracelet and said to her, "Isn't this the bracelet from last time?" She looked at the bracelet with some regret, then nodded and said, "What a pity." He immediately asked her, "What a pity?" She sadly told him, 2 days after returning, "I remembered that I had asked someone to order this bracelet. As a result, they told me, this was also decided in advance." She sighed sadly and continued, "It seems I'm not destined for this bracelet." He immediately said, "This is also difficult to say." He smiled proudly and confidently, then pointed at himself and said, "Although you and this bracelet are not destined, you and I are destined." She immediately glanced at him angrily and said, "I really want to hit you." He sighed and smiled at her and said, "Okay, no more joking, maybe you can guess who ordered this bracelet." She suddenly opened her eyes and looked at him in surprise. Then she frowned and curled her mouth darkly, saying, "If you want to use the same trick on me twice, dream about it." She crossed her arms and said, "If you turn around and leave, I can also guess what you want to say. If I ask who ordered it, you will definitely say he. I don't know who ordered it either, she won't think that's me." She then pouted and glanced at him and said, "I still don't know your virtues, huh?" Then she thought to herself, "I'm sorry I was waiting a little longer. How could this dog man spend money to give me a gift? For a woman, he was willing to spend 20 yuan to buy a flower, which was too much." He forced a smile and raised his hands to show that she really understood me. Then he said, "She also guessed this." She immediately got frustrated and angrily shouted, "Damn it, I can tell you your date of birth and horoscope." He smiled confidently, raised a finger, looked at her and said, "But," she didn't understand me well enough. She stood still, dumbfounded, looking at him. He then smiled complacently, thinking about expensive jewelry such as necklaces, bracelets, handbags, and shirt buttons, and then thought to himself, based on common sense, the importance of buying luxury goods clearly stands out. Second, after ensuring the security of life in the future, even if old Fawn loves his daughter dearly, he will not arbitrarily buy those jewelry worth tens of millions for Fawn brother. But I'm different. He clenched his hands and thought confidently, "Wait until I earn 2 billion, I'm even willing to spend half of that money on her and buy everything she wants to buy." He proudly stood with his arms crossed, thinking, then all the experience points will be doubled. Wouldn't it be nice to level up all skills to full level? By the way, spending money on his mother also doubles his experience. He was startled as if realizing something. He then smiled darkly and pointed to his forehead, thinking, but she would definitely be suspicious of her son's sudden wealth. He suddenly thought that his mother would frown and worry, clutch his shoulders, shake him, and then scold him, said, "Son, you didn't borrow money or do anything illegal, don't do that." He immediately thought, she will keep that part for you to see. She immediately glanced at him and said, "No, this bracelet is what you intended." He immediately smiled at her and nodded. She didn't believe it, so she pointed at herself with her finger and asked, "Why give it to me? That's not okay." He immediately said, "Then give it to your best friend." Then he grabbed her hand and said, "Let's go." He grabbed her hand and pulled it while turning his head and saying, "You have to wait until the exhibition ends tomorrow to get it. Let's walk for a while and then eat." She immediately happily rolled her eyes at him and thought to herself, how can such a stingy dog man spend several $100,000 to buy jewelry for me? The problem is that he remembers that I like this bracelet, and even secretly ordered it for me. She looked at him and fell into thought, could it be that I really don't understand him enough yet? Then she blushed shyly. She walked quickly and said, "Han Leet, thank you, I really like it." He immediately stopped and turned to look at her. Then he affectionately smiled and said, "Okay, when I make a lot of money, I will buy all the jewelry you like." He thought to himself, even though Fawn brother is a little rich man, grandma, but girls, who doesn't like the feeling of being cared for by others, sometimes a little surprise, better than those brainless lickers who work all day long. She raised her eyebrows and crossed her arms, looking at him and pouting, saying, "I really like some jewelry, but it's too expensive, and my dad won't buy it for me." He boldly patted his chest and reluctantly said, "If he doesn't buy it, I'll buy it." She immediately felt like she couldn't believe what he said. He immediately raised a finger and continued, "But I have that condition." She immediately raised her eyebrows at him and asked, "What conditions?" He smiled cunningly at her and said, "Last time I didn't see you and Titch locked in kissing. When you have time, will you two show me with my own eyes?" She immediately blushed and punched his chest and said, really moving her lips, "If you really want to buy it for me, then what's the point of tug-of-war? At that time I will wear white silk stockings, and she will wear silk, black, cosplaying as a maid." She and I will accompany you to death. He smiled cunningly and touched his chin, thinking about what the two of them would look like when cosplaying. Then he said, "Oh, this idea of yours isn't bad, isn't it?" He then smiled teasingly and raised his pinky finger to her and said, "Then let's talk about it." She then shyly closed her eyes and waved her hand to hit his hand and said, "In one word, you just keep trying." She used her fork to pick up a piece of meat and passed it to him, saying, "Come on." He asked while chewing, "Were you full?" She immediately used a napkin to wipe her mouth and said, "What a bother, I've never served anyone like this before." He also immediately wiped his mouth with a napkin and said, "It's such an honor for me. There's still no schedule for the evening, right? If there is, then I'll withdraw." She immediately thought, although she was very happy to receive the gift, but it was worth doing, she still had to do it. She couldn't let him come back. Then she smiled thoughtfully and said, "Of course there is a schedule, nearby. The temperature has dropped. Do you want to go to a hot spring?" He didn't want to go, so he waved his hand and said, "I just had my stitches removed. Are you sure I can take a hot spring bath?" She immediately walked over, grabbed his hand, looked at him coyly and said, "Why can't I take a bath? Let's go. If that doesn't work, you can sit on the side and eat fruit with me in the water." Then she whispered into his hand, "I've booked a private room, including a shared bath." He froze for 3 seconds. Then he immediately walked away from her, blushing shyly, constantly pointing at her and saying, go away, am I the type of person who is seduced by women? Don't you know, I am experienced in this matter, very much." She immediately led him to the hot spring. The staff member immediately asked in a friendly manner, "Is it Miss Fawn?" She happily looked at the employee and then nodded repeatedly while he blushed and stood still. She immediately walked over and grabbed his hand and said, let's go change." He calmed himself as he walked. "I didn't come here to take a bath together, I just came to see what she was planning to do." He looked over and saw that she was happy, so he was startled and sweating, thinking, something unusual, how could there be a monster, inviting me to such a private place, and even saying we could take a bath together, just boast, is the font like that? What is she planning to do? In private bathroom. Titch locked in looked at the map on his phone and saw that this was the place. She immediately raised her head to look and said, Fawn said it was a private bathroom, this must be it, right? She looked inside thoughtfully. She immediately went inside and looked around, thinking, it looks so classy. I didn't dare to think how expensive the costs were here. She tensed up and frowned worriedly, wondering if the money she brought was enough. Fawn happily ran out and waved, Din, here. She immediately ran back and grabbed Titch Locked In's hand and happily said, come quickly, I've been waiting for you for so long. Titch Locked In said nervously, Fawn. What is the lowest price in this place? It looks very expensive. If it's too expensive, then stop it. She looked at Fawn and thought to herself, as the firecracker once said, people absolutely cannot pretend to be rich when spending money. She frowned and pursed her lips, thinking, her face is vain, but the money is real. She is the type of person who firmly follows pragmatism. Fawn listened and was dumbfounded. Then he burst out laughing and slapped Titch Locked In on the shoulder and said, don't worry, I'm inviting guests. Titch Locked In immediately looked at her bewildered. She immediately pulled Titch Locked In's hand away and said, I'll pay you today. She happily looked at Titch Locked In and continued, let's just relax, this place also has massage. Do you want to do a full body spa? He lay on the bed, rolling back and forth in boredom, thinking, private hot spring club. Then he put his hand on his forehead and thought, how many times did he come to socialize in his previous life? At that time, he felt that if he could earn 100,000 per month, he would come once a month. He then darkly smirked and thought, now that he has money, it doesn't feel interesting anymore. In the end, he had to spend more than 4,000, so it's better to go directly and rob him. He heard a noise outside the door and slowly sat up thinking, the staff is here. The two of them walked outside and talked while Titch Locked In asked her, don't we go take a shower first? She immediately said, a relaxing massage and a bath are the same. Okay, she opened the door and pushed Titch Locked In inside, smiling and saying, coming quickly. Titch Locked In then hesitantly turned his head to look at her and said, okay, you invite, everyone will listen to you. He slowly sat up and said, Master, my arm is injured, it's okay to massage my shoulder. Titch Locked In said in surprise, Han Leet. He was startled and panicked, turned to look at Titch Locked In, then frowned darkly and wondered. Titch Locked In also stood still in shock and looked at him. She immediately walked in and smiled cunningly at the two of them, finally giving me a chance. Titch Locked In frowned and sighed and asked, the two of them had colluded with each other. He thought to himself, why did Fonzie let this little cucumber come here? Then he panicked and stammered, don't talk nonsense, I don't know anything. She immediately pointed her finger and said, stop. Hanli, didn't you promise to help me collect Din Din before? Now, help me hold her down, I want to spank her, and take the opportunity to record a video. Tichlok Din immediately blushed and nervously looked at her and said, no. He did not resist, but looked at Tichlok Din with some interest and immediately raised his hands. Tichlok Din tensed up in panic and turned around to look at her and shouted, our little friendship boat just said it would capsize, right? Specifically calling me here was to correct me, you bastard. Tichlok Din looked at him raising his hands towards her and shouted, what do you mean, dogman, are you really planning to help her collect me? He held out his hands and step by step approached Tichlok Din and said, the dead person is a friend, not a poor person, eating other people's food means working for them. He thought to himself, what a joke, this but is an opportunity to bully little cucumbers, attack first and then speak. He immediately grabbed Tichlok Din and then pressed her down on the bed. She immediately resisted and said, dogman, don't listen to her, you continue to do it and chant, Amitabha Buddha, good disaster, good disaster. Fonzie stood still and looked at the two people with interest. A moment later, he was able to suppress Tichlok Din and smiled at her with satisfaction and said, okay, you go ahead. Tichlok Din angrily shouted and scolded, dog men and women, I hate you. She immediately used her hand to hit Tichlok Din's butt with a pop. Tichlok Din blushed in pain and shyly scolded, rotten woman, you wait for me. She smiled with satisfaction and looked at Tichlok Din. Tichlok Din continued to scold her, waiting for you to be left behind, I will beat your butt to a pulp. She immediately brushed her hands and sighed and said, Din Din. She didn't return to the dorm last night. Sure enough, she rented a room with the dogman and left. Tichlok Din was startled when he heard it. Hanli was now staring at Tichlok Din's body that was being held tightly by him, and she was still screaming, what did you suddenly do? Why did you ask what? We haven't been talking for so long. Contact, you called me here just for this. Fonzie looked calm. She looked at her fingertips and replied, yes, from that day after hearing that you two did not come home overnight, you did not contact me again. The only time I proactively contacted him was still the guy who checked this wretched man into the hospital. Then she suddenly called with a sharp voice. Han Leet honestly declared, had he and Din Din slept over yet? Hearing her call his name, he was immediately startled, his face turned pale. He immediately answered, on the contrary, I thought. She had already asked if Tichlok Din had agreed. At this moment, his heart was empty. It's so confusing, the feelings are still waiting. Why did she suddenly remember this? Tichlok Din couldn't stand it anymore and immediately shouted, damn, you think it's really good? No rumors, no rumors, believe it or not, I will beat you. When Fonzie heard her say that, he came closer and decided to make matters worse. The two of them really had never seen a coffin shed tears. If that's the case, let's compare each matter one by one. Her eyes hardened and she spoke, first. She squatted down, put her hands on her chin, smiled a smile that made people feel scared, then quickly and slowly recalled the past. Before the two of them were as close as glue. She even wished that she had given it to the bastard. That accident, afraid that I would take away Han Leet. The result was that after that day, the two of them cut off all contact. No calls, no text messages, no meals, no meetings, no matter what happened. Why did she have to avoid him? Every word, every gesture, every look of Fonzie made Tichlok Din speechless. A panic expression appeared on her face. At this time, Han Leet slightly lowered his head to look at Fonzie while his hand was still on Tichlok Din's butt. What were he doing? He still tried to smile, looking at that expression as if he was not guilty. He told her with a sarcastic gesture, even the conflicts between classmates she also wanted to manage. Are you the president of the Residents Association? I couldn't help but feel that it was really good to choose the right person with a weak mentality like a cucumber to question. It was her. Tichlok Din now quickly sat up and stubbornly argued, yes, but I didn't understand anything she said. Han Leet sat next to her, looking at her with a confused expression. Tichlok Din now had a determined face looking straight at Fonzie and then snapped, you and this bastard were flirting with each other. Could you not drag an innocent person like me into this? But at this moment the other person showed her the phone screen. On it was a photo of a man holding a knife in his hand and rushing towards a man wearing a denim jacket. Looking at the photo of Tichlok Din, she immediately recognized that Han Leet and Kong Deek Trot and Fonzie took the photo out of her sight and then hummed. Then she slowly stood up in front of their bewildered eyes and continued, this is Han Leet's injury that day. It happened that I recorded the video, at that time dealing with Kong Deek Trot's matter, otherwise this video also helps a lot. She looked at them with sharp eyes like knives, and now I discovered something more interesting in this video. No matter what Fan Xie said, they were surprised. Right when Kong Dik Trot rushed towards Han Lit reacted immediately. With his speed he was able to completely grasp Han Lit's wrist. Kong Dik Trot, but I discovered that after a few seconds he turned around, he was stunned, and chose to block the small knife with his hand. Han Lit heard Fan Xie pay attention to such small details and immediately felt that being a young lady was truly a waste of talent. She should be a private detective. He lowered his eyes and fell into contemplation as he remembered that day. At that time, he really thought about the benefits of catching a knife with his bare hands. First of all, to permanently solve the troublemaker Kong Yizi. Hey, by the way, threatening Dan Tu Hao and everyone else. Secondly, taking the opportunity of being injured to change the current relationship between you and the cucumber is called breaking the ice. After understanding part of the intention, Tich Locked In immediately shouted, "Are you crazy?" Fan Xie just smiled when she heard her causing trouble. What she meant was that Han Lit deliberately used his hand to touch the knife just to make me avoid him. For heaven's sake, why would any normal person use such a cruel and humiliating tactic? Having said this, she suddenly stopped and covered her mouth with her hand, thinking to herself, it's not right that I didn't hide behind him. Han Lit, who was sitting on the bed, glanced at her and said, "Surely you are not affected by what happened before." He looked at Fan Xie and asked, "Miss Fan isn't tired of guessing back and forth. Tell the truth, what do you want?" Fan Xie heard him say that and immediately replied, "Is this too lazy to argue and giving up? I just want an explanation." As soon as the two words of explanation were uttered, he immediately repeated them. Then she quickly looked at Tich Locked Inside and started to speak. "Hey, do you hear that? Fan Xie thinks the two of us have slept together." She heard him say that and was suddenly startled. "Ha!" As soon as Han Lit saw her somewhat surprised attitude, he immediately said, "Don't worry, otherwise we should really let her see it once to avoid her thinking about this kind of naughty thing." After saying that, he pointed upstairs, meaning that there was a guest room upstairs. Hearing that, Tich Locked In was extremely angry, immediately put his foot towards his brother and cursed, "Go away, do you believe that this old lady will kill me?" At that moment, a hand grabbed her ankle. This action of Han Lit made her a bit bewildered. He glanced at Fan Xie again and deliberately said, "Little Fan Fan is coming, look at her, she's still a bit shy, maybe you should come in and help." Seeing her still standing there with a bit of disbelief on her face, he asked, "Why don't you come? You help me keep her, I came to be her, doesn't this suit your idea?" Fan Xie witnessed this act of theirs and could only laugh, not really understanding, was this bastard poisonous? What kind of thinking did he have to be able to come up with such a genius solution? He thought. Then she softly asked, "Is this the explanation you gave me?" Han Lit was still holding Tich Locked In's leg. He looked at her and gave her a sinister smile. "What do I have to explain to you? You know very well even if there really is something between me and her. Whatever, that's because our relationship had already broken through before. If she could pay attention, I could also ignore it." While Fan Xie was still confused and his whole body began to tremble, he continued to say more, "Not to mention, you yourself know what kind of relationship we have. Now you know, continuing to cause trouble will make Tich Locked In angry. Let her deal with you and I will maintain a neutral attitude." After listening, her eyes gradually wavered as if she couldn't believe her ears. Her lips moved. Han Lit saw the look on her face and immediately his voice became urgent. "Or if you want to bully Tich Locked In, I will hold her back while you two deal with each other." Hearing this, main character Tich Locked In immediately expressed his displeasure, silently cursing in his heart, "What the hell? The situation is about to get out of control and he still wants to sell me out. What a bastard." After Fan Xie was mentally manipulated by Han Lit for a while, she still calmly looked at him and smirked. "I understand, the two of them must have slept together." Hearing her say that, the two of them were immediately startled and quickly looked at where she was standing with shocked eyes. Fan Xie proudly continued speaking like a real detective solving a case. Din Din wanted a promise so that bitch didn't respond because he had some conspiracy, so Din Din got angry and completely cut off the relationship with him. With Din Din's personality, I'm afraid this is taking a step back. Go one more that step. She looked at him with somewhat challenging eyes, constantly using her words to bring everything to light. Moreover, the man was suddenly exposed by me. On the one hand, he didn't want to lie to me. On the other hand, he still felt like it wasn't time for a confrontation yet, so he kept vague and wanted to continue to hesitate. When Han Lit heard her words, he immediately broke into a sweat. He felt a slight doubt in his heart. Was she a lover? Could it be that his plan was discovered like this? Not only Han Lit is feeling worried, but also Tich Locked In is scared blue. This name is so terrible, but I can guess 10 out of 10. It's probably 9 stars. I've never seen a woman in my 2 lives so difficult to deal with. Right at the moment both of them were confused and didn't know what to do, Foncier continued to speak, like this, I don't want your explanations anymore, you're very right, there's really no need to explain anything, whatever happened in the past, I also give you two options now. Titch locked in and Han Lead immediately looked at her intently, waiting for the choice she would make. Just a second later, Foncier pointed his finger at himself, or at me. Then he pointed his finger at Titch locked in, or Din Din. Although Han Leet was still smiling, her face still showed concern, especially when she said, Leet, please choose someone. In a moment of confusion he said, Miss Fan Fan, if you say so, you surely know what our relationship is like as husband and wife. When Foncier heard him ask that, he smiled gently, I know, in the past it may have been fake but in the future it may be real. In his heart he secretly thought, this man is always fake, so hypocritical that I can't help but be curious. Her curiosity about this man was so high, curious about what it would be like if he really loved someone. Faced with this incident, Titch locked in suddenly clenched his fist on the floor. She couldn't accept being constantly turned into something worthless. Her rising anger made her voice louder, enough was enough. Then she immediately snatched back the leg that had been held by Han Leet forever and not let go. This reaction of hers made him surprised. She stood up in front of them and couldn't help but curse, Are you too sick? What do you think I am? I'm something you can casually play with. The shirt on one shoulder of hers began to fall. Okay, now you guys want to choose here, right? If you want to play, then play big. After saying that, she immediately undid the belt on her abdomen. Then, without being shy at all, she took off her outer robe, leaving only her underwear inside, clearly revealing her round breasts. Her cheeks began to blush, but her voice was very determined, decided, if you like to play like that, then it's okay. If a dogman here really dares to touch my body, I will immediately drag this stinky bitch Foncier into the water. No one here, it's all good intentions. After a while her voice began to calm down. Man, do you dare touch me? Han Leet witnessed her bold action and could only widen his eyes to watch. His cheeks began to turn pink from embarrassment. Titch locked in started to lose his temper when he saw everyone silent. This Bok Lean girl, do you dare to play? Say something, why don't you dare say anything, you vile man and woman? Foncier saw her body exposed before Han Leet's eyes and immediately covered his mouth because he was too surprised by that bold action. Even though he was shooting like a machine gun just now, he could only hesitate. Han Leet standing in the middle had an even more unsightly expression. His mind was in a mess right now. That holy warrior actually exploded on the spot. How could he, so virtuous and incompetent, have encountered this kind of thing? Just a second later, Han Leet's face began to turn pale. Yet Titch locked in proactively approached him. She used a gentle voice mixed with a bit of seduction. How could the man stop avoiding him, but face the beautiful woman with all the electricity and water? His face was as red as a tomato. His eyes were scared. Titch locked in observed the expression on his face and said, Stop pretending, don't you want to taste this fun? Han Leet became more and more panicked when she forced him down on the bed, even raised her hand to touch his cheek. She thought he was pretending so she continued to say, Actually you like me too, right? And also pretended to no more farts. Han Leet is in a passive position and can only curse, motherfucker. Titch locked in now turned his head to look in Foncier's direction. She glanced at her and sneered, What about you? We are so intimate, you still don't have any sense of boundaries, right? Titch locked in kept talking, making Foncier so angry that he trembled. Don't worry, I don't expect this man to choose me. From today on, this man's name will be mine. After a while of silence, in the end, Foncier could no longer stay silent. Titch locked in, Do you really think I don't dare to play with a crazy person like you? These girls had finally reached Han Leet's limit. He angrily asked, Did they decide to go crazy together? Having said that, he quickly took Titch locked in's white hand. His body moved slightly, if that was the case. Han Leet now pressed Titch locked in's body under his body. Right when she was bewildered when he frowned in panic, Han Leet said, A real crazy guy like me will play with you girls. Hearing that, Titch locked in immediately opened his eyes wide, maybe out of surprise or maybe out of fear in his heart if he acted too rashly. While Foncier was extremely shy. Then he immediately threw the phone to her. He smirked and said, Hey, next, record it, she'll keep a copy. From now on you can look at it every day to see for yourself. Titch locked in was being pinned to the floor by the male lead. Scared, wait no more, she cursed in her head, The dog man is crazy, this is coming back again. He made a lecherous expression mixed with a bit of fear. It seemed like he read her mind. He said, If you need it, why not? Let's go to external websites together. Go to paid channels to be human. Let's get famous on the internet. The male lead has an idea, threatens a little, he must be honest. Hearing that, Fan Xie trembled and picked up the phone. Pointing the camera at the two of them, they said, "Why stand still, let's go." Her face turned pink. She ordered them, "The two of them separate a little, give me some space to film, hold her for me, kiss her hard." The two were extremely surprised by her actions. Tich locked in, struggled in fear. "Coming, really coming, let me go, I'm not playing anymore, I was just joking, I was wrong." He was scared, confused, sweating all over his body, thinking to himself, how could I do that with Tu Huang in front of Fan Xie? Is my brain still in trouble? And besides, I don't have any hobbies, surrounded by others. The male lead asked helplessly, "Fan Xie, I've already prepared the way for you two, why can't I have a little peace? There's a problem with her mind, if she doesn't understand her weakness, she will never accept it." Having said that, she urged the male lead, "Stop being so slow, I don't care, I swear I will never, now I'm angry about this." The male lead looked at her bitterly. This was just a matter of not being angry, this was a matter of moral limits. While he was thinking, Tich locked in called him, "Han Lead." Looking at the helpless girl lying on the floor, her swimsuit ripped off, she said, "You will lose me." His mind was confused. This situation. It seems like the choice is in my hands, but in reality I have no choice at all, either offend Fan Xie, or lose Tich locked in. With Fan Xie's personality, she definitely wouldn't be able to stay here to watch. Having got the answer he wanted, he immediately took action. He took off his swimsuit and said, "Isn't it just to torment each other? Who is afraid of whom?" He put on a threatening face and said, "Everyone likes to put me in a high position, I'm not a good person, if you want to play then I will play to the end." After a while, when the male lead and Tich locked in were preparing to kiss, taking advantage of their close distance, she whispered, "Han Lead." The male lead immediately reassured him, "Don't panic, do you think Fan Va really dares to stay in record?" She blamed him, "Dogman, him." Just as the male lead predicted, Fan Xie rushed out of the room, slammed the door shut. The two immediately separated, breathing a sigh of relief. He immediately explained, "Hey, that's the idea, I still have to use the poison to treat the poison." She straightened her clothes, said angrily, "This is crazy, I didn't expect her to be more nervous than me, I thought he really wanted to play, he actually threatened me to death." When Tich locked in was about to leave, he held her hand, "Don't leave yet." "I'm dead." When Tich locked in was about to leave, he held her hand, "Don't leave yet," he said, "now that you're out, what if she pushes you back in? It won't be long before you can rest in peace, sit down and rest for a while, go." It seemed like Fan Xie had left, but she was still waiting outside the door. The door opened, along with Tich locked in's cursing, "Get out. Don't touch me." She silently cursed in her heart, she said she would talk, "You dogman deserves to die." Fan Xie calmly asked, "Finish work. Why did he have to drag me into the water like that?" The male lead slowly walked out, a bit uncomfortable. "Okay, enough chaos. Can we sit and talk for a while?" Seeing that the other two people did not answer, he was helpless and could not say whether this hot water was sparkling or not. They looked at him thoughtfully. Then Fan Xie looked at Tich locked in and immediately offered to talk to her in private. "I wanted to talk privately with Tich locked in." She was upset and refused. "What do we have to talk about? You should feel lucky that you didn't stay to record, otherwise I would definitely sue you." Fan Xie firmly pulled Tich locked in into his arms. "You can sue me now, but before that we need to talk." The male lead watched the two of them enter the room. Shaking his head helplessly, "I took the opportunity and ran away first. The lovebirds were already in hot water." In the room, Tich locked in was angry and threw Fan Xie's hand away. "It's crazy, I've had enough." The more she talked, the more comfortable she became. She guessed everything right. "I confessed my love to that dogman, and then was miserably rejected. I didn't gain anything but also lost myself. I'm just a clown." Oh, she had confirmed her relationship with that dogman, so she was not satisfied with anything. Hearing that, Fan Xie was a bit confused. But then she seemed to understand. Her face was cunning. Recently she had been interacting quite closely with Australia Hotcan. Han Leet was also listening to Australia Hotcan. "The atmosphere between you guys is too wonderful. I can apologize to you, I was just impulsive. I just wanted to let that dogman have to choose, but I didn't expect things to develop like that." Tich locked in turned away and said, "Choose whoever he wants to choose. I don't have time to flirt with you guys." Tich locked in was surprised by Fan Xie's words. "I need you." She asked confusedly, "Miss Fan, do you want to listen again to see what I'm saying?" Fan Xie decided, "I said I need you, do I need to repeat it a few more times?" Not knowing what Titch locked in was thinking, her whole body trembled. She looked at Fan Xie contemptuously, said, "Go away, you are monogamous, don't pay attention to me," she said helplessly. She was thinking, what is that? Fan Xie gently sat down and said, "I had to admit that I initially pulled Han Lead into the water, really intending to take revenge on her. For her, the cruelest punishment was not being able to completely possess him, nor being able to completely leave him, but in the process, my curiosity about him surpassed all of my curiosity, desire to take revenge on you. Now I understand it. I'm happy to see the two of you continuing to quarrel endlessly." Hearing Fan Xie's words, Titch locked in was confused. Had this person been attacked to the point of going crazy? From a psychological perspective, what is this symptom? Schizoid personality. Fan Xie proudly continued to say, "Din Din, don't you think my men are very interesting? Ordinary people will pay special attention to everything they own, because they are afraid of uncertainty in the future, so they need to protect the achievements they have in hand, not daring to give up easily." Her eyes steadfastly looked at the apprehensive locked in, but he wasn't like that. He wasn't afraid of losing us, so he never chose. It looked like he was giving in to us, but actually he only loves himself. Titch locked in asked her again. That's why she suddenly became so calm, because she knew there was no use in making a fuss. She clearly saw his nature. Why didn't she break it off? What shouldn't be left? Exerted influence on important decisions. She calmly stated her intention. Maybe there was but, when he actually touched me, maybe because I like challenging things. Playing with him was really fun. I wanted to complete it. I can control him completely, but I can't do it alone. So I need your help. Other than my name, I can give you everything you want. I won't treat you bad, nor will the man. Don't you want to control that bad man? Really, are you willing to see him happily alone? Fan Xie continues to manipulate Titch locked in. On the one hand, living a poor and dry life, being harassed by flies and mosquitoes every day, not seeing any future. On the one hand, there is a life of indulgence and luxury, directly achieving superior class, entering the upper class, and controlling men. Hearing such benefits, she began to waver. Her mind was confused. So what should I choose? So how should I be steadfast with my initial thoughts? There is no way to help me win the pair. What about this male and female dog? She was still confused, clenched her fists, and said, "Let me think a little more." Fan Xie happily agreed with Locked In's proposal. Faced with Fan Xie's calm attitude, she was angry. "Don't say anything anymore. I've memorized this feud today. You just wait," she said cheerfully. Yeah, write it down. Welcome back, if she can do it. Return to our male protagonist, eat and return to his dormitory. He threw his bag on the bed. Tiredly sat down on the chair. His face was haggard. He complained, the massage couldn't be done. It took a lot of energy. He really couldn't understand how they could both be antagonistic towards each other and at the same time be close friends. He immediately analyzed. Fan Xie has a very sharp observation ability. Tu Huang looks strong but is actually just a paper tiger. I don't know if Tran Trot Thu will be able to control the two of them. The next morning, the male lead was quite surprised by the closeness of the other two. So these two are. Fan Xie happily put his arm around Titch locked in and said, "Of course the misunderstanding has been cleared up and reconciled." He had a hard time understanding them. He didn't understand but I was shocked. Fan Xie was excited. "Let's go and get the bracelets on the day of the flight. Once I get the bracelets, I'll take Din Din to buy some clothes." The male lead looked at them hand in hand without offering judgment. The Fan Xie that I know did not immediately turn around, which means she will not turn around again, perhaps planning to follow the path of bondage, secretly playing tricks, secret. But what happened when Tu Huang came over? What did Fan Xie say to her? Are they planning to join forces to deal with me? Thinking like that gave me a headache. But then he thought again. The enemy of your enemy is your friend, which is much better than constantly playing out torturous battle scenes. Fan Xie scanned the card decisively. She gave the things to the male lead to hold, then happily took Titch locked in's arm and walked away. He could only watch helplessly, looking at them happily supporting each other in the elevator. "Let's choose beautiful dresses together." A passerby immediately approached and asked him, "Younger brother, these two girls, who is your girlfriend?" "What a great blessing, let's get acquainted, introduce the other person to me." The male lead coldly looked at him flattering him, replied, "Both are my girlfriends." That young man still didn't believe it, mocking him. I said, "Man, why are you so stingy, and there are both of you," that person's words. Before he finished speaking, Fan Xie ran to hug the male lead, happily, leet. He leaned closer and said, "The clothes in this store don't suit Din Din. Let's go to another store. Din Din has such a beautiful figure. I want to buy her some special style pajamas. What do you think?" Suddenly, Tich Din appeared from nowhere, took his arm, pouted and said, "You better not believe her unreasonable words. I still haven't forgiven you yesterday. About that, now you don't come to think of it." Seeing two girls like that, our male lead's face turned pale. Three people struggled in the middle of the shopping center with many eyes staring at them. The young man who just turned to stone, lost his words, is a character. He and everyone in the supermarket were extremely shocked. The male lead was stuck between the two of them, helpless. "I felt like a monkey at the zoo surrounded by everyone." Tich Din said contemptuously, "Wasn't he still quite powerful yesterday? Now being looked at is unbearable. Why pretend to be naive?" Fan Xie was delighted. He didn't pretend to be naive, he was afraid we were setting a trap for him. Seeing the male lead's performance today, Din Din thought to himself, maybe if I and Fan Xie cooperate, can we really make this man obedient? That's not right, we can't fall into it so easily. We need to follow them more to open our eyes, then try to become Tu Huan through the great Mandarin. Waiting until the age of copyright comes about, that will be the moment I escape my life of slavery. At that time, if he dares to anger me, I will find other puppies to play with, who wouldn't be a rich lady. At the clothing store, Tich Din was extremely shocked at the amount of money he had to spend to buy this set of clothes. "This shirt was too expensive," Fan Xie calmly replied, "It's okay. He bought me a bracelet worth 3 million yuan. No matter what, I have to give you 3 million yuan to be considered fair." Hearing that, Tich Din was surprised. 3 million yuan, ah. The male lead was equally shocked after hearing this. A bracelet worth 3 million yuan. This is wearing a house on his arm. Han lead is really generous, but why is having 3 million yuan considered fair to me? Tich Din immediately denied Fan Xie's thoughts. "No need, this is necessary, this is not the justice I want." Fan Xie was surprised. "Are you sitting there, leaving money for him to go and appease another child? She is helpless, his money, you can spend it on whoever you want." Fan Xie strongly objected, "Considering that money I earned for him, I don't want him to spend it on someone else." Hearing the end of the story, he understood. "It turns out, I understand." Fan Xie wanted to entice the little cucumber to deal with the mines, but the little cucumber still did not agree. Looking at the way Fan Xie led Din, he slowly understood, from saving to spending money on luxury is easy, from luxury to saving is difficult, so Fan Xie decided to use the method of breaking money. She challenged her, encouraged Din, "Don't tell me you don't dare wear the same model as me, afraid of winning against you, but wanting to use money to make a little cucumber move is not easy. Let her choose a jacket with her, sample, stimulates antagonistic psychology of small cucumbers. Save the difficult beginning. If you need to start, then the future will be much easier." Moreover, she also wants to take the opportunity to tell the little cucumber that her trust is not shaken. Her fairness is little cucumbers want to be a joke. Surely the little cucumber will not be satisfied. But over time, how many people can keep their original intention? Tich Din gently walked out of the dressing room with the same clothes as before, and arrogantly asked, "How are you two satisfied?" Fan Xie complimented her endlessly. "It suits you very well. Leet, luckily go and pay." He pulled out his card from his wallet. Pleased, it seemed, the interesting life was still behind him. The male lead pawns the two girls' things. They happily went shopping together. Fan Xie invited her to go again. "Let's go, buy another watch." She shyly said, "Don't buy any more, you've already bought so many things." Din immediately thought of the items he bought today: a jacket costing nearly 130,000 yuan, a dress, 60,000 yuan, and even some lingerie sets costing 3,040,000 yuan. She was scared. This wasn't buying things, it was clearly spreading money everywhere. Fan Xie disagreed and said, "How much money? It's rare for a man to be generous. If you don't spend a lot, then how can you do it? Don't worry, if he doesn't buy it for you, then I'll buy it." He immediately came closer and hugged her waist, saying, "That's right, if I don't spend a little more, how can I do it? You don't know how much I like the feeling of spending money on you." I have experienced this joy from Fan Xie. From previous times of flirting with girls, the male lead has learned extremely valuable lessons, because when he used to spend money, he only felt like he was being a simp. Turns out I didn't understand the main points when spending money on my daughter. The first point is that spending money must be an odd number of your fortune, that way, you won't regret spending it. You shouldn't try too hard and become too late. The second main point is that the amount of money spent must satisfy the other person's expectations, otherwise, you are willing to buy it, but the other person may not accept it. If the other person doesn't like it, there will be no sense of accomplishment. Third point, you must have a good impression of the other person. Having money and being willing to spend money on others are two different things. Spending money on someone you like will make you feel happy. And the type who spreads money every time they meet someone, that's called an idiot, a stupid person with a lot of money. Spending money on a sister whose self-esteem is as high as a little cucumber is truly great. Foncie immediately pulled Locked-in's hand to go buy a watch. She didn't forget to tell him, Leet, you book a restaurant, we'll go eat later when we're done wandering around. At the watch store, looking at the sophisticated and beautiful watches neatly displayed, Tich Locked-in was extremely surprised. Oh my god. How many diamonds does this watch have to be so expensive? She's wondering, the white model suits her best, but it's too expensive. Looking back and forth at the pile of watches, Tich Locked-in wondered, choosing the cheapest one would be enough. She immediately said, let's choose this one. The male lead stood behind her, pointed down at a watch and said to take this 1182 series marine watch. Holding the watch in my hand, he looked at her with gentle eyes and said, don't you think this dress suits you very well? Why are you standing there in a daze? She blushed at his action. He urged her to try it on and see how he looked. She said awkwardly, but this watch is too expensive. He gently put the watch on for her. The price is not a problem, it's the best value for you. Foncie stood in a corner not far away, looking at them. She happily walked away and thought she knew right away. Damn, Mankua's sophistication isn't unique, but so what? As long as I hold his hand, isn't everything still up to me to decide? She immediately left and said, I'm going to the bathroom, I'll pay for my phone number, there's a membership discount. He paid close attention to Foncie. Foncie's mood changed. Although I know the sarcasm in her eyes is not a sign of disdain for the cucumber, but a feeling that she is sure of victory. He put the card on the table and said, paying, but still thinking about her arrogant attitude, it really made people uncomfortable. Although I really appreciate her generosity, wanting to step on my head and be the master is not okay. Tich Locked-in pulled his shirt and asked if Foncie was unhappy just now. I'm a bit indescribably happy, maybe seeing that I'm being too generous with you makes me jealous. Looking at her eyes just now, it's clear that she feels like she's got a hold of us. You have to be excited, go up. She replied helplessly, how can I be excited? People have support so there's nothing to worry about. I certainly don't dare to stand up, let alone if I dare to stand up. Foncie gave an order and he helped her again. He bullied me. The male lead is not serious and teases her. If I don't help her, how dare you take action? She answered firmly, of course. With that small body, pressing her tightly was as easy as turning a hand. He patted Locked-in's head, said, then you bully her. I pretended not to see. Thinking of her, yesterday Foncie set a trap for little cucumbers, although the situation did not progress to that level, but inside the little cucumber is definitely suppressing his anger. Although she can't properly restrain Tu Thu Fan, a little bullying can still suppress Tu Thu Fan's arrogance. Locked-in pushed his hand away. No, don't you really help her, I assure you, more real than real gold. After going to the bathroom, Foncie wiped his hands and asked the two of them, are they done buying yet? After buying, let's go eat. She was a little confused when she saw these two people smiling at her like that. She was a little scared. Why were you two laughing so disgustingly? Did you secretly do something bad while I wasn't here? Tich Locked-in immediately shook hands with her, happily changed the subject. Nothing, just suddenly remembered that I and that bastard had escaped from the secret room quite well before. Let's go together later. She was surprised and escaped from the secret room. She still didn't believe it and had to ask again, really, you're so enthusiastic, I'm a bit scared. Locked-in nodded repeatedly, really. Waiting until it was dark, the two of them took her to a place with a sign showing extremely seductive lips. She was angry and questioned Tin Locked-in. Is this the secret room escape you two used to play? Here, in this hotel room, there is a bathtub filled with rose petals. Toy kits for everyone. And a red bed adds stimulation. Foncie was both helpless and shocked speechless. This hotel, is it a bit? Tich Locked-in whispered seductively in her ear, how is it? Have you never seen this scene before? She immediately answered and quickly prepared to leave. It was truly unprecedented. It seemed like my eyes were opened. The sightseeing is over. Let's go, shall we? She blamed herself. Being curious was harmful to herself. She shouldn't have followed them here. But it seemed her intention to escape was not going well. Locked-in grabbed her hand. She protested. He let me go. She immediately threw him onto the bed. Titch locked in with a sinister smile, gently said, "Tu Fan Fan, be proud. Why are you suddenly not proud anymore? You said you are welcome to bully me back at any time." She slowly got up, shyly said, "I never said that. Why didn't I have any impression?" Her mind immediately remembered the male lead. That's right, Han lead is still here, overwhelming Titch locked in. That's simple. She enthusiastically shouted, "Lie Leet, save me." She helplessly called out, "Lie Leet, in your hand right now is a book of Dharma." He muttered the sutras and received the great stream of light emitted from the book, not surprised by all the changes, without ignorance, without anger, without desire, without attachment, without error, without attachment, without self. My heart is empty, heaven praises my diligence, my righteousness is heroic, my ghosts are amazing, my love is abundant, heaven and earth surrender. She was frightened to see him like that. Why was this bastard still chanting? Titch locked in's voice made her jump. Don't think about it anymore, Tu Fan Fan, even if you call out, no one will come to save you. Din Din's face was a bit excited. Now, our game officially starts. Hearing the noises coming from the two of them, he was a bit apprehensive. Looking at the two people making love, he did not forget to analyze in his mind. The two beauties were glued close to each other. This scene was so eye-catching. But why did Fan Xie's terrified eyes carry a bit of excitement? Don't tell me I'm the only one in this room who is straight. Din Din held the whip and said with an extremely excited expression, "It's just the beginning, let's do this." She quickly jumped out of bed in fear and immediately thought of something not bad, not good. I can't let myself suffer this pain. Thinking so, she immediately did it. She said, "What fun would it be for just the two of us to play? If you have any, let this bastard try first, even sitting idle will get shot, extremely helpless." Titch locked in happily agreed, "Okay." She excitedly slowly walked towards him. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. After a passionate night, the three of them lay exhausted on the bed. The male lead came back to his senses, startled, pondered, wait, this scene isn't right. It seems that next time I have to prioritize completing the special points first. Play so big, if it's empty in the future, where will my manly honor be now? As for Titch locked in, she covered her face in shame, thinking about that night, thinking she could overwhelm that man. His strength was so great. Damn it, the one who was screaming wasn't me. Her phone vibrated. He immediately gave it to her and said someone texted her. She wondered who it was. Hawkin texted her, Din Din, are you free to go out tomorrow? The male lead looked back and said, "You see Hawk-can, it seems like you two have a good relationship. Be careful, stop saying sarcastic things, I already hate him so much." He was skeptical. Really? She was steadfast. Of course, he didn't know. Recently he didn't know where he was stimulated. His attitude became more and more rude. In fact, it got worse and worse. Every day he kept making excuses. It's the student union's job to invite me out. They met but couldn't talk about anything serious. The more she talked, the more upset she became. In recent days, he had said something that he wanted to give me the position of head of the propaganda department. That was nonsense. Who wouldn't have known that the position of head of the propaganda department was already filled? Hearing that, he immediately thought, isn't the head of the propaganda department Vuong Diem Tan himself? Is this UC Hawk-in planning to replace Vuong Diem Tan with Tu Huang Kui, capturing Tu Huang Kui and making Vuong Diem Tan uncomfortable? To be more precise, he wanted to make me uncomfortable because I've been hanging out with Vuong Diem Tan recently, using this method to create distance between her and me. Titch locked in lamented, if it was before, maybe I would still feel a little shaken, now let it go. Moreover, this position is not a given. As she spoke, she thought, whether she became a great writer, or continued to wade into the mud with Fan Xie, the student union's background was now complete for her, no longer important. He immediately thought, after all, when Vuong Diem Tan became president of the student union, wouldn't there be no one left for the position of head of creative propaganda department? Thinking so, he immediately said, not sure, the position of head of propaganda department would be empty, transmission will definitely be empty. She was a bit surprised. Fan Xie woke up at this time, drowsily said, what are you two talking about? It's too noisy. The male lead immediately said, haven't you finished resting yet? Is the eldest lady not going home today? Hearing that, Fan Xie immediately woke up. Suddenly, I quickly ran out of bed, prepared my things, and went home. If I didn't, my life would be over. Din, come back and be a shield for me. Locked in replied, okay. The male lead calmly said, slowly, I will take you two home. The next morning, In the male lead's room, head teacher Sa came to see him. The guest said, "Classmate Tu Han." "Oh no, teacher Tu Han, are you free now? The teacher wants to discuss something with you," the male lead awkwardly said. "Headmaster Sa, stop teasing me." He awkwardly invited him in. "I don't deserve the homeroom teacher to call me that, it really makes me feel awkward, please don't be so polite." Headmaster Sa sat down in his chair and said calmly, "I don't dare to be rude to our teacher Tu Han." He happily said, "That teacher, now is not only the face of our school, but even in the entire industry, there has been a lot of turmoil." He was a bit thoughtful. The kind attitude of Director Sa was understandable. After all, humanities and Tanbak are not the same, there is nothing here. The competitiveness, influence, and mutual support among alumni that prestigious schools provide, the humanities cannot provide. Schools cannot bring anything to students, on the contrary, they want to make money from students. This is a very typical value reversal phenomenon. Even in my previous life, I was just an ordinary person and yet I was able to become the deputy head of the arts department. It can be seen that this school really does not stop at nothing to coax students. After thinking for a moment, he was modest and not that boastful. "Even if I was famous, I would still be famous in the name of our school." Headmaster Sa immediately continued, "I won't hide it from you. Recently, many great intellectuals and financiers have contacted the school. They said they sent him an email but he didn't respond or called. No, I asked him if he wrote down the wrong phone number. He shyly said, 'Well, I changed my phone number, but forgot to update it in the document.' As for email, I called the email address of the secondary account." He silently despised in his heart, surprised, "I did that on purpose. If I entered the frequently used number, I would receive hundreds of annoying calls every day." The homeroom teacher immediately came up with a solution. "It's okay, the school will help him handle it well, he just needs to focus on important things, but the great intelligence and tons of people over there want to find him to cooperate. He's interested." Interesting, no. A lot of people over there want to invite you to be an article writer. It's best to be able to participate in the stock festival they're organizing. If the cooperation goes smoothly and you see that you meet all the prerequisites, they don't rule out the possibility, we'll invite you to be the main speaker. The male lead thought helplessly, the prerequisite, isn't this drawing unrealistic things? He thought, a practicing certificate is easy to get, but the status of investment advisor is not easy to get. My qualifications are still not enough. The male lead happily accepted. "Headmaster Sa, I think my urgent task now is to continue studying. I'm still not qualified to write articles for a large audience." The homeroom teacher continued to advise him. Tu Han, on the east side, Tantan was very sincere. If he was willing to give the opportunity, there was no way he would be disqualified. As for studying, the school agreed to create everything, favorable conditions for you, such as early graduation, provision for going abroad, these are all fine. In his heart, he always had the intention of taking advantage of him. As long as Han Lead agreed to participate in the program, it would be a living sign of that humanity, which could bring countless benefits to the school. I immediately crushed his idea, but, Director Sa, for me, losing this thing is not attractive. He helplessly added, "Okay, but if you have any thoughts or requests, you can ask the teacher to discuss them at any time. However, if you want to promote in school, you also have to participate, right?" The male lead wondered, what kind of promotion is going on? He immediately explained that the headquarters of Shanghai Foreign Language University intended to invite me to give a speech, and in addition, the Business Academy also wanted to invite me to make a report. He thought and asked the teacher, "Shanghai Language University headquarters, isn't that the way to go to the Stone Beast town? The school's lecture has already been finalized." He replied, "For now it's just a prediction. After all, this is no exception, but I feel very hopeful." He seriously considered, "It's also true, private school students give speeches to excellent university students. It's really not good at all, only if their achievements get better and better, widening the gap, can make people completely believe." He immediately said, "Speaking of this, I heard that there are quite a few people in school who have opinions with me." Headmaster Sa suddenly and confusedly said, "It's not like that. The teachers at the school have always supported me. The rewards are all prepared. All that's left is the announcement. The report is also being prepared. Just haven't been able to borrow the hall next door." Tu Han, why do you think that? He said dejectedly, "His classmate told me that right now there is a lot of debate on the forum. There are many students who think that there is no need to be so boastful. It is not a terrible achievement. Really, I'm also disappointed. This is also one of the reasons why I refused so much. Only the students in the school reacted so strongly, not to mention other people. At that time, as soon as I showed my face, everyone under the podium was screaming, easily angry, affects mood." He was confused, thinking to himself, what should I do? Is there someone spreading the news to manipulate public opinion during an internal meeting? It seems that only Wat Hak can always pretended that there was no need to announce this. At that time, his starting point was based on the difficulty of the student union's work. I didn't expect it. There was a conflict between Wat Hak and Han Leet. Last time, he was not among the people who criticized Han Leet. After thinking about it, he immediately advised his brother, Tu Han, whether there was a misunderstanding or not. He calmly said, I don't know, but I want to know when did our student union change to a new term. Hearing that, he was secretly happy in his heart and true to his guess. It was indeed Wat Hak. Big things like changing the new term of the student union. Was it a student's turn to speak up? He replied, Little Tu, Weld. In your opinion, when will it be appropriate to change the term to a new term? Are there any candidates for advancement in the student union? He happily said, Usually I only pay attention to the competition. I don't have time to work as an official of the student union. I only know 2 people, the 2 people who came with me last time. He was surprised to hear him say that. Weren't the people who came with him first Wat Hak and Vuong Diem Tan? He stood up and said, Tu Han, please rest. I will definitely not let you suffer in vain. You are the pride of our humanities school. I will handle this matter well. He smiled brightly and said hello. Yes, yes. The scene changes to Tich Lok Din's place. She is on someone's phone and standing with her is a girl with navy blue hair. Hello, person on the phone knew. Queen, let's have lunch. She was upset, didn't eat, get out. The person continued, this is really unintentional, already ordered, I'll come find you. The girl next to her looked at her and said, Ems, Din Din, the new suitor, is it a girl? The girl happily teased her, okay, I liked Ems, Din Din's appearance at that time very much. She happily hugged the girl and said, still our lovely concubine. Suddenly, Yusi Hotkin called her standing behind him as a group of people, Din Din, that's so clever, let's go have lunch together. Yusi Hotkin lifted his glasses and said, Din Din, long time no see. Are you busy these days? Are you tired from the student union work? Seeing him she said contemptuously, President of Australia, please call me by my full name, we are not that close. He's happy like it's nothing, it's an insult. You see, everyone is colleagues in the student union, so we meet each other by coincidence, or we go out to eat together. We just finished a meeting, discussing preparations for the New Year's Eve party, and everyone thought she was very suitable to be an MC, good for talking. She thought with displeasure that, even though she suddenly became friends with Fan Ca, and became involved with that man, her vision was no longer limited to the scope of school. A student association no longer had the effect of forging great practice for yourself. But if I could be the MC, would that guy like it? Would he be annoyed if I stood out, or would he find it more interesting if I were the school goddess? After thinking about it, she didn't answer his question and immediately said no, everyone eat, the work will be discussed at the meeting. As she walked, she thought, in short, ask the other guy's opinion first. Suddenly, Dam Wien pulled her hand back and happily said, Din Din. Don't be so cold, I don't go to the student union often anymore, my sister misses her very much. It's rare to see each other, let's have a meal together. She blushed when she saw Dam Wien's beautiful face. As the head of the arts department, Dam Wien, since I joined the student union, she has always taken good care of me. She has helped me to the fullest, love without expecting anything in return. I cannot respect others, but I cannot help but respect Dam Wien. Din Din helplessly agreed, okay. Dam Wien hugged her happily. Din Din was so kind. At a restaurant, everyone gathered at the table. She immediately introduced her friend to Dam Wien, her sister, this is Foong Phi Phi, my roommate. Then she didn't forget to introduce her friend, Phi Phi, this is her third-year student, Dam Wien. She gently said, you can call me Wien Wien. She continued to introduce herself, and this is Ems, and Cam. Vuong Diem Tan walked in, smiled brightly, and apologized. The president came to talk to me, I was late. She looked around and was a little surprised. Tich Lok Din was also here. Yusi Hotkin spoke up, it's okay, everyone hasn't been waiting long, come sit here. Diem Tan gently gave the report to Yusi Hotkan, replied, okay. She immediately thought, maybe Yusi Hotkan dragged her there. She sat down and looked questioningly at Yusi Hotkan. Tich Lok Din is the girl that Mr. Leet likes, I have to help Mr. Leet keep an eye on them. Yusi Hotkan always kept his eyes on Din Din, while she was just drunk talking to Dam Wien. Seemingly sensing his gaze, she turned to look at him. One of them told her, "Junior, you don't know, there's only 1 month left until the New Year's Eve party. The MC position hasn't been decided yet. Everyone is impatient, especially Mr. He put a lot of hope into this party. For the past 2 days, he hasn't eaten well or slept well." In fact, the students are all very positive. The art department has also proposed a number of candidates, but Mr. UC feels that he is not suitable. Today, as soon as I saw her, I finally understand why he is not suitable. Dam Wien also added, "That's right, students nowadays don't like to watch school parties very much, so you have to impress everyone from the beginning. MC must definitely choose an excellent person." She shyly said, "Isn't Wien a very good person? I heard that 2 years ago the MC was Wien. A boy added, No, Wien has continuously taken on the role of MC for 2 years. Everyone is no longer surprised. We thought around. We can say that she is new to the show. The group of students has the most special temperament and style." Mr. UC said, "My students are now loved by both men and women, very welcomed by everyone. She is the only suitable MC for this MC position." She had a hard time understanding new. Where did she get so exaggerated? And Cam said with a devilish expression, Din, don't be modest, you are a famous figure in our school. Furthermore, Wien and I have both taken on a lot of work, and really don't have time to be MCs. She thought to herself, do something MC, to ask that guy and then move on. She innocently asked, and Yepfu, are Cam and Wien interning? She shook her head and said, no, it was just extra work like ribbon-cutting ceremonies, or exhibition booths, all kinds of models in that. Following in Cam's words, Wien said, now that there are more and more modeling jobs, and the salary at auto shows is getting higher and higher, Cam can find a job without arguing with people. Din, do you want to try? And Cam said gently, yes, if you can build a reputation and sign with a studio, it's easy and has a lot of money. Wouldn't it be better to go to a small company to work properly? What now? Hearing them say that, she tensed up, thinking, naive, they are so naive. I've been in contact with a lot of talent scouts and model managers. When talking, I dare to brag about everything, opening model, newly debuted artist, backup photo or something. As a result, looking at the contract, everything is a trap. It is truly a contract of prostitution. The restaurant waitress said, preparing to prepare food for everyone. She immediately replied to the two of them, okay, I'm not very interested. In addition, she also gave two more people advice. Wien, if you are planning to work in this industry, you must definitely pay attention. Modeling is a job that earns money from your face, and your destiny is completely in your hands. Company, earn more but spend more. Cosmetics, luxury goods, and everyday skincare products are all essential things for work. It's not strange for people without power behind them to have hidden rules imposed on them. In the end, there's nothing left. Hearing these words, Cam seemed very itchy, not forgetting to tease her. Wien, it seems that Din looks down on us too much. That's right, she's a queen. Look at the coat that costs hundreds of thousands. This is bad. Of course she looks down on miserable people like us who just want to make a little money. She couldn't help but doubt this in Cam girl. She usually talks bad things behind her back, so stop it. Today she even got sick in front of her. She said annoyed, I was talking to Wien, what the hell are you mocking? She suddenly got mad again, pretending to be something. Every day she puts on this donkey face and pretends to be cold and noble. You deserve to look down on us. Where did the coat on you come from? Don't you understand? The more she talks, the angrier she gets. It's not like he's being taken care of by an old man. That old man doesn't treat him like anything at all. A coat worth hundreds of thousands of yuan is mixed with an undershirt of several hundred yuan. It's ridiculous. Fun Fai is dissatisfied on her behalf. Her face was a bit sad, thinking, I dare to wear this jacket and I'm already mentally prepared. The worst case scenario, it's just a rumor, some rumor, I've heard it a lot. Being accused is not the first time. But if at this time, there was someone who could stand up for me, it would be great. A familiar voice said, this restaurant is so lively, there are also these familiar people. It's the main Bam. I came at the right time to help you out. Little Din, there are so many beautiful people here and you don't say a word to me. It's bad manners. The two of them looked at each other. The space now seemed to be just for them. The male lead looked at her situation as if he had already guessed a bit. Titch locked in is a girl who is not good at fighting, even arguing. When fighting with close friends, she will always lose. When she was humiliated in front of a crowd, she quietly thought, it would be nice if someone who could crush these people came to speak on her behalf. He was a little confused when she kept staring at him. What was the little cucumber imagining? He immediately signaled to her, why didn't you pay attention to him? Did he come at the wrong time? Then let's go. While she was surprised, Fuing Fai ran over and whispered what had just happened to him. Brother Leet. Din was only kind enough to remind her a few words, but she said Din was dating a rich man, which was too much. I wanted to shove food in her face. She angrily gritted her teeth and said, "Who are you, standing here worrying about so many things?" He gently patted Fai's head. "Don't just think, if someone bullies your sister Din, just take action and it'll be over." He immediately thought of his previous life. This girl looked thin and weak, her fighting ability was not low. In her previous life, she had fought several times with female students, and was a famous crazy fighter. One of them recognized him and said, "Young Master Han, have you eaten yet?" And Cam looked at him thoughtfully, thinking, "Young Master Han, why does that sound familiar?" Seeing that his friend didn't recognize him for a long time, Wien immediately said, "He's a crazy second-generation rich man who has a very good relationship with his brothers at the Institute of Diplomatic Relations, and is the school's key recipient of praise. Do you remember what happened a while ago? Not long after, the king of the guild moved out of school, and the student council's extra income was no longer earned, because of him. Surely you have heard about him, right?" Hearing this, she was extremely shocked and recognized him, the legendary Han Leet. And Cam looked at Tich locked in unwillingly, silently cursing in her heart. It was all because of this slut. Han Leet came forward for her. The more she thought about it, she was still planning on flattering Han Leet. This was all ruined. Wait a minute. A thought flashed through in Cam's mind, so she asked locked in. The pants on her body were bought by Han Leet. She calmly replied, "So what? What does it have to do with her?" Fai appeared from nowhere, her eyes filled with admiration. "Really, Leet Ca is so generous." The male lead happily said, "To pay for protecting Din, you can start looking forward to your birthday gift early." The girl was excited. "Really, thank you Leet Ca." Yusi Hakkan, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up, smiling scornfully at him. Han Leet and Cam, who was a bit hot-tempered at the desk, didn't mean to offend her and Din. He was a man, but he was young master. Stop being so picky with your daughter. The male lead didn't care at all. "I didn't mean to compare these things with you. If you owe anything, I'll figure it out for you." He did not foresee this move of the male lead and was extremely scared. Muttering, "Calculating accounts with me," he knew I was ordering him around behind his back, but so what, he had no evidence in his hand. After thinking for a while, he regained his composure and confidence. It seemed that young Master Han was not satisfied with the work performance and achievements of our student union. After returning, he immediately moved and disciplined himself, cleaning the bedroom. All were arrested, taking advantage of the opportunity to vote for the 13th grade finance class. Otherwise, how could they be worthy of the school's respect for young Master Han? The people under him simultaneously sarcastically said, "Rest assured, UCCA, but this year's favor is definitely the finance class." The male protagonist knew he was in a weak position, thinking to himself, "Using this trick makes me disgusted. This school is not afraid of expulsion, the most afraid is simply the three things of retake, restoration, test. Retake the exam and retake the exam. Retake the exam costs money. Retake the exam and have to graduate a year late. Pay another year of tuition. It's okay if you don't want to retake the exam. You have to shell out money, but checking, there's no doubt that it's a thing. The scariest." Thinking about the scene of Oh-hak in taking charge and checking, the male lead immediately felt uneasy in his heart. The hygiene check had to clean the bedroom, check notes, not use electrical equipment, no nighttime violations. If you find out the problem, not only will you have to pay a fine, but you can also be posted on a public notice board to punish you. If you deduct too much, the instructor can still find someone to talk to, and the school won't support you now. I don't need to be afraid of these tricks. But Oh-hak may target other students in the finance class, then the hatred will turn to him. His face darkened, he was angry, he couldn't deal with me so he pulled the innocent man into the water. He was really good. Seeing him in such a difficult situation, he was happy and satisfied. Young Han was still not satisfied. I really had a lot of suggestions, but I didn't let him finish. Din immediately threw the entire bowl of food at Yusi Hakkan's despicable face. Food stuck all over my body. He was so angry that he was shaking and screaming, "Fuck, who?" Tich locked in eloquently slammed the table. Cursed at him, "Oh Hakkan, are you upset or not? Do you really think that becoming president of the student union is a big person? I see you as a toad in the mud. If you want to play, we will play with you. Who gives you the courage to let everyone follow your rules?" The more she scolded her, the angrier she became, and she immediately turned her friendly hand towards him. "Every day you abuse your power and do activities behind your and the principal's back. Do you really think we don't know, and dare to call Han Leet? Are you worthy?" Regardless of everyone in the restaurant looking at her, she still continued talking. I see you are so idle that your eggs hurt. If you have free time to take care of others, it's better to try to develop yourself, collect some security fees. You feel, I have the courage to challenge others, it's ridiculous. And Cam wiped UC Hawk-Can's face while cursing back at her. Titch locked in, you are crazy, where is your consciousness? She sneered and retorted, consciousness is for people with consciousness, but you guys are neither conscious nor human. The people in the shop saw her appearance that looked like distilled water and didn't ask in admiration, what's going on? I know her, this girl is very famous recently, the queen. UC Hawken drowned, extremely humiliated, just being insulted by the person he liked and being talked about by everyone. Why did she suddenly turn the tables? Who knows, but this man is a bit familiar. Brother, he was the student council president, my best friend was in the student union, he was about to become famous and then be humiliated. UC Hawken was humiliated, silently cursing in his head. On what basis? On what basis did these idiots laugh at him? Relying on his own ability to climb to his current position, they should have. You should worship and admire yourself. He raised his eyes to look at Han Leet. Han Leet patted Locked In's head and praised. Fai next to him was also angry. He still wanted to throw a bowl of pork soup in his face. Vuong Diem Tan nearby also agreed. What a coincidence. Look at this scene, but Hawken was visibly upset, and the group of vile and flattering people, all they could do was see the nobles forcing them to be them. No matter how beautiful they were, what was the point? How dare they treat me like that? He clenched his fists, trembling, looking down on the student union president. Hawken pointed his finger at Han Leet and Locked In and shouted, very good, you good people, just wait for me. If you don't correct a group of people like you who have no moral integrity, it's all in vain that I'm president of the student association. Han Leet raised his pinky finger and pretended to clean his ear. Why did he hear the dog barking? Fai crossed her arms. I heard it too. Locked In looked serious, and dared to stand here and talk incessantly. Hawken still hasn't finished speaking. He turns to Diem Tan, and you too, Vuong Diem Tan, have you forgotten who was single-handedly promoted to you? You think you're talented, relying on your own abilities to be the head of the propaganda department. Ah, don't be stupid, you're just a vase. Diem Tan was scolded and said a few words. Hawken, uncle. Han Leet walked behind Diem Tan, put his hand on her shoulder. TSK, tu UC. Han Leet interrupted Diem Tan. Didn't he tell you to respect the president of the student union? Why did you talk to our president Vuong with this attitude? You really don't understand. And Cam stood aside and listened but didn't understand anything. What did he just say? Hawken's face still hasn't wiped off all the stains. The surroundings radiate murderous aura. What does he mean? Han Leet's provocation was of course the meaning above. He wiped his hands, smirked and continued, you thought you and I were playing chess and even had a chance to win, but in reality you couldn't even get ahead on the chessboard. You were proud and arrogant with some achievements, your narrow vision, thinking you're the best in the world, looking down on other people's efforts. The pitiful and sad bit of power of the student union president seems to be the source of your sense of superiority. It really makes people sob. Cherish the time you still have the president's privileges. Hawken lowered his head, angrily gritted his teeth. You. After finishing speaking, Han Leet returned to Locked In and wrapped his arms around her waist. He hugged her waist and pulled her away. We won't bother everyone else while eating. Everyone eat leisurely. Let's go. Fai immediately ran after him. Brother Leet took his sister with him. Diem Tan saw that and wanted to leave with him. Me too. Suddenly, an arm pulled Diem Tan back. Little Diem. Dam Wien held her back and asked what Han Leet had just said. A friend nearby also spoke up. Are you about to become the student union president? And Cam sighed. Hey, Tu Diem is still good. Since when did he come to Han Leet from us, without telling us a word? Diem Tan was angry. His head was smoking. I assumed he was just a friend. Her phone vibrated. Hello shop owner Sa. Yes. I'll be there right away. Diem Tan immediately turned off the phone, said goodbye to everyone and left. The homeroom teacher called me to come there again. Everyone eat, I'll go to work first. The boy standing near Hawken came forward to comfort him. You should go back to the dorm and take a shower. Hawken was angry. His hand grabbed the edge of the table. Damn. He angrily flipped the table. The food on the table fell everywhere. He dared to treat me like that. His eyes were red with anger, his hand raised to his face, wanting to pull me down from this position. Even if he had the ability, he still had to see if the people under me agreed or not. The employee quickly interrupted. Sir, if you break our plates, you have to pay for it. Hawken was confused, shaking. He flusteredly pushed his glasses away without responding. The scene changes to Han Leet's side. The three of them clink Coke bottles together, emptying their glasses. Fi is happy. He is so cool. Din is also cool. Locked In looked at Fi. So happy. I'm not afraid of people taking revenge on you. Fi shook her finger, proudly replied, Brother Leet told me, that guy can't be the student council president. How many more days? Locked In turned to Han Leet and asked, are you and Vuong Diem Tan very close? Han Leet put his name on the table, admitted it. Let's say so. Before, Hawken wanted to destroy him, she secretly told him. Locked In asked again, Hawken hates you very much, how to destroy you? Han Leet picked up a bottle of Coke to drink and turned to Locked In. Isn't it because a certain school goddess is so loved? Locked In was so angry that he spoke properly. Certainly not just that. Han Leet also became serious again. Okay, maybe it's because Hawken is a typical jealous competitor. He doesn't want to see others being better than him. He cares too much about his own position in the hearts of others. It's just a ghost. The school wanted to praise you, but this guy intentionally tripped you. Locked In thought about what she had just said. It seemed like you were on the brink just now. She turned to Fi. Fi was right. You should throw the soup at him. Fi also nodded vigorously after listening. Han Leet shook his finger. No. Compared to throwing soup on him, the words you cursed were more offensive, very sharp, very cool. Fi smiled and waved his hand. When Din scolded him, his face laughed to death. Locked In crossed his arms with a satisfied look on his face. Fi continued. His whole body was filled with hatred. I died laughing. A few days later, Han Leet tapped his fingers on the table. He was looking at something on the computer screen. A 358 Superior Humanities Finance ID, productivity 18.59%, ranked first this week. ID is recruiting advertising positions, productivity 4.67%, ranked second this week. Han Leet pressed in and closed. Then boom, the confetti exploded and scattered. Han Leet didn't understand anything. Du Van, Fi and everyone around said in unison, Leet CA, congratulations. The male student was happy and continuously crushed the first place. Hong Huyan also said, Leet brother, help me. Han Leet replied, don't rush, there is a plan that needs your help. Once I'm sure, I will call everyone. The other two replied, okay, just call. Suddenly the phone number 173-0562 called. Hello Teacher Han, I am the Director of Securities Trading Department 20. Hello Teacher Han, I am the General Assistant of Securities Asset Management Department 20. Teacher Han, I is Finance 20. Our boss specifically told me to contact you. I heard that Teacher Chu Han is from Mungtan. I am also from Mungtan. We are compatriots. I want to organize a discussion. Teacher Chu Han, are you interested? Mr. Sa sat down listening and sweating. Stinky, Mr. Sa immediately explained, Little Han, this is also impossible. The calls have recently skyrocketed. Some people have a way to even directly find the hospital director and your assistant. He was confused. Those unreliable teachers all introduced him to reliable email addresses. Only those who really couldn't refuse gave them his cell phone number. Han Leet crossed his arms and thought, busy, a little busy would be good. He thought back to the image of when Mr. Sa held his hand and begged, Little Han, don't rush to quit school. Society is full of bad people. Be more stable in school. Han Leet thought to himself, not yet. In these phone calls, the teachers in the school all seem to want to rely on me, like coaxing children. Mr. Sa gave me a stack of documents. Little Han, please look at this. Han Leet received the stack of documents. Here they are. Mr. Sa explained that in the coming time, the work of the student union will be complicated and stressful, and it is important that the school leaders decide to reorganize the student union, focusing on rejuvenation, service, and professionalization. Target, do well both foreign propaganda and domestic service, promoting our school's people-first style, building a team with strong fighting power. Han Leet turned it over and over. Yes, it's quite good. The leaders are determined to advance, firmly grasping the pulse of the times. I admire them very much. But my work is very busy. I will serve everyone. You don't need to tell me clearly. Mr. Sa waved his hand. No, don't refuse first. He tried to persuade. In the past, because of lack of money, many projects were not carried out smoothly. The school's opinion was to increase the level of allocation for members, and increase the freedom of some members. Therefore, the superiors decided, starting from the new student union, each semester a fixed budget of 100,000, as well as non-fixed applications of major activities are also released. I believe that the work of everyone, there will definitely be great improvement. Han Leet thought to himself, so you're not talking nonsense. The attitude towards paid and unpaid work is definitely very different. He scratched his head, but, in such a way, he called and asked, "Director Sa, me." Mr. Sa interrupted and slammed the table hard, making Han Leet startled. He emphasized, especially about art. Han Leet was depressed. In his previous life he was in the arts ministry, but in this life he was in the arts ministry. He cautiously asked, "What happened to the arts ministry?" Mr. Farr raised his hand. "It was like this." Pointing his finger at Han Leet, the teacher wanted to appoint him as the new Minister of Arts for Class 1. Han Leet was embarrassed after hearing this. His throat stiffened and he couldn't say a word. He pointed at himself, shaking his other hand continuously. "I, Headmaster Sa, would rather you change to someone else, but I hate you like that." Mr. Sa still did not give up. "Listen to me first." At the conference, the leaders unanimously decided to give the Ministry of Arts more authority and more important position. To use art as a breakthrough, has a guiding effect, specific measures, such as a fixed place of operation, along with leave priority, course rewards, income, etc. Finally, the school can identify external activities to reduce future worries of part-time students. Myself and leaders of other schools can also consider pouring resources outside the school into ministries and goals. The aim is to create a faculty of dual excellence that can truly serve the majority of students, build a reputation for the humanities, and be equally concerned with beauty and quality. Han Leet was bored and tried to listen as much as he could. He clasped his hands together and thought, "Great, the arts department was not considered a good department. The quality, enthusiasm to work, and level of obedience of the members were not high. But now not only does it have you can add points to easily apply for leave, but also have a fixed place of operation, have subsidies, and if you want to do more foreign affairs, there is also a certified school. It seems that this arts department is about to go to heaven." He imagines the image of the arts department far surpassing the advertising, hygiene, and learning departments. Han Leet imagined the stack of money next to him. Of course, the most important thing in old Sa's words was that, if he were a minister, the 100,000 per semester would mainly be for the arts department. The image of beautiful beauties surrounding me constantly calling Minister Han, "Very good minister, even though I don't lack that money now, I can use this allowance to subsidize the members of the ministry, the arts department, those are all great beauties." Han Leet wore sunglasses, sat in the middle seat, holding a girl on his lap, with 4 more people behind him. Wow, it was heaven. Han Leet returned to reality, shaking his perverted head. Cough, "I don't just desire beauty." He leaned back. In the future, short videos, movies, TV series are popular. Big McKen companies make a lot of money. Stock trading is only temporary. If you want to make money you have to grasp everything. Opportunity. It's starting to rain heavily outside, if I can take the chance. A few days later, it was pouring rain, in the student council room. UC Hawken shouted loudly, "Vuong Diem Tan, what kind of attitude is this?" Diem Tan pointed his finger at the paper on the table, his face a bit arrogant. "President Australia, how do you feel about my attitude?" "So what is my attitude?" The sound of the rain outside became louder and louder. Everyone in the student council looked towards the two of them. A male student asked quietly, "What was wrong with Mr. UC and Tu DM?" Another male student looked over, not knowing. The smell of gunpowder was very strong. And Cam put his hand on his chin and said something a bit harsh, as expected of someone who is about to become the new student union president. Tu DM's atmosphere is the same, but Tu DM, President UC hasn't abdicated yet. The most basic respect must still be maintained, right? Everyone around was startled when they heard about the abdication. Everyone was talking loudly. Was what happened a few days ago true? Our student union was about to change its reign. Vuong Hu Tian nearby heard this and immediately shouted angrily, "What do you think?" It's obvious that Han Leet is too arrogant and lacks basic respect for the student association first. People won't feel it. See, with just one sentence from Han Leet, we have to change terms. The bald male student wearing glasses also agreed. Our school has many strong characters. Han Leet also deserves to be appointed to the upper echelon of the school. Someone next to him also banged on the table and said loudly, "Yes." The bald male student angrily continued to say that during the time the Australian president took office, he put in a lot of effort for you guys. As good as the Australian president is to us, we will never accept that. Diem Tan thought to himself, UC Hawken borrowed the convenience of the student association, each month earning more than tens of thousands from Vuong Hu Tian's group. According to what he said, it was not just Oh Hawken's feelings. Why don't you give the hunting dog 1 or 200 dong? She half closed her eyes. Maybe, after all, most of the students in the student union were not rich. A month's living expenses were only over 1,000 VND. She looked at the people arguing, but the student union's work is only volunteer. These people can receive additional income from OHAKan. Of course they must support OHAKan. Everyone is targeting DM Tan. Does DM really think that Han Lit can let her be the student council president? Ha ha ha, she's more or less a bit brainless. What's wrong with Minister Vuong? If you're satisfied with Brother Yusi, just say it straight. It's not interesting to think about it behind your back. Shush, be careful when people go to that young Han blowing wind on the pillow. Hakan silently observed everyone around him supporting him. That's right, that's it. He raised his hand. I can strengthen my position to attract people's hearts, no matter how hard I try. Han Lit is fine. This bastard Vuong DM Tan is fine too. He pushed the glasses and imagined the image of everyone protesting against Han Lit and DM Tan. I wanted to let them know. He grinned wickedly. If he wanted to roll well, he could do it with more than just a few rights. Hakan spoke up. It is an honor that this time the school gave me the opportunity to go abroad for in-depth training. He emphasized that I really want to go out for intensive training, but not now. Everyone's eyes were on him. He continued, next I will try my best to prepare for going abroad. I can't continue working with everyone anymore. I haven't even resisted yet. Facing Han Lit, the game was kicked out by this method. I believe that everyone, under the guidance of classmate Vuong DM Tan, will continue to do well in the student union work, shining brightly in their positions. It is clear that yesterday was still the appearance of not being afraid of anything. Today was immediately forced to express his thoughts on quitting his job. Hakan trembled, his hands clenched. This group of people definitely felt that I was a clown. The teacher clapped his hands loudly. Hakan walked back to his seat. Tu Yusi gave a good speech, go back, followed by the inauguration introduction of the new Minister of Arts. The teacher pointed at Han Lit and Mr. Sa standing nearby. Little Han, come on, you just happened to tell everyone about the changes in our new student union. Everyone in the student council looked at Han Lit uncomfortably. He didn't care, he only noticed Locked In sitting in the bottom corner. Locked In whispered, using power to oppress others will definitely cause dissatisfaction. Using power to oppress others will definitely cause dissatisfaction. Today it is Yusi Hakan who is dismissed, tomorrow who will be fired. Crossing the bridge, everyone was worried. The next unlucky person was me. Locked In looked straight at Han Lit, and these negative emotions will of course be brought to the person who caused Han Lit. Han Lit realized something and turned to look at her. Locked In raised his hand and smiled. She clenched her fists, her mouth open without saying a word. Man, come on. Han Lit breathed a sigh of relief when receiving encouragement. He smiled. He raised his thumb in response, rest assured. Hakan sat next to DM Tan and whispered to her, Vuong DM Tan, don't think you guys have won. He lowered his face, you have to know that, out of society, the people who hate the most are the kind of dogs who go through the back door without any skills, relying on parachuting relationships like you guys, not to mention that all the people sitting here are people, normal people, no one will believe you, stop dreaming. Suddenly, the young man sitting opposite Hakan shouted in surprise, the estimate was 100,000, Hakan was startled. Vuong DM Tan reached out and touched Hakan's hand. The former student union president, I really admire your short-sightedness. DM Tan smiled coldly. He didn't feel that Han Lit also had a bit of privilege like him, forgetting what kind of person he should be. The night before, DM Tan was in the room talking privately with Han Lit, Lit brother, and Yusi Hakan, who were loudly in the conference room, and now everyone was pointing at us. She was worried. On weekdays, Yusi Hakan took money from Vuong Brothers Group to work, and occasionally gave a little to his subordinates. Many people in the student body were his loyal fans. Everyone was not very rich. If Yusi Hakan leaves, they will lose income. Moreover, Yusi Hakan had just had a conflict with him, turned around and was chased away. Han Lit typed on the keyboard. He turned to reassure DM Tan. She was worried that people would be dissatisfied with her and me, thinking that we were abusing our privileges and taking private rights. DM Tan was also confused and looked away. Well, he was actually a little worried. After all, we had passed through a special path. Han Lit continued, you must know, hating privilege is the nature of all ordinary people who have never held privileges. Justice and social justice are maintained on that basis. Selfishness is the nature, anti-privilege is divinity. Han Lit mused, continuing to be selfish after having the privilege that is still divine. Dividing benefits to subordinates not only sways people's hearts, but also allows conflicts to be ignored. He held the document in his hand. Next, because we have greater power than OHAKan, the things assigned to us are more. Han Lit looked at the document. It was about reforming the new student union. For subordinates, whoever is good to them will follow that person. That is the reality. He held up the piece of paper. The school can serve everyone better because of the student union. The activities of our student union will be adjusted from 20,000 to 100,000 per semester. The heads of positions in each departments will be re-elected. At that time, invite the new managers of the departments to rearrange their work plans, report to the secretariat, determine new budget limits. All costs will be made public. Everyone is invited. Jointly supervise the work of the new student association, as above. And Cam didn't believe what he just heard. The budget was 1,000. The school leader was his biological father. Dam Nguyen also thought to himself, if he made his finances public, wouldn't he leave a little for himself? If he changed to UC Hotcan, he would have to swallow a third, right? The male student sitting next to Dam Nguyen said loudly, 100,000, don't we need to be so stingy in the future when organizing a firefight? Other people also started talking about it. That's great, we don't need to advance it ourselves. Last time I organized an activity, I paid 2,000 yuan and lived on land for 3 months. Maybe I could still hold a party and give out benefits. A young man happily clapped his hands in support. Yes, believing that under the guidance of Minister Han and President Vuong, we will definitely do better. Everyone saw that and applauded happily. Someone came to DM Tan and said, DM Tan, you didn't tell us about such a big thing early. Congratulations, from now on the student council will rely on you. DM Tan didn't have time to react. Language. There was still a stir around, now starting to rearrange everyone's positions. Sister DM and Leet brother let me help everyone take notes. Locked in silently glanced at UC Hotcan. Introducing the new student union position, student union president, Vuong DM Tan. 2 vice presidents, Dam Nguyen, temporarily left 1 person vacant. Secretary General, Vuong Hu Nyen. Minister of Discipline, Lu Kuaibei. Minister of Arts, Han Leet. Minister of Propaganda, Tich Locked In. When Locked In was elected, he was startled and pointed at himself. Didn't I basically not participate in the election? Han Li pulled her hand and interrupted her, coming here first today, after the meeting to eat. People started to leave. And Cam sitting next to Dam Nguyen suddenly spoke up. Han Li's tricks were much stronger than I imagined. She leaned back and sighed. Why did the people approaching Han Li suddenly become full of strength? Tich Locked In hasn't counted yet. Look at Vuong Tan DM. Before she was more than just a flower vase. Follow Australia Hotkin stars. Dam Nguyen replied, who knows, in the future he will be a little more polite towards Han Li and the people around him. And Cam, half closed my eyes, I know, I won't fight them anymore. A few days later, the new student union started working. Locked In said, this kind of plan also dared to show it to me. Regarding the creation of the character Han Li, at the school's public planning meeting, the propaganda department began to discuss with all its might how to promote the students, Han Li. The arts department also began to expand new recruitment. The blonde girl enthusiastically said, Leet brother, I will sign up. The orange-haired girl next to her also pointed to herself. I used to be the leader of the cheerleading group. There will be many traditional ethnic dances. Another girl added, I can sing. I've participated in the show before. Han Li was overwhelmed, raised his hand to signal everyone to calm down. Okay. The selection will take place in a few days. Don't be impatient. The girls around him surrounded him. He happily thought, is that the feeling of being surrounded by beautiful people, so wonderful, so happy? Locked In, standing from afar, saw this scene and was also uncomfortable. She took out her phone from her pocket. Raise the camera and press record. On this side, Fan Xie's phone vibrated signaling a text message. She picked up the phone to look. Locked In texted you, looking at your proud man, then sent a video. The clock says 5 hours and 4 minutes. Han Li's phone vibrated. On the other end was a girl's voice. Leet, how have you been feeling these past few days? Han Li close to your ear, calm down a bit. The girl continued to ask, feeling comfortable being surrounded by beautiful women. Han Li immediately went ahead. Of course she was happy, she also wanted to experience it a little. In 2 days there will be an election for the art department. Miss Fawn will come and watch. Fan Xie on the other end of the phone has a headache. She raised her hand to hold her forehead, knowing, don't care about these things. There were so many bees and butterflies. My father in Howling Dao saw that the account had positive profits and said they missed him. I should call you out to dinner. Han Li was bewildered, full of question marks. The scene changes to a bar. A beautiful woman is holding up a candy. Her 2 grapefruits dangle in front of her face. Boss, let me feed you. Fan Xie's father opened his mouth to receive it. His face was red from being drunk. He was still holding that beautiful woman on his lap. He laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, understood. He took out a bunch of money from his pocket, very good, gave her a reward, the beauty quickly accepted it, thanking the boss. On the opposite chair, Han Leet was sitting there. He gasped, thinking in his head, the image of his father-in-law was ruined. A moment ago, the sound of clapping rang out, clapping for our little teacher Han. Old Huang drunkenly spoke loudly, congratulating Mr. Tu Han for maintaining the first position. Fan Xie's father also raised a cup of wine and drank, whoever collapsed first was his nephew. Han Leet was speechless and couldn't say a word. The system activates a new notification, the wine bottle feature has been activated. Fan Xie's father slammed his hand on the table. He pulled Han Leet's hand, little Han, to go. He put his arm around my shoulder, Uncle Fan will take me out for a little fun today. It turns out that his fun outing is going to a bar, how about you and your two hands, old Huang next to you is happy, feel free to go. Han Leet held a glass of water and thought dejectedly, before he thought Uncle Fan was one of the few people with money and power who was not promiscuous, a good man, whose feelings were all fake. He looked at Fan Xie's father who was happily on the other side, a businessman like Uncle Fan, who had to make commitments every day, coming home late or not even coming home at all was normal. Fan Xie was smart like that, surely her mother is also a smart person. He remembered the image of Fan Xie and her mother. It must be said that Fan Xie and Aunt Cheu knew Uncle Fan's entertainment activities well. They clearly divided between marriage, family, love and fun, play across the street. He crossed his arms and shrugged. Under that influence, Fan Xie's perspective on love became unusual. No wonder she quickly accepted the three of them going together. However, Uncle Fan still cares very much about his family, especially Fan Xie. He looked up at the ceiling, not knowing if Uncle Fan sobered up tomorrow and would still remember the great act of taking his son-in-law out to drink flower wine. On the second day, Fan Xie's father held his head and shook his head. It was bad, everything from yesterday was vividly remembered. Fan Xie's mother laughed. She held out a glass of water and asked, "Are you awake? Have you lost all face? Yesterday, Tu Han carried you home. Didn't you say you wanted to introduce people to business? Just worry about playing." Fan Xie's father, still smiling, reached out his hand to receive the glass of water and responded, drinking too much for a moment, "I promise not to do anything wrong next time." Hearing that, she squeezed his shoulder and asked, "What about introducing business to Tu Han?" He glanced at her slightly and slowly replied, "I will ask Nam Nam to help me out one more time, this is definitely not a mess." Chao Tu saw Han Leet passing by and immediately said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Leet." He asked him, "Where does the minister want to go?" He quickly replied, "You guys go work, just ignore me." Han Leet went out, when someone waved and called him, "Leet Leet." Suddenly, Fan Xie moved closer and placed a kiss on Han Leet's lips, making him bewildered. She let him go, smiling slightly. Then she smiled, looked at him, and said, "Today, being so good, drinking with your father and even calling me along." Han Leet asked her, why did she come to pick me up today? She was just about to reach out and hold his hand, when he asked, swearing an oath of sovereignty. As she got into the car, she put on a pampered expression and asked him, "Yes, is that okay?" He replied, "Of course, it's okay, if you're happy then I'm happy." Sitting in the car, Han Leet immediately asked Fan Xie, swearing the oath of sovereignty, "Will you stay outside with me tonight?" She frowned, firmly replied, "Don't worry, last time I almost got discovered." She angrily continued, "My mother set a curfew for me, I have to go home before 12 o'clock. He heard that and sighed, his face a little sad and said, "That's it, a few hours is enough for what to do, the little mouse alone could torment me for 2 hours. No matter what she heard, she frowned, looked uncomfortable, and silently thought to herself, "These two people's physical strength is terrible. No, I also have to go to the gym." Arrive. Fan Xie went first, Han Leet followed, entering inside. Han Leet saw the surrounding scenery and said to Fan Xie, "The surrounding environment is good, this is not a shop that you can come to if you have money." Fan Xie immediately replied, "The people my father made an appointment with." She smiled proudly and said, "Not exactly a famous top tycoon, but also a typical local rich man. During this period, they were his most suitable customers." Understanding the situation through Fan Xie's words, Han Leet thought, "Old Fan is too dedicated." He walked in following Fan Xie, looked around, and thought, even though I look talented right now, if I want to contact the tycoons, I still can't do it. People have their own investment channels, I don't value small change at the secondary market. He felt that, on the contrary, people who had money but were not necessarily the most wealthy had a strong need and a hunting feeling for the master of stocks. Seeing him bewildered with his thoughts, Fan Xie clearly expressed his confusion. A handful of diamonds waved, a voice called out, "Mr. Han." It was Kim My Luan. She smiled, reached out her hand and said, "Finally met the teacher." Seeing Han lead, Fan Xie's father also spoke up. He said, "Master Han is here, come on, let's sit down and get acquainted." Kim My Luan pointed and I said, "Mr. Han, my name is Kim My Luan, everyone else calls me Ems, Kim." Several people in the room gradually gathered. One person said, "It's okay for Teacher Han to call me Mr. Huang." Another person said, "It's okay for Teacher Chu Han to call me Mr. Quan, Uncle Quan." Kim My Lan echoed, "I have admired Teacher Han for a long time. Such an excellent teacher must have a family with a tradition of good learning." When he heard that, he felt embarrassed and his face was full of sweat. Kim My Lan continued, wondering what profession his parents pursue and whether there will be a chance to cooperate. Suddenly, ding! To Han Li's bewilderment, the system appeared, congratulating the host on activating special talents, judging the situation, passive, duration, permanent, related attributes, intelligence, activated, especially effective with, chess, effective, helps you judge the situation quickly and accurately. From there choose the way that benefits you the most. Note 1, with the improvement of intelligence, natural efficiency wealth will constantly increase, infinitely. Take note 2, people who think they are good swimmers can also sink into the water. Don't move, don't push, don't do. There are some situations that are easy to judge, but extremely difficult to solve, you understand. Han Li finished reading and thought inexplicably, why did he unlock a new talent, and is there still this good thing? Looking at the screen that appears, judging the situation, he feels that, as the name suggests, this is for people to make accurate judgments immediately about what is about to happen or has happened, to avoid losses or enable themselves to maximize profits. Looking at the smiling Kim My Lan, he thought, whether this ability is in the mainstream or in everyday life, it can have a great effect. Judging by the results, the other person wants to attract and get to know each other. With you, acting appropriately will make the other person respect you even more. Following the advice from the system, Han Li smiled and said, "Ems, Kim is too complimentary. My parents are just ordinary people. I am still young. There are many things to learn." Fan Xie's father heard that, immediately turned to Kim My Lan. He told her, "Don't see that little Han is still young. The first time he came to my house to talk about stocks, I saw that this boy could make a big career, not only talented but also very forward-thinking." He raised his hand proudly, smiled and said, "I gave him the account to manage. Mr. Dao saw that my account was profitable, and said he also wanted to try it. At that time, he even pretended and said to why should I invest 10 million yuan in advance, test Xiao Han's ability to manage large capital flows, and then move on." He poured the wine, continued talking. What was the result? In less than 2 days he slapped his thigh right in front of me, saying the investment was too little. Old Huang smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, don't use my dark history to mock me anymore, I'm regretting it." He raised his glass high, smiled and continued, "Every day these old guys ask me about little Han, I really want to cooperate." He raised the cup to drink and continued, "Tu Han, Uncle Dao has a glass for you. It was my fault for looking down on you before. I hope we can continue to cooperate in the future." For this situation, the system appears, the result of judgment is that the other person is secretly signaling that he is very loved, leads the atmosphere, can cooperate with the other person, and builds an image in front of others. He heard that and agreed, picked up the cup and said, "Where are you? You are the customer. I am a financial trader, because the customer's profit is my mission." He heard that and agreed, picked up the cup and said, "Where are you? You are the customer. I am a financial trader, because the customer's profit is my mission." He gently continued, "I can recognize your ability and attitude, then we will continue to cooperate. If one day I do not recognize you anymore, we will cancel the contract as promised. Next time we get together, put the contractual relationship aside, I'll be your elder." He raised the cup and said, "So I can respect you." Everyone who saw these expressions of his showed their admiration. One person said, "Just like old Fan Bao, Mr. Han is truly both humble and professional." Kim My Lan also happily continued and praised him. "Teacher Han, cooperating with someone like you makes me feel very secure." She smiled a little cunningly, continued, "I'll say it straight, today we came to cooperate with you. How did you and Mr. Dao sign the contract? Make a contract like that for us." She generously continued, "Even if we lose a little temporarily, we are still willing to cooperate long-term and develop together with Mr. Han." He laughed, stood up and said, "Ems, Kim, actually I don't lack capital right now. Judging by the current market situation, the 20 million yuan of Uncle Fan and Uncle Dao is already very difficult to deal with, given the undivided situation. Warehouse, stocks alone cannot be accepted." He smiled and said, "For me alone, the most scientific and careful way is to pour all my heart into the capital I have and quickly develop it bigger and bigger." In front of everyone's bewilderment, he continued to explain, "About everyone's mandate, I need to go back and seriously consider what to do, then I will give everyone an answer. This is my responsibility, personal, even responsible for everyone." Hearing that, Mr. Dao and Mr. Fan happily laughed loudly and said, "Okay, we are waiting to hear from Teacher Han." Kim My Lan also chimed in, both serious and responsible. "I would like to pay my respects to Teacher Han." A few of them shouted, saying in unison, "I'm running out." Seeing them like that, Han Leet said a little worried, Please don't drink too much." Fan Xie looked at him blankly. She thought to herself, "Little Leet Lai looks pretty good, he's such a good actor." Han Leet was doing weightlifting when Fan Xie's voice rang out. I thought he would agree directly with them and sign the contract. She crossed her arms and continued, "Those people spent generously. At least one person spent 20 million yuan. He immediately replied, 'This is a strategy,' not agreeing immediately. One is to appear trustworthy, two is tell them that cooperation is mutual, and at the same time he doesn't want to take on too much work." He looked at her, smiled and continued, "That way, they would feel that getting into the car would not be easy, so they offered better conditions." She immediately said petulantly, "I knew right away it was for this reason." She continued, "And admittedly, anyone who doesn't know his true face will really be scared by this trick of his. Look at the way Kim looks at him, it's like seeing him win 100 million in the lottery." He replied, "It's not that unreasonable." She frowned and asked, "So you usually lie to me like that too?" The system appeared, the result was judged, the other person knew it was too much to ask. He asked her again, "Aren't you already too familiar with me?" Her eyes gradually lowered. He continued, considering many meanings. When she heard him continue speaking, she was startled, her face showing embarrassment. He told her that there was nothing left. She grabbed his shirt, angrily shouted, "You can joke about this, so your mouth shut." He was scared, laughed and said, "He was just joking." She let him go, then turned away. He worriedly asked, "Do you want to come see my room tomorrow?" He sighed and said, "Okay, actually I don't want to watch. Let's meet Little Cucumber to go out and play."